Chapter 1. Release from Prison. Standing atop a hill and gazing down at the quaint village nestled in the valley, Erdan felt his eyes well up with tears. Father, Mother, your son has returned. Born in a remote mountain village in Longsheng known as Gaoliao, Erdan's heart was heavy with emotion. Gaoliao village was situated in a secluded area, flanked by mountains on three sides and bordered by rivers, making it notoriously difficult to access. It was a village widely recognized for its impoverished conditions. 3 years prior, at the age of 18, Erdan had reached adulthood in this isolated rural setting, where young people often married at an early age. Consequently, marrying at 18 was considered entirely normal. That year, his father had arranged a match for him, and Erdan was quite pleased with his betrothed, Li Kaifeng, a classmate from middle school. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also academically gifted, destined for university had it not been for her father's severe illness. Just as they were about to embark on their journey to the town to purchase wedding supplies, an unexpected incident occurred. A local ruffian, taken by Li Kaifeng's beauty, brazenly harassed her. Fueled by youthful vigor, Erdan could not tolerate such an affront, seizing a butcher's knife from a nearby vendor in a fit of rage. In the ensuing struggle, he gravely injured the ruffian and was subsequently apprehended by the town's police. Although Erdan had harmed the ruffian, the injuries were not life-threatening. Initially, it seemed he would face only a brief detention and perhaps a fine. However, to his utter disbelief, Li Kaifeng turned against him during police questioning, testifying that he had attempted to rob the ruffian. With her testimony, coupled with eyewitness accounts of Erdan wielding a knife, he found himself unable to defend against the accusations, ultimately sentenced to 5 years in prison. Due to good behavior, he was released after serving 3 years. As he wiped away his tears, preparing to return home, ominous thunder rumbled overhead. A blinding flash of lightning sliced through the sky, and the atmosphere grew heavy with dark clouds. Is it going to rain? Erdan's anxious thoughts turned into a silent curse. Damn it! Is the heavens conspiring against me? I am eager to return home, and it looks like rain is on the way. Just as he resolved to continue his journey, he looked skyward and was taken aback by a massive red fireball racing through the air. What on earth is that? Why is it moving so fast? Erdan exclaimed in astonishment. In the distance, a spherical object enveloped in dazzling flames appeared, surrounded by a ring of colorful lights. Heavens! Could that be a UFO? Am I about to encounter extraterrestrial beings? Memories of his sister, Li Zuwei's tales of aliens flooded his mind. If only I had a smartphone to capture this moment, I could potentially profit from it, he lamented. However, a more pressing concern arose as the UFO-like object drew nearer, and he could clearly discern its details that it was an enormous circular entity adorned with magnificent palaces, resembling a grand imperial palace. Overwhelmed by its splendor, Erdan suddenly cried out in terror, "Good heavens! If that thing falls on me, I wouldn't survive even 100 lives? If I don't run now, when will I?" As the colossal object hurtled toward him, he cursed his fate for not having 2 more legs to escape, and in sheer panic, he fled, crawling and scrambling away. Boom! It felt as though a giant hammer struck his head, and in the next moment, he was engulfed by a wave of dizziness. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the 3 palaces and 6 courtyard system. This was the last coherent memory of Erdan before he lost consciousness, a peculiar voice resonating in his mind, childlike yet mechanical, reminiscent of a robotic tone. As dawn broke in a mountain forest, the air was exceptionally fresh, droplets of dew cascading from the leaves, falling gently onto Erdan's face. My head feels so dizzy. Weak and disoriented, he slowly opened his eyes, struggling to sit up while shaking his head vigorously. How did I end up here? Confusion clouded his thoughts as his bright eyes flickered with a hint of bewilderment. Amidst the haze, he recalled a strange dream of becoming a ruler with 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. Within a grand palace, he envisioned himself with an empress, overseeing the internal affairs of the court. Beneath the empress were several ranks: 1 imperial concubine, 2 noble consorts for concubines, and 6 ladies-in-waiting, totaling 14. Each had designated quarters in the eastern and western palaces. Below the ladies were 3 tiers: esteemed ones, favored ones, and attendants. These tiers had no fixed number, sharing residence among the 12 palaces. In summary, the dream was vividly clear. It revolved around his numerous, beautiful wives. The thought of the enchanting figures dancing in his dream made Erdan's heart race. How wonderful it would be to have so many lovely wives at Erdan. You foolish dreamer. As a mere farmer, you should be grateful for even one wife. Yet here you are, fantasizing about a harem. He chided himself with a shake of his head as he slowly rose to his feet. Wait, I haven't returned home yet. Thoughts of his parents, who had suffered from illness during his absence, filled him with sorrow. After 3 years away, he was anxious to know how they had fared. The realization pained him deeply, and he longed to sprout wings and fly home instantly. As he hurried toward his village, the rustling of grass nearby startled him. What's coming out? His expression turned tense. Growing up in Gaoliao village, he was well aware of the wild boars and bears that roamed the neighboring mountains. Surely, I can't be that unfortunate returning from prison only to encounter a wild beast. Chapter 0002. System rewards. Just as Erdan was about to hurl a stone into the thicket, a timid voice suddenly emerged from within. Please don't come any closer. Is that a person? Who are you? Scaring someone in broad daylight like this. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Upon hearing the voice, Erdan sighed in relief and dropped the stone from his hand. The source of the timid voice was a woman, and curiosity compelled him to peer into the thicket. Looking through the gaps in the foliage, Erdan's face flushed crimson. Oh my! He exclaimed, quickly averting his gaze. Finally, comprehending why the woman had been hiding in the bushes, she was indisposed. Erdan, is that really you? A voice filled with excitement caught his attention. Turning around, he beheld a curvaceous figure before him. Not far away stood a striking young woman, seemingly around 18 or 19 years old. Her enchanting big eyes sparkled with life. Her skin was fair and delicate, with a hint of rosy blush, and her lustrous black hair was styled into adorable pigtails. She wore a loose floral short-sleeved shirt and a flowing white skirt. Her tall frame, with a slim waist and perfect S-curve, was breathtaking, leaving Erdan utterly captivated. There is a saying in prison: after 3 years of confinement, even a sow can appear as beautiful as Jiaochan. This implies that a man who has spent 3 years behind bars may find even a pig attractive upon release. Yet, the exquisite beauty before him was certainly no pig. She was a genuine beauty. Erdan, it's really you. You're back, the young beauty exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she leaped towards him, grasping his shoulders. Who are you? Erdan was momentarily taken aback. Gazing at the enchanting figure, he felt an odd familiarity, yet he could not immediately recall who she was. Erdan, it an oppos. Es me Tong Tong. I'm Sun Tong Tong. How could you forget me? The young woman began to push aside the bangs that had obscured her forehead, striving to reveal her entire face for Erdan to recognize. You're Tong Tong, that little girl. Erdan gasped in astonishment. It was said that girls undergo a significant transformation by the age of 18, and the young woman before him was indeed the same Sun Tong Tong who had once trailed behind him, often in tears. Tong Tong, you remember me. This is simply wonderful, the girl exclaimed, bouncing around him in sheer delight. Alas, perhaps due to her overwhelming excitement, Sun Tong Tong failed to notice a protruding stone beneath her feet and stumbled. Losing her balance, with a sharp scream, she began to fall. Reacting swiftly, Erdan rushed to catch her. In his haste, he too tripped, and although he managed to support her, they both toppled to the ground. Given the delicateness of Tong Tong's form, he feared that if she fell, she would surely be hurt. Acting on instinct, he pulled her tightly into his embrace. With a thud, they landed, Erdan cushioning her fall as he fell first, Tong Tong landing atop him. However, what he anticipated was that, due to the momentum of their fall, her soft, red lips would end up pressed against his. In that instant, both were rendered speechless. What the? My first kiss was stolen by this little girl, Erdan thought, feeling both taken advantage of and bewildered. At that moment, a childish voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. The 3 palaces and 6 courtyards system has been activated. The person you kissed is Sun Tong Tong, age 18. Designated as a concubine. What is being designated as a concubine and the rewards entail? The strange voice had now appeared in his mind for the second time. While he savored the sweetness of the kiss, a furious shout suddenly pierced through the air. You little rascal! How dare you tease my daughter? I'll kill you! The enraged voice startled both Li Erdan and son Tong Tong, prompting them to scramble to their feet. There, not far away, a middle-aged man charged towards them, his expression wild with fury. Sun Changsheng, the village head of Jila village, was notoriously greedy and held a disdain for the impoverished. His outrage stemmed from the fact that the beautiful young woman Li Erdan had unintentionally kissed was none other than his beloved daughter. Uncle Changsheng, please let me explain. It's not what you think. I didn't mean to. Li Erdan pleaded, deftly dodging the man as advance. You worthless scoundrel. You, a rehabilitated convict, dare to lay a hand on my daughter? I'll kill you today. Sun Changsheng was relentless, and Li Erdan knew that reasoning with him was futile at this moment. With the last resort of the 36 stratagems, fleeing being the best strategy, Li Erdan took off running, shouting back, Tong Tong, your father is furious. I can't explain myself, so you'll have to clarify things. I'm leaving now. You little rascal, stop right there. I swear I'll kill you. Sun Changsheng bellowed. But Li Erdan had already dashed down the mountain, with Changsheng's pursuit thwarted by his daughter's intervention. Dad, you've misunderstood, Erdan. It's not what you think. Sun Tong Tong cried, her face flushed with embarrassment. Misunderstood? I saw that rascal kiss you with my own eyes. How can there be a misunderstanding? Sun Changsheng shouted angrily. Dad, I nearly tripped, and Erdan saved me, which led to our accidental fall. It's not as you imagine, as she recounted the electrifying sensation from their kiss. Tong Tong's face blushed like a ripe apple. Having run for 5 or 6 minutes, Li Erdan glanced back to see that Sun Changsheng had not followed, and he began to catch his breath. He licked his dry lips, still lingering with the sweet essence of Tong Tong's kiss. He hadn't anticipated that this little girl had blossomed into such a stunning young woman, with an admirable figure to boot. That old scoundrel Changsheng wants to kill me? Well, he is out of luck. How can he blame me for having such a perfect daughter? Just wait, old man. I, Li Erdan, will make you a grandfather before long. With a wicked smile gracing his face, Li Erdan plotted his next moves. Chapter 003. Debt Collection in the Impoverished Village of Gala. The landscape appeared unchanged compared to 3 years prior, a testament to its enduring poverty. Li Erdan quickly located his thatched roof home, but was taken aback by the crowd gathered in his yard, which seemed to be filled with a lively commotion. What misfortune has befallen my parents? He pondered anxiously, his heart racing as he sprinted down the hillside towards home. Li Baoku, let me remind you, since time immemorial, a life must be repaid for a life, and debts must be settled. Your family owes me over 10,000. How can you possibly attempt to evade payment? The speaker was a portly old man named Xie Laoku, known as one of the wealthier villagers, a skilled carpenter whose reputation extended across several neighboring villages. In front of Xie Laoku stood an honest-looking old farmer, his face pale and hands trembling as he grasped the reins of the old ox Xie was threatening to take. Cough, cough. Xie Laoku, I acknowledge our debts, but I, Li Baoku, have lived in this village for many years. Ask the villagers if I am a man who shirks responsibility. You, like me, are a farmer. You must understand that with the planting season upon us, my wife and I rely on this ox to survive. If you take it away, how shall we live? Li Baoku's coughing intensified, drawing sympathetic glances from the surrounding villagers, who shook their heads in sorrow. Li Baoku and his wife should never have taken in that calamity. I warned them. A child who falls from the sky brings only misfortune. Look at the ruin it has brought to their family. A widow named Zhao Xiaoa, known for her sharp tongue, scoffed. Enough of your nonsense, Zhao Xiaoa. Li Erdan is my own flesh and blood. Speak ill of my son again, and I shall tear your tongue from your mouth. A woman named Yang Tsuihua, leaning on a cane, emerged from the thatched house with great difficulty. Why are you out here, Tsuihua? You should rest inside, Li Baoku said, concern etched on his face as he supported her. Oh, you're all but starving. Yet you play the protective mother. That child is not even yours. Resolve your matters with Xie Laoku first, Zhao Xiaoa retorted with malicious glee. As the villagers focused their attention on Li Baoku and his wife, none noticed the thin young man lingering at the back of the crowd, tears streaming down his face as he watched his parents struggle. Father, mother, your son has returned. Do not worry. I will ensure you live well from now on. Old Xie, after living in this village for so long, you know our plight. This ox is our lifeline. If you take it, You may as well condemn us to death. Please grant us a few more months until the harvest. We shall repay you then. Yang Tsuehua pleaded breathlessly. Huh? With the little land you have, how much grain can you harvest? Relying on your meager plot to repay me would take years. 3, 5 years at least. Xia Laoku replied disdainfully, silencing Li Baoku and Yang Tsuehua. Xia Laoku's smirk deepened as he continued. Today, I declare that you must repay me this year. If not, I shall take your ox and cultivate your land as compensation. Are you trying to drive us to our graves? To take our land is to leave us to starve. Li Baoku trembled with anger, coughing violently. Such is the law of the land, a life for a life, a debt for a debt. I'm not forcing you. Either repay your debt or relinquish the ox and land. Xia Laoku coldly responded. Xia Laoku, this is excessive. We are all villagers. Do not push us too far. Li Baoku and his wife are not the type to shirk their debts. Show them some mercy. The villagers began to murmur in support of Li Baoku. But Xia Laoku interrupted. You speak so easily because it is not your money at stake. If you pity them, then by all means, repay their debts. As silence fell over the crowd, Xia Laoku turned his gaze back to the despondent couple. Li Baoku, Yang Tsuehua, I am offering you a chance. I will waive your debt if you allow your daughter, Xiuwei, to marry my son, Xia Bao. Our families will be united, and there will be no need for money. Preposterous. My daughter is the only university graduate in this village. You expect me to marry her off to your son? Have you looked at him? Li Baoku retorted, shaking with indignation. Xia Laoku had a son named Xia Bao, who was of a similar age to Li Baoku's daughter, Li Xiuwei. Li Xiuwei is renowned throughout the surrounding villages as an exquisite beauty and is also the first person from her village to attend university. The Xia family, particularly the miserly Xia Laoku, has long coveted her. Even before Li Xiuwei graduated from high school, they had approached Li Baoku to propose marriage. Prior to the incident involving Li Erdan, the Li family was living relatively well. However, after the incident, others learned of the Li family's plight and were reluctant to borrow money from them, leaving only the audacious Xia family willing to extend credit. Now, Xia Laoku's true intentions have become apparent. You heartless scoundrel, even if my husband and I starve to death, you and your family shall not lay a finger on our precious daughter. Your family is unscrupulous and utterly unworthy of her. Are you attempting to drive us to despair? You can take your old ox and cultivate the land. And as for the debts we owe you, consider them settled from this day forth. Now get out. Yang Tsuehua, trembling with rage, berated him. Faced with the furiously Baoku and Yang Tsuehua, Xia Laoku found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Li Baoku, Yang Tsuehua, have you thought this through? Without these few acres of land, you will surely perish from hunger. Your daughter is indeed exceptional, but marrying my son Xia Bao would not be a loss. While my son Xia Bao, though he may not possess the same education as your daughter, he has inherited my craftsmanship and will undoubtedly secure his livelihood in the future. Moreover, you are well aware of our family standing. Inquiries will reveal that a battalion of young women aspire to marry into the Xia family. Should your daughter wed my son, she will enjoy a life of abundance, and you both will reap the benefits. As Xia Laoku spoke with fervor, he suddenly felt a grip on his shoulder, as if it were clamped in a vice, causing him immense pain. Ouch, that hurts terribly. Who the hell is that? Let go of me, Xia Laoku exclaimed, grimacing in agony. Chapter 0004. The Donkey Tamer. Xia Bao, Xia Laoku, return and inform your foolish son, Xia Bao, to take a good look at himself and recognize his own shortcomings. With his character, he dares to think of my sister? And you, get out of my sight at once. The farther, the better. The one confronting Xia Laoku is none other than Li Erdan. Erdan, is that really you? This cannot be a dream, exclaimed Yang Tsuehua, leaning on her cane, suddenly finding strength as she rushed to Li Erdan's side. When Li Baoku laid eyes on Li Erdan, tears of joy streamed down his face, rendering him speechless. It's Li Erdan. The boy has returned. After spending a few years in prison, Erdan had grown taller and sturdier, and the surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. Father, mother, I kneel before you both. I am deeply sorry for the suffering you have endured. In that moment, Li Erdan could no longer hold back his tears. Collapsing to the ground. Child, It's enough that you've returned. Quickly rise. Let your mother see you well. Although Li Erdan was not the biological child of Li Baoku in Yangtze, he had been salvaged from a river as an infant, abandoned by unknown hands. Over the years, the couple showered him with affection, even more than their own daughter, Li Shuawei, whom they had longed for. As the family reveled in their emotional reunion, a mocking voice broke the moment. Li Erdan, your return is quite timely. Over the years, your parents have owed my family over 10,000 yuan. Debts must be settled. And now that you have returned, let us discuss this matter. Xia Laoku, you are being unreasonable. My son has just come back from prison. What do you expect him to find money? Do not push us too far. Li Baoku shouted in anger. Li Erdan wiped his tears and turned to face Xia Laoku. Li Baoku, spare me your useless words. I, Xia Laoku, adhere to the principle that a life must be repaid with a life and a debt with money. Xia Laoku sneered. Listen here, Xia Laoku, regardless of how much my father owes you, I, Li Erdan, will repay every cent. Right now, I find you intolerable. Leave at once. Li Erdan glared, his voice filled with menace. What are you glaring at? Do you dare strike me? You of the Li family, think you can evade your debts and intimidate me? If you act recklessly, I will not hold back. Xia Laoku, startled by Li Erdan's fierce demeanor, took 2 steps back, hiding behind the crowd. Xia Laoku, look at you. I have been in prison. What kind of tough characters have I not encountered? I'm not afraid of your threats. Depart at once, and within half a month, I will repay you in full. Li Erdan scoffed. Fine, I will give you half a month. But what if you can't repay me by then? Xia Laoku inquired. If I cannot repay you, I will offer my head as payment. Li Erdan retorted with a cold smile. Li Erdan, I have no need for your worthless head. If you fail to repay me, I will summon your sister to become my son's bride. Xia Laoku shouted, hopping in agitation. You old fool, dare to lay a finger on my sister, and I will kill you. Li Erdan's anger surged as he stormed towards Xia Laoku, grabbing a shoulder pole from under the eaves. Help! He is going to kill me. Xia Laoku cried, scrambling away in panic. Li Erdan, known for his ferocity in Gejia village, had a reputation for being a fierce fighter. The villagers knew well of his temper. Witnessing Xia Laoku's hasty retreat, the onlookers erupted into laughter. As Xia Laoku fled, the villagers surrounded Li Erdan. Erdan, was prison tough for you? Did you face any bullies among the inmates? Meanwhile, Xia Laoku hurried back home, panting heavily. As soon as he entered, a young man in his 20s seized him. Father, how did the negotiations go? Did Li Baoku and his wife agree? Asked Xia Bao, Xia Laoku's son. Breathless, Xia Laoku struggled to respond. Old man, why are you gasping? Speak up. Are they going to marry their daughter to us? Xia Bao's mother, excited, chimed in. That girl from the Li family is beautiful and a university student. Bringing her into our family would be a blessing, she exclaimed, lost in her daydreams. Enough. I nearly got beaten to death, and you care only about marrying off a daughter-in-law? Give me a glass of water. I'm parched. Xia Laoku roared in frustration. What? The Li family owes us money and dares to strike? I'll go confront Yang Suehua right now. Xia Bao's mother, notorious for her fierceness in Gejia village, was ready to retaliate upon hearing of her husband's plight. Stay put. Li Erdan is back from prison. He is a man capable of murder. If you value your life, stay home. Xia Laoku shouted. Li Erdan is back. Hearing his name, Xia Bao's mother immediately lost her bravado. Father, what do we do now? Am I to lose my chance with Li Shuawei? I refuse to accept anyone but her. If I cannot marry her, I will remain single forever, and you will have no grandchildren. Xia Bao threw himself to the ground in despair. Get up, the ground is cold. His mother pleaded, try to pull him up. Xia Laoku's family had long cherished their only son, and witnessing his antics left him both angry and pained. Stop this nonsense. With our family and Appo's resources, you can find any bride you wish. Tomorrow, I will go to town and find a matchmaker, he declared, exasperated. Even if you find a celestial being, I will not marry anyone but Li Shuawei. If I cannot have her, I might as well die. Pampered and spoiled, Xia Bao had been indulged in all his whims. I would rather die. Don't pull me. Let me go, he cried. Look at our only son. If he dies, I too shall perish. Xia Bao's mother lamented. Holding him close. Seeing their plight, Xia Laoku felt overwhelmed. Enough. Enough with the tears. I'm trying to find a solution. If you two continue to cry, I shall cease to intervene. Remarkably, Xia Laoku's bellow proved effective. Both Xia Bao and his mother immediately ceased their tears. Father, I knew you could not ignore our son. You surely have a solution. Allow me to fetch you some water, Xia Bao's mother declared. Father, if you can assist me in bringing Shui Wei into our family, I promise to bless you with a multitude of robust grandsons. Let me massage your legs, father. Xia Bao, now devoid of tears, scrambled to his feet, his face alight with eagerness. With his wife bringing him water and his son offering a leg massage, Xia Laoku felt a surge of pride. It is swelteringly hot. My dear wife, fan me, if you please, Xia Laoku boisterously proclaimed. His wife hurriedly fetched a fan to provide him with some relief. In former times, without that scoundrelly Erdan, dealing with the elderly Li Baoku would have been child's play. However, with Li Erdan's return, matters grew complicated. Thus, to secure Xia Bao's union with Li Shuiwei, one must first neutralize Li Erdan, Xia Laoku contemplated. Neutralize Li Erdan? A flicker of apprehension crossed Xia Bao's mother's face. Chapter 0005. System rewards without mentioning the scheming of the Xia family against Li Erdan. Li Baoku and Yang Tsuhua were overjoyed at the return of their beloved son, feeling as if their ailments had momentarily vanished. Old man, quickly fetch our old hen and prepare it for our son to nourish him, Yang Tsuhua urged. Dear wife, just a few days ago when you were ill, I suggested killing that hen to help you recover, yet you vehemently opposed, claiming it could still lay eggs. Now, just days later, you wish to slaughter it? Li Baoku teased. Isn't it obvious? Our son has returned. After 3 years in that dreadful prison, how could he not be worn down? Yang Tsuehua lamented, tears streaming down her face once more. Mother, please don't cry. I'm back now, Li Erdan reassured, his heart swelling with emotion. Though not by blood, you are more than family to me. This conviction further fueled his determination to work hard and ensure his parents enjoyed a better life. Despite their impoverished circumstances, Yang Tsuehua managed to prepare an elaborate feast for Li Erdan, featuring not only the hen but an array of fresh vegetables from their garden. Their modest home, though somewhat dilapidated, had 2 rooms, and Yang Tsuehua had neatly arranged clean bedding for Li Erdan. The bedding, although unused for 3 years, retained a refreshing scent of sunlight. As Li Erdan lay in bed, a sense of home enveloped him, rendering him momentarily restless. Suddenly, a peculiar voice echoed in his mind. Reminiscent of the moment he kissed son Tong Tong. Reward wheel activated. Where's the wheel? Li Erdan murmured softly. With closed eyes, he concentrated deeply within his mind. He abruptly sat up, as a colossal wheel materialized in his thoughts, surrounded by magnificent palaces. At the center of the wheel was a golden hour hand, and nearby, a golden button inscribed with the word start accompanied by the numeral 1. What happens if I press it? Li Erdan pondered, his thoughts already reaching for the button. The wheel commenced its spin, and a childish voice resonated in his mind once more. After several seconds, the golden hand pointed towards a grand palace. Qianqing Palace. Reward: 1 beast pearl. Ingest this pearl to command all beasts in the realm, the voice announced. One enticing aroma, Li Erdan remarked, inhaling greedily. As his consciousness retreated from his mind, a yellowish pearl appeared before him, roughly the size of a dumpling, emblazoned with a majestic character for king, evoking an impulse of reverence. Is this the beast pearl? He curiously grasped it and examined it closely, recalling the childish voice in his mind. He hesitated briefly before consuming the pearl. This tastes quite delightful, Li Erdan exclaimed, savoring the flavor with a satisfied belch. However, he felt somewhat disappointed, sensing no remarkable change within himself. Perhaps I should spin the wheel again, he thought, directing his mind back to the wheel. Yet upon pressing the button once more, the golden hand remained still. What's going on? Is it broken? After scrutinizing the situation, he noticed a change. The numeral 1 had transformed into 0 behind the button. Oh, I understand now. This mechanism does not function arbitrarily, but requires a system reward. If given the chance, I shall kiss son Tong Tong again and see if the system grants another reward. With newfound clarity, Li Erdan returned to reality, having ingested the beast pearl without perceiving any changes. After a long day, weariness began to set in, and he dozed off. Just as he fell asleep, he was jolted awake by voices nearby. Damn it, what bad luck. After sneaking in here, how can this family be so poor? There's not even a feather to spare. Tell me about it. I cursed this family to starve. Startled by the conversation, Erdan opened his eyes wide. Are we being robbed? Not only did they break in, but they also curse my family for being poor. Such thieves lack honor. Suppressing his anger, he quietly rose from his bed and abruptly turned on the light. To his astonishment, the room was empty except for two plump hamsters, who scurried away in fright upon the illumination. Run. We and Oppos. You've been discovered. Quick, hide under the cabinet. In an instant, the two hamsters dove into the sole wardrobe in the room. Erdan stood there, utterly dumbfounded. These hamsters can talk. Have they become sentient? He shook his head in disbelief. Once more, the voices of the hamsters reached his ears. What do we do now, boss? We've been found. One hamster inquired. Why fret? If he discovers us, what can he do? The cabinet is too low for him to enter. Just lie low. He'll fall asleep soon enough. The other hamster replied confidently. Boss, it's only natural for us to be timid. We are hamsters after all. But your wisdom is truly commendable. As long as he can't get in, we are safe, the timid hamster added, fawning over the other. How clever these little creatures are, Erdan thought, his irritation rising. You two refuse to come out? Fine, I'll make you regret it. I'll close the door and set the place ablaze. No, wait, I should say catch the mice. Fuming, Erdan shut the door to his room and, with a surge of determination, lifted the wardrobe and placed it atop the bed. The simplicity of Erdan's room left little else aside from the wardrobe, and once it was moved, the two hamsters were revealed. Boss, we have no place to hide now. Should we dig an escape tunnel? The timid hamster suggested. You are truly a fool. If I had a solution, I would have revealed it by now, exclaimed the audacious hamster in a fit of anger. What shall we do now? Quivered the timid hamster, trembling with fear. Aren't you usually so wise and formidable? Chapter 0006. The commander hamster at this moment, Erdan, with a broom in hand, wore a mischievous grin as he gazed at the two hamsters. You audacious little creatures, how dare you steal from my abode? Tell me, how shall I deal with you? Please spare us, great sir. We were blind and did not realize this was your home. Have mercy on us. I have an elderly mother to care for and a hungry child. If I perish, my family will be doomed. You are benevolent, so please spare our lives. The bold hamster pleaded, bowing deeply. The timid hamster, quick-witted enough to follow suit, also bowed and begged for mercy. Unlike rats, hamsters were plump and adorned with colorful fur, making them quite endearing. Observing their pitiful state, Erdan's heart softened. Given your pleas, I shall spare your lives today. However, while death may be forgiven, your punishment shall remain. From now on, you two shall serve as my subordinates, Erdan declared with bravado. Oh, wise and mighty leader! To follow you is a great fortune for us, the bold hamster exclaimed. I can see your auspicious visage, destined for greatness. You shall surely become a nobleman in the future, an extraordinary figure. I must say, your flattery is unparalleled. I feel like the waves of the Yangtze River being washed ashore by your tide. The timid hamster chimed in, impressed. With a resounding slap, the bold hamster chastised the timid one. Fool! From now on, he is our leader. No more calling me leader. I understand. I will change my ways, the timid hamster replied. Erdan laughed heartily at the charming hamsters, scooping them into his palms. As long as you remain loyal to me, I promise you a life of plenty. With the hamster's flattery, Erdan soon drifted back into slumber. The next morning, he rose early, glancing at the clock, which read just past 3. Despite the hour, the sky was already bright. After a quick wash, he gathered some empty bags, preparing to set off. Erdan, why are you up so early? What are you planning to do? His parents, having risen with the dawn, noticed his unusual activity. Do not worry about me. I'm off to dig for treasures in the mountains, he replied, bouncing out of the house, heading straight for the hills. Gala village was surrounded by mountains, rich in natural resources. During his time in prison, a fellow inmate named Zhao Chongjiang had gifted him a book on herbal medicine, detailing thousands of herbs along with their market prices. Growing up in the mountains, Erdan quickly recognized several herbs listed in the book that frequently appeared in his surroundings. He had long resolved that upon his release, he would venture into the mountains to gather herbs and amass wealth. With an enormous bamboo basket on his back, Erdan reached the base of the mountain. After ensuring no one was around, he set the basket down and retrieved 2 plump hamsters. Demeu, your chance to shine has come. I shall assign you a task, he announced. Upon hearing his words, Demau and Mao perked up, standing attentively. Commander, we are at your service. Just issue your orders. Demau stated. Commander, I can hardly wait to assist you. Mao added eagerly. Erdan placed them on the ground and pulled out the herbal book. Look closely. The illustrations depict the herbs we are seeking today. Go forth and find them, and report back to me immediately. Commander, it feels beneath us to perform such tasks alone. This vast mountain requires more than just the 2 of us. Allow me to summon my brethren to aid us, Demau proclaimed, climbing onto a large rock and emitting a series of squeaks. Curious, Erdan turned to Mao. What is Demau doing? He inquired. Commander, do not underestimate us. In this mountain, we are the rulers, managing all the hamsters. Demau is calling our kin to assist us. Remember, many hands make light work, Mao explained. Indeed, if today's gathering yields good fortune, I shall treat you and Mao to a grand feast tonight. Erdan laughed. Before long, the rustling of grass heralded the arrival of numerous adorable hamsters. Appearing before Erdan. Great king, we have gathered as per your command. What are your wishes? They chorused. Brothers, stand ready and listen. This esteemed Erdan is now your leader. Greet him respectfully, Demau announced with authority. Greetings, Commander Li. The hamsters chimed in unison. Excellent, my dear comrades. Your efforts are appreciated. Erdan chuckled, feeling a sense of command over the multitude of hamsters before him. Come closer and examine this book. The plants within are precious herbs, and I have summoned you to assist in their collection. As his words faded, a plump hamster scurried forward. Commander, I know this herb. It grows in a crevice not far from here. Erdan's excitement surged as he looked down at the hamster. Where is it? He eagerly asked. This herb, known for its calming and nourishing properties, commands a high price in the market, the hamster replied, leading the way. Chapter 0007. A lack of money. Continue your reading here. As long as you recognize the herbs mentioned in the book, inform me immediately of their locations in the mountains, Erdan instructed before hastily following the guiding hamster. Indeed, as the hamster indicated, the Hisho Wu was not far, merely a few dozen meters away, nestled within a dense thicket between 2 massive stones, where a single Hisho Wu plant thrived. Such a secluded spot would have eluded Erdan entirely without the hamster's guidance, concealing a valuable treasure. With palpable excitement, Erdan carefully unearthed the herb with a small iron shovel he had prepared in advance. Let us return, he declared, exhilaration radiating from him as he rejoined the hamsters engrossed in their reading. Commander, I have seen this before. There are plenty of them at the bottom of that ravine. One hamster stated, leaning over the Benchao Gongmu Compendium of Materia Medica. Erdan glanced downward to see that the hamster referred to ginseng, an even more precious herb, with a market value surpassing that of Hisho Wu. Where can we find it? Let me there at once, he exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. I shall guide you, Commander, the hamster replied promptly. In the ensuing hours, with the assistance of hundreds of hamsters, Erdan swiftly gathered a plethora of herbs. Prior to ascending the mountain, he had equipped himself with 2 large bags and a bamboo basket, and within just a few hours, they were filled to the brim. Although Erdan was yet unfamiliar with the market value of traditional Chinese herbs, he sensed that these precious wild mountain herbs could fetch at least 1,000 or 1,800 yuan. With such harvesting efficiency, he could easily repay the debts owed to his parents within a fortnight. My brothers, today has yielded a remarkable harvest. Each of you has put forth great effort. Rest assured, I, your commander, shall not neglect your contributions. Once I sell this batch of herbs, I will return with a grand feast for you all, Erdan proclaimed with delight. You lot, lacking discernment, ought to express your gratitude to the commander. Demau admonished. Thank you, commander. Thank you, commander. They chorused. All right, brothers. I must ascend the mountain now. Keep an eye out for the herbs you saw in the book today. Remember their locations, for I shall return. You are all dismissed. The hundreds of hamsters scattered, and Li Erdan placed a Mao and air Mao atop the bamboo platform. You two listen carefully. These herbs are valuable, so do not defile them with your waste, Li Erdan warned. Rest assured, Commander, they replied. After ensuring de Mao and air Mao understood, Li Erdan tied the two filled bags together with a rope, slung them over his shoulder, and carried the bamboo basket in one hand, singing a cheerful tune as he made his way home. Sister, come visit me, but avoid the train. There are many ruffians aboard. Upon his arrival home, Li Erdan discovered that his parents were absent, and the old yellow ox was also gone. There was, however, a pot of warm food awaiting him. They must have gone to the fields. I should eat quickly and spare them further toil, he murmured to himself, hastily devouring the meal. After breakfast, Li Erdan rushed out to work the fields. The village predominantly consisted of mountainous terrain, with the crops primarily being dryland varieties like corn and soybeans. Upon reaching his own plot, he found Li Baoku and Yang Soha watering the corn seedlings. The old yellow ox trudged along, pulling two large water buckets while grumbling to himself. How backward, ignorant, and uninformed. Being so close to the river, why not buy a water pump? Why must I, the old ox, endure this labor? At that moment, Li Erdan happened to run over and overheard the old ox's lament. Ah, old ox, I never expected you to possess such insight. You even know about using a water pump for irrigation, Li Erdan remarked. The old ox, surprised that Li Erdan understood him, became notably animated. Young man, you have no idea. I was born in the prosperous water towns of Jiangnan. Unfortunately, I was sold by wicked traders and ended up in this impoverished mountainous region. I have indeed fallen on hard times, the old ox sighed. Ha ha, old ox. There's no need for such lamentation. Although we are somewhat poor now, with my return, the Li family is destined for great wealth. You shall have your share of good fortune in the future, Li Erdan declared confidently. First, you ought to acquire a water pump. Using me to haul water is simply a waste of resources, the old ox replied, shaking his head. The entire day passed with Li Erdan laboring alongside his parents to irrigate the fields. By evening, even with his youthful vigor, he felt sore and exhausted. A water pump is an absolute necessity. I must acquire one, Li Erdan resolved firmly. Yet, as soon as the thought crossed his mind, he felt a wave of anxiety. What troubled him? 2 words: lack of funds. Under normal circumstances, Li Erdan would desperately need a smartphone at this moment. Having gathered so many herbs that day, he believed that with a smartphone, he could easily sell them online. But now, he lacked the initial capital. No, I must make a trip to the city tomorrow and find a way to sell these herbs, Li Erdan stated with determination. After a day of laboring in the fields with his parents, Li Erdan returned home, fatigued, and collapsed onto his bed. Just then, a voice called from outside. Erdan, Erdan, are you home? Who is calling me? Li Erdan hastily got up, slipped on his slippers, and stepped out of his room. There stood a stout and simple-looking young man, peering curiously into the house. Upon seeing this fellow, Li Erdan's expression darkened. Xia Bao, you little rascal. What brings you to my home? He exclaimed, glaring fiercely. The visitor was none other than Xia Bao, the son of Xia Lao Qua, who had fled in fear just the day before. Seeing Li Erdan's fierce demeanor, Xia Bao instinctively took a few steps back. Xia Bao was a few years older than Li Erdan. Usually, older boys bullied younger ones. However, Li Erdan had established his reputation as the village bully, fearless in fights, and nearly all the boys of his age were wary of him. Xia Bao had been beaten by Li Erdan multiple times in their youth, instilling a deep-seated fear within him. Erdan, please do not be angry. I heard about yesterday's incident and scolded my father thoroughly. I come today not with ill intentions, but to apologize on his behalf and to express my regrets to your uncle and aunt, Xia Bao said, grinning as he pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Here, Erdan, have a smoke. According to Xia Lao Qua, Xia Bao sought to win Li Shuiwei's affection, and in doing so, he believed he must first placate her brother. If Xia Bao could manage to handle Li Erdan, securing Li Shuiwei's heart would be merely a matter of time. Chapter 0008. Eavesdropping. You've really outdone yourself. Smoking Ziyun, Li Erdan remarked, not bothering to be polite with Xia Bao as he took a cigarette for himself and lit it. In the city, a box of Ziyun cigarettes might cost merely 10 yuan, but in the remote village, the scenario was quite different. Most villagers rolled their own tobacco, and even those who smoked pre-rolled cigarettes opted for cheaper brands like Grape, Phoenix, or Yellow Fruit Tree, which cost only 1 or 2 yuan per box. Very few in the entire village could afford a premium brand like Ziyun. I'll tell you this, Xiaobao. You should take a good look at yourself before you dare to lay a hand on my sister. Consider yourself fortunate to come here and apologize. If you ever think about my sister again, I'll make sure you won't recognize your own mother, Li Erdan scoffed, puffing out smoke rings. Though Li Erdan's words were harsh, Xiaobao, wary of his fierceness, dared not utter a word in response. What are you saying, Erdan? We are brothers. How could you speak to me like that? I consider you a true brother. I'm here to apologize, yes, but I also want to know if you need any help. I'll support you with both money and effort, Xiaobao declared, patting his chest. Upon hearing the mention of money, Li Erdan's eyes lit up, and he looked at Xiaobao with newfound interest. Are you being sincere, Xiaobao? If I genuinely needed money, would you really lend it to me? Of course. We're like brothers. I know you just came back from prison, and I want to see if you have any difficulties that I can assist with, Xiaobao replied, thumping his chest once more. According to Xiaobao's father, Xia Laoku, Li Erdan was a man of pride, averse to owing anyone favors. If Li Erdan were to borrow money and later fail to repay it, he would be obligated to Xiaobao, making it difficult for him to refuse Xia Laoku's future proposals. Xiaobao, if that's how you feel, then I truly consider you my brother. I am indeed facing a bit of trouble. Could you lend me 5,000 yuan? Li Erdan said, his expression brimming with hope. 5,000? Why so much? What do you need it for? Xiaobao asked, surprised. That's none of your concern. Just tell me if you will lend it or not, Li Erdan insisted. Well, Xiaobao hesitated for a moment before speaking. I could lend you that amount, but my father is planning to build a new house, and I need the money for that. If I lend it to you, can you repay me within 6 months? If so, I can lend it to you. Xiaobao's reasoning was based on what Xia Laoku had instructed him before coming here. In a desolate place like their village, where the soil was barren and opportunities scarce, aside from farming the little land they had, there were hardly any means to earn money. Li Erdan had no particular skills, and with just 6 months, he would struggle to earn anything substantial. If he squandered the money, Xia Laoku would surely come to propose marriage to his sister afterward. 6 months? That's nothing. I can definitely pay you back in 3 months, Li Erdan replied, excitement visible on his face. Unbeknownst to Li Erdan, Xiaobao and his father had ulterior motives. But Li Erdan, brimming with confidence, believed he could establish a market for medicinal herbs within 3 months. And he was certain he could repay even 10,000 yuan by then. All right then, let's formalize this. You must sign a promissory note, Xiaobao said, a hint of excitement in his voice. A few minutes later, Xiaobao bounced back home, holding the promissory note that Li Erdan had written. Father, mother, look at this, he exclaimed with joy. Xia Laoku snatched the note from Xiaobao's hand, his small eyes narrowing with glee. With this, we need not fear that little rascal anymore. My dear son, just wait for half a year, and you shall marry the beautiful Li Xiuwei. But what if Li Erdan decides to play tricks after 6 months? Our 5,000 yuan would be wasted, Xiaobao's mother said, her face etched with concern. Well, you know, you foolish woman. This note is our trump card. If that little rascal dares to play tricks, I'll take this note to the police and have him locked up again, Xia Laoku sneered. Father, your plan is brilliant, Xiaobao praised. Silly boy, just learn from me. Li Erdan is no match for someone like me. I've eaten more salt than he has rice, Xia Laoku boasted. Meanwhile, Li Erdan lay on his bed, counting the cash in his hands, his face radiating joy. Demao and Ermao, watching him, looked puzzled. What appos? What's wrong with our commander? That piece of paper isn't food, yet he seems so enamored by it, Ermao wondered. You foolish child, you know nothing. That paper represents money, and in human society, having money means having everything, Demao explained with a knowing air. Just then, the door swung open, startling Demao and Ermao, who quickly scurried into Li Erdan's embrace. Erdan, where did you get so much money? It was Li Erdan's father, Li Baoku, who entered the room, astonished by the sight of the cash. Father, this money? Xiaobao is quite generous. He knows I lack startup funds for my business and lent it to me. Li Erdan replied with a smile. Erdan, listen to me. Xia Laoku and his son are cunning and have ulterior motives. If they lend you money without a reason, it's certainly not for your benefit. Return that money immediately. If you can't repay it, they will surely use it to coerce your sister. Our family already owes the CF family over 10,000. We can't borrow more, Li Baoku urged, visibly agitated. Oh, hearing his father's words, Li Erdan was momentarily taken aback. He had been so overwhelmed with joy at Xie Bao's offer that he hadn't considered the implications. Now, reflecting on his father's warning, he began to doubt. From what Li Erdan knew of Xie Bao and his father, they were always motivated by profit. Their offer to lend him money might indeed be a scheme to set their sights on his sister. Don't worry, father. You saw the herbs I've been gathering outside. They are quite lucrative. Once I sell them, I will definitely repay the Xie family. If they think they can deceive your beloved son, they have underestimated me. Li Erdan reassured him. In the following minutes, Li Erdan managed to convince his father. Erdan, you are now an adult with your own opinions. I want to interfere, but I advise you be cautious with Xie Laoku and his son. Be careful not to let them take advantage of your sister. Li Baoku said before heading back to his room. After a moment of contemplation, Li Erdan took Demao and Air Mao from his pocket. Demao, I have a challenging task for you both, Li Erdan declared. Commander, just give us the order, and we will complete the task. Demao and Air Mao replied in unison. A few minutes later, Li Erdan arrived at Xie Laoku's doorstep, pulling out Demao and Air Mao from his pocket. Tonight, you two will eavesdrop on their conversations. Wait until their family falls asleep before you come out, Li Erdan instructed. Demao and Air Mao stealthily infiltrated the home of Old Man Xie, where he and his son were enjoying a pleasant evening, indulging in wine. Father, I raise this glass in your honor. That rascal Erdan has unwittingly fallen into the trap you devised, and in doing so, has paved the way for me to marry a beautiful bride. Truly, you deserve the credit for this, said Xie Bao, slightly inebriated and with a loose tongue. Good son, remember this. Our Xie family has been passed down through 3 generations. Once you bring Li Shui away into our home, make sure to give me plenty of grandsons. Replied Old Man Xie. My beloved son, Li Shui is not only beautiful, but also virtuous, a university student to boot. If you marry her, our future children will undoubtedly be exceptionally bright. Perhaps, in time, our CF family will nurture scholars and esteemed officials, bringing honor to our lineage, added Xie Bao's mother. Several hours later, Demao and Air Mao completed their mission and emerged from Old Man Xie and Appo's residence. The 2 hamsters, mimicking the tone of the CF family, animatedly recounted the family conversation to Li Erdan. Chapter 9. The act of sabotage. Ah, you wretched miser, Xie Laoku. How dare you scheme against me and cast your greedy eyes upon my sister? I, Li Erdan, shall ensure that both you and your son will have to reckon with the consequences. With clenched teeth, Li Erdan declared, stuffing Demao and Air Mao into his pocket before rushing home to retrieve a bamboo basket, setting off towards the mountains. Demao, Air Mao, summon all your brethren. Today, we shall raid the home of Xie Laoku. Li Erdan's face was dark with determination. Demao and Air Mao, brimming with excitement, responded affirmatively. Rest assured, Commander, that old scoundrel Xie Laoku dares to oppose you, and today we shall make him pay. Demao exclaimed, ascending a high point to rally their comrades in the mountains. Within half an hour, hundreds of hamsters, responding to the call, rushed from all directions. Commander, why have you gathered us at this late hour? They inquired. Brothers, tonight we assemble to avenge our commander. This will be our first battle, and we must fight valiantly to demonstrate the might of our hamster army. Our principle is simple. Consume everything, gnaw through all, and obliterate every useful possession of our foes. Do you have confidence, brothers? Air Mao declared with fervor. Absolutely. We shall triumph. The hundreds of hamsters cheered in unison. Observing Air Mao's motivational speech, Demao gave him a thumbs up. Did you see that? Air Mao truly has the makings of a political commissar, Demao whispered to Li Erdan. Li Erdan nodded in agreement, fully endorsing Demao's sentiment. Then, laying the bamboo basket flat on the ground, hundreds of hamsters poured in as if they were a well-trained army. Report to the commander. The hamster army is ready for action, comprising a total of 488 valiant warriors. Please give your orders, Air Mao announced loudly. The thought of 488 hamsters wreaking havoc at Sia Lao Ko's home filled Erdan with exhilaration. Very well, let us depart. With a commanding shout, Erdan hoisted the bamboo basket and descended the mountain. Before long, Erdan found himself back at Sia Lao Ko's doorstep. It was nearly midnight, and Sia Lao Ko's family had long since turned off the lights and settled down for the night. Erdan placed the bamboo basket on the ground, and over 400 hamsters swarmed out. Oomph. Sia Lao Ko, you brought this upon yourself. Do not blame me, Erdan, for my ruthlessness. You and your son should never have set your sights on my sister. Erdan warned. Brothers, listen closely. When we enter the house, be cautious and make as little noise as possible. Understood? Ha ha ha. We're in for a feast, brothers. Sia Lao Ko never anticipated he was such a big target. Mao shouted with glee as they entered the storeroom of Sia Lao Ko's house. Erdan, wearing a cold smile, turned and headed home to sleep, confident that the Sia family was in for a calamity. Sia Lao Ko was undoubtedly one of the wealthiest individuals in the village, with stores filled to the brim. The granary was overflowing with thousands of pounds of corn, hundreds of pounds of soybeans, and several hundred pounds of rice, alongside numerous bags of precious millet, truly a cornucopia of grains. What are we waiting for, brothers? Do not be shy, dive in, Mao exclaimed, already tearing into a sack of corn. With razor-sharp teeth, he swiftly created a massive hole in the sack. In an instant, golden corn kernels spilled forth, sending the hamsters into a frenzy of excitement. Brothers, look, by allying with our commander, we will feast abundantly. Mao laughed heartily. The sheer destructive force of the hamsters was overwhelming as they scoured through bags of grains and filled the granary with their jubilant sounds. I revel in taking everything. Brothers, time is of the essence. Dawn approaches, and we must work swiftly. Having feasted to their heart's content, the hamsters were full of vigor and purpose. 30 of them, led by Mao and Mao, stealthily slipped through the door, infiltrating Sia Lao Ko's home. Inside, the family was sound asleep. With clear directives to target soft items without making noise, they began their rampage. Mao, look, I have discovered something marvelous. New cotton bedding. Everyone come quickly. Mao called out from inside a wardrobe. The luxurious bedding was intended for Sia Bao's wedding, crafted from the finest materials and worth a fortune. Upon hearing Mao's call, several hamsters dove into the bedding, unleashing their remarkable destructive capabilities. Mao, I believe I've found something valuable, a money box. One hamster shouted from a hidden corner. A money box? Mao, come, let's investigate. Mao replied, rushing to the location indicated by their comrade. Old man, is there a rat in the house? Wake up and check. Groaned Sia Bao's mother, nudging Sia Lao Ko awake. Having indulged a bit too much that evening, Sia Lao Ko, still groggy, kicked his son in irritation upon hearing the gnawing sounds of the hamsters. Father, you're drunk. Get up and see if there are Nappos. A rat in here. Sia Lao Ko mumbled. Though displeased with being abruptly awakened, Sia Bao, knowing his father commanded respect, suppressed his frustration. Since you heard it, why not check yourself instead of waking me? Sia Bao grumbled as he reluctantly rose from bed. Anticipating the commotion, Mao had already dispatched 2 hamsters to gnaw at the window, creating a diversion. At that moment, all the hamsters in the room fell silent, while the 2 outside continued their relentless assault on the window frame. As Sia Bao stumbled towards the light, he caught sight of the 2 hamsters outside. His anger flared, and he banged on the window. You 2 useless creatures. Instead of feasting on the grains in the granary, you come here to gnaw on the door frame? What fools! The 2 hamsters scurried away at his outburst. Father and mother, go back to sleep. It's nothing but 2 silly rodents, Sia Bao muttered before collapsing back onto the bed, quickly drifting off to sleep. However, as soon as he settled in, the 2 hamsters returned, resuming their assault on the window. Meanwhile, the hamsters within the house continued their destructive spree. We've done it. We've finally broken through. Mao cried out in excitement. Mao, check if it's a money box. Is there money inside? Mao inquired. Haha, Mao, we hit the jackpot. Not only is there money, but it appears to be quite a sum. Just a little more effort, and I'll be able to get inside. Upon finishing his words, Mao continued to enlarge the opening of the money box. Before long, The aperture was finally opened, and both Demao and Erdan exerted considerable effort to squeeze inside. Ha ha, why be polite? It's all shattered now. Demao chuckled heartily. Within mere minutes, the banknotes inside the money box were utterly destroyed by the two hamsters, aside from a few coins. They had rendered all the paper currency into fragments. Satisfied, they emerged from the money box. Erdan, there is still some time before dawn. Let us wander around a bit more and see if we can find something valuable to dismantle, Demao suggested. Thus, the two hamsters split up and began rummaging for items to destroy. Erdan, come here quickly. This object seems so familiar. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. On a wooden piece of furniture lay a copper disc with a diameter of at least 25 centimeters. This ancient-looking disc was intricately engraved with the image of several eagles, elegantly positioned at the center of the cabinet. Hearing Demao's call, Erdan hurriedly climbed up the cabinet. Wow! When Erdan beheld the peculiar copper disc, his eyes sparkled with the same glimmer as Demao's. I'm certain I've seen this before, Erdan remarked, and both hamsters fell into deep contemplation. I recall that within the mountain, in that tomb, there was a coffin containing a disc identical to this one, Demao exclaimed. Indeed, it resembles the one from the tomb perfectly. Erdan nodded in agreement. The two hamsters had once burrowed into an ancient grave in the mountains, where they encountered an object identical to this copper disc. Erdan, you may not know this, but in the human world, the older the object, the more valuable it becomes. This could very well be an antique. Let us attempt to take it. If we present it to the commander, he is sure to become immensely wealthy in an instant, Demao concluded, initiating effort alongside Erdan to transport the copper disc. Chapter 0010. The misfortunes of the CF family to the dismay of the two hamsters. The copper piece was inexplicably embedded in the cabinet. This large copper sheet was, in fact, a mirror. The CF family, known for their frugality, had a lineage of carpenters, and this cabinet was crafted by Lauku's father. During its construction, the wooden panel bore a significant flaw, a large knot. A cabinet made from such imperfect wood would undoubtedly be unsightly. The mirror, having been carelessly discarded by the CF family for generations, had been overlooked. Lauku's father, recognizing the exquisite design on the back of the mirror, ingeniously covered the defect in the cabinet by embedding the mirror into it. Enough of this, Erdan. The wood of this cabinet is quite hard. Extracting it will take hours. Let us return and inform the commander. He can devise a solution, Demao advised. Then we shall do just that. Erdan nodded in agreement. As dawn approached, Demao rallied the others. Brothers, let us go. Upon exiting the CF family compound, Erdan had already calculated the time and awaited their arrival. He and T spent the night outside. After escorting the hamsters, he returned home for a restful sleep and had only just risen that morning. How did it go? Was everything smooth? Erdan inquired. Commander, do you doubt our capabilities? Just wait until you witness the CF family weeping this morning. Demao replied, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Casting a cold glance towards the Xie household, Erdan sneered, Lauku, this is all you're doing. Don't blame me for being ruthless. With a smirk, he set down the bamboo basket, allowing the hamsters to scurry inside. Once they were secured, he hoisted the basket onto his back and made his way toward the mountains to return the hamsters home. Minutes later, as he descended, Erdan suddenly exclaimed, Demao, Erdan, did you say there are antiques hidden in Lauku's house? Throughout the journey, Demao and Erdan had recounted the entire ordeal, culminating in the revelation of the antiques. Commander, there is no mistaking it. I've seen that item in an ancient tomb in the mountains, and it's identical to what is in Lauku's home. He surely has no idea of its value. You must find a way to acquire it at a low price. You could become wealthy in an instant. Erdan insisted. Erdan fell into deep contemplation. At this moment, what he lacked most was money. Acquiring an antique to sell could significantly ease his struggles, allowing him to provide a better life for his parents and alleviate the hardships faced by his sister in school. Perhaps I shall seize the opportunity to take a look at Lauku's home. If that item truly is an antique, I would mind taking advantage of Lauku once more, he said, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face. Demao, Erdan, you two will be rewarded handsomely for your efforts. Once I have some money, I'll treat you both to the finest delicacies. It is our honor to serve the commander, they replied, showering him with praise as they descended the mountain and returned to the village of Gaia. What a calamity! How are we to survive? As Erdan entered the village, he was met with anguished cries. Looking up, he saw a large crowd gathered outside Lauku's home, and he immediately grasped the situation, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Missing such a spectacle would indeed be a pity. It was time for some entertainment. Sauntering to the entrance of Lauku's home, he beheld Lauku and Appo's wife sitting on the ground, wailing, "Oh, heavens! How am I to live? All our money, destroyed by those wretched rats." As she sobbed, she struck a wooden box in front of her, which lay open, revealing a pile of shredded paper money. Lauku crouched in a corner, clutching his head, pulling at his hair in despair. At that moment, Bao appeared defeated, his head drooping, continuously smoking, with a pile of cigarette butts at his feet. Isn't it bizarre? In just one night, 1,000 pounds of grain were completely devoured by rats. How many came last night? A villager emerged from Lauku's granary, disbelief etched on his face. This situation is indeed strange. Did you not see the Xie family's clothes? Every single piece has been reduced to tatters by the rats. Remember the grand leather shoes Lauku used to flaunt? They were polished to a mirror finish. I just checked, and those winter shoes can now serve as sandals. What do a pair of shoes matter? The couple had prepared fine materials and top-quality cotton for Bao's wedding. Now if you go inside, you'll find nothing but holes and rat droppings in the cotton. Have you seen the money box in Lauku's wife's hands? It was said to contain over 6,000 coins, the fruits of his labor over the year, all gone. Lauku is far too calculating. This is divine retribution. Why else would all the villagers avoid others and target his home? Ha ha, Lauku, who usually looks down on everyone, has suffered such a loss. Let us see how he carries himself from here on out. A crowd of dozens of villagers had gathered around Lauku's home. In Gaia village, the Xie family was not well regarded, and rather than offering sympathy during such a calamity, most onlookers reveled in their misfortune, showcasing the family's unpopularity. On the outskirts of the crowd, Erdan was thoroughly entertained, gently stroking Mao and Ermao in his pockets. "You two did splendidly," he praised. Chapter 0011. The antique copper mirror. Upon hearing Erdan's commendation, Ermao proudly declared, "Commander, that old miser Xie must surely belong to a wealthy family, with provisions amounting to several thousand caddies." Initially, we brothers were unable to completely eradicate the issue, but then a spark of inspiration struck me. I decided to station several hundred brothers here, allowing us to store the grain on-site and execute a thorough sweep. Rest assured, I shall duly record your contributions in the merit book. Without further mention of Erdan and Mao, Ermao relished the misfortune of the Xie family. "You old fool, why are you silent? I heard the rats last night and tried to rouse you, yet you refused to budge. Look at the situation now." From the ground, Xie Baonyang frantically clutched Lauku's clothing, shaking him incessantly. At this moment, Lauku was the most agitated in the family. Known for his frugality, he could squeeze water from a penny, yet he now faced a loss exceeding 10,000. His ire surpassed that of anyone else. "You wretched woman, now you seek me out in a crisis? Why didn't you mention your useless son? That little rascal specifically got up last night to take a look, yet he failed to notice the rats invading our home. You dare call my son a little rascal? You old toad, you are the true toad here." Xie Baonyang bellowed in fury. The couple's exchange elicited laughter from the surrounding villagers. "You foolish woman, release me. Don't you feel ashamed? The entire village is watching." Lauku felt his face turn crimson. "I care not for shame. I might as well be dead," Xie Baonyang cried, clawing at Lauku, drawing blood in the process. Xie Bao, witnessing the chaos, could no longer stand by and rushed to restrain his mother. "Mother, cease this madness. Are you not making enough of a scene?" Little did Xie Bao expect that Lauku, with blood streaming down his face, would direct his fury at him. "You little brat, if it weren't for your laziness last night, our family wouldn't have suffered such a loss. Ought to beat you, you little rascal." With that, Lauku struck Xie Bao hard across the face. "You old scoundrel, how dare you hit my son? I will not let this stand." Xie Baonyang, known for her indulgence of Xie Bao, flew into a frenzy, clawing at Sia Laoku once more. In an instant, the family became a whirlwind of chaos. At the back of the crowd, Li Erdan watched the family squabble with great amusement. Sia Laoku, Sia Bao, this is the consequence of your ill intentions towards my sister. Consider this a small punishment for you both. After a cold chuckle, Li Erdan initially intended to depart, but recalled Dumao and Ermao's mention of an antique. With a glint in his eye, he decided to seize this opportunity to explore Sia Laoku and Amp, Oppo's home. Sia Laoku, why all the commotion between you two? Do you not fear the ridicule of the villagers? It's merely a loss of some wealth. What is money? It's just paper. We can earn more. Not to mention, Sia Laoku, why hoard so much wealth? If you need to store your money, why not deposit it in the town in Oppo's bank? If worst comes to worst, you can lend it to me for a small venture. If you entrusted all that wealth to me, there would be no loss. Li Erdan feigned concern for Sia Laoku's family. The couple had long wished to end their quarrel, believing that a ruckus would prompt the villagers to intervene. However, they were disheartened to find that no one came to their aid, and their squabbling only intensified. Upon seeing Li Erdan intervene, Sia Laoku felt a wave of gratitude. You troublesome woman, I'll spare you today for Erdan's sake, he declared, pretending to be menacing. You old toad, do you think I fear you? If you have the guts, kill us both. Although the couple exchanged harsh words, they refrained from further physical confrontation. Look at this. There's no need for such discord. Does a mere misfortune mean you will cease to live? The pressing matter at hand is to clean up, with so many rats infesting your home. You may contract a plague. Quickly, burn what cannot be salvaged. I can help you tidy up. I have nothing pressing to attend to, Li Erdan proclaimed with a righteous demeanor. Ah, thank you, Erdan. But as you can see, our losses are so severe that we have little to offer in hospitality. Sia Laoku replied, his face slightly flushed. Damn it, this old fool, even at such a time, still seeks to gain an advantage. No wonder you find yourself in this predicament, Li Erdan thought inwardly. If it weren't for my interest in your possessions, I wouldn't bother assisting you. I'm not so destitute that I require a meal from your family, Li Erdan retorted mockingly. Well, Erdan, rest assured that once we recover, we shall treat you to a grand feast, Sia Laoku promised, his face reddening. As Li Erdan entered Sia Laoku's home, he was met with utter disarray. Tattered clothes and bedding littered the floor. Seeing the fruits of Damao and Ermao's labor, Li Erdan felt a rush of satisfaction. They had previously informed him of the location of the cabinet housing the antique. However, as the Sia family entered the room, Li Erdan maintained a casual demeanor, glancing subtly at the cabinet. His eyes were drawn to the copper mirror embedded within, and he was immediately captivated. The archaic mirror featured two majestic eagles, exquisitely detailed, their eyes seemingly crafted from precious gems, lending them an air of lifelike intensity. A splendid object, whether or not it was an antique. This piece could undoubtedly be regarded as a remarkable work of art. In that moment, Li Erdan resolved to acquire it at any cost. However, he understood that Sia Laoku was not easily manipulated. He needed to approach the matter with caution. Displaying too much eagerness would only arouse suspicion. Sia Laoku, simply tell me what you wish to keep and what can be discarded. I can help you clear out the clutter, Li Erdan suggested. For the next half hour, Li Erdan, along with the Sia family, busied themselves with the cleanup. True to his reputation, Sia Laoku exhibited a remarkable tenacity, leaving Li Erdan somewhat speechless. In Li Erdan's view, the majority of Sia Laoku and Oppo's belongings, ravaged by the vermin, should be discarded. Yet the family treated even a scrap of cloth as a precious treasure. Erdan, we cannot dispose of this, Sia Laoku exclaimed as Li Erdan attempted to throw away a pair of tattered pants riddled with holes. These rags are still wearable? Li Erdan questioned incredulously. Erdan, just look at these pants. With a few alterations to the legs, they could easily become a pair of shorts. Erdan, this item cannot simply be discarded. In the future, when Sia Bao marries and has children, he will undoubtedly require a substantial number of diapers. Although this particular item may have its flaws, reinforcing it with a few additional layers would render it suitable for my eldest grandson's needs. After assisting for a while, Li Erdan found himself utterly speechless. While he claimed to be lending a hand, he realized he was of no real assistance. Every time he attempted to dispose of something, The entire family would intervene, always managing to identify its potential usefulness. This left Erdan thoroughly convinced. In the end, he decided to abandon all concerns, plopping down on the cabinet adorned with a copper mirror, gently caressing its surface, growing increasingly fond of it with each touch. Chapter 0012. The beautiful lady on the bus, 8-day, slipped by in a blink, and although Erdan had accomplished nothing, he had busied himself at the home of old man Xie all day long. When evening came, his stomach began to grumble. Yet the frugal Xie family showed no inclination to prepare a meal. Unsurprisingly, Erdan felt no obligation to partake of their meager offerings and took his leave to dine at home. Upon his return, his parents expressed their discontent upon discovering that he had spent the day assisting the Xie family. "Erdan, why are you bothering with that family? They are full of ulterior motives. There isn't a decent person among them. After a whole day of helping, they didn't even offer you a meal." Young Juihua lamented. Erdan refrained from contradicting his mother, silently reflecting, "Oh, mother, do you think your son is a fool? Were it not for the antiques at the CIS, I wouldn't have wasted my time with him." However, he kept his thoughts to himself and busily devoured his meal. "Father, mother, I might need to go to the county tomorrow. I want to see if I can find a market for the herbs I've collected," Erdan announced. "You're already a grown man, Erdan. Your mother and I can't control everything you do. As long as you stay on the right path, we will support you," his father replied. The night passed without incident, and the next morning, Erdan packed a yellow backpack filled with samples of the herbs he had gathered from the mountains and set off. His destination was the remote Gamla village, part of Pingan County, nearly 100 kilometers away, one of the most underdeveloped counties in the country. To reach Pingan County, one must first take a bus from Xinglong town, making it Erdan and Appos as first stop. The bus to Ping and Appos and county made only one round trip a day, departing in the morning and returning around 5 in the afternoon. Given the limited service, many people gathered at the station. When the bus arrived, Erdan noted the absence of the elderly or infirm among the passengers. Seizing the opportunity, he used his strength to push his way onto the cramped vehicle and found a seat. This small bus, which could accommodate around 20 passengers, was already packed with over 30, resulting in a tight squeeze. The heat was unbearable, and the absence of air conditioning left the air thick with the scent of sweat. Standing for the entire journey would have been quite uncomfortable. As the passengers settled in, the driver started the engine. Despite the overcrowding, Erdan's robust physique and distinctive haircut caused the standing passengers to instinctively give him space, affording him a bit of comfort. Time passed swiftly, and after half an hour, Erdan relaxed into a doze. Suddenly, the bus driver slammed on the brakes, causing Erdan and Appos' head to collide with the seat in front of him. "What on earth? Are you insane?" the driver shouted in frustration. Just then, a melodious voice rang out from below. "I'm terribly sorry, driver. My car broke down. Could you please give me a lift back to the county? Get on then. Don't just stand in the middle of the road." The driver replied, exasperated, as he opened the door. "Thank you so much, driver." A stylish young woman stepped onto the bus, instantly captivating the attention of everyone inside. With her lustrous black hair cascading over her shoulders, delicate features, and a figure that could only be described as stunning, she rendered the local villagers speechless. Ji Sinyu, a top student from the agricultural university, had been on her way to take up her post in Xinglong town when her vehicle broke down. Left with no choice, she needed to return to the county to arrange for repairs. The unpleasant odor in the air, coupled with the lecherous gazes of the other passengers, made Ji Sinyu feel uncomfortable. However, her misfortune on her first day of duty left her little choice. As she scanned the bus, her eyes brightened when she spotted a small space that seemed less crowded. Eagerly, she maneuvered her way over. Yet upon reaching the space, she felt a twinge of regret as she realized why it had been available. Before her sat a young man with an athletic build and a mischievous grin, his shirt open enough to reveal a long scar. Surely, I haven't run into a rogue, Ji Sinyu thought, her heart racing at the prospect. Am I so unfortunate as to be seated before a scoundrel? What if he tries to touch me? She fretted, glancing back at the cramped seating from which she could no longer escape. The young man, Erdan, with his devil-may-care gaze, brazenly scrutinized her. My goodness, If only I could hold this beauty in my arms, he mused. Are you tired, miss? If so, I can offer you my seat, Erdan said, his tone laced with feigned gentility. What is this rogue scheming? Is he trying to win my favor? If I sit down, he might take the opportunity to misbehave. If I scream, he'll surely claim I'm the villain. Ji Sinew thought defiantly. How old are you? And you still call me miss? You must be joking. She shot him a glare. Ah, this girl misinterprets my good intentions, Erdan thought, admiring her beauty even in anger. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming desire to embrace and kiss Ji Sinew, pondering what rewards the system might bestow for such an act. Chapter 0013. The rascals on the bus. Despite having their goodwill mistaken for foolishness, Erdan could not press his warmth against a cold demeanor. Yet, with a striking beauty like Ji Sinew on board, solitude did not plague him. Conversely, Ji Sinew felt as if her time on the bus dragged endlessly, particularly under Erdan's unabashed gaze, making her wish to slap him twice over. Suddenly, the once smooth ride of the minibus came to an abrupt halt, catching all passengers off guard, Ji Sinew included. In the next instant, she lost her balance and found herself tumbling onto Erdan, much to his astonishment. A rush of feminine fragrance enveloped him as Ji Sinew's form landed squarely upon his head. Instinctively, he wrapped his arms around her waist, and their position became strikingly intimate, resembling that of two love-struck youths. Why are you so angry? Ji Sinew's face flushed with indignation as she prepared to berate the lewd Erdan. Why, my dear sister, you refused my offer to sit, yet you willingly took a seat in my embrace. While it may seem a loss, I must admit, your beauty is worth the minor inconvenience. My mother always said, suffering is a blessing, Erdan jested. Ji Sinew's ire nearly caused her to choke on her indignation. You dare speak of misfortune? As Erdan reveled in his unexpected fortune, Ji Sinew, now seething, managed to extricate herself from his grasp. The temptation to remain enveloped in such beauty was strong, yet the moment was interrupted by a raucous voice from outside the bus. Are you blind? Don't you see Chang-gu has arrived? Make way for him. 3 men entered, one of them a burly figure in his 40s, flanked by 2 younger thugs, both adorned with tattoos and a menacing aura. Without hesitation, one of the younger ruffians, with bleached hair, seized the collar of a seated passenger. Who do you think you are? This seat belongs to me, the traveler exclaimed, indignation written across his face. Who am I? Just look. The thug brandished a flick knife, prompting the bewildered traveler, clearly a simple farmer, to rise in alarm. Meanwhile, Chang-gu, the leader, merely chuckled as he took a seat. In quick succession, both the bleached-haired thug and another similarly inclined man threatened 2 more passengers, filling the bus with an air of tense fury, yet silence prevailed among the passengers, none daring to retaliate. During this commotion, Ji Sinew had freed herself from Erdan's embrace, her fiery gaze directed at him, although she was indeed the one who had stumbled into his arms due to the sudden stop. Just like being nudged by a pig, she consoled herself internally. What incensed Ji Sinew further was Erdan's apparent indifference to the situation, as if nothing had transpired. Unbeknownst to her, he was preoccupied with the peculiar workings of a system in his mind, pondering why he had not received any rewards for his recent actions. Last time I received a reward for kissing Sun Tong Tong, yet this time, nothing. Perhaps our interaction lacked intimacy? Alas, what a missed opportunity, he sighed, lost in thought. Witnessing Erdan's despondence only fueled Ji Sinew's fury. Where can I seek justice? A beauty like myself has been so shamelessly taken advantage of, and he dares to mope? While Ji Sinew was consumed by her anger towards Erdan, she remained unaware that the 3 genuine ruffians had set their sights on her. Chang-gu, look, I never expected such a seductive dame aboard this shabby bus. Just look at those long legs. The bleached-haired thug leered. She is even more enticing than the Black Widow at Yinbin Tower. Another thug chimed in. Both of you better behave. This beauty is mine for today, Chang-gu declared, his eyes fixated on Ji Sinew's alluring figure, his lips parched with desire. As Chang-gu stood and approached her, the other passengers felt a chill of trepidation for Ji Sinew. Still fuming at Erdan, she felt a presence behind her and instinctively stepped forward, unaware that Chang-gu had closed the distance. Keep your filthy hands away from me, Ji Sinew shouted, turning to confront him, only to feel her heart sink upon realizing it was Chang Gu and his thugs. Why so harsh, little sister? It's a cramped bus. It's only natural to brush against one another. How can you accuse me of being lewd? Chang Gu grinned lecherously. Since you cannot resist in such conditions, why not enjoy it? The bleached-haired thug added, both of them laughing heartily. You dare to harass a respectable woman in broad daylight? Don't you fear the police? Ji Sinew shouted in indignation. Dear lady, you are being unreasonable. This bus does not belong to you, and with so many passengers, who can vouch for your claims? I ask you, who here will testify against me? Chang Gu sneered, his gaze sweeping over the bus, which was filled with meek citizens unwilling to confront such notorious ruffians. Ji Sinew's rage reached a boiling point, her body trembling with fury. Meanwhile, Chang Gu feigned losing his balance, leaning closer to Ji Sinew, his hands reaching towards her. Get your filthy hands off me, Ji Sinew yelled, crossing her arms defensively and stepping back in dread. Suddenly, she stumbled, her body pitching backward. Chapter 0014. A fortuitous reunion in a moment of chaos. Ji Sinew found herself seated upon a pair of soft legs, enveloped by a robust masculine aura that filled her nostrils. Miss, I don't mind you taking advantage of me. Sit down whenever you wish. A playful voice echoed in her ears. Instantly, Ji Sinew felt as if her heart might burst with indignation. Once again, she had unwittingly nestled into Erdan's embrace. Gazing at his cheeky, smug expression, she longed to deliver him a stinging slap. Yet in contrast to the three ruffians led by Chang Gu, Ji Sinew unexpectedly felt a profound sense of safety in Erdan's arms. How could you entertain such thoughts? They're all scoundrels. Kid, you better release my woman, or I swear I'll make you pay. Chang Gu seethed with jealousy as he beheld Erdan cradling the beautiful girl. Damn it, the girl I have my eye on is being taken advantage of by this fool. Miss, he claims you are his woman. Surely you cannot have such poor taste to fancy this oaf. Erdan chuckled. Shut your filthy mouth. You are the one who belongs to him. Ji Sinew retorted angrily at Erdan. However, at that moment, her delicate arms were wrapped around Erdan's neck, showing no intention of letting go. Do you have any idea who Chang Gu is? You're courting death. If you seek it, I shall oblige. Before Chang Gu could speak, his companion, Huang Mao, brandished a dagger, lunging towards Erdan's heart. Ah! Ji Sinew screamed, feeling a surge of guilt. As the glinting blade aimed for Erdan, she squeezed her eyes shut in terror. A blood-curdling scream pierced the air. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to drag you into this. Rest assured, I will avenge you and bring these ruffians to justice. With tears streaming down her face, Ji Sinew lamented. Miss, what are you saying? Who are you avenging? Who are you planning to bring to justice? Erdan's playful voice cut through her despair, prompting Ji Sinew to finally open her eyes. Before her stood a mischievous smile, and she noticed that Huang Mao had collapsed to the ground, along with Chang Gu. What just happened? Ji Sinew stared at Erdan in confusion. He tried to stab me. I simply kicked him. It was that effortless, Erdan replied nonchalantly. Today, I will end you, you filthy peasant. Qiang Yi Groovlet, rising with a gleaming dagger in hand. Miss, please remain seated while I dispose of these trashy fellows. They're an eyesore, Erdan declared, rising to his feet, his eyes sparkling with determination. After 3 years in prison, his greatest improvement was his fighting ability. These three ruffians were insignificant compared to him. Even the toughest inmate, De Fei, had been no match for him before his release. Despite their weapons, Chang Gu and his companions were swiftly overwhelmed by Erdan's prowess. In mere minutes, they were thoroughly trounced. The other passengers, emboldened by Erdan's dominance, joined in to kick and strike the ruffians. With a final 3 cries of despair, Erdan tossed Chang Gu and his thugs beneath the vehicle, dusting his hands with a satisfied smirk. Driver, the trash has been cleared. You may proceed. You are truly impressive, young man, came the chorus of applause from the passengers. At that moment, a long-forgotten voice echoed in Erdan and Appo's mind. For saving the damsel, the system rewards you with a spin of the wheel. Ji Sinew's details flashed before him. Weight, 52. 5 kilograms. Height, 168 centimeters. measurements, B32W22H3. With a captivating beauty and an icy demeanor, she was proclaimed a favored concubine by the system. Giddy with excitement, Erdan focused on the mental wheel, oblivious to the chatter around him. As the wheel spun, he eagerly anticipated the mysterious treasures it might yield. Ding, ding, ding. A delightful chime sounded as the pointer whirled before finally settling on a chamber marked Imperial Medical Library. Congratulations, host. The wheel has landed on the Imperial Medical Library, bestowing upon you a medical compendium. As the system and Oppo's voice faded, an ancient tome materialized, transforming into a flurry of characters that fused into Erdan and Oppo's consciousness. The secrets of renowned physicians like Hua Tuo, Bian Ke, and Zhang Zhongjing filled his mind. In an instant, he was lost in the vast expanse of traditional Chinese medicine. Young man, wake up. We have arrived at the station. It's time to disembark. A gentle push jolted him from his reverie, revealing Ji Sinew and Amp, Oppo's sorrowful gaze. Flustered, Ji Sinew felt disheartened. Despite her efforts to express gratitude for his gallant rescue, Erdan seemed indifferent, as if nothing had transpired, instead choosing to indulge in slumber. Have you arrived? Why aren't you getting off? Erdan inquired, puzzled. You finally acknowledge your surroundings, Ji Sinew replied with a resentful glance. Someone is here to pick me up, so I must leave. Thank you for your noble assistance. May I have your number? Ji Sinew asked. Number? Erdan shook his head. Ji Sinew nearly choked in frustration. This was her first time asking a man for his number, and he refused. Miss, you may have misunderstood. It's not that I won't give you my number. It's simply that I can't afford a phone. However, I could provide you with a village phone number. Erdan said with a grin. What village are you from? Ji Sinew asked. I hail from GR Village. What? You come from GR Village? Ji Sinew exclaimed in surprise, her face breaking into a mysterious smile. Really? You know about our village? Erdan responded, intrigued. All right then, little brother, I must take my leave. With that, Ji Sinew turned elegantly to depart. Hey, miss, you don't even know my name. Erdan called after her. No need, we've only crossed paths. We shall meet again by fate. Chapter 0015. The dog treasure. Ji Sinew uttered a perplexing remark before running off, leaving Erdan momentarily bewildered by the cryptic nature of her words. After parting ways with Ji Sinew, he began to inquire about the market for traditional Chinese herbs in the county town. At a local apothecary, the proprietor, aware of Erdan's intentions, advised him that if he wished to sell herbs in bulk, he should visit Jiujitang, a renowned Chinese herbal medicine company in the area. Jiujitang was founded by Tong Jiuji, a distinguished traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in the province. The company had developed dozens of herbal formulations and operated several branches within the province. Despite Ping'an County's impoverished status, its mountainous terrain provided an abundance of herbs from the surrounding towns. Jiujitang specialized in producing traditional Chinese medicine, relying heavily on the local herbal resources, and had established a processing plant in Ping'an County. Upon receiving this news, Erdan felt a surge of excitement. If he could tap into the Jiujitang channel, it would mark a significant turning point in his fortunes. Eagerly, he inquired about the location of Jiujitang and set off without delay. Jiujitang was situated on the outskirts of Ping'an County, housed in a sprawling factory spanning several thousand square meters. The entrance featured an automatic gate and a security booth, manned by 2 imposing guards. Upon arriving, Erdan approached with determination. Hey, what are you doing here? Do you know where this is? The guards intercepted him immediately. Good sirs, I wish to speak with your manager or the factory director, Erdan replied, attempting to maintain a courteous demeanor. The guards scrutinized him, their eyes revealing disdain as they noted his humble attire and the tattered backpack slung over his shoulder. Meet the manager or the director. They are busy all day. In an amp, Oppo's. It's not as simple as just wanting to see them. Tell me, do you have an appointment? One guard asked, his tone dripping with condescension. An appointment? Erdan was taken aback, having no idea who managed the operation or their gender or age, much less how to secure an appointment. Listen, I come from Xinglong Town, hundreds of miles away. We have a wealth of high-quality herbs in our mountains. I intend to bring them here to see if your factory is interested in purchasing. Look, I brought some samples with me. The herbs from our mountains are exceptional, Lee Erdan explained, hurriedly opening his backpack to showcase his samples. Please take a look. I personally dug these up. The quality is beyond question. One guard, intrigued, inspected the herbs within Lee Erdan's backpack. The samples were indeed naturally sourced and appeared quite promising. These herbs are decent, but young man, you should be on your way. Our factory has designated suppliers for herbal procurement. We cannot purchase from you, the older guard replied. Just let me meet with your manager. I can negotiate. I might even lower my price. Surely, your director would be interested in a chance to reduce costs. Lee Erdan asserted confidently. The younger guard, lacking the patience of his elder counterpart, glared at Lee Erdan. You think this is a joke? Our factory consumes tons of herbs daily. If you were to dig every day, how much do you think you could gather? Our suppliers deliver in truckloads. How many can you bring? Although the guard's words were harsh, Lee Erdan found himself momentarily speechless. He glanced at the factory scale, feeling deflated. Indeed, such a large operation would hardly have time for a small-time dealer like him. As he left Jiuji Tang, a sense of disappointment washed over him, the mocking laughter of the guards echoing in his ears. In this world, nothing is insurmountable for the determined. Though I am currently overlooked by Jiuji Tang, should I succeed in scaling my herb business, they may one day seek me out, he mused softly, reigniting his ambition as he walked onward. With the Jiuji Tang avenue closed, he resolved to seek out secondary dealers. With such high-quality herbs, he had no fear of finding buyers. As he walked, he noticed a crowd gathered ahead. Curious about their commotion, he approached. Upon arriving, he discovered it was a dog meat restaurant preparing to slaughter a large black dog that appeared both majestic and sorrowful, tears streaming down its face. Poor creature. Just look at it weep so pitifully. I implore you, do not sell it, he exclaimed. The dog seemed to possess a certain intelligence, eliciting sympathy from onlookers. The individual leading the dog, a middle-aged man in his 40s, gazed sorrowfully at the animal, his head being nudged affectionately by the dog, revealing his inner turmoil. Listen, my friend, are you really selling this dog? It looks sickly, likely won't live much longer. Sell it to me now, and you could still make a few $100. Don and Appo's. Wait until it dies. A man and a chef into Appo's outfit, presumably from the restaurant, interjected. The dog and Appo's owner, visibly torn, watched his beloved companion nuzzle against his leg, struggling with his decision. Master, please do not kill me. I possess a treasure within. If you excavate it, you will not only profit, but also spare my life. A voice of desperation echoed in Lee Erdan's mind. Ever since acquiring the beast pearl that fateful night, Lee Erdan discovered he could communicate with animals. To date, he had conversed with 2 hamsters and his yellow cow. What treasure do you possess? Lee Erdan thought, relaying his inquiry telepathically. The pleading dog paused, meeting Lee Erdan's gaze. Woof, you can understand me? Please, save me. I truly have a treasure inside me. I still wish to live. It implored. What treasure do you speak of? Lee Erdan pressed further. Have you heard of dog treasures? I have one growing inside me, and because of it, I have been feverish and unable to eat. My owner thinks I am dying and wants to sell me to the dog meat restaurant. The black dog explained. Lee Erdan's heart raced with excitement at the mention of the dog treasure. He was well aware of its significance, an extraordinary substance akin to stone, known for its medicinal properties, capable of alleviating various ailments. The dog treasure was a revered traditional Chinese medicinal material, historically ranked alongside ox gall and donkey treasures as one of the 3 treasures. Given the rarity of its occurrence, often only 1 in 1,000 dogs, its value far surpassed that of gold, making it an invaluable herbal asset. Realizing this fortuitous opportunity, Lee Erdan promptly decided to purchase the dog. As Lee Erdan was about to speak, a melodious voice interjected. Good sir, might I purchase this canine from you? A comely and fashionable young woman emerged from the throng. The articulate woman who spoke possessed a striking figure, accentuated by a tailored business suit that hugged her curves. Her fair, delicate face was partially concealed by tinted sunglasses, yet her undeniable beauty shone through. Alas, like an unforeseen obstacle, her arrival dampened Lee Erdan's spirits. My dear, this canine is terminally ill, on the verge of death. Why would you procure a dying dog? The dog meat vendor questioned, his tone laced with displeasure. I simply pity the creature. Should it perish, I shall ensure it receives a proper burial, the elegant woman responded serenely. Blast! She is a woman of means. Erdan thought, a touch of frustration creeping in. Even the dog meat vendor was rendered speechless. You possess a kind heart, young lady. Such benevolence shall be rewarded. I was offered 150 yuan by the dog meat vendor, so I shall extend the same price to you. The dog's owner stated with a hint of excitement. In truth, the dog's owner was reluctant to part with his loyal companion. However, his financial circumstances were dire. To discard the dog outright felt wasteful, leading him to consider selling it to the dog meat vendor. Now, an alternative presented itself, someone willing to grant his dog a dignified end. This prospect eased his conscience, a far cry from the dog's potential fate in the vendor's hands, where it would be consumed and forgotten. Upon hearing the owner's offer, the attractive woman opened her purse, ready to dispense the funds. Hold on, Erdan interjected, pushing through the crowd. I offer 200 yuan for the dog. The woman, already holding the money, frowned at Erdan and oppose as intrusion. I bid 300, she retorted, annoyance evident in her voice. 350, Erdan countered, gritting his teeth. 400, she declared. 450, Erdan exclaimed, his heart sinking. A wave of murmurs rippled through the onlookers. A dying wolfhound had sparked a bidding war, reaching an astounding 450 yuan. All eyes were fixed on Erdan and the attractive woman, as if they were creatures from another world. Sir, may I inquire as to your intentions for this dog? The woman asked, her brow furrowed. Miss, please concede the dog to me. I am, in fact, a veterinarian. I believe the dog suffers from a tumor that can be removed, saving its life. Erdan fabricated this tale, hoping to deter the woman from escalating the price further. You claim you can save this dog. If that is the case, I shall relinquish it to you, but under one condition, the woman proposed. A condition? What is it? Erdan inquired, his brow furrowing. My sole purpose in acquiring this dog was to prevent such a loyal creature from being slaughtered for its meat. I am uncertain whether your claim of being a veterinarian is genuine, but I will not tolerate you killing and consuming this dog. I concede it to you because you claim you can save it, not because I cannot afford it. Therefore, I shall witness you saving this dog, the woman stated firmly. Upon hearing her words, Erdan's heart leaped with joy. As long as she ceased her pursuit of the dog, nothing else mattered. He swiftly retrieved 450 yuan from his pocket and handed it to the dog's owner. The owner, overwhelmed by the unexpected windfall, was ecstatic that his ailing dog could fetch such a high price. The dog meat vendor, on the other hand, seethed with resentment. A dog of that size would yield at least 30 caddies of meat, translating to a profit of 400 to 500 yuan. Just then, the large black dog collapsed to the ground in agony, writhing and foaming at the mouth, its distress palpable. Master, I'm fading. Please, save me. I do not wish to die. The black dog's frantic voice echoed in Erdan's mind. Alarmed, Erdan rushed to the dog's side, his hands searching its abdomen. Does anyone know where I can find a traditional Chinese medicine shop nearby? Erdan asked urgently. Tell me what herbs you require, and I shall retrieve them for you. The attractive woman offered. Her compassionate nature shone through as she gazed at the suffering dog with concern. 9 grams of rhododendron mall, 3 grams of jasmine root, 30 grams of Angelica sinensis, and 9 grams of Acarus calamus. Please hurry, miss. The dog has little time left, Erdan instructed, his hands never ceasing their gentle massage of the dog's abdomen. I shall procure these herbs immediately. I shall return within 10 minutes, the woman declared, wasting no time. She turned and hurried toward the car parked by the roadside, opened the door, and sped away. She even owns a car, Erdan mused. Although he wasn't familiar with cars, he couldn't help but feel a pang of envy that someone only a few years older than him had already achieved such success. Master, I fear my end is near. I have but one request. After removing my gallbladder, please grant me a complete burial, the black dog pleaded, its voice filled with despair. Black dog, I can only resort to desperate measures. Your survival rests on fate, Erdan replied. He then retrieved a small box from his pocket, revealing gleaming silver needles. These needles were a gift from a fellow inmate named Zhao Changjiang, a barefoot doctor who, through an ancient medical text and his own diligent study, had gained considerable renown as a physician in the neighboring county. According to Zhao Changjiang, he had treated a terminally ill patient who, despite having no hope of recovery, passed away shortly after receiving Zhao's prescription. However, the patient's family, seeking to extort money, filed a lawsuit against Zhao, accusing him of practicing medicine without a license. Zhao, being a stubborn man with limited savings, was ultimately convicted and sentenced to 10 years in prison. Although lacking formal credentials, Zhao Changjiang possessed significant expertise in traditional Chinese medicine. During his 3 years in prison, Li Erdan learned from Zhao, gaining a theoretical understanding of medicine. The set of gold needles was Zhao's parting gift to Li Erdan upon his release. During his 3 years in prison, Li Erdan had acquired a thorough understanding of the human body, particularly the acupoints. However, his knowledge of canine anatomy was limited, forcing him to rely on intuition. Without the knowledge gained from the barefoot doctor, Li Erdan would not have dared to treat the black dog. However, the system's reward of the treatise of supreme medicine had transformed Li Erdan into a highly skilled practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. With a mindset of nothing ventured, nothing gained, Li Erdan moved with lightning speed, inserting over a dozen silver needles into the black dog's abdomen. These seemingly simple needles were based on the life-sustaining needle technique developed by the renowned physician Zhang Zhongjing, capable of prolonging life by half an hour with even the faintest breath. After administering the needles, Li Erdan glanced at the onlookers and retrieved 50 yuan from his pocket, handing it to the dog's original owner. "Sir, I need your assistance. Please purchase some alcohol, a scalpel, sutures, and a cup or bowl from a nearby pharmacy as quickly as possible," Li Erdan requested. "Rest assured, brother, if you save the black dog, I shall refund half of the money I received for it," the owner replied. Just then, a car screeched to a halt, and the attractive woman returned, carrying the herbs Li Erdan had requested. Among the various herbs, Li Erdan swiftly selected a few. "Black dog, if you wish to survive, endure a little longer and chew these herbs," swallowing them down, Li Erdan commanded through his thoughts. The herbs he had chosen were a concoction of anesthetics devised by the legendary healer Hua Ta. Ordinarily, they would require preparation through boiling, but the urgency of the situation left no time to spare. The black dog was in a perilous state. Without waiting for the black dog's consent, Li Erdan seized a handful of herbs and thrust them into the creature's mouth. "My young brother, I have procured what you requested," panted the black dog's owner, returning with the alcohol and thread that Li Erdan had asked for. "Thank you, my good brother," Li Erdan responded. "You cannot be serious about performing surgery on this dog, can you? In such an environment, infection is inevitable. And what will you do if it bleeds profusely?" questioned a striking woman, her skepticism evident. Chapter 0017. The beautiful Tong Xiaofei. Desperate times call for desperate measures. "Do you think there are other alternatives?" Li Erdan chuckled, leaving the stunning woman momentarily speechless. Truly, the world is vast and full of wonders. While one may have heard of performing surgeries on humans, the idea of operating on a dog was unheard of. "My young friend, I suggest you save your efforts. Before this dog meets its end, why not sell it to me for 100 yuan? The owner of the dog meat shop remained unyielding. Li Erdan dismissed the butcher's words as mere folly, focusing instead on sanitizing the scalpel with alcohol. The butcher's frustration grew as he watched Li Erdan's indifference. Ignoring wise counsel will lead to your downfall. It's only fitting that you squander hundreds of yuan," the butcher lamented. At that moment, the butcher felt a twinge of regret. Just the day before, he had brought a large black dog to sell, and seeing that it would not last long, he had planned to lowball the price, hoping to acquire it for merely 130 yuan. He could have turned a profit of 200 to 300 yuan, but now he realized the folly of his greed. Li Erdan, having finished sterilizing the scalpel, addressed the dog's owner. "Brother, I need your assistance. Please hold the dog down." Although the large black dog had been administered anesthesia, its effect were far from guaranteed. "If you can endure, you may yet survive. If you struggle, it will lead to your demise," Li Erdan warned. "Rest assured, as long as you can bring me back to life, I can withstand any pain," the original owner of the black dog responded, complying with Li Erdan's request to restrain the animal. The crowd surrounding them held their breath, their eyes fixed on Li Erdan, especially the kind-hearted, beautiful woman whose fists were clenched, her palms slick with sweat. Even the dog meat shop owner, who had been making sarcastic remarks, fell silent at this moment. Erdan, one hand gripping the scalpel, began to explore the dog in damp Oppo's abdomen. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed as the prepared dog writhed violently. Thankfully, Erdan had anticipated this. The dog was firmly held down. Without further delay, he swiftly made an incision nearly 20 centimeters wide. "How curious," someone in the crowd murmured. "The dog's belly has been cut open, yet there is not much blood." The onlookers were captivated by this astonishing scene. Although the incision was large, the blood did not pour forth as one might expect. Rather, it seemed as if the blood vessels were clogged, resulting in minimal bleeding. Silver needle to close the vessels. The stunning woman gasped, her delicate hand covering her astonished mouth. The technique of using a silver needle to seal the meridians, a lost art of ancient Chinese medicine attributed to the esteemed physician Zhang Zhongjing, had not been practiced for nearly a millennium. The beautiful woman, named Tong Xiaofei, hailed from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. Her grandfather was the renowned founder of Jujitang, Tong Jioji. Now, Tong Xiaofei was the head of the Jujitang pharmaceutical factory in Ping'an County. It was no wonder her grandfather had said that true masters often reside among the common folk, and that one should never judge by appearances. Tong Xiaofei had never imagined that her small act of kindness would lead her to encounter a true expert. In that moment, she removed her sunglasses, revealing her exquisite features. Her beautiful eyes scrutinizing Erdan. Despite his tattered clothing and unremarkable appearance, there was something captivating about him. His eyes, though not large, sparkled with intensity. And as one observed him closely, an intriguing charm emanated from him, particularly in his earnest demeanor. At 24, Tong Xiaofei was considered a stunning beauty within the affluent circles of the province, with countless young men vying for her attention. Yet, none had ever caught her eye, until now, when this seemingly ordinary young man made her heart race, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. At that moment, Erdan reached into the dog's abdomen and extracted an oval object, slightly smaller than an egg, enveloped in the foul-smelling blood. As he held it up, his excitement was palpable. He had discovered a substantial dog treasure, weighing nearly 300 grams, an unexpected fortune. Erdan, though elated, knew it was not the time for celebration. The dog was still in peril. He promptly placed the precious treasure into a prepared bowl and glanced at the blushing Tong Xiaofei. Their eyes met, and her cheeks turned a deeper shade of crimson, making her even more enchanting. "Miss, could you please keep an eye on this treasure while I stitch the dog up?" he requested softly. "My goodness, brother, that item in the bowl can't possibly be a dog treasure, can it?" the butcher exclaimed in astonishment. To his surprise, Erdan chuckled. "Indeed, it is a dog treasure. Alas, what have I done?" The butcher lamented, regretting his greed. He realized he had let slip a treasure worth a fortune due to his desire for a quick profit. "What exactly is a dog treasure?" someone in the crowd inquired. A dog treasure is a rare and precious substance, said to be a miraculous medicine capable of curing terminal illnesses. 1 gram is worth more than gold. "It is indeed a remarkable find," another replied. "Given this, our young friend must be in for a windfall. Good deeds surely reap rewards," they added. Among all present, the most astonished was Tong Xiaofei, her eyes fixated on the treasure in the bowl. Such a sizable dog treasure was truly extraordinary. Coming from a family of traditional medicine, she understood its immense value and eagerly cleaned the treasure with bottled water. Before long, a small, egg-shaped object emerged from the bowl. It had a golden hue, with veins resembling blood vessels. When touched, it felt firm yet pliable, easily leaving an imprint from her finger, which would spring back once released. At that moment, Tong Xiaofei marveled at the wonders of creation. "I must acquire this treasure at all costs." With a murmured thought, Tong Xiaofei's gaze once again fell upon Erdan. What an enigmatic man he is. Could it be that he was aware of the treasures nestled within the belly of this large black dog when they vied for its possession? It is utterly astonishing. Meanwhile, Erdan remains oblivious to the fact that a beautiful young woman has developed a curiosity towards him, as she diligently tends to the wounds of the large black dog, not daring to exhibit the slightest negligence. Chapter 0018. Promise me one request after over an hour of surgery. The procedure was remarkably successful. Erdan stood up and stretched vigorously. How are you feeling, Dahe? Erdan ninkira telepathically. Boss, my whole body feels numb. I have no strength at all. Came the weak voice of the black dog in Erdan's mind. You have depleted your vital energy, and the effects of the anesthetic, combined with blood loss, are causing this weakness. As long as the wound does not become infected, it should be manageable. Here are some herbs. Take them, Erdan advised. Receiving the remaining herbs from Tong Xiaofei, Erdan promptly fed them all to the black dog. These are excellent for their anti-inflammatory properties and will aid in your recovery. They may be a bit bitter and unpleasant, but if you want to survive, you must consume them all. As Erdan finished speaking, a melodious voice reached his ears. Hello, I am Tong Xiaofei. It is a pleasure to meet you. Please wipe the blood off your hands. Tong Xiaofei graciously offered a pristine towel. Having not carefully observed Tong Xiaofei earlier, Erdan was now captivated by her beauty. How could I have missed such a stunning lady? She's as lovely as my sister. Initially, he had left a good impression, but now, with his lewd expression, he caused Tong Xiaofei to frown in disapproval. Thank you, miss, Erdan replied, taking the towel and wiping the blood from his hands while his eyes roamed over Tong Xiaofei's alluring figure. A fine physique and striking looks. She's indeed my ideal type. Erdan and Appo's unabashed gaze infuriated Tong Xiaofei, causing any lingering fondness she had for him to evaporate. Sir, I wonder if you're selling this precious item. I work at Jujitang Pharmaceutical. My grandfather and father are both traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. This item could save many lives in their hands. I hope you will consider my request. Suppressing her anger, Tong Xiaofei spoke calmly. What? You work at Jujitang? I was unaware. Are you in charge? Erdan and Appo's excitement was palpable. In charge? Tong Xiaofei paused for a moment, then smiled and replied, I have some authority at Jujitang. Upon hearing this, Erdan and Appo's mind began to race. He had just faced rejection at Jujitang, and now it appeared that his opportunity might not be entirely lost. If this charming lady could facilitate the sale of his herbs, it could lead to a fruitful partnership. Erdan fell silent, his eyes darting around as he pondered his thoughts. The intensity of his gaze made Tong Xiaofei uncomfortable, wishing to distance herself from this lecher. However, thinking of the black dog, she restrained her anger. Sir, if you decide to sell, I can offer you 100,000. Will you sell? 100,000. This treasure was something Erdan could never earn in 3 years. The owner of the dog lamented deeply, wishing he had cherished it when it passed by him. If given another chance, he would pay any price to reclaim such a loyal companion. The crowd around them erupted in astonishment. In Ping'an County, where many families struggled to make ends meet, 100,000 represented 5 to 6 years of income. They gazed at Erdan with envy. The original owner of the black dog gently stroked its body, feeling regret for parting with such a faithful companion for a mere $400, only to see it valued at 10,000 now. Sir, the market price for this item is around 300 per gram, and it weighs approximately 300 grams. My offer of 100,000 is already quite generous, Tong Xiaofei asserted, her brows furrowed. Miss, please don't misunderstand. 100,000 is indeed a substantial sum. I am willing to sell it to you, but I have one condition, Erdan declared with fervor. For Erdan, selling the item for 100,000 was a staggering amount. Yet, he envisioned a more prosperous future. If he could establish a connection with Jujitang through Tong Xiaofei, it would be far more beneficial in the long run, as money could eventually run out, but relationships could not be purchased. Unbeknownst to Tong Xiaofei, Erdan's thoughts were far from her own. Having offered such a high price, she was taken aback that he would still impose conditions. As long as your request isn't too excessive, I can consider it, she replied. My request is quite simple. Would you be willing to allow me to treat you to a meal? Erdan said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. What? A meal? Tong Xiaofei's expression darkened immediately. The audacity of Erdan to suggest such a thing infuriated her. This fool thinks he can make a move on me. Does he believe he is worthy of my time? Noticing her displeasure, Erdan felt a pang of anxiety. What is wrong with her? Did I upset her? I certainly didn't mean to. Accompanying you for a meal is not out of the question, but I must choose the location. And you must relinquish the item into my hands, Tong Xiaofei said, forcing herself to remain calm despite her simmering anger. However, she had her own plans for this dinner. Tong Xiaofei intended to select a restaurant owned by a friend, ensuring that Li Erdan would not have the opportunity to take advantage of her. At that moment, Li Erdan remained blissfully unaware of her intentions. You choose the place, I will cover the bill, he exclaimed with excitement. Tong Xiaofei smirked inwardly at his naivety. What a gullible fool. Since you dare to make a play for me, I shall show you my true capabilities. If you wish to treat me, prepare to spend lavishly. Though she harbored these thoughts, she kept them to herself. The prospect of seeing the expression on this rustic man's face when he received the bill filled her with anticipation. Chapter 0019. Feeling deceived, the great black dog had just undergone surgery and was still quite weak. Accompanying a beautiful woman for dinner was certainly not an option, so ultimately, Li Erdan spent 50 yuan to ask the dog meat restaurant owner to take care of him. The dog meat restaurant owner, regretting letting the precious dog slip away, reluctantly accepted the 50 yuan, adhering to the principle that even grasshoppers are meat, and agreed to look after the big black dog. They say riding in a sedan is comfortable, and indeed it was. With his arms crossed, Li Erdan thoroughly enjoyed sitting in the passenger seat. In the driver's seat, Tong Xiaofei looked at Li Erdan's rustic demeanor with disdain. How dare this country bumpkin harbor intentions towards me? It was infuriating. The county town was not large, and Tong Xiaofei, wishing to treat Li Erdan to a meal, deliberately chose the county's finest hotel, the Banquet Hotel. Her reasons for selecting this establishment were twofold. First, it was indeed the best hotel in the county. Second, the owner was one of Tong Xiaofei's closest friends, ensuring absolute safety. As Li Erdan followed Tong Xiaofei into the Banquet Hotel, he felt a sudden jolt in his heart. The resplendent decor, the melodious background music, and the impeccably dressed waitstaff all showcased the hotel's opulence. Having grown up in a remote village and only having dined in small eateries with classmates during school, he had never experienced such luxury. Entering such a lavish restaurant, especially as the one treating, caused him to feel a twinge of anxiety. Miss, how much will a meal here cost? Li Erdan asked, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Seeing his trembling demeanor, Tong Xiaofei felt a rush of satisfaction and flashed him a sweet smile. Don an amp, Oppos, tea worry, it won an amp, Oppos, tea costs much. You have this, so what are you afraid of? As she spoke, she waved the 50 yuan in her hand. What the hell? I haven't offended this girl, yet she seems intent on taking advantage of me. Li Erdan thought to himself just as a middle-aged man in a suit, slightly plump, approached from the front desk. Miss Tong, you and Oppos, V arrived. Would you like me to arrange a private room for you? The hotel manager, recognizing Tong Xiaofei as a regular patron, was eager to assist. However, he was quite curious about the rustic fellow accompanying her, glancing at him in confusion. Surely, he must be a poor relative of Tong Xiaofei. No need. Let's just sit in main hall today, by the window, Tong Xiaofei replied softly. Not wanting to be alone with Li Erdan in a private room, for fear he might have ulterior motives, she preferred the public space. The two found a window seat, and a waiter promptly approached with the menu. Good evening. What would you like to order? Since this gentleman is treating, let him choose. Tong Xiaofei said with a mischievous grin. To the waiter's surprise, it was the rustic Li Erdan treating, yet he respectfully handed the menu to him. His eyes filled with curiosity. Embracing a when in Rome, do as the Romans do mentality, Li Erdan decided to relax, thinking, how much could a meal possibly cost? He settled into his chair, attempting to project an air of sophistication. What are your specialty dishes? He inquired. Seeing Li Erdan's pretentious demeanor, Tong Xiaofei felt a wave of contempt. Keep pretending, country bumpkin. Soon, you'll be the one crying. Greetings, sir. Our chef is a renowned culinary master from the province. Our main specialties include braised pig trotters, roasted duck, and pan-seared foie gras. The waiter politely listed off numerous dishes. Upon hearing these names, Li Erdan began to suspect the prices would be exorbitant, and his heart sank. Can I see the menu, please? I'll order for myself. Taking the menu from the waiter, Li Erdan's face twisted into an expression more painful than crying. My heavens, isn't this just a ripoff? Stir-fried dried tofu for 38 yuan. a mixed vegetable platter for 70 yuan, and a carp for 188 yuan. Dining here could cover my parents' food expenses for a year. This is utterly outrageous. At that moment, Tong Xiaofei felt immense satisfaction. Is everything all right, sir? Is there nothing on our menu to your liking? If so, we can choose a better place, she said with a hint of malicious glee. Never mind, let's eat here. I'll have the stir-fried dried tofu, a home-style mixed vegetable platter, a braised crucian carp, and a crispy pork dish. Just these four, please hurry. Erdan gritted his teeth, feeling the sting of the costs. These 4 dishes, 2 meat and 2 vegetable, would amount to over 500 yuan, almost the yield from an acre of land in his village. Just as the waiter turned to leave, Tong Xiaofei chimed in with her melodious voice. Mr. Li, that's rather ungentlemanly of you. You're treating me to dinner, and I haven't ordered yet. Her grin was mischievous. Gazing at Tong Xiaofei's charming smile, with her adorable dimples and stunning beauty, Erdan fully understood her intention. She aimed to exploit him mercilessly. Miss, it's all my fault. I overlooked that. Waiter, please give the menu to this lady. Now that and appos. That's more like it. I enjoy being with gentlemen like you, Mr. Li, Tong Xiaofei said as she took the menu from the waiter. This roasted duck is excellent, and this foie gras is also worth trying. You'd be missing out if you didn't try our signature braised ribs while dining here, she suggested. Miss Tong, I think that's enough. It's just the 2 of us dining. We don't need to order so much. Please don't misunderstand. It's not that I'm afraid to spend money. I just don't want to waste it. At that moment, Tong Xiaofei appeared to Erdan as a vampire, a demon that devoured without remorse. As she continued to order 8 or 9 more dishes, each of which he had noticed on the menu, the cheapest being over 60 yuan a plate. Seeing Erdan's apprehensive expression, Tong Xiaofei pursed her lips and flashed a captivating smile. All right, let us proceed with that. Oh, and waiter, bring us a bottle of your finest red wine. Miss, Aran and appos, tea you driving? Perhaps you shouldn't and appos, tea drink, Erdan cautioned, recalling tales he had heard in prison about high-end wines costing tens of thousands. No worries, this hotel is owned by my sister. After I drink, I'll simply stay here, Tong Xiaofei replied with a light laugh. Chapter 20. Feigning Misery Goodness. Upon hearing Tong Xiaofei and appos' words, Erdan nearly leapt up in outrage. Was this not the epitome of blatant manipulation? She had lured him to her sister's restaurant and ordered an extravagant feast. This girl was truly ruthless. As Erdan's small eyes darted around, the more he pondered, the more discontent brewed within him. No, he absolutely could not suffer this indignity. The illustrious and formidable Erdan could not allow a mere girl to outsmart him. His eyes flitted about restlessly as he began to devise a strategy, but ultimately, he could conjure no viable solution, letting out a long sigh. After all, a dog egg could fetch 100,000. If this girl wanted to take advantage, she could do so as long as he could secure a deal for his medicinal herbs. Mr. Li, shall we discuss this matter now? Tong Xiaofei said with a triumphant expression, waving the dog egg in her hand. Miss Li, let us not rush into the matter of the dog egg. However, I do have another business proposition I wish to discuss with you, Erdan replied with a smile. Another business proposition? Tong Xiaofei's brows furrowed slightly. Indeed, Miss Tong. Earlier, I overheard you mentioning your affiliation with Juji Tang. I am curious if that is true, Erdan inquired. Of course it is true. Why would I lie? She retorted. Well, Miss Tong, your company undoubtedly requires a substantial quantity of herbal medicine. I would like to propose a partnership. I have brought some samples for you to examine, Erdan stated, as he removed the yellow backpack slung over his shoulder and presented it to her. As Tong Xiaofei opened the backpack and beheld the array of herbs within, her eyes sparkled with excitement. The Tong family had dealt with medicinal materials for generations, and it was evident that the herbs Erdan possessed were naturally grown and not artificially cultivated, making them exceedingly rare to procure. Observing Tong Xiaofei's reaction, Erdan could tell she was quite pleased with his herbs. He spoke up. Miss Tong, these herbs were personally harvested by me from the mountains, and their quality is assured. The reason I invited you for a meal was primarily to discuss a potential collaboration. You invited me for a meal just for this? Tong Xiaofei replied, her brow slightly furrowed. What did you expect? Li Erdan countered. Upon hearing his words, Tong Xiaofei realized she had misjudged his intentions, and a twinge of guilt washed over her. He was merely seeking to conduct business, yet she had thought of him as insidious. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Mr. Li, may I ask how many of these herbs you could supply us with each month? If you can guarantee their quality, Jiuji Tang would be interested in collaborating with you. She offered, her tone more accommodating, perhaps due to her guilt. Miss Tong, there will be no issues with quality. However, as for quantity, I cannot provide an exact figure, Li Erdan replied, his brow furrowed. Harvesting herbs from the mountains, he could manage no more than a couple 100 pounds daily. Yet Li Erdan's ambition was grand. If he could establish a steady supply to Jiuji Tang, he intended to hire villagers to assist him, profiting from the price difference. Though young, Tong Xiaofei had several years of experience in business management and was an astute woman. She could see through Li Erdan's demeanor that he was not a particularly strong distributor. With a slight smile, she said, Mr. Li, typically, given the scale of Jiuji Tang, we would not engage with small distributors. However, since you have sold me the dog egg, I can make an exception. If you can ensure a total supply of 1,000 pounds of herbal medicine, we can accept deliveries at prices comparable to larger distributors, provided the quality is guaranteed. Li Erdan's heart soared at Tong Xiaofei's words. With the backing of Jiuji Tang, it would be nearly impossible for him not to prosper. However, he masked his delight with a semblance of concern. Is there an issue, Mr. Li? Tong Xiaofei asked, her brow furrowing in concern. In truth, she had already extended an exceptional offer, yet Li Erdan's face bore a troubled expression, which irked her. Miss Tong, your offer is already exceedingly generous. How could I possibly feel dissatisfied? I was merely reflecting on my elderly parents at home, he said, feigning a pitiful demeanor. Li Erdan's display of anguish tugged at the heartstrings of the ever-kind Tong Xiaofei. To be honest, I have made some youthful mistakes and spent 3 years in prison. My parents have worried themselves sick over me during that time. Collaborating with Jiuji Tang would finally allow me to provide them with a more comfortable life, he confessed, a hint of melancholy in his voice. It seems you have quite the story, Mr. Li. Would you care to share? Tong Xiaofei inquired, her curiosity piqued. In the ensuing minutes, Li Erdan recounted the trials he had faced over the past few years. As I sit here enjoying this lavish meal, I cannot help but think that the cost of this feast is equivalent to my parents' meals over the past 3 years. How could I not feel sorrow? He lamented. Never did I imagine, Mr. Li, that your family faced such hardship. You have truly endured much, Tong Xiaofei replied, her eyes glistening with empathy. My apologies, Miss Tong. Why should I burden you with my troubles? Today, let us indulge in merriment and forget our worries. Please, do not hesitate to eat heartily. This meal is on me. Li Erdan insisted, pretending to wipe his eyes with his sleeve. However, his words pierced Tong Xiaofei's heart like a needle, leaving her feeling uneasy. Tong Xiaofei, how can you be so callous? Here is a man facing adversity, and his parents are struggling, yet you would consider taking advantage of him? Mr. Li, it is truly an honor to have you as a business partner. As the host, I cannot allow you to bear the cost of this meal, she replied. A look of guilt etched across her face. Miss Tong, are you looking down upon me? You have assisted me immensely. How could I allow you to cover the cost? This meal is undoubtedly on my tab, Li Erdan declared, thumping his chest in protest. Mr. Li, there is no need for further debate. I will not allow you to treat me. Furthermore, I owe you an apology. The market price for such precious materials as dog eggs is typically 300 per gram. However, once the quantity exceeds 300 grams, the price per gram tends to increase significantly. Your dog egg is of exceptional quality. While I initially offered you 100,000, I feel I must compensate you further. Therefore, I shall increase my offer to 120,000. Tong Xiaofei stated with an air of finality. Li Erdan had already considered the initial sum of 100,000 to be generous. Yet Tong Xiaofei's offer of 120,000 came as an unexpected windfall, leaving him pleasantly astonished. Chapter 21. Saving money before long. An enticing delicacy was served. The aroma wafted through the air, and Li Erdan's eyes widened in delight, nearly causing drool to escape. Miss Tong, I must apologize, but I haven't eaten all day. I shall begin without hesitation. Please do not feel obliged. For the next half hour, Tong Xiaofei experienced the true meaning of wolfing down food for the very first time. As Li Erdan perfectly exemplified the phrase. "Mr. Li, do take your time. I assure you, I won't compete for your meal," she cautioned, concerned that he might overindulge. At that moment, a middle-aged woman entered the room, impeccably dressed in professional attire, carrying a large black bag. "Manager Tong, I have brought the money, precisely 120,000. Aunt Tang, you've arrived," Tong Xiaofei exclaimed, rising hurriedly. The woman handed the black bag to Li Erdan. "Mr. Li, this is the 120,000 for the purchase of Godan. Please count it." As Li Erdan peered into the bag, his eyes widened in astonishment at the neatly stacked, vibrant red bills. He quickly covered the opening with his hands, casting furtive glances around. "Auntie, you are quite audacious to carry such a sum in just this bag. Aren't and Appos, you afraid of being robbed?" he remarked cautiously. Li Erdan and Appos' words prompted a fit of giggles from both Tong Xiaofei and the woman. The lady, appearing to be in her mid-30s, exuded the allure of a mature woman, her voluptuous figure evoking a desire to embrace her. At that moment, her laughter caused her body to sway, leaving Li Erdan entranced. "Aunt Tang, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Li, who will be supplying our company with traditional Chinese medicine. Aunt Tang, if I'm unavailable, please assist Mr. Li with the inspection. Mr. Li, this is our company's financial director, Aunt Tang. Whenever you need something in our company, feel free to approach her directly." With his belly protruding, Li Erdan clutched the money tightly to his chest, extending his other hand to shake Aunt Tang's. "Hello, Aunt Tang. What a soft, smooth, and delicate hand," he thought to himself as he shook hands with her. However, Li Erdan's behavior left Aunt Tang feeling somewhat discontented, prompting her to retract her hand quickly, a flicker of distaste dancing in her eyes. Li Erdan, realizing his faux pas, felt a tinge of embarrassment but quickly recovered, calling out, "Waiter, the bill, please." Upon hearing his request, the waiter approached, and just as Li Erdan was about to reach into the black bag to retrieve the money, a gentle hand grasped his wrist. "Mr. Li, I've already stated that I will treat you to this meal. Your family is in such difficult circumstances. I cannot allow you to pay." Li Erdan looked up to see that it was none other than Tong Xiaofei, who held him back. "Miss, you've already helped me enough. I can't let you treat me," he replied, feeling a bit embarrassed as he attempted to pull away, but Tong Xiaofei held on firmly. Aunt Tang observed this exchange with raised eyebrows. As a veteran of Jutong, she had witnessed Tong Xiaofei's growth and, despite the generational gap, often regarded her as a younger sister. Yet, she could not comprehend why Tong Xiaofei was so close to this unsophisticated man. Moreover, Aunt Tang noted how Li Erdan had appeared somewhat frivolous during their handshake, deliberately not letting go and even brushing his fingers lightly against her hand, leaving a poor impression. With her social acumen, Aunt Tang immediately recognized that while Li Erdan feigned a desire to retrieve money, he had no intention of doing so. He was merely putting on a show, leading Tong Xiaofei to mistakenly believe he was reaching for his wallet. Indeed, as Aunt Tang suspected, Li Erdan feigned a struggle for a moment, revealing a rather helpless expression. "Miss Li, let this meal be on you. I shall treat you next time, but please do not fight me for it." This meal, costing over 1,000, could easily buy 3 hefty pigs in the village, and Li Erdan truly felt reluctant to part with it. This theatrics irritated Aunt Tang, who thought, "What a hypocritical fellow. I must remind Xiaofei to be cautious. Her kindness could lead her to be deceived by this little rogue." Eventually, after Tong Xiaofei settled the bill, she observed Li Erdan, who was tightly clutching the bag containing 120,000, and could not help but smile. "Mr. Li, carrying so much cash is impractical. I suggest you deposit it in a bank. You can withdraw it whenever necessary." Upon hearing her suggestion, Li Erdan recalled the scene of old Xie being devoured by the Mao and Air Mao while hiding his money, which brought a mischievous grin to his face. "Miss, I do not know where the bank is, and I'm unfamiliar with the process of opening an account. Could you kindly drive me there?" Considering she had no pressing matters, Tong Xiaofei agreed to accompany him to the bank. The bank was merely a 5-minute drive from the restaurant. Yet even upon entering, Li Erdan clutched the money bag tightly, fearful of theft. "Now that we are in the bank, what is there to fear?" You need not be so tense. Tong Xiaofei reassured him. The bank is not necessarily safe. During my school days, I watched many crime movies from Hong Kong depicting bank robberies. What if we encounter such misfortune? Li Erdan replied with a smile. Seeing his endearing demeanor, Tong Xiaofei could only chuckle and ceased her attempts to calm him. Hello. Miss Tong greeted a middle-aged woman in uniform, wearing a name tag that identified her as the lobby manager. Zhou Tong was undoubtedly one of the largest enterprises in Ping and Apos and County, and as its representative, Tong Xiaofei was a significant client, warranting the utmost attention from a bank. I am assisting a friend in obtaining a bank card and depositing some money, Tong Xiaofei explained with a smile. Miss Tong, allow me to take you to the VIP room. There is no need to wait in line here, the lobby manager replied with a smile. Following the manager into the VIP room, Tong Xiaofei noticed the manager's gaze frequently drifting toward the unsophisticated Li Erdan. How curious that such a remarkable woman as Miss Tong associates with this rustic fellow. His nervous demeanor is quite amusing. I wonder how much he intends to deposit. He truly is a character. Of course, with Tong Xiaofei present, the lobby manager would never voice such thoughts. In this bank, a deposit of 100,000 would qualify one for a VIP gold card, marking them as a valued client. To the manager, it appeared that Li Erdan was merely leveraging Tong Xiaofei's status. Otherwise, he would never have the opportunity to enter the VIP room. Mr. Li, here's the form for the bank card application. Please fill it out and present your ID to the staff, and they will assist you, Tong Xiaofei said, handing him the form with a smile. Thank you, Miss Tong. Accepting the form, Li Erdan began to fill it out. The process of obtaining a bank card required precision. Even a minor error necessitated a complete rewrite. Tong Xiaofei, apprehensive that Li Erdan might struggle, seated herself beside him and guided him through the completion of the form, almost hand in hand. What a delightful aroma! Such a remarkable beauty. In such close proximity, exuding the unique fragrance of femininity, momentarily left Li Erdan in a state of distraction, nearly causing him to falter several times. Fortunately, Tong Xiaofei was there to provide guidance. Mr. Li, I recommend you deposit over 100,000, as deposits exceeding this amount grant you access to VIP room privileges. Subsequently, when you come to withdraw money, you will no longer need to queue outside, Tong Xiaofei patiently advised. Very well, I shall deposit 100,000 then, Li Erdan replied without hesitation. With his parents owing Xie Laoku just over 10,000 and having borrowed 5,000 from Xie Bao, he reasoned that repaying these debts would leave him with 3,000 to 4,000, sufficient for purchasing a mobile phone and a water pump back in town. Upon completing the form, Li Erdan produced the vibrant red stack of 100,000 yuan, leaving the lobby manager and staff utterly astonished. Ping'an County is considered relatively impoverished, with bank employees earning just over 3,000 a month. Thus, 100,000 is a substantial sum for them. Moments earlier, the lobby manager had scoffed at Li Erdan, a seemingly rustic farmer, but now he found himself unable to underestimate Li Erdan any longer. Chapter 22. Mocked by the salesperson. Miss, what sort of password should I choose? When a staff prompted Li Erdan to enter a password, he turned to Tong Xiaofei for advice. The notion of asking someone else about a bank card password struck Tong Xiaofei as rather peculiar. With a light laugh, she suggested, a password should be something familiar to you, perhaps your birthday. I recommend using your birth date. Birthday? Li Erdan's expression darkened slightly as he bitterly chuckled. I was adopted as a child, Erdan and Apos, to even know who my biological parents are, let alone my birthday. I'm sorry, Mr. Li, I truly don't know, Tong Xiaofei replied, suddenly taken aback by the unfortunate circumstances surrounding Li Erdan. You need to feel guilty, Mississippi. I'm fine, though my biological parents abandoned me. My adoptive parents have treated me as their own. By the way, what is your birthday? I could use that as my password. His words carried a hint of playful teasing. Under normal circumstances, Tong Xiaofei would have refrained from divulging such personal information. However, feeling a sense of guilt for inadvertently reopening Li Erdan's old wounds, she promptly revealed her birthday. All right then, I shall use your birthday as my password. With a look of excitement, Li Erdan began to input the details. At that moment, Tong Xiaofei's heart raced with an indescribable sensation. Using one's birthday as a bank card password suggested an intimacy that was usually reserved for closer relationships. Mr. Lee, my surname is Zhou. Should you require any assistance at the bank in the future, feel free to seek me out. After completing the card registration, the lobby manager courteously escorted Li Erdan and Tong Xiaofei to the bank entrance, treating Li Erdan with the utmost respect. Exiting the bank, Li Erdan felt elated with the newfound wealth in his pocket. Mr. Li, where do you plan to go next? Would you like me to accompany you? Tong Xiaofei inquired. Miss, I wouldn't want to trouble you. Is there a mobile phone store nearby? I wish to purchase a phone to facilitate communication with you and Aunt Tang when delivering herbs. Just telling me the location will suffice. Li Erdan responded with a hint of hesitation. The mobile phone store isn't far from here. I'll take you there. You are a rare gentleman, Mr. Li, and I greatly admire your sense of responsibility towards your family, so there is no need for you to be formal with me. Tong Xiaofei replied with a smile. Once again in Tong Xiaofei and Appo's vehicle, they soon arrived at a bustling street lined with mobile phone shops, each adorned with loudspeakers advertising their wares and young men and women distributing flyers. This Lingji mobile phone chain is the largest in the county, a national franchise. You should purchase from them. Their after-sale service is guaranteed, Tong Xiaofei remarked with a smile as they parked. As they stepped out of the car, Tong Xiaofei intended to accompany Li Erdan inside to assist him in selecting a device. Just then, her phone rang unexpectedly. Mr. Li, please excuse me while I take this call. You can go inside and browse. I'll join you shortly, she said. Miss, if you're busy, please don't mind me. I can manage on my own, Li Erdan expressed his gratitude. While Tong Xiaofei took the call at the entrance, Li Erdan strode confidently into the mobile phone store. As one of the largest stores in the county, Lingji's entrance was staffed with attractive hostesses who greeted customers warmly, saying, "Welcome. Come again soon." Dressed in a humble manner with a patched yellow backpack slung over his shoulder, Li Erdan looked every bit the country bumpkin. The two hostesses at the door barely acknowledged his entrance. Undeterred, Li Erdan ventured further into the store, which spanned approximately 300 square meters and housed nearly 10 salespeople. While some eagerly assisted customers, a few others were idly waiting. Normally, sales staff would greet any incoming customers enthusiastically, eager to promote their products, as each sale would earn them a commission. However, upon seeing Li Erdan's rustic appearance, their enthusiasm waned. Li Erdan, akin to Lu Lao from Dream of the Red Chamber exploring the Grand View Garden, was filled with curiosity, his wide eyes betraying his naivety, which only further fueled the salespeople's dismissive attitudes. In their eyes, he was merely a passerby, a simpleton who couldn't possibly afford a phone. After a leisurely stroll around the store, Li Erdan had hoped to wait for Tong Xiaofei to assist him in selecting a phone. However, after a lengthy wait with no sign of her, he decided to choose one himself. Approaching a counter, he found a female salesperson who appeared bored, casually trimming her nails. "Could you please introduce me to the mobile phones you have?" Li Erdan inquired politely. The salesperson glanced up at him, exhibiting a hint of annoyance. Yet aware that this was a well-established chain where customer service was paramount, she refrained from being rude. "Hello, sir. If you're looking to purchase a mobile phone, I recommend this Motorola 3210. Although it is no longer in production, it is an international brand known for its excellent signal and call quality." She retrieved a model that could be considered an elderly phone and handed it to Li Erdan. For someone like Li Erdan, a mobile phone represented a luxury he had seldom encountered. The only time he had used one was when the kind-hearted prison guard, Tai Yulan, lent him her phone to call home. The phone she had was vastly different, lacking buttons and featuring a large screen, while the one now in his hands was small with buttons. "Excuse me, miss, I'm unfamiliar with how to use a phone. Could you explain its camera function to me?" Li Erdan asked earnestly. "Ha ha ha, are you joking with me? This phone costs over 800 yuan, and you wish to use it for photography? You're quite amusing. Just look at that screen. It wouldn't capture a decent image." The salesperson laughed loudly, mocking him. "Xiao Chui, you're also at fault. This young man clearly looks like he comes from wealth. Why are you showing him an elderly phone? Hurry and get him a fruit 5. Another idle salesperson chimed in with a laugh. In their eyes, Li Erdan's shabby attire painted him as a simpleton, and the salesperson's remarks only served to ridicule him further. Chapter 23. Encounter with an enemy. Li Erdan's appearance was undeniably that of a rustic fool, and the sales clerk had the audacity to fabricate a tale, claiming Li Erdan was a wealthy gentleman, clearly mocking him. Li Erdan glanced at the two condescending clerks and smiled faintly. What is the fruit 5? I am here to purchase a mobile phone, not fruit. Haha, my dear fellow. You are truly amusing. You don't even know what the fruit 5 is, and yet you wish to buy a phone? The two clerks laughed loudly. Although Li Erdan had spent 3 years in prison, he was not entirely cut off from the world. He enjoyed reading newspapers and had indeed heard of the globally popular Fruit 5 mobile phone. In Huaxia, the Fruit 5 had become a symbol of status among the youth, with a price tag exceeding 5,000. What does 5,000 signify? Li Erdan's family owned a mere 5 acres of land, and their annual yield, including costs, barely amounted to that sum. Who told you that not having heard of the Fruit 5 means I cannot purchase a phone? I wish to see what this Fruit 5 looks like. Li Erdan's expression darkened, perceiving the change in Li Erdan's demeanor. The two mocking clerks found themselves at a loss for words. Sir, the Fruit 5 is priced over 5,000. Are you certain you can afford it? One clerk scoffed. Does your store have a policy that one must be able to afford it to even look? I may not be able to buy it today, but that does not mean I won't be able to tomorrow. Where is your manager? I would like to inquire if this is indeed your store's policy. Li Erdan's voice turned icy. The clerk's expressions shifted at the mention of the manager. They had underestimated this seemingly simple man. Please, sir, do not take offense. That was not my intention. If you wish to see it, I will retrieve it for you right away, one clerk said, his tone noticeably more respectful as he hurried to fetch a Fruit 5 and handed it to Li Erdan. So this is the Fruit 5 mobile phone? Li Erdan mused, recognizing it as the very device belonging to Sister Tai Yunlan, while examining the phone with keen interest. At that moment, a commanding voice resonated from behind him. Clerk, bring me the finest mobile phone in your store. I wish to gift it to my wife. A young couple approached, the man appearing to be in his late 20s, while the woman he held was younger, akin in age to Li Erdan. As Li Erdan heard the voice, a sense of familiarity washed over him, and upon turning around, his body trembled, his eyes igniting with fury, fists clenched tightly. You are Li Erdan, the woman in the man's arms screamed. Her eyes filled with panic as she averted her gaze from him. The woman's scream caught the attention of a young man, who turned to see Li Erdan's face, and his own expression mirrored the rage emanating from Li Erdan. The three of them reacted so intensely because they were intimately familiar with one another. The young woman was none other than Li Erdan's former fiancé, Li Kaifeng, and the man was Zhao Gang, notorious in Xinglong town as a local tyrant. Li Erdan and Oppo's imprisonment for 3 years was entirely attributed to these two individuals. 3 years prior, as Li Erdan and Li Kaifeng were engaged and preparing for their wedding, they encountered Zhao Gang and a group of thugs. Zhao Gang, emboldened by his notoriety, publicly harassed Li Kaifeng. Enraged, Li Erdan seized a butcher's knife and struck Zhao Gang 3 times, leading to his incarceration. Husband, let's leave and find another shop, Li Kaifeng said, guilt-ridden and avoiding Li Erdan's gaze as she tugged on Zhao Gang's arm, trying to exit. My dear wife, that is where you are mistaken. Upon encountering your former lover, how can you simply turn away? Go on, greet your ex-fiancé properly. I am quite open-minded and will not feel a twinge of jealousy. Should I create an opportunity for you two to converse privately? Zhao Gang said with a sinister grin. Zhao Gang, I implore you, cease this nonsense, Li Kaifeng pleaded, her face etched with desperation. Years ago, after Li Erdan attacked Zhao Gang, the latter and Oppo's family threatened Li Kaifeng, offering her 30,000 yuan to coerce her into fabricating evidence against Li Erdan. With her parents in poor health and her brother disabled, Li Kaifeng, weary of a life of poverty, succumbed to the allure of wealth. She falsely testified against Li Erdan, leading to his conviction and imprisonment. At that time, driven by the allure of money, Li Kaifeng betrayed her conscience, planning to escape with the 30,000 yuan and never see Li Erdan again. However, she could not have anticipated that on the eve of her planned escape, a group of thugs invaded her home and seized the ill-gotten money. In her despair, Li Kaifeng found herself isolated, with the entire community aware of her treachery, becoming a pariah. As she walked the streets, she faced the scornful stares of those around her. leaving her family in disgrace. In that tumultuous period, thoughts of suicide haunted Li Kaifeng, and she often dreamt of Li Erdan seeking vengeance. Just as she teetered on the brink of collapse, a man appeared in her life, a man who bought her clothes, treated her family, and tended to her brother. This man was none other than Zhao Gang, the very person who had harassed her and was now entwined in her life once more. Chapter 24. You are unworthy of me at the outset. Li Kaifeng was vehemently opposed to Zhao Gang, whom she considered a scoundrel. However, when faced with a life of luxury adorned with exquisite garments, precious necklaces, and rings, she succumbed once more, betraying her own conscience and becoming Zhao Gang's woman. Since embracing this new identity, Li Kaifeng has indulged in a life of enviable opulence, traveling by car and enjoying the intimidation that the Zhao family's wealth afforded her. No one dared to cast aspersions upon her, not even her own family. They too reveled in this newfound affluence. Her parents' health improved, and her disabled brother was assigned a position as a foreman on a construction site. Their home transformed into a coveted brick house. Li Kaifeng found immense satisfaction in her life, reveling in the lifestyle of a pampered mistress, spending freely and engaging in leisurely activities such as playing mahjong. Amidst this enjoyment, the guilt she once harbored for Li Erdan had long vanished, to the point where she often forgot that he had ever existed in her life. "My dear, what has become of you? Have you completely forgotten your old flame since marrying me?" Zhao Gang exclaimed with a triumphant laugh, his gaze settling on Li Erdan. "Look at that wretched farmer. Money truly allows one to act with impunity. Back then, you inflicted 3 wounds upon me with a butcher and Oppo's knife for this woman, leaving me bedridden for over a month. I can only imagine you thought your heroic act would win her heart. Yet little did you know, the very beauty you cherished would turn against you in court, leading to your imprisonment. You toiled for her, only to see her become mine," Zhao Gang said with a smug grin, erupting into laughter once more. "Brother Gang, please stop," Li Kaifeng cried out, overwhelmed with shame and wishing to disappear. "You insolent wretch, how dare you plead with me? Everything you wear and possess is a gift from me. Your parents, your brother, who among them has not benefited from the Zhao family generosity? That little bastard stabbed me 3 times 3 years ago, and you didn't notice the scars when you lay with me? You are my woman now, and that little bastard is my enemy. I command you to go over there and berate him," Zhao Gang shouted, his face contorted with rage. "Brother Gang, please do not force me. I will do whatever you say. Let us just go," Li Kaifeng sobbed. Throughout their exchange, Li Erdan had remained silent. Yet Li Kaifeng could feel the murderous intent radiating from his gaze, which now felt like a knife slicing into her very flesh. A sharp slap echoed through the air as Li Kaifeng screamed, cradling her delicate face. "Wretched woman, do you feel remorse? Do you still harbor feelings for that filthy farmer? Do not forget, you are my wife now. He is nothing compared to me. Can he afford you such fine clothing? Can he gift you such precious jewelry? Can he build a grand home for your father? Can he secure a job for your disabled brother? Tell me, does he compare to me?" Zhao Gang spat, showing no mercy. The crowd in the mobile phone shop had gathered, their eyes fixated on Li Kaifeng, making her wish to vanish as tears streamed down her face. Another 2 resounding slaps followed, as Zhao Gang showed no compassion. "Now tell me, who is better, me or that filthy farmer?" he demanded, his gaze icy. Li Kaifeng could not meet Li Erdan's gaze, nor could she bear the cold stare of Zhao Gang. Having grown accustomed to a life of luxury, she had repeatedly vowed never to experience poverty again. Overwhelmed with tears, she bit her lip and whispered, barely audible, "He cannot compare to you, Brother Gang. You are 1,000 times superior." Zhao Gang erupted into raucous laughter. "My dear, what did you just say? Speak louder. I can barely hear you," he taunted. "I said, that filthy farmer cannot even begin to compare to you, Brother Gang. He is unworthy to carry your shoes," Li Kaifeng shouted, her eyes filled with humiliation, her voice ringing clear in the mobile phone shop. After uttering those words, Li Kaifeng felt utterly drained, casting a final glance at Li Erdan, her expression devoid of any lingering guilt. "Huh, filthy farmer, do you see this? This is the woman for whom you risked your life and spent years in prison. You must now understand the chasm that separates us. Money can indeed grant one the freedom to act as they wish," Zhao Gang gloated, his gaze fixed on Li Erdan, reveling in the sight of his despair and anger. Yet, in stark contrast, Li Erdan and Appo's fury transformed into a serene demeanor, even a glimmer of a radiant smile spreading across his face. Zhao Gang, you overestimate yourself and the value of this woman in my life. Do you truly believe that a shameless individual, willing to sell her dignity for a better life, can never be worthy of me? Li Erdan? Li Erdan's gaze then turned to Li Kaifeng, the woman who had almost become his wife. I actually feel quite sorry for you. You may think you are living a blissful life, but I find it profoundly pitiful. Did you not just say that I am not worthy to carry his shoes? For one such as him, to even be compared to me is a short-sighted view, merely the perspective of a frog in a well. Such a worthless individual relies solely on his father's fortune to enjoy a semblance of a good life. Without his father's support, he possesses not even the basic skills to survive. You may think your choice was wise, but I assure you, regret will one day find you. Even then, it will bear no relation to me, for you are simply unworthy of Li Erdan. Moreover, I truly pity you. You have forsaken me, the entire forest. For this mere shrub, I can already foresee your grim fate. Your later years will be spent in regret and self-reproach, all stemming from your desire for fleeting gains. You, Li Kaifeng, are indeed short-sighted. Li Erdan's resounding voice echoed with remarkable force, resonating like a clarion call. Clad in humble attire, he nonetheless emanated an undeniable aura of regal authority, compelling the onlookers to erupt in spontaneous applause. Well done. This is true ambition, they exclaimed. Young man, I foresee great achievements in your future. Keep up the good work. Success is surely within your grasp. In that moment, the entire mobile phone store was alive with cheers for Li Erdan. Even the two sales clerks who had previously looked down upon him now regarded him with newfound respect. One may be impoverished, but one must never lack ambition. Through his powerful words, Li Erdan showcased an impressive confidence that earned him the admiration of all present. Chapter 0025. My father is Zhao Daong. Li Kaifeng's complexion had turned ashen, her eyes filled with humiliation. Li Erdan's words had struck her like a whip, each lash exposing her to the scornful gazes of those around her, making her feel utterly disgraced. You wretched peasant, how dare you call me trash? Do you believe I won't end your life? Zhao Gang's father was a wealthy contractor worth millions. Zhao Gang had always been accustomed to getting his way, and no one had ever dared to speak to him with such contempt. You should be thankful that the 3 strikes I landed on you 3 years ago didn't prove fatal. It would be wise not to provoke me, for I am not afraid to take a life, Li Erdan said, his eyes gleaming with a sharp intensity, exuding an aura of deadly intent. Zhao Gang, having witnessed Li Erdan and Appo's ruthlessness 3 years prior, was visibly shaken by the murderous glint in his eyes, causing him to stumble backward. What do you think you and Appo's redoing, you country bumpkin? Zhao Gang stammered, a hint of fear in his voice. Observing Zhao Gang's trepidation, Li Erdan's lips curled into a dismissive smirk. A mere spark can never rival the brilliance of the moon. I can subdue you with a single glance. I fail to comprehend where you derive the audacity to claim I am not worthy to polish your shoes or that I am inferior to you. With a look of disdain, Li Erdan turned away from Zhao Gang and Li Kaifeng, facing the counter once more. Excuse me, miss, how much does this phone cost? He asked, picking up the Fruit 5 model. Suddenly, the saleswoman at the counter let out a piercing scream, her face contorted with terror. Oh, watch out. Following her gaze, they saw Zhao Gang, his face contorted with rage, seizing a nearby swivel chair as Li Erdan turned his back. Each counter in the mobile phone store had a swivel chair with a circular iron base about the size of a basketball. Never having been subjected to such humiliation, Zhao Gang's eyes were bloodshot as he swung the chair, aiming for Li Erdan's head. The iron base of the chair would surely cause a severe head injury upon impact. The onlookers in the store, except for Li Kaifeng and Zhao Gang, held their breath in anticipation. To the saleswoman's astonishment, a peculiar smile appeared on Li Erdan's face. Get out of the way. Why are you just standing there? Just as she was about to voice her concern, Li Erdan, as if possessing eyes in the back of his head, swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the chair aimed at his skull. A sardonic smile played on Li Erdan's lips as he subtly extended his leg, positioning it perfectly in Zhao Gang's path. Zhao Gang's momentum from swinging the chair caused him to lurch forward, and Li Erdan's subtle obstruction threw him off balance. With a resounding crash, Zhao Gang stumbled forward, smashing into the glass display case. Shards of glass flew everywhere, leaving him amidst the wreckage. "Ouch, that hurts!" Zhao Gang cried out in agony. His arms and face were covered in cuts from the shattered glass, causing him to wail in pain. "Oh dear, what's all this commotion?" "I didn't an amp." "Amp? Oppos. T realize you had such a fiery temper, smashing up the phone store like that. Look what you and amp. Amp? Oppos. V'd done to that fruit 5. What a shame," Li Erdan remarked with a sarcastic tone. A slightly overweight middle-aged man emerged from the back, followed by 2 burly security guards. "Boss, he smashed the phone." "It wasn't my fault," the saleswoman said, trembling with fear. The middle-aged man, the owner of the mobile phone store, emerged from behind the counter. His face was stern as he glanced at the saleswoman before turning his attention to the wailing Zhao Gang. "Sir, why did you vandalize my store? You better have a good explanation, or you and Amp. Oppos, LL have to deal with Dong, the owner." Dong, the owner of the mobile phone store, was not an ordinary man. Despite the poverty of Pingan County, he had managed to establish the largest mobile phone store in the area. "Damn it, you fatso. What are you yelling at me for? I didn't break your store. It was that kid. If you want compensation, go find that peasant. Can't you see I'm injured? I need to go to the hospital for treatment. I don't have time to waste with you, you fat fool." Zhao Gang, grimacing in pain, his face and arms bleeding, with shards of glass still embedded in his skin, appeared menacing. "My friend, you can't turn the tables on me. Everyone here saw you smashing the counter with the chair. You can't pin this on me. The eyes of the masses are discerning," Li Erdan retorted with a sneer. "You wretched peasant, I'll get you for this. Just you wait." Zhao Gang snarled before turning his gaze to Li Kaifeng. "You slut, help me to the hospital. Do you want me to die?" Zhao Gang roared at Li Kaifeng. Li Kaifeng, who was still in shock, rushed to Zhao Gang's side upon hearing his angry words, helping him to his feet. Just as they were about to leave, a cold voice echoed through the store. "So, you think you could just smash up my store and walk away?" The speaker was none other than the owner of the mobile phone store, Dong. As soon as Dong finished speaking, the 2 security guards stepped in front of Zhao Gang and Li Kaifeng, blocking their path. Zhao Gang, known as the local tyrant of Xinglong Town, was accustomed to getting his way. Almost everyone in the town feared him. Seeing the 2 security guards blocking his path, he flew into a rage. "Damn it! You 2 security guards are courting death. Do you know who I am? How dare you block my way? Are you tired of living?" Zhao Gang roared in anger. The 2 security guards, both imposing figures with fierce expressions, looked at Dong for instructions. Dong, who was also a prominent figure in the county, was enraged by Zhao Gang and Amp Oppos' outburst. His face darkened as he spoke in a cold voice. "Beat him until he pays for the damages." Upon hearing their boss and Amp Oppos' command, the 2 security guards' eyes gleamed with a hint of cruelty. "What do you think you're doing? Let me tell you, my father is Zhao Daong from Xinglong Town. I'm Zhao Daong's son." Zhao Gang shouted, his face filled with fear. "I'm beating Zhao Daong's son," one of the security guards sneered before kicking Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang screamed in agony, his body contorting into a shrimp-like shape. The other security guard also joined in, slapping Zhao Gang on the head with a resounding thwack. In Xinglong Town, Zhao Gang, the local bully, had been wreaking havoc without anyone daring to confront him. However, these 2 security guards didn't and Oppos' care about his local tyrant status. They unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon him. "How dare you hit me? When my father finds out, you're dead. You little brat, you're still talking tough, huh? Let's see how tough you are." In an instant, Zhao Gang was knocked to the ground, clutching his head and emitting a series of pig-like screams. Chapter 26. Brother, are you joking? At this moment, Li Erdan stood aside, arms crossed, observing the commotion with keen interest, much like an indifferent spectator. Li Kaifeng, on the other hand, was utterly terrified, weeping uncontrollably and rooted to the spot. "Big brother, I beg you, please stop hitting him. I'll compensate for the damages, whatever it costs. I will pay you. Just please, no more violence." At this moment, Zhao Gang finally realized he had bitten off more than he could chew and began to plead for mercy. The owner of the mobile phone store, Dong Pongzi, waved his hand, and the two security guards immediately ceased their actions. Zhao Gang, now a sight to behold in his once pristine white shirt, now soaked in blood, stared in horror at Dong Pongzi, his face resembling that of a beaten pig. Big brother, my father is a major contractor with assets worth millions. I will compensate you for the destroyed items. Just please stop hitting me. I will pay whatever it takes. Zhao Gang, weren't you quite the bully just a moment ago? Why the sudden submission? If you had known it would come to this, why not back down earlier? Why endure this pain now? Were you born with a penchant for humiliation? Li Erdan's mocking voice rang out. Zhao Gang's face flushed crimson. He opened his mouth to retort, but was immediately halted by the sharp pain from his injuries, rendering him speechless. I, Dong Pongzi, am a reasonable man. You have damaged my property, and you must provide an explanation. Rest assured, I will not extort you. Just stay there quietly while I assess the losses, and then we can settle the account. As Dong Pongzi finished speaking, the two security guards seized Zhao Gang by the shoulders and dragged him, kicking and screaming, to a corner by the restroom of the mobile phone store. Zhao Gang, thoroughly frightened by the guards, thought they were about to beat him again and began to cry out in terror. I've already promised to compensate you. Please, just don't hit me anymore. The guards, having tossed Zhao Gang into the corner, couldn't help but spit on him in disdain, amused by his pitiful demeanor. Look at you in such a state, daring to cause trouble in Brother Dong's store. Having never endured such humiliation, Zhao Gang felt utterly degraded, too scared to make even the slightest sound. At that moment, Li Erdan approached the now sobbing Li Kaifeng and pointed at Zhao Gang in the corner, tauntingly addressing her. Do you see that? This is the worthless choice you made. Do you still think I, Li Erdan, am not worthy of even tying his shoelaces? Faced with Li Erdan's relentless disdain, Li Caifeng's heart sank. I have no regrets. Li Erdan is merely a filthy farmer, a pauper. What can he provide me? Beautiful clothes? Precious jewelry? A grand house for my family? A respectable job for my disabled brother? He can offer me nothing. Why should I regret my choice? While Li Kaifeng consoled herself internally, Li Erdan no longer deemed her worthy of a second glance. In that instant, all memories of their past were obliterated from his mind. Such a woman was unworthy of him. Disregarding Li Kaifeng, Li Erdan walked over to another counter, smiling as he inquired of the attendant, "Excuse me, dear sister. May I ask how much the Fruit 5 phone I was looking at costs?" Just then, a harsh voice pierced Li Erdan and Appo's ears. "Oof. Li Erdan, do you even consider your own circumstances? A Fruit 5 phone is beyond the reach of someone like you." Upon hearing this scornful remark, Li Erdan turned to see that the one mocking him was none other than Li Kaifeng, who had been too intimidated to speak earlier. In that moment, Li Kaifeng had completely come to terms with her situation, feeling no guilt towards Li Erdan. She was now the young mistress of a wealthy family. Why should she lower herself before a poor farmer? Ha ha, darling, you're absolutely right. Li Erdan, did you hear that? You, a mere pauper, think you can inquire about the price of a Fruit 5 phone? Even if you sold yourself, you wouldn't be able to afford one. Zhao Gang, still in the corner, laughed loudly. As Zhao Gang's laughter subsided, Tong Xiaofei entered from outside. She had just finished a phone call with a subordinate from Jiotong Pharmaceutical, which had taken longer than expected. Upon hanging up, she noticed Li Erdan had not yet emerged from the mobile phone store and decided to check on him. "Erdan, what on earth happened?" "This can't end Appo's. Could it possibly be your doing?" Tong Xiaofei said, her brows furrowed as she gazed at the shattered counter. "You mean that?" "It has nothing to do with me," Li Erdan replied with a smile. With her fashionable attire, tall stature, perfect curves, stunning face, and air of nobility, Tong Xiaofei was the center of attention wherever she went. The idea that this humble farmer could possibly know such a beautiful woman seemed implausible. Zhao Gang, crouched in the corner, could hardly believe his eyes as he witnessed Tong Xiaofei and Li Erdan conversing. Li Kaifeng, who considered herself quite attractive, suddenly felt inferior standing next to Tong Xiaofei, who seemed like a graceful swan, while she felt like an unsightly duckling in comparison. The astonished expressions of Li Kaifeng and Zhao Gang did not escape Li Erdan's notice. A cunning smile crept across his face. "Excuse me, sister. Does your store accept car payments? I would like to purchase 2 Fruit 5 phones," Li Erdan said, grinning at the attendant. "Sir, did you just say you want 2 Fruit 5 phones?" The attendant was taken aback, unsure if she had heard correctly. Noticing the attendant's bewilderment, Erdan pulled out the golden card he had just acquired from the bank and placed it on the counter. "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and fetch this gentleman his phones." Dong Pongzi, the store owner, interjected. Erdan's card was a gold card, a distinction granted to high-value clients at banks in small counties like Pinyin, setting it apart from regular cards. Dong Pongzi recognized it immediately and no longer underestimated the seemingly rustic young man before him. Upon hearing the owner's command, the attendant hurriedly began retrieving the phones. "This gentleman is purchasing 2 phones at once, so we will offer him the best discount and a few extra gifts," Dong Pongzi added. "Thank you very much, boss," Erdan replied with a smile. "Hello, sir. Your 2 phones are ready. You can process your payment over there," the attendant indicated toward the nearby card reader. Nodding, Erdan turned to Tong Xiaofei and extended his hand, offering her his card. "Sister Xiaofei, I'm not familiar with using the card reader. Could you please assist me?" he said with a light chuckle. "This brother of yours certainly has a sense of humor. You do realize that card payments require a password?" "This young lady won into Oppos. To be able to assist you," Dong Pongzi kindly reminded him. Chapter 27. "She knows my password. Thank you for the reminder, boss. My sister Xiao Fei knows the password to my card," Erdan said with a smile, leaving everyone in the mobile phone store in a state of shock, staring wide-eyed at him and then glancing at the elegantly poised Tong Xiaofei. The juxtaposition of a refined princess and a rustic farmer was utterly inconceivable. Their acquaintance alone was astonishing. And now, Erdan's assertion that Tong Xiaofei was privy to his bank card password transformed the expressions of everyone present into a tableau of disbelief. A bank card is often regarded as one of a person's most vital possessions. How could anyone other than a close confidant possibly know such sensitive information? It seemed impossible, absolutely unfathomable. At that moment, whether it was Zhao Gang, who cowered in the corner, Li Kaifeng, the sales attendant, or the other patrons in the store, none could believe the reality of the situation, all silently mulling over the impossibility of it. Earlier at the bank, Erdan had half-jokingly suggested using Tong Xiaofei and Oppo's birthday as a password, and by some strange twist of fate, she had actually divulged it to him. Consequently, he had indeed adopted her birthday as his password. Tong Xiaofei, acutely aware of the peculiar stares directed her way, nonetheless accepted the bank card Erdan offered and gracefully approached the card reader. "Hello, Mississippi. 2 iPhone 5s, totaling 11,000 yuan, the sales attendant said politely. After Tong Xiaofei presented her card, the attendant prompted her to enter the password. Beep, beep, beep. After 6 beeps, the attendant respectfully returned the card to her. "Miss, the transaction is complete. Please take care of your bank card." Wow, is this really happening? How could this rustic farmer possibly attract such attention? Has he been kept as a sugar baby by this woman? Zhao Gang muttered, unable to contain himself. At that moment, he was not alone in his incredulity. Even the store owner, Dong Pongzi, shared the same sentiment. Although Dong Pongzi was not acquainted with Tong Xiaofei, he was well aware of her standing. For someone of her status to be so familiar with a humble farmer and to know his bank card password was baffling. The only explanation he could fathom was that Erdan was indeed being supported by her. As they exited the store, the memory of Zhao Gang and Li Caifeng's stunned expressions filled Erdan with immense satisfaction, excitement radiating from his face. "I say, Erdan, are you using your sister like this without offering her some compensation? I, Tong Xiaofei, cannot allow myself to be exploited for free. How about this? Since you're buying 2 iPhone 5s, you can give me one," Tong Xiaofei said with a hint of annoyance. Being the astute woman she was, Tong Xiaofei could not discern the history between Erdan and Zhao Gang, but she certainly sensed the tension in the air. Erdan's decision to let her make the purchase instead of using his own card was clearly a performance meant for Zhao Gang and Li Kaifeng to witness. Upon hearing her words, Erdan quickly shook off his earlier euphoria, adopting a pained expression. "Sister Xiaofei, one phone is for me, and the other is for my mother. She hasn't had a decent day since I was born." Erdan intended to elaborate further on his tragic circumstances, but Tong Xiaofei cut him off with a wave of her hand. All right, you don't need to sound so pitiful. It's as if I'm competing with your mother for a phone. I can afford one phone. You showing filial piety to your mother is commendable. It makes you a responsible man. Hee hee. I knew Sister Xiaofei was the kindest person in the world, the best woman there is. Li Erdan instantly shifted from a sorrowful tone to a cheeky grin, causing Tong Xiaofei to feel a sense of being tricked. You're not concocting a story to deceive me, are you? Tong Xiaofei fixed her beautiful eyes on Li Erdan. Hee hee, Sister Xiaofei. You'll be my fortune goddess from now on. How could I deceive you? By the way, what is your phone number? I'll save it right now. Li Erdan said, hastily changing the subject. In the mobile phone store, Li Erdan purchased a SIM card, thus acquiring his own contact information. After exchanging numbers with Tong Xiaofei, she suddenly received a phone call and had to rush back to her company, bidding farewell to Li Erdan. After Tong Xiaofei left, Li Erdan couldn't help but glance back into the store. You're robbing me. I only broke one phone, and you demand I pay 20,000? Why don't you go rob someone else? Zhao Gang shouted in fury. Slap. Dong Pongzi, the owner of the mobile phone store, was a notable figure in Ping'an County, known for his violent temper from his days in the underworld. He swiftly slapped Zhao Gang across the face. Damn it, you're whining about 20,000? You smashed my store and cost me how much business? You don't want to pay? Fine, I'll break your arms and legs. And then you need to pay a dime. As soon as Dong Pongzi finished speaking, he signaled to two security guards, who promptly began to rain blows upon Zhao Gang. Ouch, that hurts. Stop hitting me. I'll pay the 20,000 right now. Zhao Gang cried out in desperation. Damn it, you're such a coward. You should have just agreed to pay earlier. Why endure all this suffering? Dong Pongzi grumbled, kicking Zhao Gang once more before finally relenting. Zhao Gang, having conceded to pay, lost interest in the commotion. Li Erdan too felt no desire to linger and let out a cold laugh. Shougong, Li Koifeng, this is just the beginning. You two wretched souls caused me to spend 3 years in prison. I won't let you off so easily. Just wait. I'll make you regret it for the rest of your lives. After muttering this to himself, Li Erdan turned and strode away. Minutes later, Li Erdan found himself at the dog meat restaurant where he had just retrieved the dog treasure. The big black dog had transformed him from a pauper into a wealthy individual, and he couldn't abandon the creature. He planned to take the big black dog back to his village. Boss, you're back. The big black dog struggled to rise, still recovering from surgery. Can you move on your own now? I'm ready to take you home, Li Erdan inquired. Boss, in my current state, I really can't walk. It will take at least 3 to 5 days to recover, the big black dog replied with a bitter smile. 3 to 5 days? Li Erdan frowned. It seemed he would have to hire a small truck to return to Xinglong Town. Wait for me here. I'll find a vehicle and come back to get you, Li Erdan said before turning to leave. Just then, the shrill sound of a horn pierced the air, and a small truck pulled up nearby, honking incessantly. Erdan, you're Li Erdan. A head popped out of the truck, calling out to him. Chapter 28. Purchasing agricultural machinery. Zhang Feng and Li Erdan exchanged surprised glances. Inside the small truck and Oppo's cabin stood a familiar face from their school days, a friend not seen for several years, prompting a hearty embrace between the two. Kai Dai, come down quickly. I must introduce you to my close friend, Zhang Feng called out. As his words fell, a heavily made-up woman emerged from the vehicle, and Li Erdan recognized her instantly. This is my girlfriend, Zhang Kai Dai. She was a year ahead of us in school, our senior, Zhang Feng introduced enthusiastically. However, Zhang Kai Dai appeared indifferent to Li Erdan, merely offering a haughty nod in acknowledgement. Look here, this is my ride, Zhang Feng boasted, patting the steering wheel with pride. Although it in Oppos, as merely a small truck, it still qualifies me as part of the vehicle-owning crowd. You and Oppos, he done well. You and Oppos, he got a car now, Li Erdan remarked, a hint of envy in his voice. I've had this truck for 2 years, and it has served me well. Just the other day, it broke down and spent a few days in a repair shop. Today, I've come to bring it back home. You might not know this, but it earns me over 200 a day, Zhang Feng said, once again tapping the steering wheel with satisfaction. By the way, Erdan, are you heading home today? Do you need a lift? Zhang Feng inquired. At this moment, Li Erdan noticed Zhang Kai Dai tugging at Zhang Feng's sleeve. What are you doing? Zhang Feng asked. Erdan is my classmate, a close friend. What's the harm in giving him a ride? Zhang Kai Dai shot a glare at Zhang Feng, and then at Li Erdan. Her expression filled with annoyance as she turned her head away, refusing to look at either of them. Zhang Feng, I appreciate your kindness, but I wouldn't want to trouble you. You see, I bought a dog, and riding in your truck wouldn't be convenient, Li Erdan replied with a smile. It's just a dog. It can easily fit in the back. We're old classmates. Why be so polite? Zhang Feng said, somewhat displeased. He jumped out of the truck and added, Come on, Erdan, let me help you lift that dog into the vehicle. Just wash the truck. And now, with a dog jumping in, it'll be dirty again. All that effort would be for nothing, Zhang Kai-dai complained. Shut up. Can you speak like a normal person? What is wrong with giving my friend a ride? If you keep whining, you could just get out and leave. Zhang Feng snapped, pointing an accusatory finger at her. What are you doing, Zhang Feng? Li Erdan felt a bit embarrassed. Erdan, don't worry about it. If you don't ride with me today, it will be like looking down on me, Zhang Feng. But Li Erdan glanced at the fuming Zhang Kai-dai. Why are you looking at her? What is she going to do? With my conditions, I and Oppos am not worried about finding a wife. If it doesn't work out, then so be it. Seeing that Zhang Feng was genuinely angry, Zhang Kai-dai fell silent. Indeed, as Zhang Feng claimed, his family status was unparalleled in Xinglong Town. Zhang Kai-dai enjoyed a life akin to a young mistress or a boss in Oppos' wife, and Zhang Feng was straightforward and honest, making it easy for those matchmaking for him to break down his family's door. With Zhang Feng's stubbornness, Li Erdan relented and helped lift the large black dog into the truck. The truck's cabin was a single row of seats, and with Zhang Feng's girlfriend sitting in the front seat, Li Erdan chose to sit in the back with the dog. Once inside, Zhang Feng drove swiftly toward Xinglong Town. In the passenger seat, Zhang Kai-dai noticed Zhang Feng was still upset, sulking in silence. My dear, I don't mind you making friends. I just hope you cultivate relationships that are beneficial to your career. Look at your classmate. Who in Xinglong Town does it know he just got out of prison after 3 years? Can you assure me he hasn't changed? What if he has ill intentions? It's a dangerous situation, and I only want what's best for you, Zhang Kai-dai said earnestly. Stop talking nonsense. I know Li Erdan isn't that kind of person. He was wrongfully imprisoned, Zhang Feng shot back, displeased. Even if he was wronged, you can't predict how people change in prison. Are you sure he has learned anything bad from the criminals there? Zhang Kai-dai pressed further. This left Zhang Feng momentarily speechless. 3 years is neither a short nor a long time, especially in a place like that. Why are you silent now? I bet you can't guarantee he is still the same good friend from 3 years ago. Thus, I suggest you keep your distance to avoid unnecessary troubles. Zhang Kai-dai reiterated. This time, Zhang Feng remained silent, pondering her words. A few hours later, they arrived back in Xinglong Town. Erdan, are you heading straight home? If so, I could drop you off at the foot of the mountain. You know my truck can't navigate the roads to your village. Zhang Feng inquired as he rolled down the window. Initially, Zhang Feng had planned to take Li Erdan back to his home for a meal and some drinks. But he found himself somewhat cautious after Zhang Kai-dai's words regarding Li Erdan, a recently released convict. Zhang Feng, take me to your agricultural machinery store. I'd like to buy something, Li Erdan replied from the back. To my place? Zhang Feng furrowed his brow. Come on, old classmate. Are you afraid I'll come to your house just to mooch off your food? Li Erdan tiesa. Erdan, what are you saying? We're close friends. I can certainly afford to treat you to a meal, Zhang Feng said, his face reddening. As he closed the window again, Zhang Kai-dai's voice echoed in his ear. See, I told you. I warned you about associating with people like him. It's easy to invite someone in, but difficult to send them away. She shook her head. Don't speak so rashly. Perhaps Erdan isn't as you think. He just wants to buy something from my store, Zhang Feng retorted. Listen, my dear, your classmate just got out of prison a few days ago. If he asks for credit at your family's store, don't let your pride get in the way. Small items are fine, but those agricultural machines are all worth thousands. If you extend credit to him, getting the money back later could be a challenge, Zhang Kai-dai warned seriously. Surely not. My relationship with him is just a few years of camaraderie. He shouldn't ask for credit for expensive equipment, Zhang Feng replied quietly. My dear, I'm merely giving you a heads up. I know you're soft-hearted, and I fear if he sweet-talks you, you might relent. If you give him credit, it'll be like throwing meat buns to a dog, never to return, Zhang Kai-dai cautioned once more. Rest assured, sweetheart, I'm not foolish enough to extend credit for thousands to someone unreliable, Zhang Feng asserted resolutely. That reassures me, Zhang Kaidai sighed in relief. In the midst of their conversation, they arrived at the town center. Zhang Feng's family agricultural machinery store was one of the few two-story establishments in town, boasting a spacious yard filled with various agricultural equipment, including four-wheel tractors and tricycles. Not only did they sell machinery, but they also repaired vehicles. As Erdan stepped out of the truck, 4 or 5 agricultural vehicles were being serviced, indicating a thriving business. Zhang Feng, your business seems to be thriving. You've probably made quite a bit of money this year, remarked Erdan with a smile. Had it not been for the words of his girlfriend in the car, Zhang Feng would undoubtedly have worn a proud and triumphant expression. Yet, the mere thought that Erdan might ask to borrow money or request tools on credit caused Zhang Feng and Oppo's demeanor to shift dramatically, becoming markedly uneasy. Erdan, you don and Oppo's, understand. Zhang Feng sighed deeply. Our agricultural machinery store truly has little profit. The inventory costs real money, and if it doesn't sell, it just deteriorates in our hands. In an Oppo's, it's difficult to make a living these days. Just as Zhang Feng finished speaking, a resonant voice interrupted. Son, what nonsense are you spouting? In the entire Xinglong town and the surrounding villages, we are the only agricultural machinery store. Our products are in high demand. There is no way they could be rotting in our possession. Following the voice, a robust man approached, his face flushed and appearing to be nearly 50 years old. The resemblance between him and Zhang Feng was striking, with their features sharing an uncanny similarity, unmistakably indicating their father-son relationship. Chapter 29, Help! Zhang Feng initially intended to deceive Erdan, hoping to dissuade him from harboring any designs against him. However, he was taken aback when his father unexpectedly appeared. Zhang Feng, are you afraid I might borrow money from you? Look, Uncle has said that your family's business is profitable, Erdan chuckled. Zhang Feng's face turned crimson. Stammering, he found himself at a loss for words. Hello, Uncle Zhang. I am Erdan, a classmate of Zhang Feng's, and I intend to purchase some farming tools from your store. Please offer me a discount, Erdan said with a smile. Child, you speak as if it were an outsider and Oppo's matter. As your classmate, how could I charge you a high price? Whatever you wish to buy, Uncle will sell to you at cost, Zhang Feng's father replied, his words smooth and comforting. Erdan, since you're a classmate of Xiao Feng, it's only fair to sell at cost. However, these agricultural machines range from several thousand to over 10,000 each, and we do not offer credit, interjected Zhang Feng's girlfriend, Yang Kaidai, who was concerned that the father-son duo might relent and suffer a loss. Having spoken, Yang Kaidai shot a glance at Zhang Feng's father, anxious he might misinterpret her warning. Zhang Feng's family operated a machinery store primarily catering to familiar faces from nearby villages. Each year, many customers bought machines on credit, intending to repay once the harvest was in. Yang Katie's words caused Zhang Feng's father to furrow his brow as he scrutinized Erdan. Upon noticing Erdan's shabby attire, Zhang Feng's father, a seasoned man, quickly grasped the situation. He silently commended his son and future daughter-in-law. Child, my future daughter-in-law speaks wisely. Our small shop cannot afford to extend credit, so we adhere strictly to cash sales. As you are Xiao Feng's classmate, selling at cost is no problem. But credit is absolutely out of the question, Zhang Feng's father said apologetically. Once out of the car, Erdan sensed Zhang Feng and Oppo's peculiar expression and soon realized the underlying concern, fear that he might seek credit. After spending several years in prison, it was understandable that trust was lacking. Erdan smiled faintly and opened his worn yellow backpack, producing a substantial sum of 20,000 yuan. Uncle Zhang, this should be enough to buy a water pump, right? Erdan said cheerfully, waving the crisp bills. Zhang Feng, his father, and even Yang Kaidai were momentarily rendered speechless at the sight of the vibrant currency. Despite Zhang Feng's family running a prosperous machinery store, producing such a large sum of cash at once marked Erdan as a significant client. Look here, child. You shouldn't flaunt your money so carelessly. With such a large sum stuffed into that small, worn backpack, are you not afraid of being robbed? Quickly, put away, Zhang Feng's father urged. Erdan, what business are you in now to have amassed such wealth? Zhang Feng inquired, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Even Yang Kaidai, who had previously looked down on Erdan, now regarded him with newfound respect. Wealth truly has transformative power. Moments ago, they were apprehensive about extending credit, and now they had done a complete about-face. Erdan felt a sense of satisfaction welling up within him. If not now, when should he boast? Erdan adopted a nonchalant demeanor, declaring, "I merely engage in small business dealings, collaborating with the Jujitang pharmaceutical factory for herbal materials." Jujitang, the leading taxpayer in the county? Zhang Feng, his father, and Yang Kai-dai exclaimed in unison, astonished. Observing their astonished expressions filled Erdan with exhilaration. It's just a small venture, earning a mere 30 to 50,000 each month. Nothing to boast about, he said, feigning indifference. 30 to 50,000 a month? Zhang Feng's family gaped at Erdan in disbelief. In a small, impoverished town like Xinglong, where Zhang Feng's family ran a machinery shop and provided repair services, their annual earnings barely reached 100,000. Now, hearing Erdan claim he could earn that much in a month was astonishing. "So, you mean to say you could earn 3 to 500,000 a year?" Zhang Feng questioned, counting on his fingers, incredulous. "Foolish boy, you ought to consider with whom Erdan is collaborating. Jujitang is the county's top taxpayer, generating millions in output annually. It's not surprising that Erdan could earn such a sum," Zhang Feng's father commended. "Just a small business, enough to get by. Nothing of significance," Erdan replied nonchalantly. "You earn 3 to 500,000 a year, and you call that just getting by? At this rate, our family might as well beg." Zhang Feng chuckled bitterly. "Erdan, as classmates, you must lend me a hand. If you ever need a truck for your business, please consider using mine, so I might benefit a little too." Zhang Feng pleaded. "Absolutely, I shall certainly use your truck for my deliveries," Erdan promised, thumping his chest. An hour later, Erdan rode a brand-new tricycle, which bore a water pump and several hundred meters of water hose. "Erdan, be careful on the mountain roads of your village. They are quite treacherous," Zhang Feng cautioned earnestly. Both Zhang Feng and Yang Kai-dai, as father, stood respectfully by, bidding Erdan farewell. In addition to the water pump, Erdan had purchased a tricycle. The rugged terrain of Galia village was unsuitable for cars, yet the tricycle was perfectly capable of navigating it. The total expenditure for the tricycle, water pump, and hose amounted to over 8,000 yuan. As Erdan rode away, Zhang Feng turned to his girlfriend, Yang Kai-dai. "Did you see that, Kai-dai? My friend is no ordinary associate. He is a person of great capability. You advised me to distance myself from him, fearing he might seek credit. It seems you underestimated his character," Zhang Feng remarked, slightly irritated. "You two listen well. Erdan is destined for greatness. Ensure you maintain a good relationship with him. Thankfully, he is not one to hold a grudge for your earlier judgments. Remember, never judge a person by their appearance," Zhang Feng's father said earnestly. "Uncle, rest assured. I shall change my ways," Yang Kai-dai replied, feeling a touch embarrassed. As for Erdan, he spent the day purchasing 2 mobile phones, one for himself and one to send to his sister, who was attending university, along with the tricycle and water pump, totaling over 20,000 yuan. After leaving Zhang Feng's home, he reflected on his parents, who had endured hardships for years, skimping on food and clothing. Now that he had the means, he was determined to improve their circumstances. Arriving at the market, Erdan purchased pork, ribs, flour, rice, and anything that caught his eye, exuding an air of someone unburdened by financial constraints. Once his purchases were complete and the tricycle was fully loaded, he reluctantly took the still frail black dog and headed back to Galia village. "Sister, come visit me. Do not take the train." Erdan hummed a tune as he drove his gleaming tricycle towards Galia village. "Help! Someone, please help me," a weak female voice echoed, interrupting Erdan's melody. Instantly, he switched off the tricycle's engine and perked up his ears to listen intently. The sound emanated from a location approximately 10 meters ahead, within the thicket. Erdan hurriedly dismounted from his tricycle. As he approached, he finally beheld the figure responsible for the noise, and his expression shifted dramatically. "My dear, you have been poisoned," he exclaimed, hastening toward her. Chapter 30. Treating snake venom. Crouching down, Erdan beheld before him a strikingly beautiful young woman lying on the grass. She appeared to be of a similar age to him, yet her fair complexion bore signs of pallor, clearly indicative of poisoning. I was bitten by a snake. The delicate woman whispered weakly. Bitten by a snake? Where? What did it look like? The Erdan and Apos' expression shifted to one of grave concern. He recalled that within the nearby mountains, there existed at least 4 or 5 varieties of venomous snakes capable of taking a life. At that moment, Erdan noticed the young woman's gaze becoming increasingly unfocused, her darkened lips twitching slightly, as if she wished to speak but could not. You need not speak, my lady. I shall examine your wound immediately. Given the gravity of the situation, he wasted no time in rolling up one of her ankles. The young woman was clad in tight-fitting jeans, and as he lifted one of her legs, he rolled the denim up to her knees, scrutinizing her skin for any trace of a bite. Could it be on the other leg? He pondered, hastily lifting her other leg, only to find it as unblemished as the first. Her upper body was adorned with a pristine white shirt, and Erdan could easily see her smooth, pale arms, devoid of any snakebite marks. Pray tell, were you bitten? The longer we delay, the greater the peril to your life, he implored urgently. At that moment, a rosy hue suddenly graced the young woman's cheeks, revealing a hint of shyness. Sister, you must speak. If you do not indicate where the wound is, how can I save you? Erdan pressed on in exasperation. The young woman displayed a look of struggle, slowly raising a finger to point. No way. Erdan was taken aback. The location she indicated was exceedingly awkward for him. It was evident that the young woman was a naive maiden, and he, a young man. Erdan found himself in a quandary. My lady, listen to me. Your condition is dire. The snake venom must be extracted immediately. I possess some knowledge of medicine, and to save you, I must proceed. As Erdan finished speaking, he determined to prioritize her treatment. Get away, you scoundrel. No. The weakened young woman protested, feebly pushing him away. In truth, even in her weakened state, she could never have matched Erdan's strength, and he felt compelled to act swiftly. He soon located the site of her snakebite, which was prominently visible, a dark bruise the size of a fist, continuing to spread ominously. Get away, you vile rogue, she cried once more, her weak voice snapping Erdan back to reality. Her name was Song Yuqin, a recent graduate from a teacher's college. In answer to the call for rural educational support, she had chosen to become a teacher in the province and Apos' most impoverished village, Galliao. Unfortunately for her, fate had dealt a cruel hand. On her way to Galliao, while taking a moment to relieve herself, a venomous snake had unexpectedly struck, leading to the unfortunate placement of her injury. What are you doing? Help! Song Yuqin shouted in panic, slapping at Erdan's head. Regardless of her frantic attempts, Erdan remained undeterred and began to extract the venom. After struggling for a time, Song Yuqin ceased her resistance, realizing that Erdan was not acting out of malice, but was genuinely trying to save her. However, as a sheltered girl, the thought of a young man being so close to her was overwhelming. Her face flushed as red as a ripe peach, her ears burning with heat, and her heart raced with anxiety. At the same time, she couldn't help but steal glances at Erdan, noticing that despite his somewhat rustic appearance, he possessed a certain handsome quality and an undeniable masculine aura. Ugh. Erdan, having finished, spat out the venom and wiped his mouth. My lady, the toxic blood has been extracted. Wait here while I gather 2 herbal remedies to apply to your wound, and you shall be well. Without waiting for her response, he dashed into the woods. Shortly thereafter, he returned clutching several wild plants. In his hands were 3 types of herbs, blind curd, red dot, and 7-leaf flower, common flora in the mountains, renowned for their efficacy against snake venom. Erdan promptly chewed the herbs, knowing that bitter medicine often tastes unpleasant. Song Yuqin watched intently. What is he doing? Is he going to chew it and then feed it to me? That would mean. Her thoughts spiraled as Erdan spat the chewed herbs into his palm. What are you doing? I refuse to consume something you've chewed. It in Apos. That's revolting. Song Yuqin exclaimed in alarm. Miss, what are you thinking? If you want to eat my chewed herbs, it would be akin to an indirect kiss. I can endamp Apos to afford to lose my first kiss. That must be saved for my future wife. This remedy is for external application, he teased. External application? Song Yuqin and Apos' face flushed even deeper. With the venom extracted, her complexion returned to a healthier hue, and her beauty became apparent to Erdan, who had previously overlooked it in his rush to save her. I had no idea she was so lovely, he thought, now truly studying her features. If you dare to stare again, I shall gouge out your eyes, Song Yuqin shouted in anger. Erdan blushed at her reprimand, offering an awkward laugh. Do not be upset, my lady. Your beauty caught me off guard, and I couldn't resist stealing a few glances. Every woman appreciates being complimented on her beauty, and despite her irritation, Song Yuqin found herself pleased. You sly farmer, who looks so honest yet harbors a clever mind, she remarked with an eye roll. Allow me to apply the herbs, Erdan declared. In no more than 3 days, the venom shall be completely eradicated. As he spoke, he began to apply the crushed herbs to her leg. At that very moment, a voice of excitement resonated in Erdan and Amp, Oppo's mind. Chapter 0031, Miss Song Yuqin. The beautiful volunteer teacher, weighing 51 kilograms and standing at 166 centimeters, with measurements of B30W22 H31, is a paragon of erudition and refinement, and is hereby bestowed the title of consort. Congratulations, host, on acquiring your 3rd consort. A spin on the prize wheel is awarded. As the dulcet tones faded, Erdan was nearly beside himself with elation. Thus far, the Imperial Harem system had bestowed 3 rewards upon him. The initial boon of conversing with animals, followed by the invaluable compendium of the Imperial Physician, and now, this 3rd dispensation. What marvels awaited him? Consumed by anticipation, Erdan momentarily forgot the damsel awaiting his assistance. Focusing his thoughts, he found the numeral 1 emblazoned at the heart of the wheel within his mind. With a surge of will, he set it in motion. A melodious chime resonated as the wheel's pointer commenced its rapid gyration. Erdan, in a state of utter absorption, directed his undivided attention to the spinning wheel, his heart brimming with expectation. You scoundrel! How despicable! Erdan's thoughts were entirely consumed by the wheel, his gaze unwavering. His disheveled appearance could only be misconstrued by Song Yuqin. With a blush of indignation, Song Yuqin raised her hand and delivered a slap to Erdan's face. However, the venom had only just been purged, leaving her devoid of strength. She collapsed into Erdan's embrace. Erdan, in a crouching posture and entirely caught off guard, found himself sprawled upon the lawn in a compromising position. Though petite, Song Yuqin's weight was considerable, and her impact served to jolt Erdan back to reality. What do you think you're doing, miss? While I appreciate my undeniable charm, and I wouldn't object to a beautiful woman like yourself taking liberties, should and Oppos, do you at least seek my consent? Such unbridled eagerness is hardly necessary, Erdan exclaimed with mock solemnity. You! Erdan's audacious retort left Song Yuqin speechless with indignation. Just then, a delicate voice interjected. How shameless! What are you two doing? The unexpected exclamation startled both Song Yuqin and Erdan, particularly the former, who remained in a state of disarray. Turning towards the source of the voice, they beheld a maiden of 18 or 19 years, her hair arranged in adorable pigtails, her hands concealing her face, and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Tong Tong, what brings you here? Erdan inquired, perplexed. Seizing the opportunity, Erdan dislodged Song Yuqin and rose to his feet. The newcomer was none other than Sun Tong Tong, the daughter of the village head and the first woman to activate Erdan and Amp, Oppo's Imperial Harem system. Brother Erdan, is that you? And who is she? Sun Tong Tong asked, her surprise evident. She is. I'm not entirely sure myself. Erdan was stumped by Sun Tong Tong's question. You don't know each other? You Don and Oppos. To know each other. Sun Tong Tong and Oppos. Gaze lingered on Song Yuqin, who was struggling to compose herself, her words trailing off. Tong Tong, please Don and Oppos. T misunderstand. This young lady was bitten by a snake, and I was merely trying to help her. Oh, I see. Which snake was it that bit you, miss? There are many venomous snakes in these mountains. Perhaps Brother Erdan and I should escort you to the hospital in town. Understanding the situation, Sun Tong Tong hastened to assist Song Yuqin in adjusting her attire and helped her to her feet. Her injuries are no longer a concern. I have already administered treatment. Erdan Asarta. By the way, Tong Tong, What brings you to these mountains so late in the day? It's quite dangerous. Well, Brother Erdan, the town sent word that a volunteer teacher is coming to our village, and my father asked me to meet her. Brother Erdan, have you seen a young lady in her 20s? It's getting dark, and I'm worried something might have happened to her, Sun Tong Tong explained, her concern evident. Upon hearing Sun Tong Tong's words, Li Erdan's gaze drifted towards Song Yuqin. Young lady, I am the volunteer teacher sent by the town. My name is Song Yuqin. She replied softly, a blush creeping across her cheeks. Sister, you're the new teacher? That's wonderful. The children in our village will finally be able to attend school. Sun Tong Tong exclaimed with delight. Although Gala village was geographically isolated, it was home to nearly 100 families with dozens of children. Education had always been a significant challenge due to the difficulty of attracting teachers. When Li Erdan was a student, the village had an elderly headmaster. However, he had passed away due to old age shortly before Li Erdan's release from prison, leaving the village children without schooling for nearly 2 months. Due to the village's impoverishment, no teachers were willing to come. Song Yuqin and Appo's arrival was a cause for celebration throughout Gala village. Li Erdan had heard about the lack of teachers at the village school and was concerned for the children's education. However, having only recently been released from prison, he was at a loss as to how to help. He held the beautiful young woman who had chosen to volunteer in this impoverished region in high regard. All right, it's getting late. Let's head back to the village. Tong Tong, help me get Teacher Song into the vehicle, and we'll go home, Li Erdan instructed. Brother Erdan, did you buy this vehicle? Sun Tong Tong asked, her surprise evident. Li Erdan's tricycle, though costing only a few thousand yuan, was a significant asset in Gala village. Your brother Erdan is planning to start a herbal medicine business, and I bought this vehicle for convenience, Li Erdan replied. Brother Erdan, you're so capable. You've only been home for a few days, and you're already starting a big business, Sun Tong Tong exclaimed with admiration, patting the young girl's head. Li Erdan replied with a hint of pride, This is nothing, little one. Just wait and see. When your brother Erdan becomes wealthy, I'll pave the road in our village and buy a large vehicle so that everyone in the village can prosper. Li Erdan's ambitious words prompted Song Yuqin to cast a second glance at him. However, the memory of his earlier impudence caused her to grind her teeth in vexation. With the two beauties aboard, Li Erdan started the tricycle and headed towards Gala village. Before long, Li Erdan's tricycle came to a halt in front of the village head Sun Changxing's house. Song Yuqin, the volunteer teacher, would be temporarily residing at Sun Changxing's home, as had been arranged prior to her arrival. It was nearly dinner time, and the villagers were returning from the fields. Upon seeing Li Erdan's brand new tricycle, they gathered around in a throng. Erdan, did you buy this vehicle? You're doing well, lad. You've only been home for a few days, and you're already a vehicle owner. Erdan, give me a ride. Let me experience the prestige. The entire village was small, and the villagers quickly surrounded them, chattering away, creating a lively scene. Everyone, I have matters to attend to at home, so I won't be able to chat with you today. We'll talk another time. After rescuing Song Yuqin, the system had rewarded Li Erdan with a porcelain gourd. With Sun Tong Tong and Song Yuqin nearby, Li Erdan had not had the opportunity to examine it. He had no interest in idle chatter with the villagers. Chapter 0032. The strategist of the black market, you prodigal son, borrowing money just to buy these worthless trinkets. What on earth can you do with such a decrepit vehicle? You have driven me to the brink of madness. Upon seeing his son Li Erdan return with a tricycle, his father Li Baoku was instantly enraged, his eyes wide with fury, as if he were about to strike. Father, please don't be angry. Mother, please stop him. Sensing his father's impending wrath, Li Erdan hurriedly hid behind his mother, Yang Tsuhua. Erdan, it's not that your father is angry for no reason. You borrowed 5,000 yuan from Xie Bao just to buy this contraption. How are we to repay him? What purpose does this serve? Yang Tsuehua lamented, her face etched with worry. Father, mother, just hear me out. Do not underestimate this tricycle. It is akin to the old hen I have raised. Just wait and see. It will surely lay countless golden eggs for me in the future. Mother, I haven't tasted your delicious ribs in 3 years. Look, I bought some ribs today. Please cook them for me tonight. Li Erdan said with a grin. Oh, you prodigal son, you will surely be the death of me one day. Li Baoku, despite his frustration, could do nothing but sigh. The money had already been spent, and with Li Erdan just returning from prison, he could not bring himself to strike him. Seeing his father turn and head indoors, Li Erdan let out a sigh of relief and pulled at Yang Suihua's arm. "Mother, let me help you start a fire. We are having ribs tonight," he said playfully. "You little rascal, if you start the fire, you'll only set the house ablaze. Go rest inside. I and Appos. LL call you when the food is ready." Yang Suihua gently tapped Li Erdan and Appos' forehead. After moving the rice and flour into the house and tending to the weak black dog, Li Erdan threw himself into his room. "Commander, you're back. How did it go?" asked Erdan's companion, Ermao. "Bang. What nonsense are you spouting, Ermao? When our commander is on the move, there is nothing that cannot be accomplished. It is a triumphant return with spoils." The mouse slapped Ermao playfully. "Boss, you're right. I deserve this slap. Our commander is a rare talent, unmatched throughout history. The most handsome man in the world." Stop, stop, stop. "You two sycophants, cease your flattery. I have matters to attend to. You two should get back to work," Li Erdan said impatiently. The two hamsters, seeing that Li Erdan was ignoring them, fell silent. With a thought, a porcelain gourd, about 5 centimeters tall, appeared in Li Erdan's hand. The gourd was a brilliant golden hue, strikingly beautiful, with 2 archaic characters inscribed upon it, "Towards kindness." What does "towards kindness" mean? Li Erdan furrowed his brow, examining the golden gourd closely. This gourd was the reward bestowed upon him by the 3 palaces and 6 courtyard system. It had no opening. Peering inside yielded nothing but a white mist, obscuring any view. Turning it upside down to see if anything would spill out, Li Erdan was disappointed to find it completely empty. The first reward allowed him to communicate with all beasts. The second reward, the Imperial Medical Cannon, granted him exceptional medical skills. Both previous rewards had provided tangible benefits, yet this gourd left him bewildered. Was it perhaps an antique worth a great fortune? After pondering for a while, he could not discern its significance. "Erdan, come to dinner," Yang Suihua called. "Okay, mother, I'm coming." Unable to figure it out, Li Erdan nonchalantly tied a piece of thread around the small gourd and hung it around his neck. Surprisingly, once it hung from his neck, a refreshing sensation enveloped him. Despite the sweltering heat of the day, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. Since Li Erdan and Appos' imprisonment, Li Baoku and Yang Suihua had not enjoyed such a hearty meal. Roast chicken, ribs, braised crucian carp, scrambled eggs with chives. There was no shortage of dishes. Furthermore, Li Erdan had brought home 2 barrels of liquor, and the family reveled in a joyous feast. After a night of silence, the next morning, Li Erdan rose early, well before dawn. "Old Huang Yo, see what I have brought back for you. You shall no longer endure hardships," Li Erdan declared proudly. "Commander, you truly brought back the water pump. Now I won't have to suffer hauling water anymore," Old Huang Yo exclaimed with excitement. He strapped 2 large baskets on Old Huang Yo's back, hanging the water pump and hose on either side. "Come, Old Huang Yo, let us go irrigate the fields. Once my parents awaken, I shall surely surprise them," Li Erdan said enthusiastically. "By the way, Old Huang Yo, you mentioned you come from a fishing village in the south, so you must have seen much. If you have any good ideas, do not hesitate to share them with me. I shall reward you handsomely," Li Erdan added. "Commander, rest assured, I have seen all manner of things. From now on, I, Old Huang, shall be your strategist, ensuring your path to great wealth. In fact, I already have a profitable idea," Old Huang Yo replied. "Oh, pray tell me, Old Huang Yo, what is this lucrative idea?" Li Erdan asked, his excitement palpable. "Commander, your village has over 100 households, each with at least 4 acres of fertile land, over 400 acres total. With this year's drought, every household needs water. You could use the water pump you bought to help irrigate their fields. For just 30 yuan per acre, calculate how much you could earn." Old Huang Yo explained leisurely. "Old Huang Yo, you are brilliant. If I irrigate all 400 acres at 30 yuan each, that amounts to 12,000 yuan. This business is too good to pass up," Li Erdan praised. "Commander, according to my calculations, this drought will likely last for another month. That means each household will need to irrigate at least 3 more times. Now calculate how much that amounts to," Old Huang Yo said, swelling with pride. "Old Huang Yo, I never expected you to possess such economic acumen. From now on, you shall be my strategist." Li Erdan laughed heartily. At home, Yang Suihua awoke at dawn. only to find that both Li Erdan and old Huang Niu were missing. She hurriedly called for her husband, Li Baoku. "Old man, wake up. Erdan has already gone to work in the fields. He just got out of prison, and his body is not yet fully recovered. We mustn't let him overexert himself," Yang Tsuehua urged. "This rascal has become so diligent." "I will get up immediately," Li Baoku replied, a look of contentment on his face. Chapter 33. Irrigation with water pumps. Li Baoku and Yu Tsuehua, the elderly couple, were deeply concerned about their son, unwilling to burden Li Erdan with excessive toil. In a flurry, they rushed out of their home. Before they reached the fields, they spotted Li Erdan in the distance, leisurely perched atop an old yellow ox, a cigarette dangling from his lips, embodying a state of relaxation. "Are you worried about exhausting your precious son? Just look at him. Can he really be worn out?" Li Baoku chuckled, teasingly scolding him. Of course, Yang Tsuehua noticed Li Erdan's indolence as well, eliciting a helpless smile from her. "That troublesome child." Upon seeing that Li Erdan was not working, the elderly couple felt their urgency dissipate. However, as they approached, they were astonished by the scene before them. "Father, mother, you're here. Why are you two fussing about? You could have enjoyed a nice nap at home. This little plot of land will be taken care of by me from now on," Li Erdan proclaimed with pride upon seeing their astonished expressions. The field was sown with corn, and at that moment, the parched earth, on the verge of cracking, was drenched with water droplets. Yesterday and Appo's droopy corn seedlings appeared revitalized, as if they had consumed a potent tonic. "Erdan, what on earth is happening? Did it rain?" Yang Tsuehua asked incredulously. "Mother, it's simple. Just look over here," Li Erdan said, leading his parents to the edge of the field. There a hose, as thick as an arm, was gushing water into the soil. "A water pump. Where on earth did you acquire this?" "I've heard they cost 4,000 to 5,000 each," Li Baoku exclaimed in astonishment. "Father, I purchased this water pump. From now on, you 1T have to drag the old ox around in the sweltering heat to fetch water. Just look how quickly this works. In a few hours, we can irrigate our several acres of land," Li Erdan replied, grinning. "You little spendthrift. Our few acres yield only 4,000 or 5,000. By buying this, are you expecting us to eat the wind?" Li Baoku scolded angrily, raising his hand to strike Li Erdan, only to be stopped by Yang Tsuehua. Meanwhile, villagers began to bring out their cattle and horses to work, greeting the Li family as they passed. "Hey, the entire field of Li Erdan's family is irrigated, creating a stark contrast with the neighboring plots." Everyone took notice. "Baoku, when did your family acquire such a marvelous device? This is truly a valuable asset. Goodness. With such an apparatus, your family will never have to worry about water again." Voices of envy rang out, prompting Li Baoku, still simmering with anger, to feel an unexpected surge of pride. "Ha, this old body of mine knows nothing about such things. It's all thanks to my son Erdan. This little rascal comes up with all sorts of tricks to avoid hard work," Li Baoku said with a proud smile. At that moment, a figure emerged from the crowd. "Baoku, with such a valuable item at your disposal, you must let me borrow it. Once you finish irrigating your field, come over to mine." The intruder was none other than the miserly Xia Laoku, who had caused a scene at the Li household just days prior. "Xia Laoku, how dare you ask for a favor after your recent behavior? You nearly drove Baoku and his wife to despair. How can you show your face here?" Laughter erupted from the crowd, and Xia Laoku's face turned crimson, unable to muster a response. "Enough, Xia Laoku. While you may lack integrity, I, Li Baoku, cannot disregard familial ties. After my field is finished, I will assist you." Baoku, known for his kind-heartedness, decided to overlook the past, feeling somewhat indebted as he still owed Xia Laoku money. "Baoku, my brother, it's just as I said. The bond we've shared over the years is truly invaluable." Xia Laoku beamed, his face lighting up with joy. "Wait, father, this 1T do?" Li Erdan interjected urgently. "Erdan, what is the matter?" Li Baoku asked, puzzled. "Father, this water pump didn't come without cost. Just purchasing it set me back over 5,000, and it requires fuel as well. The cost of fuel is akin to water. It can easily exceed 100 a day. If you help Uncle Ko today, Uncle Li tomorrow, and Uncle Zhao the day after, who will you assist next? With machinery, wear, and tear, even if we possessed a gold mountain, it wouldn't suffice to cover the expenses," Li Erdan explained. "That, Li Baoku was momentarily speechless, uncertain of how to proceed. Leave this matter to me. Fellow villagers, everyone, listen up. This water pump belongs to Li Erdan, and its cost is substantial. I can assist in irrigation for any family, but the fee is 30 yuan per acre. If you feel this is reasonable, come to me to register. Those who sign up first will be prioritized, he declared. As Li Erdan finished speaking, silence enveloped the crowd. Erdan, I have 5 acres, which totals 150 yuan. I'll bring it to you shortly, said Uncle Chang Sheng, the village head. Erdan, please do mine as well, chimed in another villager. With this year's severe drought, the 30 yuan per acre fee was readily accepted. The villagers were astute. For 5 acres, relying on livestock for irrigation would take days to complete, and the land would still be inadequately watered. Spending a little over 100 yuan not only ensured thorough irrigation, but also freed them up for other tasks. An irresistible proposition. Don't rush. There's enough for everyone. Throughout the day, Li Erdan hardly left the fields, assisting villagers with their irrigation until evening, when he had no time to return home for a meal. Erdan, take a break. I made you some meat dumplings. Come and have a bite, Yang Suihua called out. Ah, they smell delicious, Li Erdan exclaimed, grabbing a dumpling and popping it into his mouth. Why the rush, you little rascal? No one is competing with you, Yang Suihua said affectionately. By the way, mother, here is the money I earned today. Please keep it safe for you and father. As he spoke, Li Erdan produced a hefty bundle of cash from his pocket. So much money. Yang Suihua and Li Baoku were taken aback. In total, I irrigated 50 acres, earning 1,500 yuan. However, I want to be going home to sleep tonight. I plan to keep working until it's all done, Li Erdan said between bites. As Yang Suihua accepted the money from her son, her face lit up with joy. You old man, this morning you scolded Erdan for being a spendthrift. Just look at how capable our son is. He earned 1,500 in a single day, she proudly declared. Isn't my son too? I've always believed in his potential, Li Baoku replied with equal pride. Now that I'm full, let us get back to work. You two should head home and rest. Li Erdan stretched lazily. Erdan, earlier during dinner, Xia Laoku came to our house, Li Baoku mentioned. What does that old scoundrel want at our place? Li Erdan asked, his brow furrowing in concern. Chapter 34. The Scheming of Old Man Xia. That old miser Xia is notorious for his penchant for petty advantages. I heard that you, Erdan, are charging for water? He is coming to our house tonight, borrowing money without paying interest, and the funds for that water pump he wants you to buy are also borrowed from his family. In short, he wants you to assist with their irrigation without any compensation, remarked Yang Suihua with a cold snort. Suihua, while it is true that old man Xia relishes a bargain, what he mentioned is also factual. Erdan, I see it this way. Old man Xia has only 5 mu of land. We're not lacking that 150 yuan. So let us irrigate his fields tomorrow, suggested Li Baoku. Do you think that old man Xia is so kind-hearted as to help us? It's not for us. It's because his foolish son has his eye on our Shiwa way. Yang Suihua scoffed again. What a cunning old miser. I didn't seek you out, yet you plotted against me. This time, I shall make you pay dearly for your schemes, thought Li Erdan with a cold smile, quickly speaking up. Father, mother, please tell old man Xia that I can irrigate their fields. Ask him to come find me tomorrow morning. I have a matter to discuss with him. Upon hearing this from Li Erdan, the elderly couple packed up their lunchboxes and returned home. Although Li Erdan spent the night in the fields, he hardly lifted a finger for the irrigation. Demao and Ermao were responsible for monitoring the water, and when it was time to move the pipes, the 2 hamsters called upon the old yellow cow for assistance. Meanwhile, Li Erdan spent the first half of the night contemplating the benevolent gourd hanging on his chest, and the latter half was spent in deep slumber. Erdan, when will you come to work on my land? Early the next morning, as dawn broke, old man Xia excitedly arrived in the fields. If Erdan irrigates my land, my son Xia Bao and I could free up at least 3 days to work elsewhere and earn a few hundred more. With a face full of delight, old man Xia was calculating his little scheme when Li Erdan's lazy voice rang out. Old man Xia, rest assured, your land will be well taken care of. Just leave it to me. However, I'm planning to add a few cabinets to my home, and since you're the finest carpenter in the area, I would like you to make 2 for me. Make cabinets? Well, if you ask for my help, I would surely assist. But Xiaobao and I have our own tasks lined up and simply do not have the time, old man Xie replied, looking troubled. What a difficult old man. He is so easygoing when he needs help, yet so troublesome when I seek assistance, Erdan thought to himself, cursing inwardly. Old man Xie, if it comes to it, I can pay. Whatever you charge others for making cabinets, I will pay you the same. We are all from the same village. Surely you can lend me this small favor, Erdan smiled. Child, don't worry about money. I wouldn't dare accept payment from you. However, if you insist, I suppose I must accept. What kind of cabinets do you need? Old man Xie asked. Old rascal, Erdan cursed silently again. Just make me 2 cabinets identical to the ones in your house. The size should be the same as those with the large copper plates. That's simple enough. Just 2 cabinets? It will take a maximum of 4 days, and I and Xie Bao can get it done. Each cabinet will cost 500, totaling 1,000. But let me tell you, Erdan, old man Xie is not making a profit off you. The cost of materials is quite high now, old man Xie said, his small eyes fixed on Erdan. 4 days is too long. I need them in 2 days. If you can't manage that, I will just buy ready-made ones in town, Erdan replied, furrowing his brow. Erdan, 2 days is too tight. Even if Xie Bao and I forego sleep, we cannot finish 2 cabinets in that time, old man Xie said, frowning deeply. Old man Xie, 1 cabinet is for clothes, and the other is for the water pump and hoses. The old one will suffice. You 2 are craftsmen. Whenever you want to use it, you can make your own. Or, old man Xie, why not just give me the one from your home? I assure you, I will pay you every cent, Erdan proposed. The one from my home? Erdan, you must not backtrack on this. I can lend you the cabinet, but don't complain about the price later. Old man Xie asked, somewhat excited. What are you talking about? Did you not hear me? I only need it for the water pump and tools. What is the worry about it being old? Erdan replied. All right, Erdan, it's settled. I'll head back to prepare the materials and start on 1 cabinet for you. Once it's done, Xie Bao and I will deliver it to your home. Old man Xie said, nearly skipping back home. As Xie Bao was approaching the age for marriage, old man Xie was planning to build a new house for him in the latter half of the year, and all the shabby furniture would naturally be replaced with new ones. Now, Erdan was willing to pay 500 for a worn-out cabinet, which was enough to excite old man Xie. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. During this time, Erdan had irrigated nearly 1/3 of the village and Appo's farmland, and he had already recouped the cost for the water pump. One day, while Erdan's family was dining in their room, they heard old man Xie's voice outside. Erdan, the cabinets you wanted have been delivered. When Erdan stepped outside, he saw Xie Bao and his father unloading the cabinets from the old cow. 1 cabinet was new, and the other was old, the latter being the one embedded with a copper mirror. Erdan's eyes instantly sparkled, and he forcefully suppressed his excitement. Place the new one in my room, and this old one can go here, he directed. With the assistance of old man Xie and his son, the cabinets were soon set in place. As soon as old man Xie and his son departed, Yang Cuihua and Li Baoku approached Erdan. You foolish child. That old scoundrel Xie is clearly taking advantage of you. Just look at how old this cabinet is, and he still charged you 500 yuan. How could you be so naive? It's all your father's fault. We should never have irrigated their fields for free. Yang Cuihua exclaimed, her anger palpable. That old man Xie has gone too far. I must confront him about this. Selling you an old piece of furniture at the price of a new one is simply unacceptable, Li Baoku declared, stepping forward to seek out old man Xie. Just then, the elderly couple noticed Erdan, who was wielding a large axe and swinging it at the old cabinet. Crack! The top of the cabinet split open immediately. Erdan, have you lost your mind? The parents shouted in unison. Erdan swung the axe again, and after several strikes, he completely severed the top, revealing the copper mirror embedded within. Picking up the copper mirror and cradling it in his palm, Erdan burst into laughter. Child, you're not unwell, are you? Have you been losing sleep over the irrigation? Yang Cuihua asked, concerned. Ha, mother, what are you saying? I'm perfectly fine. Do you both think I'm foolish enough to pay a hefty sum for an old cabinet only to break it afterward? Erdan laughed heartily. Upon hearing his words, the elderly couple looked at him in confusion, their expressions reflecting their bewilderment at his excited demeanor. Chapter 0035. Appraisal of antiques, mother and father. Do you truly believe your son is foolish enough to spend a fortune on such a decrepit cabinet? Despite the shrewdness of old Sia, he pales in comparison to my cunning, Erdan remarked, a hint of mystery gracing his features as he beckoned his parents closer. Have you noticed this? Seeing his enigmatic demeanor, Li Baoku's expression shifted to one of realization. Erdan, could this item possibly be an antique? Li Baoku inquired, his face alight with expectation. Father, you are correct. This is, without a doubt, an antique. That miserly old man, Xie, knows nothing of its worth. Once I sell this, he will be left lamenting in despair, Erdan replied with pride. Ha ha, what a clever lad. Even that old miser Xie is ensnared by your wiles. Truly the son of Li Baoku. Spare me your flattery. With your wit, if I were like you, I'd be counting coins for old Xie. Erdan retorted. Tell your mother and me, how much can this item fetch? Yu Tsuehua asked. Well, it's a bit difficult to ascertain, but after some online research, it appears this is a copper mirror from the Yuan dynasty, likely valued at over 100,000. Erdan explained. What? Over 100,000? Li Baoku exclaimed, his mouth agape. Old man, keep your voice down. We can't let anyone else hear. Erdan, if this item is truly so valuable, take great care to safeguard it. Losing it would be a great misfortune, Yu Tsuehua cautioned. After a night of silence, the next morning, Erdan rose early, preparing to visit the county. His primary aim was to have the copper mirror appraised by an expert, as he lacked knowledge in this area. He entrusted the family water pump, which could yield over 1,000 a day, to his father, Li Baoku. Around 10 in the morning, Erdan arrived at the County Museum of Ping and Appos, and county, once a capital during the Yuan dynasty. If the mirror was indeed from that era, he was certain he could find someone knowledgeable within the museum for an appraisal. Young man, whom are you seeking? An elderly guard intercepted him. Hello, sir. I possess an antique and seek someone to appraise it. Erdan replied courteously. You should check the day of the week. It's the weekend. No one is working in the museum today, the guard informed him. A weekend? Erdan was momentarily taken aback. His life revolved around the sun's cycle, and he had lost track of the days. Was this trip in vain? You must be from out of town. It's not easy to come here. Let me call our director Wu. He is usually home on weekends and lives nearby. If he agrees, you can go to his house, the guard kindly offered. Thank you so much, sir. Here, take a smoke, Erdan said, extending a cigarette. I don't smoke. Just wait here. I'll make the call. Before long, the guard emerged from a booth. The director said, he is expecting you. His home is in that building, Unit 402, on the 3rd floor. Grateful, Erdan hurried toward the indicated building. As he departed, the guard wore a sly smile. What a simpleton. It seems I'll be getting a bonus. Adjacent to the museum stood the staff quarters, a mere 500 meters away. In just 5 minutes, Erdan reached Director Wu's doorstep. After knocking, a bespectacled man in his 40s, exuding an air of refinement, opened the door. You must be Director Wu. I'm here for the antique appraisal, Erdan said with flattering enthusiasm. The guard mentioned you. Please come in. Erdan found Director Wu to be quite approachable, and he entered the home without further ado, presenting the copper mirror from his worn backpack. Upon seeing the mirror, Director Wu's eyes sparkled with interest as he swiftly took it and moved toward his study. Please wait here while I examine it. Appraisals require patience. Help yourself to some fruit, Wu instructed. Please take your time. I'm in no hurry, Erdan replied, wishing to accompany him, but the door to the study closed, leaving him feeling somewhat frustrated. What a naive fool. Even when sold, he'll assist in counting the money, he mumbled to himself. Just then, a sound caught his attention, and he turned to see a large white bird in a cage. A Moluccan cockatoo, one of the largest parrot species aside from the macaw, sat there, its crest extended, glaring at Erdan. Hey you, why do you stare? Never seen such a magnificent bird? It squawked. How dare you insult me? Believe me, I could roast you alive, Erdan chuckled, stepping closer to the cage. Good heavens, you can understand me. Kindly help me escape. I've spent 3 years in this cage, and the confinement is unbearable. I long for the freedom of soaring high in the sky, the parrot pleaded. Why would I want a foolish bird like you? Besides, you belong to Director Wu, Erdan replied, shaking his head. Listen, you mustn't trust that old man inside. He is notorious for trickery. Just wait. When he emerges, he'll surely claim your antique is a counterfeit, the parrot warned. Really? Erdan frowned, pondering the parrot's words. At that moment, Director Wu exited the study. Young man, do you know what era this item belongs to? Director Wu, I'm not well versed in this matter. I did some research online and believe it to be from the Yuan dynasty. Erdan responded softly. Indeed, this copper mirror appears to be from the Yuan dynasty. Director Wu replied, eliciting a flicker of delight on Erdan's face. Yet just then Wu sighed heavily. However, Chapter 0036, Sister Yunlan. Before Director Wu could continue his discourse, the voice of the parrot resonated in Erdan's mind. Boss, did I not tell you? This old fellow is indeed as I described. Young brother, in terms of both form and patina, this object bears a striking resemblance to a copper mirror from the Yuan dynasty. However, young brother, observe the corrosion here and the patterns over there. For the next few minutes, Director Wu resembled a university professor, tirelessly expounding upon the esoteric intricacies of copper mirrors. To Erdan, a novice in this realm, the information was shrouded in mystery. Had it not been for the parrot's prior warnings, Erdan would have undoubtedly assumed that the copper mirror he brought was worthless. This old man is employing the same old tricks. Boss, do you believe he will next proclaim that although your item is a counterfeit, its condition is commendable, thus possessing some collectible value? He will surely mention that a friend of his has a penchant for low-priced replicas and would offer you some higher than scrap value. Inquiring if you wish to sell, the parrot remarked with a scoff. Director Wu, as you would say, this object of mine is indeed worthless, Erdan queried. Young brother, in the realm of antiques, a counterfeit remains a counterfeit. Were your copper mirror genuine, it might fetch a price of several tens of thousands. However, as a fake, it is only worthy of being sold as scrap metal. But I see you are not particularly affluent. How about this? I have a friend who collects these fakes at low prices, and he would offer you some 100-fold above scrap value. If you agree to sell, I can contact him and secure around 3,000 to 5,000 for you. Had the parrot not forewarned him, Erdan would have been immensely grateful to Director Wu for such a proposition. Damn, this old rogue has an intricate scheme to deceive me. He is utterly despicable. Parrot, does this old man often engage in such antics? Erdan inquired. I have been in the employ of this old scoundrel for 3 years, and he has executed such deceitful tactics at least a dozen times, the parrot replied. Rogues may not be fearsome, but a cultured rogue is truly terrifying. Today, Erdan comprehended the profundity of this statement. Parrot, this old scoundrel is exceedingly wicked. I have resolved to rid society of his deceitful presence. Do you have any leverage against him? Erdan asked. Haha, boss, you have asked the right bird. If you agree to take me with you, I will ensure this old rascal faces dire consequences, the parrot declared with anticipation. Agreed. While Erdan and the parrot conspired, Director Wu's gaze remained fixed upon Erdan. Young brother, have you made your decision? If so, I can call my friend immediately. I assure you, this copper mirror is a counterfeit, and you will never receive such a high offer again. So think carefully, Director Wu urged. Erdan did not rush to respond. Instead, he continued his dialogue with the parrot. Parrot, first tell me, what incriminating evidence do you possess against this old scoundrel? Boss, have you noticed that bookshelf in the living room? It is actually a hidden door, behind which lies a trove of unearthed artifacts, all acquired through collusion between this old man and grave robbers. He is yet to sell them. If you inform the police of this, do you think this old man will escape unscathed? The parrot exclaimed, filled with excitement. Trafficking in unearthed artifacts? Parrot, this is no trivial matter. Are you certain there is a secret chamber behind that bookshelf? Erdan Castunat. Boss, rest assured, if I utter a single falsehood, you may roast me as a chicken. With the parrot's assurance, Erdan felt a surge of confidence. His small eyes regarded the self-assured Director Wu across the room, and he chuckled inwardly. Old man, your misdeeds will surely bring about your downfall. You have targeted me, and now your luck has run out. Director Wu, please contact your friend. Regardless, this copper mirror is a counterfeit. Whatever it may sell for should suffice for our family sustenance. However, we cannot complete the transaction today. I shall return tomorrow morning. Erdan stated. Upon hearing Erdan's words, a flicker of joy appeared in Director Wu's eyes, although he masked it skillfully. Very well, young brother. We have a deal. Tomorrow at 8, you shall come here, and I will summon my friend. After a brief exchange with the parrot, Erdan departed from Director Wu's residence. As he stepped outside, he glanced back with a cold smile before retrieving his phone from his pocket. "Hello, this is Tai Yunlan. May I ask who is calling?" Came a chilly voice from the other end. "Sister Yunlan, it's Erdan," Erdan replied, taking a deep breath. Tai Yunlan, the warden of Longqing Prison, had been a guiding presence for Erdan during his incarceration. When he first entered prison, he was engulfed in despair, contemplating suicide. It was during this tumultuous time that the kind and beautiful police officer, Tai Yunlan, graduated from the police academy and began her work. Thanks to Tai Yunlan's unwavering support, Erdan had repeatedly failed in his attempts to take his own life, ultimately finding solace through her patient guidance. The compassionate Tai Yunlan embraced Erdan as her younger brother, taking meticulous care of him, for which he was eternally grateful. "Erdan, is this your phone number? Where you up to? You haven't done anything impulsive again, have you?" The voice on the other end, though cold, was laced with concern. "Sister Yunlan, rest assured. When I was released from prison, I promised you I would never act impulsively again. When I got out, you'd just been reassigned to the Longqing Criminal Police Team. Today, I am calling to present you with a significant achievement," Erdan announced. "Erdan, what are you talking about? A significant achievement? What have you done?" Tai Yunlan asked. Perplexed, Erdan had several motivations for reaching out to Tai Yunlan. First, he wished to reconnect with the sister who had cared for him throughout his 3 years in prison. Second, he felt uneasy about trusting anyone else given Director Wu and Oppos as social standing. And third, he wanted to offer Tai Yunlan a significant accomplishment as she settled into her new role. Meanwhile, at Director Wu and Oppos' residence, an elderly man arrived. Had Erdan been present, he would have immediately recognized this old man as the gatekeeper who had introduced him to Director Wu. "How's it going, brother-in-law? Is that rustic fellow's item worthwhile? How much can we earn this time?" I could tell that rustic chap was a simpleton. He brought it straight to you, the old man said, wearing a proud expression. Chapter 0037. Counter-extortion, brother. You have quite the insight. That fellow today is indeed a simpleton, though the treasure he possesses is rather mediocre. Yielding merely a profit of around 100,000, Director Wu remarked with a faint smile. "My dear brother-in-law, you flatter me." The old doorman, a distant uncle of Director Wu, had been a notorious gambler in his youth. Eventually, he joined Director Wu at the museum, where he often introduced tomb raiders and antique-selling farmers to him. With a resounding clap, a stack of vibrant red bills appeared on the doorman's desk. "Brother, you played a pivotal role in this transaction. This 10,000 is your preliminary reward. Once I sell the simpleton's treasure, I shall grant you another 10,000. In the future, send any such simpletons my way," Director Wu chuckled. "Ha ha, dear brother-in-law, you are far too kind. We are family, after all. No need for such formalities." Though the doorman and Oppos' words were gracious, his hands were certainly not idle, hastily stuffing the money into his pocket. After the doorman departed, Director Wu appeared exceedingly pleased, whistling as he approached the parrot's cage. "My little darling, do you know how much I stand to gain this time? At the very least, this sum is enough to make your master jubilant," Director Wu declared with a proud expression. The parrot, observing Director Wu's self-satisfaction, couldn't help but scoff inwardly. "Old fool, revel in your delight while you can. Starting tomorrow, your bird master shall soar to great heights." That evening, Erdan chose not to return to Taiyuan village. Instead, he spent a few dozen yuan to stay at a small inn for the night. After breakfast, he set off with the antique copper mirror, heading straight to Director Wu and Oppos' residence. Knock, knock, knock. As soon as Erdan rapped on the door, it swung open to reveal a beaming Director Wu. "Young brother, you have arrived. My friend has been waiting for quite some time." Erdan merely sneered, offering no further words as he stepped into Director Wu's home. Upon entering, he immediately spotted a middle-aged man of distinguished appearance seated on the living room sofa, exuding the air of a successful individual. "Young brother, allow me to introduce you to Boss Hua. He is a generous man. Why not present the copper mirror for him to examine?" Director Wu said, gesturing towards the middle-aged gentleman. Boss Hua, with an imposing presence, cast a disdainful glance at Erdan and Oppos' unrefined demeanor. What a simpleton, he thought to himself. Noticing the contempt in Boss Hoa and Appo's eyes, Erdan couldn't and Appo's help but chuckle inwardly. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and casually retrieved the copper mirror from his bag. As the mirror was unveiled, Boss Hoa and Appo's eyes lit up with interest. Indeed, this is a fine imitation. However, an imitation is still just that. Young brother, although this piece is a replica from the Republic era, I shall take it. Name your price. Observing the excitement in both Boss Hoa and Director Wu, Erdan's playful spirit surged. He leaned back on the sofa, crossed his legs, and raised 2 fingers. 2,000? Very well. It's a deal. Young brother, I will count the money for you right away, Boss Hoa replied eagerly. Contrary to expectations, Erdan showed no intention of accepting the offer, leaving Boss Hoa momentarily stunned. Young brother, do you find the price too low? If so, I can certainly offer a bit more, Boss Hoa suggested. Suddenly, Erdan burst into laughter, standing with an amused expression. I believe you both have misunderstood. I seek 200,000. Do you intend to dismiss me with a mere 2,000? Treating me like a beggar? What? 200,000? Have you lost your mind? You might as well rob someone. Boss Hoa exclaimed angrily. Young brother, even if this copper mirror were authentic, selling it for 200,000 would be a near impossibility. What kind of is this? Director Wu's expression darkened as he interjected. I must say, old Wu, introducing me to such an unreliable individual is a complete waste of my time. Boss Hoa grumbled. Please, do not be upset, Boss Hoa. I too do not expect this young farmer to be so unreliable. It is utterly infuriating, Director Wu replied, feigning frustration. Watching the theatrical exchange, Erdan could not help but smile. Gentlemen, is there truly a need to continue this charade? To be frank, it would be a pity for you two not to pursue acting. What do you mean, young brother? Are you suggesting that I'm acting? Are you implying that Wu and I are colluding to deceive you? You must clarify this. You are tarnishing my reputation, Director Wu shouted in indignation. Erdan, with a smile, cast a sidelong glance at Director Wu and leisurely strolled over to the bookshelf in the living room. In the center of the shelf stood an inconspicuous cabinet, about 30 centimeters in height. With a casual gesture, Erdan slid it aside, revealing a door handle. What are you doing, you rascal? Do not touch my belongings. Director Wu's expression shifted to one of alarm upon witnessing Erdan's actions. As the small cabinet slid open, it unveiled a doorway behind it. Ignoring Director Wu's frantic shouts, Erdan gently pulled the door open with a creak, revealing a treasure trove of copperware, porcelain, jade, and other antiques. My goodness, so many unearthed relics. Director Wu, where on earth did you excavate such a grand tomb? Erdan exclaimed, feigning astonishment. These. Director Wu stammered, utterly at a loss for words. Brother, do not speak nonsense. Director Wu and Appo's items are all modern replicas. They are not relics at all. Boss Hoa quickly interjected. Modern replicas? If they hold little value, then why the need for a secret chamber? Moreover, this is Director Wu's home. How could Boss Hoa possibly know? Erdan remarked playfully. It was evident that both Director Wu and Boss Hoa were growing increasingly anxious. Young brother, let's speak plainly. What is it that you desire? Director Wu inquired, attempting to regain his composure. Though puzzled by how Erdan knew the means to access the secret chamber, Director Wu was certain of one thing. His illicit items could not be exposed. If they were, he would find himself in irretrievable peril. Chapter 0038. This fellow is doomed. Gazing at the 2 anxious individuals before him, Erdan and Appo's expression darkened considerably. I have no interest in your petty affairs, but you 2 old rascals have the audacity to conspire against me. A Yuan dynasty copper mirror worth over 100,000. And you think you can swindle me with a mere 2,000? Do you take me for a fool? Erdan sneered. Both Curator Wu and Boss Hoa were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances that conveyed their realization of having misjudged the seemingly rustic youth before them. My young brother, it is indeed wrong of us to conspire against you. We sincerely apologize. If you agree to keep today's incident to yourself, we will meet any request you have. Curator Wu implored. I am not greedy, but this copper mirror is worth 20,000. Not a penny less, Erdan retorted coolly. 20,000? Young brother, while this mirror is authentic, it is only worth around 15,000 at most. Asking for 20,000 is rather excessive, Curator Wu countered. Since you, Curator Wu, are unwilling to agree to this deal, I shall take my copper mirror and leave, Li Erdan responded with a smile. Wait, if you insist on 20,000, then so be it. I shall purchase the mirror, Curator Wu said, his expression reflecting regret as he quickly blocked Li Erdan's path. Do not be difficult, Curator Wu. This item is genuine and will sell regardless, Li Erdan replied, feigning innocence. What you say is true, young brother. Antiquities are valued for their cultural significance. This copper mirror is in excellent condition. 20,000 is hardly unreasonable, Curator Wu asserted, patting his chest. Curator Wu's words were echoed by Boss Hua, who remarked, Indeed, this Yuan Dynasty copper mirror may even fetch a higher price. You should sell it to Curator Wu. Fetch a higher price? Wouldn't that mean I'd be at a loss? Li Erdan chuckled. At that moment, Boss Hua regretted not keeping his tongue in check. Curator Wu shot him a fierce glare, mentally berating him for his folly. Since I am at a disadvantage, Curator Wu, perhaps you could throw in something extra. That bird you have is quite impressive. Why not include it in the deal? Li Erdan suggested with a light laugh. The magnificent cockatoo was worth at least 10 to 20,000, and Curator Wu, who had a fondness for it, ultimately agreed after weighing the pros and cons. Boss, you are wise. From now on, I shall follow your lead. Please release me. I've been cooped up in this wretched cage for far too long. Before long, a visibly pained Curator Wu emerged from a secret room with a suitcase filled with 20,000 in cash. As Li Erdan accepted the money, he felt a surge of exhilaration and murmured to himself, Sister Yunlan should have arrived by now. Why is she still not here? Li Erdan's seemingly nonsensical remark left both Curator Wu and Boss Hua momentarily stunned. Just then, a series of urgent knocks echoed from the door. Ha ha ha! Sister Yunlan must be here, Li Erdan exclaimed excitedly, hastening to open the door. As the door swung open, several young police officers swiftly entered. Sister Yunlan, you've arrived. Come look, there are so many unearthed relics here, Li Erdan called out, revealing a dashing young female officer standing before him. The young female officer, around 25, possessed a tall and graceful figure, complemented by her striking beauty. Clad in her police uniform, she exuded an air of an untouchable ice queen, akin to a pristine and noble celestial flower. Accompanying her were 4 young male officers, each gaping at Li Erdan with exaggerated expressions. The reason for their astonishment was clear. Li Erdan was audaciously holding the delicate hand of the young officer. My heavens, what am I witnessing? This fellow is doomed. He dares to hold the hand of the Iron Ripper. The young officers exclaimed in disbelief. The young female officer, with her pale and cold visage, flushed slightly, displaying no inclination to reject Li Erdan's brazen gesture. Instead, she shot a fierce glare at her male colleagues. What are you all standing there for? I did not bring you here to gawk. The attractive officer huffed. Tai Yunlan, the former warden of Longcheng prison, had just begun her career when Li Erdan was incarcerated. Now, she had been promoted to deputy captain of the Longcheng criminal police team. With her decisive and formidable style, she had earned a fearsome reputation in less than a month, instilling dread in the hearts of criminals throughout the city. The young officers who accompanied her had initially been skeptical of her authority, yet they had since been thoroughly subdued by her prowess, secretly bestowing upon her the nickname Iron Ripper. You little rascal, you are not keeping your word. I will have your head. Curator Wu and Boss Hua finally realized they had been outmaneuvered by Li Erdan. Curator Wu was paralyzed with fear, while Boss Hua, in a fit of rage, seized a vase and hurled it at Li Erdan. Just as the vase was about to strike Li Erdan, Boss Hua's face contorted with malice, but the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, letting out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig as he was sent flying. The sight of Boss Hua and Appo's downfall elicited no surprise from the officers, including Li Erdan. To dare lay a hand on someone in front of Captain Tai is simply courting disaster, one young officer remarked, pitying Boss Hua. The swift response had come from none other than Tai Yunlan, the very officer whose hand Li Erdan had held. You scoundrel! You are a liar! You promised! Curator Wu exclaimed in a panic, realizing his future was bleak. He slumped on the sofa, pointing at Li Erdan in rage. Old man, you mustn't amp, oppose. T speak so. I promise not to speak of today, but I never claimed I wouldn't speak of yesterday. In fact, I was aware of the numerous unearthed relics when I visited you yesterday. As a lawful citizen of Huaxia, I am obliged to report your illegal activities to the police. Erdan said, grinning at Tai Yunlan. Sister, since I've done a good deed by reporting, will you treat me to a meal? Stop your nonsense and stand aside while I handle this. Tai Yunlan shot him a stern look, shaking off his hand. What are you all still doing? Get to work. She barked at the astonished officers, who quickly avoided her fierce gaze, secretly admiring Erdan's audacity. This fellow is truly remarkable. He dares to tease the Iron Ripper. He is indeed a model for us all. Chapter 39. You fool, as part of the routine procedure, Erdan was brought to the police station, where a record was taken confirming his innocence. To the astonishment of both Erdan and everyone else, this seemingly trivial case unearthed a tomb complex from the Jin dynasty, sending shockwaves through the entire cultural heritage community of China. Furthermore, it led to the discovery of the largest tomb-raiding gang since the establishment of the nation. This gang, spearheaded by Director Wu and Boss Hua, engaged in a meticulously organized series of activities including tomb exploration, grave robbing, and trafficking of stolen goods. Erdan, you've truly helped me out this time. I can't thank you enough, exclaimed Tai Yunlan, her excitement evident as she grasped Erdan's shoulder, her face glowing with joy. Having recently joined the criminal investigation team, Tai Yunlan had been eager to prove her capabilities but had yet to encounter a major case. Thanks to Erdan's tip-off, she had successfully cracked this significant case, undoubtedly earning a collective third-class merit award. Sister, is a grand feast all I get for my efforts? How mundane. Erdan replied with a playful grin. He harbored a peculiar affection for Tai Yunlan during his 3 years in prison. Her encouragement and support had been instrumental in keeping him alive. You've done a great service this time. I promise to reward you. However, I will need a few more days to wrap up this case. Once I'm done, I'll call you and treat you to a sumptuous meal, Tai Yunlan responded. Sister, just a meal? That seems rather trivial. Erdan expressed his disappointment. What do you want then? Just tell me, and I shall comply with whatever is within my power, Tai Yunlan said earnestly. Observing her serious demeanor, Erdan's eyes twinkled mischievously. Recalling previous rewards linked with beautiful women, his heart raced. How about a kiss from you as my reward? Upon hearing Erdan's words, Tai Yunlan's cheeks flushed crimson, reaching all the way to her neck. You little rascal, how dare you tease me? I'll teach you a lesson, she exclaimed, her anger flaring as she reached out to grab him. All right, I'll take my leave now and not disturb your work. Don't forget to call me at 13. Erdan said, having anticipated such a reaction. He swiftly made his escape, leaving Tai Yunlan blushing in his wake. Watching him depart, a soft giggle escaped her lips. This cheeky boy is becoming bolder by the day. Tai Yunlan's feelings towards Erdan were equally intricate. After graduating from the police academy, she had been assigned to the same prison where Erdan was incarcerated. Back then, she was an eager young woman, determined to excel in her role as a police officer. However, on her very first day, she encountered a despondent Erdan attempting to take his own life, marking the beginning of their acquaintance. Over the years, many distinguished suitors had pursued Tai Yunlan, yet she remained cold towards them all, finding solace only in the company of the innocent Erdan, which allowed her to feel at ease and free from pressure. Leaving the county police station, Erdan was in high spirits, his tattered yellow backpack filled with 200,000 in cash, and perched on his shoulder was a beloved parrot. Most importantly, he had once again crossed paths with Tai Yunlan. Commander, what shall we do now? The parrot chirped. Having been cooped up in Director Wu's cage for years, now exhilarated by its newfound freedom. First, we shall deposit this money in the bank. And then I will take you home, Erdan replied. Before long, Erdan found himself back at the bank where he had opened an account. His humble appearance, coupled with the commanding presence of the parrot on his shoulder, made it impossible not to attract attention. It was early afternoon, and a long queue had formed in the bank lobby. Young man, that is a fine bird you have there. Are you selling it? If so, I'll give you 5,000 for it. A short, stocky man exclaimed from the line. The man, appearing to be around 40, was clad in excessive jewelry and exuded the air of a nouveau riche. His beady eyes regarded Lee Erdan with disdain. "Commander, I find this fool quite unsightly. He has the audacity to offer 5,000 for me? What a dimwit," the parrot remarked disdainfully. "Let us ignore him. Engaging with a fool only makes one foolish." Lee Erdan replied with a smile. "Sorry, sir, but I'm not selling my bird," Lee Erdan stated. "What? You little farmer, are you turning down my money?" "I have plenty. Just name your price," the stocky man insisted. "Sir, it's not about the money. No matter how much you offer, I'll 1T sell this bird," Lee Erdan reiterated. Feeling humiliated by being rejected by a mere farmer, the stocky man began to curse under his breath. "Damn you, you little pauper. You think you're all that for refusing 5,000 for a worthless bird? I'll offer you 8,000 instead," he said, pulling out a stack of cash and reaching for the parrot. "Ouch! You beast, why does it bite?" The parrot, having endured enough, delivered a sharp peck to the man's hand. "Fool! Utter fool!" the parrot echoed, its childish voice ringing throughout the bank, drawing laughter from everyone present. "How dare you insult me, you little beast? I'll make you pay," the enraged man shouted, lunging for the parrot again. But this time, it was Lee Erdan who intervened, swiftly swatting the man's hand away. "Sir, do you not understand human language? I'm not selling my bird," he said coldly. "Wow, you filthy farmer. Do you think I'm giving you face? 8,000 for a worthless bird, and you still refuse? What do you want?" the man retorted, hands on his hips. "It's no wonder the bird calls you a fool. You truly are one," Lee Erdan replied, unimpressed. "How dare you say that again? Do you know who I am? You dare insult me, and I can assure you, you 1T leave ping and amp, oppos, and county in one piece," the man barked angrily. Chapter 0040. What does it mean to be low-key? Before Lee Erdan stood a corpulent man who time and again hurled insults at him. Even with Lee Erdan's typically placid demeanor, he found it hard to contain his temper, especially since he was known for his fiery disposition. "You rotund fool, judging by your appearance. You possess neither height nor grace. Your neck is as thick as your waist. If I didn't know better, I might think you were a gas canister come to life. You believe yourself wealthy, claiming you wish to purchase my bird? Do you even comprehend the breed? A standard large cockatoo fetches a market price of 20 to 30,000. You dare offer me a mere 5 or 8,000, as if you were somehow bestowing a favor upon me. Where do you derive this misplaced confidence? Just because you wear a dog collar and flaunt a couple of gold rings, you assume you are a tycoon? If you were truly impressive, you wouldn't be standing here in line with the likes of me. There's a VIP room inside for those of your supposed caliber. Spare me your pretentious airs." As Lee Erdan spoke, his words flowed like a machine gun, and he directed a glance at the chubby man, whose face turned crimson, unable to muster a response. "What is the matter? Cat got your tongue? Perhaps my words struck a chord within you. Indulging in food and drink is one thing, but to boast incessantly, doesn't your mouth get sore? If you were genuinely affluent, I could respect your pretensions, but without substance, you're just a fool. Dressing in designer clothes and adorning yourself with gaudy jewelry doesn't make you a mogul. No amount of embellishment can disguise your inherent foolishness. To put it plainly, you are an insecure buffoon. It takes courage to exist in this world as you do. If I were you, I'd find a horse trough and drown myself in my own folly." The short, stout man was utterly unprepared for Lee Erdan's unexpected eloquence, nearly choking on his indignation. You are the one who is full of hot air. You claim your bird is worth 20 to 30,000. Who in their right mind would believe that? Only someone with a brain as dull as a donkey in oppos. Hoof would spend that much on a foolish bird. He shouted furiously. "Engaging in discourse with an imbecile like you is a direct affront to my intellect. I have no time to waste on you," Lee Erdan retorted before striding toward the direction of the VIP room. "Hey, farmer, where do you think you're going? Do you even realize that's the VIP room? What makes you think a filthy farmer like you could gain entry?" the stout man bellowed. Upon hearing the man's words, Lee Erdan halted at the entrance, turned, and cast a glance back at him. "Do you even understand what a VIP room signifies? To enter, one must possess at least 100,000 in savings. With your lackluster demeanor, you could toil your entire life and still not amass that sum." With that, the chubby man felt a surge of regained confidence and burst into laughter. However, his mirth was abruptly cut short when Lee Erdan, standing at the entrance of the VIP room, opened his tattered yellow backpack and casually pulled out several stacks of cash, around 50 to 60,000, while intentionally leaving the bag open for all to see. Inside Erdan's backpack lay 200,000, the proceeds from selling copper mirrors, and the stout man's laughter vanished completely. My apologies, my hefty friend, but I prefer to keep a low profile. Adorning myself with gold and silver feels too ostentatious. Just because I dress modestly doesn't mean I lack wealth. As he spoke, Erdan produced a gold card from his pocket and entered the VIP room. Indeed, the wealthy often embody a low-key demeanor. This young man, appearing unremarkable, was evidently affluent. His backpack alone was worth 200,000 to 300,000. At least 200,000, I wager. And did you see? He held a gold card, exuding an air of distinction unlike those who parade around in flashy attire, standing in line like the rest of us. In an instant, the patrons in the bank began to extol Erdan, while the chubby man, humiliated, wished he could shrink into the ground, his face flushed with shame, unable to lift his head. There's a well-known saying, those who try to show off often find themselves humiliated. The stout man embodied this sentiment perfectly at that moment. Without waiting in line, Erdan deposited 50,000 and transferred the remaining 150,000 to his card. When he emerged from the VIP room, he could feel the change in the gazes directed at him throughout the hall. The stout man remained, still waiting for his turn, while 2 or 3 customers stood ahead of him. My goodness, young man, your cockatoo has not been clipped, and it isn't even chained. Aren't you afraid it might fly away? A voice of astonishment called out, and, upon turning, Erdan recognized the speaker as the rotund shopkeeper from a few days prior when he bought a phone. Boss Dong, I didn't realize you were also a bird enthusiast, Erdan said with a smile, patting the large parrot on its head. Quick, greet Boss Dong. Hello, Boss Dong. Hello. The parrot responded enthusiastically. My heavens, this bird must be enchanted. It understands its master's words. Truly a remarkable creature. Boss Dong exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Thank you, Boss Dong, but you were too kind to this little rascal. Just a short while ago, someone offered 8,000 for this bird, claiming it was worthless. Erdan chuckled. 8,000 for this bird? Who asked the fool who made that offer? Only someone with no sense would utter such nonsense. A standard large cockatoo is worth at least 20,000. This one is so well trained. Forget 8,000. If you're willing to sell it for 80,000, I'll pay you right now. Hearing Boss Dong's words, Erdan cast a sidelong glance at the stout man, who was now too ashamed to lift his head. Ping'an County is known for its poverty, and when it was rumored that Boss Dong intended to purchase the bird for 80,000, nearly everyone gasped in disbelief. My apologies, Boss Dong, but this bird took considerable effort to train. Even if you offered me 800,000, I wouldn't sell it. Erdan replied with a smile. Boss Dong, enamored with the parrot, revealed a look of disappointment upon hearing Erdan's words. As Erdan exited the bank, the entire hall erupted into chatter once more. See, that's what it means to be wealthy. He wouldn't part with a bird for less than 80,000, which is what I earned in 3 years of hard work. Now, that's low-key, unlike some people who strive to flaunt their wealth, looking down their noses at others when they can't even afford a bird of their own. The surrounding murmurs pierced the stout man's pride like arrows to his spine. Curse it, this is infuriating. I, the smiling tiger of Ping'an County, have never endured such humiliation. I shall have my revenge. That peasant will kneel before me and beg for mercy. As the stout man seethed with rage, his eyes darkened with malice. Sir, what business do you wish to conduct? A bank clerk urged. I will conduct no business. The stout man roared, turning on his heel and storming out of the bank. Chapter 41. The new village chief Erdan was unaware that, as he departed, the stout man was preparing to seek retribution against him. Upon exiting the bank, buoyed by the newfound wealth in his pocket, Erdan checked the time and realized he had several hours until the minibus to Xinglong town would depart. Resolutely, he hailed a taxi to return directly to the town. Meanwhile, in the home of the miserly Xia Laoku in Gaoliao village, his son Xia Bao reported, Father, I have gathered the information you requested. Erdan's tricycle, along with the mobile phone and water pump he purchased, amounts to over 10,000 yuan. This fellow has squandered so much money on these items, yet he still refuses to repay us. What? We must go to the Li family and demand our money. If they refuse to pay, We will seize the water pump and tricycle as repayment, Xie Bao's mother exclaimed loudly. Father, the tricycle is of no use to us, but the water pump is quite valuable. Recently, Erdan has been using it to irrigate the villagers' fields. I calculated that he charges 30 yuan per mu, and he irrigates at least 20 mu a day, earning over 600 yuan, more than what we make in a day in amp. Oppos, as labor. If we reclaim that pump, we could earn 600 yuan daily, Xie Bao said excitedly. Puffing on his pipe, Xie Laoku pondered for a moment before saying, Have you two heard that a new village chief has been appointed to our village? The new chief assumes office today. Father, what does our visit to the Li family have to do with the new village chief? Xie Bao's mother questioned. At this critical juncture, why bring that up? You two are quite foolish. My mention of the new chief is indeed relevant to collecting our debts from the Li family. Come here and let me explain, Xie Laoku muttered under his breath. Suddenly, a voice cried out from the home of the former village chief. Chief, something terrible has happened. My mother has committed suicide. Xie Bao, calm down. What happened? You say your mother took her own life. What transpired? Sun Changsheng, the former chief, inquired anxiously. Chief, you must intervene. Erdan owes our family over 10,000 yuan. Not only does he refuse to repay us, but he also spends extravagantly on a mobile phone worth over 5,000 and a tricycle costing more than 5,000, alongside a 3,000 yuan water pump. My mother, upon hearing this, was so distraught that she hanged herself. You must help us, Xie Bao cried, tears streaming down his face. Since time immemorial, it has been a matter of principle to repay debts. Who would have thought that such a rogue would emerge in this simple mountain village? Get up, young man. The chief said, I will certainly assist you. But first, we must attend to your mother. How is she now? A striking young woman in a black suit stepped forward, exuding grace and authority. Xie Bao was certain he had never encountered such an elegant figure before. Who are you? He asked. Xie Bao, this is our newly appointed village chief, Ji Xinyu. Rest assured, she will handle your family and Oppos. Matters, Sun Changsheng introduced. Chief Ji, you are indeed the new village chief. Please, you must help us. Erdan has been a tyrant, flaunting his past in prison and threatening violence. My mother took her life due to the pressure he exerted. You must advocate for us. Xie Bao implored once more. Bang! I refuse to believe that there is no justice in this world. Just because he has served time does not grant him immunity. If he does not repent, I shall see to it that he returns to prison. Lead me to him, Ji Xinyu declared, her voice filled with indignation. Eager to make a mark in Gaoyao village, Ji Xinyu was determined to prove her capabilities without relying on her father and aunt, Oppos, as influence. However, on her very first day, she was confronted with such a grave situation. At that moment, she resolved to seek justice for Xie Bao as family. Moments later, under Xie Bao and Amp, Oppos' guidance, Ji Xinyu arrived at his home, now surrounded by a crowd. Xie Laoku was weeping inconsolably, clutching his deceased wife. Just let me die, for I can no longer endure this life. That sum of over 10,000 yuan was meant for my son's wedding. Erdan, that scoundrel, refuses to repay us, indulging himself instead. That money was for my son's bride. Xie Bao's mother lamented. My dear, if anything happens to you, I will not survive. I will confront that scoundrel, Erdan. Xie Laoku cried. Father, do not confront him. He is a dangerous man, a hardened criminal. You would not stand a chance. His wife urged, tears streaming down her face. As the elderly couple performed their act, Ji Xinyu observed with clarity. The sight of such kind souls being bullied by a rogue infuriated her. I, Ji Xinyu, will not let this injustice stand unchallenged, she vowed inwardly. Stepping forward, Ji Xinyu addressed the crowd. Good sir and madam, please cease your mourning. I am Ji Xinyu, the newly appointed village chief. Rest assured, I have heard of your plight, and I will ensure your family receives justice. I shall assist you in reclaiming your debts. Chief, that rascal Erdan is a spendthrift. He has squandered our money. Even if you confront him now, he has nothing left to return, Xie Laoku lamented. If he lacks money, we shall seize his assets. I heard that he has purchased a mobile phone, a tricycle, and a water pump. If he cannot repay, we will reclaim those items as compensation, Ji Xinyu asserted confidently. Upon hearing her words, the CF family exchanged glances, their expressions transforming into one of hope and elation. Heaven has blessed us with a capable village chief. My dear, you need not despair. Our new chief will help us reclaim our debts from that scoundrel Erdan, Sia Lauku exclaimed with renewed vigor. Chapter 42. Does the king of hell owe money to little ghosts? After a profitable outing, during which he earned over 200,000, Erdan returned to his village in high spirits, having purchased several pounds of ribs to prepare for a sumptuous meal. However, his contentment was abruptly interrupted by the sound of commotion outside. Initially, he paid little heed, but soon enough, the door was thrust open. Village chief, look, Erdan owes my family a substantial sum, indulging in lavish feasts while we struggle to make ends meet. How can this be justified? Burst forth Xiaobao, who stormed in. My heavens! My husband and I scrimp and save throughout the year, only for this scoundrel to squander it all. How am I to survive? Lamented Xiaobao's wife, collapsing in tears. It was then that Erdan noticed a throng of villagers had invaded his courtyard. Ah, you! He exclaimed upon spotting Ji Xinyu, the striking woman he had encountered days earlier on a minibus to the county, where he had defended her from 3 ruffians. The memory of her beauty lingered with him. Oomph. So you're the notorious deadbeat. I never imagined you would be such a delinquent, Ji Xinyu remarked, her eyes glinting with disdain. A deadbeat? In that moment, Erdan comprehended the reason behind the sudden influx of villagers. Xia's family had brought them to press for repayment. A sardonic smile crept onto his face. Erdan, how can you still smile? This is our village's newly appointed chief. She has declared that if you do not repay your debts today, she will contact the authorities to have you arrested again, Xiaobao shouted, hopping in agitation. Erdan, this gentleman speaks the truth. It is only natural to repay one's debts. You must provide an explanation to him today. Do you realize he nearly took his own life due to your refusal to pay? As the leader of our humble village, I shall ensure this matter is resolved. Ji Xinyu declared with righteous authority. You are our new village chief? Erdan expressed surprise. What? Do you look down on me? Do you think that because I am a woman, I am incapable of performing this role? Ji Xinyu retorted, her expression frosty as she caught Erdan's scrutinizing gaze. In response to her icy demeanor, Erdan merely chuckled faintly, seating himself on a wooden chair, crossing his legs, and producing a cigarette from his pocket. Village chief, I regret that I have no fine cigarettes to offer you. Would you care for one? Upon seeing the cigarette in his hand, Ji Xinyu and Appo's countenance darkened further. Erdan had pulled out a box of high-end cigarettes, worth 20 to 30 yuan, an amount sufficient to sustain a family for several days in this impoverished village. To indulge in ribs and smoke expensive cigarettes while refusing to repay debts. What audacious scoundrel you are. Ji Xinyu scoffed. What? This little rascal smokes cigarettes worth 20 to 30 yuan? Xiaobao's wife wailed, her cries resuming. Ignoring her outburst, Erdan's eyes roamed over Ji Xinyu's alluring figure, appreciating her curves and flawless complexion. What a catch she would be as a wife. Enraged by his blatant leering, Ji Xinyu snapped, if you wish to avoid being arrested, you must provide an explanation to Mr. Xie today. Dear village chief, I never said I wouldn't repay them. It's merely over 10,000 yuan. Erdan replied dismissively. Merely over 10,000? You speak so lightly of it, then pay up. Ji Xinyu challenged. Village chief, this scoundrel is undoubtedly attempting to stall, hoping to evade his debt. If you do not recover the money for us, we will perish at the hands of Erdan. Xiaobao insisted loudly. Xiaobao, silence your incessant whining. It is merely a pittance I owe your family. I will repay you today. Just wait here, Erdan retorted coldly, retreating into his room. His audacity left everyone momentarily speechless, particularly Xie's family, who exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to discern Erdan's intentions. Before long, Erdan emerged, brandishing a tattered backpack. Xiaobao, my parents borrowed a total of 12,000 yuan from you over the years, and I recently borrowed 5,000 from Xiaobao, making it a total of 17,000. Correct? He began producing stacks of vibrant red bills from a bag. Having sold copper mirrors for 200,000, Erdan had retained 50,000 after depositing 150,000 in the bank. He now laid the entire sum before them. Plopping down onto a chair, and puffing out a large smoke ring. Xiaobao, when have you ever heard of the king of hell owing money to little ghosts? I owe you this trifling sum? Look at how terrified you all are, as if contemplating death. I am not in need of your piddling money. Here lies the 17,000 I owe you, plus an additional 1,000 in interest. I despise counting money, so do it yourself. Once you've finished, take your money and vanish from my sight. My family does not welcome you. Erdan proclaimed, exuding confidence. THTH this. Xiaobao stuttered, trembling as he gingerly picked up a stack of bills, scrutinizing them against the sunlight. Is it real? Erdan, where did you acquire such wealth? This cannot possibly be ill-gotten gains. Xiaobao pondered, fear creeping in as he hastily returned the money to the table. Nonsense, this money is honestly earned. Erdan snapped, his expression a mixture of amusement and ire. How could you amass such wealth within a week of returning? Village chief, this money must be ill-gotten. We must call the authorities and apprehend this villain, Xiaobao urged. Ji Sinu's captivating gaze fell upon Erdan, scrutinizing him intently, searching for any signs of guilt in his demeanor. Village chief, why do you look at me so? You're making me blush. You aren't falling for me, are you? Erdan Desa playfully. Chapter 43. You wouldn't want to offer yourself, would you? Erdan, spare me your nonsense. I ask you, as far as I know, you just got out of prison less than a week ago. How could you possibly have earned so much money? If you don't clarify this today, I will immediately call the police and have them speak with you. Ji Sinu questioned with piercing eyes. Beautiful village chief, why do you wear such a serious expression? I swear to the heavens, this money of mine is absolutely legitimate. I simply stumbled upon a great find, an antique. After selling in the county, I made 200,000. Don't you think I'm fortunate? I feel like a harbinger of luck now. If you become friends with me, you will surely ascend to great heights. Perhaps in a few years, you could even be the county magistrate, the mayor, or even the provincial governor. Erdan replied with a grin. You mean this money comes from selling antiques? Ji Sinu asked, filled with skepticism. Before Erdan could respond, Xiaobao interjected, village chief. Don't listen to this rascal's wild claims. Finding a treasure? Where in the world does good fortune fall from the sky? I suspect Erdan has acquired this money through dubious means. It must be ill-gotten gains. You should call the police immediately. We cannot let this scourge remain in our village. Looking at the raucous Xiaobao, Erdan couldn't help but chuckle. Xiaobao, to be honest, I owe this unexpected windfall to your family. He laughed heartily. Us, you're out there doing bad things. What does that have to do with our family? Xiaobao replied angrily. I certainly must thank your family, for the antique I found was from your home. Erdan continued to laugh. Erdan, you're talking nonsense. Who in the village doesn't know that I, Xiaolao, am the one who takes advantage of others? No one has ever taken advantage of me. If there were treasures in my house, I would have sold them long ago. Xiaolao scoffed. Ha ha ha. Xiaolao, do you recognize that item over there? Erdan pointed with a smile at an old wooden cabinet outside, which he had already chopped up for firewood. ISN and amp. Oppos. To my cabinet? I sold it to you a few days ago. Xiaolao and Oppos. S voice faltered, revealing a hint of panic. Erdan, could it be that the copper mirror on that cabinet is actually an antique treasure? Seeing Xiaolao's mixture of alarm and anticipation, Erdan erupted into laughter. Ha ha! Xiaolao, you're not as foolish as I thought. Did you think I, Erdan, would pay a hefty price for an old cabinet? In your eyes? Am I just a simpleton? Let me tell you, if that rickety cabinet hadn't had that copper mirror, I would never have paid a large sum for it. Did you really think I was that foolish? Erdan laughed again. Are you saying that all this money came from selling the copper mirror for my cabinet? Xiaolao's voice trembled. You're underestimating the value of the copper mirror embedded in your cabinet. That mirror is an antique from the Jin dynasty, with a history of 300 to 400 years. I could sell it for 50,000. In total, I sold it for nearly 200,000, and the rest is safely stored in the bank. To put it plainly, I, Erdan, am now a small landowner. Erdan declared triumphantly. 200,000. 200,000. Uffed. Xiaolao spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Dad, old man, don't scare me. What a sin. What sin have I, Xiaolao, committed? To sell such a valuable treasure for a few $100? A fool, Aful. After saying this, Sialauku frantically pulled at his hair. With a loud groan, the man who had taken advantage of others all his life could not bear such a blow and fainted. In an instant, the entire room descended into chaos, while Erdan laughed heartily. Those who suffer misfortune often have their own faults. Minutes later, several villagers carried Sialauku back home, and the village was abuzz with gossip. It was a topic of laughter that Sialauku had sold Erdan an old cabinet, unwittingly letting go of an antique worth 200,000. During dinner, when Li Baoku and Yang Tsohua heard the news, they were thoroughly entertained, laughing heartily at Erdan and Appo's lively performance and the sight of Sialauku and Appo's family being driven to the brink. Serves him right. This truly is poetic justice. Now let us see if Sialauku's family dares to lay eyes on our daughter again. Erdan, let us celebrate. Go fetch some wine. I want to drink with you. Li Baoku exclaimed excitedly. As night approached, Erdan, full and rosy-cheeked from the meal and drink, was startled by a sudden knock at the door. Who is it? Come in. With a creak, the door opened, and a beautiful young woman stepped inside. You are. The newcomer was none other than Ji Sinyu, the newly appointed village chief. Erdan's parents had been busy irrigating the fields all day and did not recognize her. Dad, Mom, this is the village chief I mentioned earlier. Erdan introduced her. Village chief, have you eaten? Please, sit down and have a bite. Yang Tsohua hurriedly greeted. Auntie, Uncle, there's no need for formality. I've already eaten. I came to see Erdan about something, Ji Sinyu said. You're looking for me? A hint of surprise crossed Erdan and Appo's face. A few minutes later, Erdan accompanied Ji Sinyu along the village path. Erdan, I sincerely apologize for today. I was unaware of the circumstances and spoke inappropriately. I owe you an apology, Ji Sinyu said earnestly. Apology unnecessary. I didn't take it to heart. Erdan replied with a grin. By the way, I haven't properly thanked you for saving me on the bus the other day. I truly appreciate it, Ji Sinyu said. Hee. In the dramas, the hero saves the beauty, and then the beauty marries the hero. You wouldn't want to offer yourself to me, would you? If that is truly your wish, I could reluctantly accept, Erdan teased again. What a lovely thought. You think I would offer myself? You don't have the means. Ji Sinyu shot him a glare. Beautiful village chief, you claim I lack the means. Pray tell, what must I accomplish to earn your hand in marriage? Erdan asked with utmost seriousness. Seeing his earnest demeanor, Ji Sinyu couldn't and Appo's help but chuckle. If you want me to consider marrying you, it's quite simple. Look at our village. When can you make it prosperous enough that every family lives in brick houses? You must also repair the mountain road leading to the town so large vehicles can enter and renovate our village and Appo's elementary school. If you manage to accomplish all this, I would consider marrying you. What Ji Sinyu expressed was a beautiful vision for the village in her heart. After gaining a deeper understanding of the village, she believed that these tasks were far from achievable. Chapter 0044. Just because of you, as soon as Ji Sinyu finished speaking, she suddenly noticed that Erdan's gaze was distinctly peculiar. His squinty little eyes were fixated on her, wearing an expression that suggested he was utterly confident in his hold over her. Ji Sinyu was momentarily amused and infuriated by Erdan's demeanor. Erdan, do you genuinely believe you possess the capability to alter the impoverished state of Gadao village and lead it to prosperity? Ji Sinyu scoffed, her lips curling in disdain. Is it so difficult to lift Gadao village out of poverty? I assure you, within 3 years, I shall ensure that every inhabitant of Gadao village thrives. At that time, beautiful village chief, do not renege on your words, Erdan proclaimed with unwavering confidence. One wonders where your confidence stems from. If you truly possess such ability, why wouldn't Appo's Ji Sinyu marry you? Ji Sinyu retorted, unyielding and provocative. Beautiful village chief, just wait to be my little wife. Erdan laughed heartily, turning to leaving behind an infuriated Ji Sinyu, who gritted her teeth in irritation. Arrogant fool, who do you think you are? Gadao village is situated in a remote area with extremely inconvenient transportation, with less than 5 acres of arable land per capita and no governmental support. The notion of elevating such a destitute village to wealth is akin to reaching for the heavens. As Ji Sinew muttered to herself, Li Erdan and Appo's figure gradually receded into the distance. At that moment, Ji Sinew suddenly recalled Li Erdan and Appo's words. What a lecherous rogue, daring to suggest I be his little wife. It infuriates me. I, Ji Sinew, would never share a man with another woman. It is worth noting that Ji Sinew and Appo's father is a prominent figure within the province. And throughout her life, no man has ever dared to utter such frivolous words in her presence. In an instant, Ji Sinew felt as though she might explode with rage. After a night of silence, the next morning, Li Erdan rose early, shouldering a large basket and accompanied by his two little hamsters, Demao and Erdan, with a newly acquired little brother parrot perched on his shoulder. The moment Li Erdan stepped outside, a large black dog approached, wagging its tail. "Commander, are you setting off? I want to accompany you." After several days of recuperation, the black dog's injuries had markedly improved, appearing as though it had never undergone surgery. "If your injuries are indeed healed, then accompany me on my journey." Thus, Li Erdan led his motley crew of animals up the mountain to collect herbs. As before, Demao and Erdan summoned all their fellow hamsters scattered throughout the mountainous terrain. These hamsters, well acquainted with the landscape, had been instructed by Li Erdan to keep an eye out for the various herbs he sought. Therefore, upon ascending the mountain, Li Erdan was guided by the hamsters to discover a plethora of precious medicinal herbs. To Li Erdan and Appo's surprise, the black dog, upon encountering the herbs, utilized its keen sense of smell to locate them with even greater efficiency than the hamsters. In a mere half-day, Li Erdan returned with his basket brimming with herbs. To deliver the medicine to Juji Tang, a minimum of 1,000 pounds was required. Although Li Erdan's efficiency was remarkable, it still took him a week to gather the requisite amount. On this day, Li Erdan drove his small, three-wheeled vehicle, laden with the collected herbs, straight towards Ping'an County. "Halt! Stop right there. Do you know where you are? Do take a look at the sign." Upon arriving at the entrance of Juji Tang Pharmaceutical Factory, Li Erdan was immediately intercepted by two security guards. "Hey, it's you again. A few days ago, you were here once. Why aren't you getting the message? Didn't we tell you that our factory isn't a place where anyone can just waltz in? Get back to whatever you were doing." The guards blocking Li Erdan were the same two who had previously thwarted his attempts to open a sales channel at Jujitang. However, times had changed. Li Erdan's sale of dog medicine to Tong Xiaofei had effectively opened the door for him at Jujitang. From what he learned through Tong Xiaofei, he knew she was a powerful figure here, and now that he had her backing, he felt no fear. "It's you two, then. Please notify your General Tong that I, Li Erdan, have brought herbs for him," Li Erdan declared confidently. "General Tong? Little brother, are you a relative of our General Tong?" Upon hearing Li Erdan's words, the two guards were taken aback and cautiously inquired. "Relative? Not quite yet, but perhaps in the future. We are friends," Li Erdan replied with a nonchalant demeanor. However, as soon as Li Erdan finished speaking, the guards' expressions darkened. If Li Erdan claimed to be a relative of Tong Xiaofei, they might have treated him with more respect, but to say she was merely his friend implied a closer relationship could develop. "Kid, don't dream too big. Just because you say you're friends with our General Tong, do you even realize your own worth? Our General Tong is a distinguished lady. She wouldn't associate with a rustic like you." One guard scoffed, followed by the other bursting into laughter. In response to the guard's mockery, Li Erdan merely smiled faintly. "Do not be so quick to look down on others. Surely you have a phone at the gate? If you wish to confirm whether I am friends with your General Tong, a simple phone call will suffice," Li Erdan said with a cold smile. The guards exchanged glances, momentarily uncertain. Just then, a languid voice emerged from the security room. "What is all this ruckus? You've woken me from my sleep. Head, this kid claims to be a friend of our General Tong, but we've never seen him before. Perhaps you should come take a look," one guard suggested cautiously. "A bunch of useless fools. You can't even handle such a simple matter. I see you two don't want to keep your jobs. Anger me, and I'll have you both fired." As this disgruntled voice echoed, a short, stout figure emerged from the security room. "Head, look. This kid claims to be our General Tong's friend, but we find it a bit suspicious," the guard said respectfully as they approached the stout figure. Upon seeing the stout man, Erdan was momentarily taken aback. "It's you, you wretched peasant." As the stout man recognized Erdan, a sinister expression crossed his face. "Oh dear, isn't this the gas tank that has come to life?" A faint smile crept onto Erdan's face. It turned out that this stout man was none other than the individual he had encountered at the bank a few days prior, the one eager to purchase his parrot. "You wretched peasant. What a coincidence. I was looking for you at the bank, but you were quick on your feet. Today, however, there's no escaping me," the stout man said with a menacing tone. "Okay, here's the refined version of the text you provided. Focusing on improved English and removing irrelevant content. Chapter 0045. The hustler, the stocky, short man, identified as Song Daji, was essentially a layabout, benefiting from familial connections. His sister being married to the director of Jujutang secured him the position of security captain. "I was unaware of your previous visit. Had I known, I would have ensured you were kept waiting," Erdan retorted with a sardonic smile. "Insolent peasant," Song Daji sneered. "You may have swagger before, but now you are on my turf. That bird you flaunted at the bank meant nothing here. Continue your charade if you dare. Kindly contact Director Tong for me," Erdan stated coolly. "My time is valuable, and I have no desire to waste it here. You, a mere peasant, wish to see Director Tong? Take a look at yourself," Song Daji scoffed, patting his ample belly. "Boss, this fellow is exceedingly arrogant. I inquired if he was related to Director Tong, and he claimed to be merely a friend, though perhaps a future relative. Can you believe his audacity? A security guard fawned. What? This peasant dares to entertain thoughts about our Director Tong? The delusion is profound. She is far beyond your reach," Song Daji roared with laughter, ignoring their derision. Erdan knew that these men would not assist him. He retrieved his phone, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Director Tong, it and Oppos," Erdan. "I and Oppos. He delivered the herbs. But your security personnel are preventing my entry and refusing to announce my arrival." Song Daji and the guard were taken aback as Erdan made the call. "Boss, he seems rather convincing. Could he actually know Director Tong? We would be in severe trouble if that were the case," one guard murmured nervously. "You imbecile. Look at his attire. Do you think our Director Tong would associate with such a rustic?" Song Daji snapped. Indeed, the other guard chimed in. "Director Tong is beautiful, accomplished, and surrounded by influential figures, not some unrefined peasant." Erdan held the phone away from his ear, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Gentlemen, I've just spoken with Director Tong. She has invited me to her office. You think me a fool? Director Tong would never associate with the likes of you. Leave now, or face the consequences," Song Daji spat, refusing to believe him. "Sir, you're being unreasonable. While our previous encounter may have been tense, I offer my apologies. However, personal matters should not interfere with professional duties. I truly need to speak with Director Tong. Please announce my presence," Erdan said loudly, drawing out his words. Mention of the bank incident ignited Song Daji's fury. The memory of being humiliated and ridiculed was unbearable. "I am abusing my authority. What can you do? Here, I am the law. Not even royalty could pass without my consent. Know your place and leave," he bellowed. A sly smile crept across Erdan and Oppos' face. "Don and Oppos, hit me. I can't fight you. I'm leaving." "Stop," Erdan cried out melodramatically, confusing Song Daji and the guards. "Boss, is he insane?" one guard questioned, observing Erdan's exaggerated behavior. The three men were motionless, yet Erdan's histrionics were perplexing. "Boss, he's trying to set us up," the other guard exclaimed. "What? Attempting to extort me? You are asking for a beating," Song Daji roared. Erdan ended the call with Director Tong, having heard her exasperated response. "Erdan, wait for me at the entrance. I'll come to fetch you. I want to see who this overzealous security captain thinks he is." As Erdan hung up, Song Daji, his face contorted with rage, seized Erdan by the collar. "You dare try to scam me on my own turf? I'll give you a reason to claim damages," he snarled, throwing a punch at Erdan's face. A cold smile touched Erdan's lips as he caught Song Daji's fist. A mocking expression spread across his face. "Ack!" A pig-like squeal pierced the air as Song Daji was sent flying like a beach ball. 3 years of incarceration had honed Erdan and Oppos' combat skills. Song Daji was no match for him. "You useless fools. You saw me being attacked. Are you deliberately trying to be fired? I'll dismiss you tomorrow. Song Daji roared. Job security being paramount, the two guards, spurred by Song Daji's threat, surrounded Li Erdan. You have guts to attack our captain. We'll teach you a lesson, one guard growled. With a shared glance, they lunged at Li Erdan, fists flying. Remaining composed, Li Erdan seized each guard's wrist and delivered a swift kick to each. Ouch! That hurt. As expected, the guards joined Song Daji in defeat. You are pathetic. 2 against 1, and you still fail. What are you being paid for? Song Daji screamed. The 3 men, now on their feet, glared at Li Erdan, but none dared to approach. At that moment, an unexpected scene unfolded. Li Erdan clutched his stomach. His face contorted in apparent agony. Ouch! That hurts. You're too much. Song Daji and the guards were dumbfounded, seeing Li Erdan's distress. Song Daji's face lit up with glee as he shouted. Chapter 0046. The misfortunate Song Daji. Upon hearing Song Daji's words, the 2 security guards felt a surge of delight. After all, they had just suffered a great loss at the hands of Li Erdan, and now that Li Erdan seemed to be afflicted by some ailment. It was the perfect opportunity for retribution. With this thought in mind, the 2 guards stepped forward, ready to strike Li Erdan. Stop! What are you doing? An angry shout echoed from within the factory. The trio of Song Daji turned, startled. Emerging from the factory was a striking young woman. Her face flushed with anger as she strode forward. Director Tong, you've come. Song Daji hurriedly approached the young woman with a respectful demeanor. She was none other than Tong Xiaofei, the head of Jujitang. Earlier, Li Erdan had deliberately kept the phone call with her open, ensuring she could hear everything. At that moment, he was loudly feigning pain, having spotted Tong Xiaofei approaching from afar, while Song Daji and his companions had their backs turned and were oblivious to her arrival. Ouch! I'm in so much pain. You are bullying me too much. Li Erdan's cries grew even louder upon seeing Tong Xiaofei approach. Director Tong, this filthy peasant is clearly up to no good, lurking around our factory. I instructed my men to teach him a lesson, Song Daji boasted, seeking to take credit. Slap! How dare you hit me? Tong Xiaofei and Oppos. S hand shot out, delivering a resounding slap to Song Daji and Amp. Oppos. S face. Stunned, he looked at her in bewilderment. You scoundrel! I cannot believe we have such a disgrace in our pharmaceutical factory. If it weren't for my friend calling me, I would hardly believe that our security team could behave so tyrannically and bully others like this, Tong Xiaofei exclaimed, her anger palpable. Director Tong, what are you saying? He's your friend? He is just a filthy peasant. At that moment, Song Daji realized the gravity of the situation, his speech faltering. Go immediately to finance and collect your salary for this month. You are fired. We cannot allow a disgrace like you to tarnish Jujitang. We cannot let a rotten apple spoil the whole barrel, Tong Xiaofei declared vehemently. Director Tong, my brother-in-law is Director Zhou. For his sake, please give me another chance. Panic washed over Song Daji's face upon hearing he was to be dismissed. It is worth noting that Song Daji held a high position as the captain of security at Jujitang, enjoying a comfortable income and respect among his peers. Losing this job would leave him with nothing. Oof. No one can save you today. If your brother-in-law dares to plead for you, I will make sure he is also sent packing, Tong Xiaofei retorted angrily, ignoring the frantic Song Daji as she stepped closer to Li Erdan. Erdan, are you all right? Tong Xiaofei asked with genuine concern as she helped him up. Ouch. Sister Xiaofei, your factory security is too ruthless. They bullied me terribly. I feel like my bones are being shattered. Today, Tong Xiaofei wore a white short-sleeved shirt, her skin radiant, and Li Erdan could distinctly sense her alluring fragrance. Having spent 3 years in prison, he had seldom been this close to a woman, and he found himself utterly captivated. City women are indeed different. They possess an enchanting allure. At that moment, Li Erdan felt an overwhelming sense of bliss. Director Tong, do not be deceived by this filthy peasant. We did not lay a finger on him. He is merely acting. We are wronged. At this moment, Song Daji felt a surge of indignation. The pain from Li Erdan's earlier kick still lingered, and upon seeing Li Erdan's content expression, he felt as though he might explode from frustration. Silence. I saw you two preparing to strike him. Look at what you've done to him. Tong Xiaofei shouted furiously. Director, we are innocent. We did not harm this filthy peasant. It was he who struck us. Just ask the other two. Song Daji, feeling wronged, pointed to the other guards. Tong Xiaofei and Amp, Oppo's furious gaze shifted to the two security guards. Director, this has nothing to do with us. If we don't listen to Song Daji, you'll have us both fired. Please don't dismiss us. One guard pleaded, fear etched across his face. Director, he speaks the truth. We were coerced by Song Daji. We are innocent. The other guard chimed in, panic evident. With a splutter, Song Daji spat blood, nearly losing his breath in disbelief. The two guards, in a bid for self-preservation, had shifted all blame onto him, leaving him feeling utterly helpless. What further explanations do you have, Song Daji? You've beaten my friend to this extent, and now you're trying to turn the tables? Get out of my sight. I don't want to see you for even a minute. Tong Xiaofei roared in fury. Turn the tables? Who the hell is turning the tables? It's this filthy peasant who is doing so. Why won't you listen to my explanation, Director Tong? Song Daji protested, his face contorted with frustration. You too. Immediately throw this scoundrel out. Tong Xiaofei commanded the guards. Upon hearing this, the two guards exchanged glances filled with relief, knowing that Tong Xiaofei would not dismiss them. Their eyes turned toward Song Daji. What are you two worthless fools doing? Song Daji bellowed in anger. Song Daji, do you think you still hold the position of captain? Do you believe you can still command us? I have had enough of you. If you don't leave now, I will show you no mercy. One guard threatened ominously. Lu Gu, why waste words with this scoundrel? Let's just throw him out. The other guard asserted, moving forward and grabbing Song Daji and Amp, Oppo's shoulder. How dare you two touch me? Have you lost your minds? Regardless of Song Daji's furious protests, the guards disregarded him entirely, dragging him out like a rag doll. Witnessing this scene, Erdan felt a swell of satisfaction, his head resting firmly on Tong Xiaofei's shoulder, playfully making faces at Song Daji. Filthy peasant, just wait. I will not let you off so easily. Erdan, are you all right? I will call for an ambulance right away, Tong Xiaofei said with concern. Seeing her reach for her phone, Erdan realized he could no longer linger in her embrace. Sister Xiaofei, I am much better now. There is no need for a hospital. We rural kids are tough and resilient, he reassured her, patting his chest. By the way, Sister Xiaofei, this is the herbal medicine I collected from the mountains. Take a look. It's guaranteed to be natural and pollution-free. Chapter 0047. Saving a life, the herbs brought by Erdan were entirely natural and wild. Thanks to the meticulous arrangements made by the esteemed Tong Xiaofei, everything proceeded seamlessly, and ultimately, Erdan managed to sell these herbs for nearly 10,000 yuan. It is noteworthy that Erdan had gathered these herbs in merely about a week's time, averaging nearly 1,000 yuan per day. Earning 1,000 yuan daily is no small fortune, even in a bustling metropolis. Upon receiving the payment for the herbs from the finance department, Erdan and Oppo's face blossomed with joy as he envisioned a prosperous future. With such an income rate, he anticipated that within a year, his worth could reach hundreds of thousands, if not millions. Have you made quite a profit, Erdan? Are you planning to treat your sister to a meal? A glint of mischief sparkled in Tong Xiaofei's beautiful eyes. Erdan was about to affirm that he would, but a recollection of their previous dining experience, which had cost over 1,000 yuan, caused a flicker of apprehension to cross his face. Sister Xiaofei, to you. My earnings might seem trivial, barely a drop in the ocean. My family is struggling, and there are many expenses. Once I earn more, I promise to treat you to a grand feast. Erdan replied with a playful grin. You truly are a penny pincher. Do you know how many people have begged to take me out for a meal? I've never accepted, and yet you refuse to appreciate the opportunity. Let me tell you, there may not be another chance in the future, Tong Xiaofei teased. Clearing his throat, Erdan, wishing to divert the topic, said, by the way, Sister Xiaofei, I brought you a basket of free-range eggs, guaranteed to be fresh and homegrown, along with some wild greens that are unavailable in the city. Allow me to fetch them for you. Watching Erdan and Amp, Oppo's departing figure, a smile crept onto Tong Xiaofei's delicate face as she softly mused. I never expected this rustic lad to be so thoughtful. After bidding farewell to Tong Xiaofei, a buoyantly Erdan rode away on his tricycle, leaving Jiutan behind. As he entered the bustling commercial district of the county, he suddenly recalled that his parents had been frugal, wearing the same clothes for many years. Now that he had some wealth, it was the perfect opportunity to buy them a couple of new outfits. With that thought in mind, he steered his tricycle directly towards the department store. However, upon his arrival, he noticed a large crowd gathered. Curious, Erdan halted his vehicle and waded into the throng. As he squeezed through the crowd, his expression shifted dramatically. There, among the masses, lay an elderly woman in her 60s, her face tinged with purple, gasping for breath and motionless on the ground, having received a reward from the system in the form of a medical manual. Erdan had become quite adept in traditional Chinese medicine. He quickly assessed that the elderly woman was suffering from a cardiac issue, and her condition was perilous. Without immediate treatment, her life was in jeopardy. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped out of the crowd and crouched beside her, preparing to administer aid. "Young man, what are you doing?" In these times, it is unwise to meddle in others' and Oppo's affairs. You might attract trouble. A middle-aged man and farmer and Oppo's, as attire warned, gripping Erdan and Oppo's arm. Indeed, young man, it's not easy to be a good Samaritan these days. Someone has already called the woman and Oppo's as family. It would be best if you did not interfere, chimed in another bystander. Grateful for their concern, but resolute, Erdan replied, "Thank you for your kindness, but this lady's situation is critical. If we do not act promptly, she may lose her life. Can we simply stand by and do nothing?" As he prepared to begin his treatment, a mocking voice rang out from the crowd. "Treatment? I advise you to reconsider, young man. This elderly woman may have a heart condition, and if something goes awry, her life could be at risk. You wouldn't want to be responsible for her death," remarked a well-groomed man in his 40s, donning glasses and exuding an air of sophistication. "ISN and Oppo's. That Dr. Bai? He performed my surgery for kidney stones," a young man in the crowd exclaimed. Dr. Bai Haifeng, one of the county and Oppo's, as most esteemed physicians happened to be passing by. "Dr. Bai, please help this elderly woman." Voices rose in unison, filled with hope for his intervention. It's easy for you to say. This is not a hospital. And should I attempt to help and something go wrong, who will bear the responsibility? It is not during my working hours, and I have no obligation to get involved. Dr. Bai retorted dismissively. "What you say is utterly absurd. As a doctor, when faced with a life-threatening situation, you should prioritize saving lives rather than worrying about liability. Have you no sense of medical ethics? Did your teachers not instill in you the principle of a healer and Oppo's, as compassion?" Erdan exclaimed, his voice resonating with indignation. "You." Dr. Bai was left speechless, his face flushed with embarrassment. In a small county like Ping and Oppo's, and where reputation mattered, being chastised publicly by a rustic young man was a blow to his pride. "You know nothing. This elderly lady likely has a heart condition, a common ailment that even we doctors find challenging in a hospital setting. Here, without any diagnostic equipment, it would be reckless to move her. I refuse to act without certainty." Dr. Bai scoffed, his demeanor condescending. Though the crowd was displeased with Dr. Bai's attitude, his arguments were compelling, and no one could effectively counter his statements. "Your words are nonsense. As a physician, upon witnessing a patient in peril, it is your duty to act, even if there's only a flicker of hope for survival. Your acknowledgement of her possible heart issue reflects your own judgment. In such circumstances, should you not take necessary measures to provide urgent assistance? Do not tell me you are utterly clueless. If you are, then you hardly deserve to be called a doctor." Erdan continued to chastise Dr. Bai while simultaneously positioning his hands to administer cardiac compression on the elderly woman, striving to enhance her blood circulation. Chapter 48. The wrath of Erdan. Erdan's reprimand rendered Bai Haifeng speechless, cursing silently within. Where did this rustic fool emerge from? He should have ensured that this elderly woman met her demise. I would relish witnessing how sharp his tongue remains then. Just as Bai Haifeng was inwardly damning Erdan, the distant roar of a revving engine pierced the air, followed by the screech of rapid braking. "Mother, are you all right?" A wretched howl rang out, causing the crowd to part, allowing 5 figures to push through. At the forefront was a portly middle-aged man, his face a canvas of excess flesh. his arms adorned with tattoos. This was Rolling Meat, a name that elicited gasps of fear from the onlookers. Rolling Meat, whose surname is Dow and who is the second in his family, is colloquially known by that moniker throughout the county. Once a humble butcher, he had served time for brawling in his youth. Upon his release, he allied with the local underworld figure, Big Fay, and eventually ascended to become one of the most feared leaders after Big Fay's incarceration. In Ping'an County, while many may be oblivious to the highest authority, none are unaware of Rolling Meat and Appo's infamous reputation. To Bai Haifeng and Appo's shock, the elderly woman lying on the ground was none other than Rolling Meat and Appo's mother. Alas, this young man, heedless of warnings, has now embroiled himself in trouble. If she recovers, all may be well, but if she does not, Rolling Meat will certainly exact vengeance upon him. The crowd erupted into murmurs. Despite his criminal affiliations, Rolling Meat was known as a devoted son. Upon seeing his mother on the ground, his eyes reddened with concern. "Mother, what has happened to you?" he cried, rushing toward her. Just as his hands reached for her shoulders, a forceful palm thrust him aside. "Are you seeking death? I will end you." Rolling Meat, nearly toppled, finally noticed a humble peasant crouching protectively in front of his mother, igniting his rage. His followers quickly encircled Erdan, prepared for confrontation. "If you wish for your mother to live, move aside immediately and do not impede my treatment," Erdan declared, unfazed, his focus unwavering. The audacity of this young man was astounding. Did he not realize with whom he was speaking? The crowd whispered in astonishment. Bai Haifeng, standing among them, reveled in the unfolding drama. This peasant dares insult Rolling Meat. He is surely doomed. Meanwhile, Rolling Meat and his companions unsheathed their daggers, hovering uncertainly above, unsure of how to proceed. Observing Erdan diligently attending to his mother, Rolling Meat and Appo's aggression waned. "Young man, what is wrong with my mother? Is her life in danger?" he inquired, concern evident in his voice. "Step aside. Do not obstruct my work. I am confident I can save your mother," Erdan replied, irritation creeping into his tone. Although he was merely performing basic cardiac compressions, he was employing the renowned techniques of the ancient healer Bien Quebec. While the system had rewarded him with invaluable medical texts, his practical experience was limited, leaving him somewhat uncertain. "All right, I will step back. I will not hinder your efforts. Everyone, clear the way." Rolling Meat, a devoted son, took a step back, granting Erdan the space he needed. At that moment, a snide voice broke through the tension. "If I were you, I would call for a vehicle to take your mother to the hospital for proper treatment." Rolling Meat and Appo's eyes widened as he turned toward the source of the voice. "Are you Dr. Bai?" he asked, recognition dawning. Having frequented the hospital for his own injuries in the past, he knew Bai Haifeng well. "Dr. Bai, your presence is a blessing. Quickly, assess my mother's condition," Rolling Meat implored. "Do not worry. Saving lives is our duty as physicians. I will not stand idly by," Bai Haifeng proclaimed, garnering disdain from the surrounding crowd. "Trust me. Do not allow this peasant to continue his futile efforts. Get your mother to the hospital immediately, or you risk losing her forever," Bai Haifeng advised earnestly. "Yes, Dr. Bai, I will call for a vehicle at once," Rolling Meat shouted, urgency in his voice. As a few of his men rushed to summon help, Erdan finally exhaled, wiping the sweat from his brow. "What's happening? Why is this lady not breathing?" A voice cried out. Just moments ago, Rolling Meat and Appo's mother had been gasping for air, but now she lay still, appearing as if peacefully asleep. "You wretched peasant! You have played with life and death. I warned you not to meddle," Bai Haifeng shouted in despair. The crowd sighed collectively, mourning the unfortunate turn of events. "Mother, my dear mother!" Rolling Meat fell to his knees, cradling her lifeless form, consumed by grief. Meanwhile, Erdan, appearing weary, slowly rose, his expression inscrutable. "The vehicle has arrived." Rolling Meat's subordinates rushed in with urgency. "You have killed my mother. I will make you pay." Rolling Meat roared, a primal fury igniting within him. "Kill this peasant. He has taken my mother from me. I will see him torn apart." Watching the chaos unfold, Bai Haifeng felt a surge of satisfaction. "Foolish farmer, you should have known your limits. Now, your fate is sealed." Chapter 49. An important guest. Just as the henchmen of the brutish man were about to strike at Erdan, a frail voice pierced the tension. "You ruffians, stop this at once." Hearing this weak voice, the brutish man immediately displayed a surge of excitement. "Mother, you're awake. You're all right. Slap." The awakened mother of the brutish man raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap to her son. "Why did you hit me, mother?" he asked. Confusion etched across his face. "Why did I hit you?" If it were an end amp, oppos, T for this young man's righteous intervention, I would have been meeting your father in the underworld today. You, ungrateful beast, not only failed to show gratitude, but also dared to harm my savior. Tell me, do you deserve this? Though the old woman had remained immobile moments ago, she had absorbed everything that transpired, including the banter between Erdan and Bai Haifeng. "Young man, I thank you sincerely. You need not fear this brute. Had it not been for you today, I would surely have faced dire consequences. You are too kind, Annie. I have dabbled a bit in traditional medicine. It is only natural to lend a hand in such situations." Just as Erdan finished his humble reply, he suddenly felt a refreshing sensation emanating from his chest, as if his entire being was being cleansed. What is this sensation? Erdan quickly realized that this delightful feeling originated from the benevolent gourd awarded to him by the system. However, surrounded by so many people, he had no time to examine it further. "Your words are truly commendable. You embody the heart of a true healer. Compared to some doctors, your medical ethics are worthy of the highest praise," the old woman exclaimed, earning the immediate approval of those around her, which was met with thunderous applause. Erdan, feeling bashful from such unexpected adulation, responded, "Auntie, you flatter me. I merely did what I ought to." What a humble response. "Your medical ethics far surpass those of many doctors," she remarked, her gaze shifting angrily toward Bai Haifeng and the crowd. At that moment, all eyes were on Bai Haifeng. As a renowned county doctor, he had not only failed to assist during the crisis, but had also made snide remarks. In comparison to Erdan, he appeared utterly contemptible. Feeling the weight of dozens of gazes upon him, Bai Haifeng felt embarrassed, wishing he could vanish into the ground. With his head bowed, he hurriedly exited the crowd, his face stained with shame. "Get lost, you worthless doctor," someone in the crowd shouted, igniting a wave of uproarious condemnation. Bai Haifeng dared not look back and fled in haste. "This brother here saved my mother, making him my savior as well. From this day forth, should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance," the brutish man declared earnestly, grasping Erdan and Oppos as hand. Initially, he intended to invite Erdan for a meal, but Erdan declined. "Brother, although my mother has temporarily evaded danger, it will be prudent to have her examined at the hospital," Erdan advised. Upon hearing this, the dutiful son wasted no time, providing Erdan with his contact details before hastily escorting the old woman to the hospital. After this brief interlude, Erdan glanced at the sky and decided it was time to return home before nightfall. He hurried to the market, purchasing a few garments for his parents before riding his tricycle homeward. Upon reaching Xinglong town, he planned to buy some meat, so he stopped at the market. Just then, he heard someone calling his name. "Erdan!" The voice came from the entrance of a nearby restaurant. Turning around, he was taken aback to see the new and beautiful village head, Ji Sinyu. "Sister Village Head, what brings you here?" he asked playfully. "I'm here for work." "Of course. What are you doing?" Ji Sinyu replied, rolling her eyes at him. Though a few nights prior, Erdan had jokingly suggested she become his concubine, which irked her, she could not deny the sense of ease and security she felt around him. "Work? As the village head of our village. What business do you have in town?" he inquired, puzzled. "You would understand. Does this village head need to report to you?" Ji Sinyu retorted. "Since I ran into you, I'm inviting you to dinner with an important guest. As the sky darkens, let us eat together, and you could drive me back to the village afterward." How delightful, having a beautiful sister accompany me and a free meal to boot. What more could I ask for? Erdan exclaimed, filled with excitement. After agreeing, Erdan followed Ji Sinyu into the restaurant. This establishment was the largest and finest in Xinglong town, complete with private rooms. "Sister Village Head, who are you dining with?" Erdan asked curiously. "Don't pry into my work matters. I'm meeting someone very important today. If the discussion goes well, the villagers' average income could increase significantly." When the guest arrives, please refrain from speaking too much. Just listen and do not offend him. Yiksinu konshund earnestly. Hee. You need not worry, Sister Village Head. I can keep quiet, but you must order some good dishes if the food is excellent. I'll remain silent. If not, my mouth may not stay shut. Erdan chuckled. You dare threaten this village head? Do you want me to deal with you? Ji Sinyu shot back, glaring at him. As they awaited the arrival of Ji Sinyu's guest, she ordered a pot of tea, and the two began to engage in playful banter. At that moment, Erdan was still curious about the identity of the important person Ji Sinyu had invited. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted their conversation. Come in. As Ji Sinyu's voice faded, the door swung open, revealing a young man clad in a stylish black suit, a crisp white shirt, and a striking red tie, exuding an air of sophistication. However, upon recognizing the young man who entered the room, Erdan's eyes ignited with fury, and a chilling aura of menace radiated from him. Chapter 50. An encounter with a rival. The profound reaction exhibited by Erdan stemmed from the unexpected arrival of a young man, Zhao Gang, who was responsible for his unjust imprisonment. It was this very individual who had caused Erdan to endure 3 years of wrongful incarceration. This marked the second occasion that Erdan laid eyes upon Zhao Gang, the first being in a mobile phone store in the county. As Erdan recognized Zhao Gang, the latter also caught sight of him. It is often said that when enemies meet, the atmosphere becomes particularly charged. Even Ji Sinyu, who stood nearby, sensed the palpable tension. Do you two know each other? Ji Sinyu inquired. Know each other? I could recognize this scoundrel, even if he were flayed alive, Erdan retorted through gritted teeth, his gaze turning icy as he addressed Ji Sinyu. Village Chief Ji, I had no idea you were acquainted with this scoundrel. Is he truly your esteemed guest? If that is the case, I shall take my leave. I cannot stomach this meal any longer. With that, Erdan turned to exit, but as he reached the doorway, Zhao Gang, wearing a smug grin, blocked his path. Erdan, do you really have to be this dramatic? Did I not merely take your girlfriend? You need not harbor such animosity towards me as if I were your father's murderer. Perhaps you should reflect on why Li Kaifeng clings to me, crying and insisting that she wishes to marry me. Have you considered that? Zhao Gang continued. Let me enlighten you. It is because you are poor, a mere farmer. I can adorn Li Kaifeng in gold and silver, purchase her beautiful garments, provide for her father and Amp, Oppos, as medical needs, build a house, and secure a respectable job for her brother. What can you offer her? You are nothing but a destitute peasant. A lifetime of poverty awaits you. What gives you the right to compete with me? Upon finishing his boastful tirade, Zhao Gang erupted into a fit of gleeful laughter, his eyes gleaming with contempt as he reveled in the feeling of having his adversary beneath him. At that moment, veins bulged on Erdan's temples. His fists clenched so tightly that they creaked ominously. Mr. Zhao, how can you speak like that? You are going too far, Ji Sinyu said, her voice laced with indignation. Village Chief Ji, do you find my words excessive? Am I not merely stating facts? It seems you have a particular interest in this pauper. But do you remember why you came today? You sought my assistance. If this is how you wish to speak to me, then perhaps we need not continue our discussion. Zhao Gang sneered. You. Ji Sinyu trembled with rage. Yet remembering the importance of her mission today, she stifled her anger and turned to Erdan, speaking softly. Erdan, I need to discuss some work-related matters with Mr. Zhao. This is crucial for the future development of our village, so regardless of any past grievances, I hope you can prioritize the greater good. Did you hear that, Erdan? I need to speak with Village Chief Ji regarding important matters. So perhaps you should excuse yourself, Zhao Gang said smugly, striding over to the dining table, sitting down with a flourish and propping his legs up, watching Erdan with a self-satisfied grin. Village Chief, can you truly believe that this scoundrel has any bearing on our village's future development? I am eager to see what capabilities this rogue possesses, Erdan retorted coolly, having calmed his temper slightly. Since taking office, Ji Sinyu had devoted herself to helping the villagers of Gali village prosper, yet the village in Oppos' remote location made securing funds a daunting task, which greatly troubled her. With the spring plowing season nearly concluded, a surplus of laborers remained idle in the village, prompting Ji Sinyu to consider labor exportation. This concept involves sending workers to the city, where the booming real estate industry offers abundant opportunities. Laborers can earn thousands within a year on construction sites. And Ji-Sinu envisioned sending these villagers to work in the city, potentially doubling their income. However, securing city jobs was fraught with challenges, as many laborers faced difficulties in receiving payment for their hard work. Thus, Ji-Sinu sought to assist the villagers by connecting them with a reputable labor company, one registered with the government to ensure they would not encounter wage disputes. After extensive inquiries, Ji-Sinu learned that Zhao Gang and Appo's father was the largest contractor in the region and owned a legitimate labor company. With the help of local connections, she managed to arrange a meeting with Zhao Gang to discuss this matter. Village chief, I assure you that I am not exaggerating. You can verify that our Zhao family's labor company is the most prominent and capable in Ping'an County. We employ thousands of workers. And if your village has 100 or so laborers seeking work, it can be arranged with a mere word from me. I guarantee that each one will take home at least 20,000 a year. You have come to the right person, Zhao Gang declared, his gaze dripping with disdain for Li Erdan. Li Erdan, do not think I'm denying you an opportunity. For the sake of my girlfriend, Li Kaifeng's former relationship with you, I could reserve a position for you among our village's workers. If you were to humble yourself before me, I might even consider making you a foreman, allowing you to earn more with less effort. Mr. Zhao, are you truly capable of accepting over 100 laborers from our village? That would be magnificent. On behalf of all the villagers, I thank you, Ji-Sinu exclaimed, her excitement palpable as this would mark her first significant achievement since taking office. With a suppressed laugh, Li Erdan finally understood Ji-Sinu and Appo's purpose for this meeting. What are you laughing at, Li Erdan? If all our surplus laborers were to work, earning 20,000 each, that would amount to over 2 million. Do you not find that exhilarating? Ji-Sinu asked, slightly irritated by his demeanor. How could you, a university student, be so foolish? You truly are a simpleton. I wonder how the authorities could appoint such a dimwit as our village chief, Li Erdan mocked. Who are you calling a pig? You better explain yourself today, or this ISN and Appo's tea over. Ji-Sinu, a woman used to privilege and admiration, felt her patience wearing thin. Since you object to being called a pig, let us discuss it further, Li Erdan replied, taking out a cigarette and leisurely lighting it. Chapter 51. Li Erdan and Appo's grand blueprint, observing the confident expression on Li Erdan and Appo's face. Even Zhao Gang, who sat opposite him, looked on with curiosity. After exhaling a large smoke ring, Li Erdan's gaze fell upon the furious Ji-Sinu. The reason I deem you foolish is due to your suggestion that the villagers seek employment elsewhere, which is akin to trading a watermelon for a mere sesame seed. Although Gada village is situated in a remote area, it is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and water on one, boasting breathtaking scenery and abundant resources. Truly a treasure trove. As a village official, instead of contemplating how to harness the precious resources within the mountains and waters, you prefer to push the villagers away. Would you not agree that this is indeed foolish? Li Erdan remarked with a light chuckle. Oof. Do you think I am unaware of Gada village and Appo's picturesque landscapes? If we were to develop it into a tourist destination, it would undoubtedly become a nationwide sensation. However, one cannot devour a whole pig in a single bite. Such endeavors require gradual accumulation. Not to mention, our village's infrastructure is lacking. The road leading to the town is not yet passable, and most of the houses are still thatched. Without establishing these foundational structures, how can we hope to prosper? Ji-Sinu retorted, somewhat unconvinced. You are correct. One cannot consume an entire pig at once, but it is consumed bite by bite. Let's first consider the resources within the mountains. To my knowledge, there are over 100 varieties of precious Chinese medicinal herbs, some priced at only a few yuan per pound, while others can cost dozens or even hundreds. Can these not generate income for our village? Moreover, the mountainous specialties, mushrooms, black fungus, wild vegetables, pine nuts, wild fruits, and walnuts, surely you, being a woman from the city, understand their value? If we could find markets for these goods, would the villagers still need to toil and leave their homes? At this point, Ji-Sinu's beautiful eyes suddenly sparkled, and her anger dissipated. Li Erdan, please continue. Having discussed the resources of the mountains, let us now turn to those of the waters. Various species of wild fish and river crabs, Each could yield profit if we establish good markets. Besides relying on the mountains for sustenance, we could also vigorously develop aquaculture. If all this comes to fruition, do you not think the living conditions of the villagers would improve significantly? For the next several minutes, Erdan eloquently painted a perfect blueprint for Gada village, captivating Ji-Sinu. What he spoke of was not mere fanciful thinking. These ideas had been meticulously planned in his mind for years. The 3 years spent in prison were, for Erdan, the most invaluable of his life. During that time, he encountered a myriad of individuals, broadening his horizons. Through reading, staying informed, and conversing with various inmates, he absorbed a wealth of knowledge, expanding his perspective immensely. Just as Erdan prepared to elaborate further, a burst of mocking laughter interrupted him. Ha ha ha, Erdan! I never expected this rustic fellow to possess such limited skills yet excel in boasting. You paint your impoverished and secluded Gadao village as if it were a treasure mountain. Even if your village truly possesses such valuable resources, do you have a capital? Do you have a market? Take the road leading to your Gadao village as an example. It may be filled with treasures, but how will you transport them? This is sheer arrogance. I say, Village Chief, you better think carefully about sending your villagers to my labor company. We guarantee they will earn at least 2 million a year. But you might as well trust him, this small farmer who only knows how to boast empty words. Zhao Gang sneered, causing Ji-Sinu to hesitate. What Erdan proposed was indeed sound, yet the practicalities were daunting. Issues of transportation, market access, and funding could not be resolved overnight. Amidst Ji-Sinu's indecision, a large hand suddenly grasped her delicate one. Beautiful sister, trust me. I assure you that within 3 years, everything I have spoken of will be realized. I will see to it that every villager in Gadao village resides in spacious homes, shedding the label of a poverty-stricken village, Erdan declared confidently, pulling Ji-Sinu along without regard for her agreement. Wait, Village Chief, are you toying with me? Zhao Gang interjected, blocking their path. Were it not for Zhao Town Chief and Amp, Oppo's influence, I would never grant your village such a profitable opportunity. Think carefully. Once this chance is gone, it will not return. At that moment, Ji-Sinu felt a whirlwind of emotions. Rationality urged her to send the village's idle labor force to external construction sites for a stable income. Yet Erdan's proposal seemed a better choice, albeit fraught with risk. Don't block the way. Step aside, or do not blame me for my rudeness. Erdan's cold voice resonated. Seeing the chill in Erdan's gaze, Zhao Gang was infuriated. You filthy farmer, do you dare to confront me? You think I will step aside? Go ahead, test me. I dare you to lay a finger on me. I will ensure you find yourself back in prison. Enduring several more years, Zhao Gang, accustomed to arrogance, taunted, pointing a finger at Erdan and Amp, Oppos, as forehead. Come on then, strike me. In the phone shop days prior, Zhao Gang had humiliated Erdan in front of his ex-girlfriend, and Erdan had not dared to retaliate. Zhao Gang believed Erdan's 3 years in prison had dulled his spirit, rendering him incapable of standing up to him. Come on, hit me. Faced with Zhao Gang's provocations, Erdan smiled, the expression on his face radiant. Since you have made such a vile request, allow me to indulge you today. With that, Erdan struck Zhao Gang fiercely in the throat, then raised his foot and delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen. Zhao Gang's face contorted in pain, yet curiously, he did not utter a sound. Erdan had pressed on Zhao Gang's mute point, ensuring that no one outside would hear. For the next few minutes, Erdan unleashed a flurry of kicks upon Zhao Gang. The pent-up rage of 3 long years erupted at that moment. By the end, nearly all of Zhao Gang's teeth had been kicked out, and he was left gasping blood. Beside them, Ji-Sinu stood frozen in shock, unable to believe that the seemingly honest Erdan possessed such a fierce side. This brutal assault lasted a full 5 minutes, only ceasing when Zhao Gang lost consciousness from the pain. You Haven and Oppos. T killed him, have you? Erdan, do you realize you and Oppos recommitting a crime? Do you wish to return to prison? Only after Erdan stopped did Ji-Sinu react, gazing at him in alarm and instinctively stepping back 2 paces. Chapter 52. Teasing the beautiful village chief, the brutal beating that Zhao Gang received unleashed the pent-up resentment that Erdan had harbored for over 3 years. As he observed the fearful expression on Ji Sinyu's face, Li Erdan, having vented his fury, composed himself. "Fear not, dear village chief. Allow me to share a tale with you." For the next few minutes, Li Erdan recounted his grievances with Zhao Gang in vivid detail. "So, you were wronged by that scoundrel in Li Kaifeng, leading to your 3-year imprisonment. You ought to gather evidence to bring these two vile individuals to justice, rather than resort to such violent methods. Do you wish to find yourself incarcerated once more?" Though Ji Sinyu felt deep sympathy for Li Erdan, she was entirely opposed to his means of revenge. Incarcerated again? Li Erdan's face twisted into a cold smirk as he looked at the unconscious Zhao Gang at his feet. "I have no intention of returning to such a place. As for bringing those two to justice, the moment is not yet ripe. This scoundrel believes his wealth grants him immunity. I shall strip him of his riches until he knows despair before delivering him to the authorities." With a chilling tone, Li Erdan revealed several silver needles from his pocket. As he began to insert the needles into Zhao Gang's head, a curious Ji Sinyu could not contain her inquiry. "Erdan, what are you doing? Are you a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? Are you treating him?" Li Erdan laughed. "I have no intention of treating him. However, after this thrashing, he won't let me off the hook easily. The needles serve merely to erase fragments of his memory." The technique Li Erdan employed was derived from a medical manual rewarded by the system, capable of temporarily dulling a person's memories for several days. In no time, Li Erdan had finished with a set of needles, grasped Zhao Gang in damp Appo's chin, and poured 2 bottles of liquor into his unconscious mouth. A short while later, Li Erdan parked his 3-wheeled vehicle at a secluded spot at the foot of the mountain. In the back sat Ji Sinyu, while Zhao Gang lay there, reeking of alcohol, akin to a lifeless dog. Li Erdan, akin to dragging away a dead dog, pulled Zhao Gang from the vehicle and carelessly tossed him into the bushes. He then clapped his hands and smiled at Ji Sinyu. "This scoundrel is utterly inebriated and has lost a few teeth. He's no longer my concern." "Oomph. You are fabricating evidence. Are you not afraid I will expose you?" Ji Sinyu retorted with a cold scoff. In response to Ji Sinyu's threat, a mischievous grin spread across Li Erdan's face. "Sister Village Chief, you say this is a desolate wilderness. If I were to do something to you and dispose of your body here, do you think anyone would notice? What do you intend to do? Stay away. I warn you, I'm trained in Taekwondo." Ji Sinyu's fear was palpable as she anxiously regarded Li Erdan's playful demeanor. Seeing her anxiety, Li Erdan burst into laughter and hopped back onto the tricycle, starting the engine with a chuckle. "Zhao Gang is merely a scoundrel. I trust that you, beautiful village chief, would not expose someone like me, a promising young man capable of leading the villagers to prosperity for the sake of a worthless man." Turning back, he made a silly face. "Am I not correct? You rascal, you dare deceive me. Do you realize you nearly frightened me to death?" Ji Sinyu finally recognized Li Erdan and Appo's jest, her delicate fists playfully striking him. "Please spare me, beautiful village chief. You've injured me. I'll be reliant on you for life, and you shall be my wife, serving me for eternity," Li Erdan exclaimed with a grin. "Humph. You think you can marry me? You must first fulfill your promises regarding the development plans for our village, and then I may consider it." Ji Sinyu replied with a dismissive snort. "Fear not, beautiful village chief. I am determined to marry you." Li Erdan laughed heartily. "You scoundrel. You presume to call me your wife? I am the rightful partner." Ji Sinyu retorted angrily. "Ha ha ha. So, by your words, you consent to be my wife. If you wish to be the main spouse, then let us find an opportunity to consummate our union. You rogue, you think you could take advantage of me? Just wait and see." Ji Sinyu realized she had fallen for Li Erdan's trickery and, in her fury, pinched his ear. "Ouch, that hurts. Sister Village Chief, please release me. I am driving." Amidst laughter, the two returned to Ghana Village. Upon arriving home, Li Erdan was in high spirits as he presented the clothes he had bought for his parents and requested his mother, Yang Soa, to prepare the pork ribs he had brought from town. Though the elderly couple scolded him for his extravagant spending habits, their faces beamed with joy. "Erdan, you mustn't oppose. Be so reckless with your money. Save what you earn. One day, you'll need to build a new house, marry a wife, and provide us with a grandchild. Everything requires money. Do you understand?" Yang Tsuehua advised earnestly. "Mother, Father, you too shall enjoy a comfortable life with me from now on. My affairs need not trouble you, Erdan reassured them. Yang Tsuhua, skilled in the kitchen, swiftly prepared a sumptuous feast. Having dealt with Zhao Gang and strengthened his bond with the beautiful village chief, Erdan felt elated. He brought out a fine bottle of liquor he had purchased in the county and shared a few cups with his father. After dinner, as he lay in bed, Erdan took out the benevolent gourd that had been awarded to him by the system. He had long been puzzled by its purpose and often examined it in his leisure time. Holding the gourd, he suddenly sensed that it had changed in some way, though he could not pinpoint how. Shortly thereafter, he shook the gourd and finally understood the nature of its transformation. Inside, a new liquid had appeared, reminiscent of water. This discovery thrilled him, and he eagerly attempted to open the gourd to discern its contents. To his astonishment, with a gentle twist, the gourd's spout opened, releasing a pungent odor. What a foul stench! What on earth is this? Erdan grimaced at the sight of a drop of yellowish liquid lying within, its appearance unremarkable and reminiscent of waste. Damn it, this smells terrible. I should dispose of it immediately, Erdan muttered to himself as he prepared to discard the liquid. Chapter 53. The mysterious liquid of the magical gourd. Just as Erdan was about to descend from his perch, the two hamsters, Damao and Ermao, suddenly emerged, their expressions filled with longing. Commander, what delicious treat did you just bring out? It smells divine, Damao exclaimed. Commander, both Damao and I are loyal to you. If there is something tasty, please don't forget us, Ermao added. Delicious? Fragrant? A dark line crossed Erdan's forehead as he reached for the lid of the Xiangshan gourd, and the pungent odor wafted out once again. What on earth is in that gourd? Damao and Ermao appeared utterly entranced. How can you two find this odious scent appealing? Erdan asked, bewildered. Commander, it truly is delightful. I have never encountered such a captivating aroma before, Damao replied, with Ermao nodding in agreement. Could this liquid, reminiscent of urine, actually be something extraordinary? Erdan furrowed his brow slightly, gazing at the two hamsters lost in their rapture. He briefly entertained the notion of letting them taste the liquid from the gourd, but quickly dismissed the idea. Damao and Ermao were his trusted companions. Should they consume something harmful and perish, it would be a grave loss. I cannot let you two consume this liquid just yet. If it proves toxic, it would spell disaster for you both. There are 2 spare ribs in the kitchen. I shall fetch them for you to savor, Erdan declared, leaving the room despite the hamster's wistful gazes. After exiting, Erdan poured the liquid onto the ground and leaned in to sniff it, still detecting that unpleasant scent. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he noticed a dilapidated water tank nearby. This tank was used by his father to store fish caught from the river, often housing them for a few days when a meal was too plentiful. Erdan, with the Xiangshan gourd hanging around his neck daily, could hardly endure that foul aroma. He swiftly approached the water tank, rinsing the gourd in its water before returning to his room to sleep. As Erdan slumbered, he was unaware that the fish in the tank had become animated, eagerly consuming the thin layer of yellow liquid floating atop the water. Erdan, having indulged a bit too much in drink the previous night, Erdan was in a deep slumber, unlike his usual early rising. He lay in bed, enjoying a leisurely sleep. Hearing calls from outside, he groggily replied, "Who is it disturbing my peaceful morning? Miserable sloth, how can you still be sleeping at this hour?" A stunning young woman entered the room, her presence unmistakable. She was Ji Xinyu, the current village head of Gali village, with aspirations to lead her impoverished village to prosperity. She had been captivated by Erdan and Appo's grandiose dreams the day before and, eager to discuss plans for wealth creation with him, rushed over that morning. "Can we discuss this later? I need just a little more sleep," Erdan muttered, burying his head under the covers. "Enough. If you want tea, rise. I shall have to take matters into my own hands," Ji Xinyu declared, her hands on her hips, a playful glint in her eyes. In a mischievous act, she yanked the covers off Erdan, revealing him completely. Startled and exposed, Erdan quickly realized that he was not dressed adequately, and Ji Xinyu's cheeks flushed crimson as she shielded her eyes. "You rogue, why are you not clothed?" Taken aback, Erdan snapped awake. "I must ask, dear village head, who is the true rogue here? I am merely resting in my own home," while you intrude and unveil my slumber. Am I not the aggrieved party? Ji Sinyu, feeling flustered, quickly turned to exit the room. Hurry and dress. I have matters to discuss with you. As she left, her face burned with embarrassment, her heart racing. I didn't expect this scrawny fellow to have such a well-defined physique, she murmured to herself, noting his 8-pack abs. Erdan, now wide awake, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He donned his clothes and quickly washed up. You sabotaged my plans, missing the opportunity to guide the villagers towards prosperity. You must devise a means of compensation, otherwise I shall not let this slide. Ji Sinyu warned as Erdan emerged, her small fist raised in mock threat. Aligning with that scoundrel Zhao Gang will only ensure the villagers remain impoverished. You dare to perceive that as a pathway to wealth. Such narrow-mindedness is astonishing, Erdan scoffed, lighting a cigarette. You insolent fool. Who are you calling narrow-minded? Ji Sinyu retorted, her temper flaring as she advanced towards him, pinching one of his ears. Ouch, that hurts. Dear village head, I concede I was wrong. He pleaded. Oomph. Consider this a minor reprimand. Let us see if you dare to belittle us women again. Seeing him beg for mercy, Ji Sinyu relented, releasing her grip. Rubbing his ear, Erdan cast a glance at Ji Sinyu's shapely figure, feeling a sense of satisfaction. In their earlier tussle, he had unwittingly brushed against her, and the sensation was exhilarating. What are you grinning about, you rascal? Ji Sinyu queried, noticing his lewd gaze. Her brow furrowing. Ahem, I was merely pondering, beautiful village head, you mentioned wanting to enrich the villagers? I believe I have a splendid opportunity for you, Erdan said, clearing his throat. What opportunity? Pray tell. Ji Sinyu inquired, her excitement palpable. Chapter 54. Ji Sinyu faces setbacks observing Ji Sinyu and Amp. Oppose, eagerness. Erdan Kuden and oppose. Help, but display a hint of smugness. Beautiful village chief, did you not notice that my cigarette has extinguished? With one leg crossed over the other, Erdan held a cigarette in his left hand while extending a lighter towards Ji Sinyu with his right. You scoundrel, what do you mean by this? You expect the village chief to light your cigarette? Ji Sinyu, hands on her hips, glared at Erdan, her anger palpable. I say, beautiful village chief, is this your attitude when asking for help? If that and oppose, as the case, you might as well seek assistance elsewhere. I couldn't and oppose. Care less about others and oppose. Wealth? My own prosperity suffices. Erdan replied nonchalantly. You. Ji Sinyu trembled with rage at Erdan and Amp. Oppose. Audacity. Yet ultimately, she huffed and snatched the lighter from his hand to ignite his cigarette. You wretch. If you fail to present a project to help our villagers prosper, just wait and see how I will deal with you. Ji Sinyu possessed a father who was a prominent figure in the province, and, at home, she was the apple of his eye. Even her father would never dare hope for his precious daughter to light a cigarette for him. Ahem, although your attitude leaves much to be desired, I will, out of consideration for your sincerity, point you in a direction, Erdan said, his demeanor still smug, which only served to irritate Ji Sinyu further. However, she patiently awaited his continuation. Here's the plan, village chief. You should announce over the loudspeaker in the village, gathering all the villagers at the village committee. I shall offer them an opportunity to earn some extra income, Erdan proposed. Extra income? Pray tell. What scheme do you have in mind? Ji Sinyu inquired eagerly. The secret cannot be revealed just yet. You will know soon enough. For now, your task is to assemble the villagers, Erdan stated grandly, tossing the cigarette but to the ground, clasping his hands behind his back, and strolling leisurely towards the village committee. Erdan, you rascal. Watching his self-satisfied figure retreat, Ji Sinyu felt a surge of indignation. Oomph. I am determined to see what abilities you possess, she muttered, stamping her foot in frustration and following him. As she observed Ji Sinyu with her lips pursed, Erdan felt a surge of triumph. Little girl, if I cannot handle you, I shall not deserve the name Erdan. The village was not large, and within the courtyard of the village committee, a crowd of 40 to 50 people had gathered, comprising men, women, and children, all clustered in small groups. I say, village chief, what is this new village chief up to by calling us all here? What is the matter? Remember, Do not refer to me as village chief anymore. I have been dismissed. From now on, I am just an ordinary farmer like you all, spoke the former village chief, Sun Changsheng, who happened to be the father of Sun Tongtong. Ah, old village chief, the higher-ups are making foolish decisions. Why put a young girl in charge of our village? What does she know? Does she understand how much grain we harvest per acre? Does she know the timing of spring plowing and autumn harvest? Old village chief, why don't we all go to town and speak on your behalf? Let us replace this new girl with you again. Ahem. Do not underestimate the new village chief. She is a university graduate. The leaders sent her here to aid our village in overcoming poverty. As for me, I am now free of official duties, but I will still oversee village matters. If the new chief oversteps her bounds, I will certainly intervene, having served as the village chief for half his life. Sun Changsheng felt a twinge of regret at being removed, secretly hoping Ji Xinyu would falter in her role, leading to a scenario where he would be needed once more. Everyone, please be quiet. The purpose of gathering all the villagers today is for me to meet you. Some of you may know me, while others may not. Allow me to introduce myself. Standing before a table, Ji Xinyu commenced with a barrage of formalities. Despite her youth, she spoke with great poise, earning a silent nod of approval from Erdan. City girls are indeed different. She displayed no timidity in front of such a crowd. Marrying someone like her would surely bring pride when stepping out. Village chief, we are not interested in your tedious formalities. We have plenty of chores at home. If there is something to discuss, let us get to it. Otherwise, we prefer to disperse. Confused by the higher-ups and oppos, decision to appoint a young girl as village chief. Villagers expressed their discontent. If I may say, young lady, it would be best for you to return to the city and not cause chaos in our rural community. Perhaps it would be more sensible for the old village chief to resume his position, one villager suggested. Indeed, look at this girl. She is delicate and lovely. I say, we should find her a suitable match, so she can lead a comfortable life as a good wife. What do you all think? Haha, Zhao Xiaoa, your idea is splendid. Hurry and find this girl a match, so she doesn't disrupt our village. Let the old village chief continue in his role. What do you all say? In an instant, the courtyard erupted in laughter, a cacophony of voices filling the air. Ji Xinyu had come filled with enthusiasm. Yet she was taken aback by the villagers' vehement resistance, leaving her at a loss for words. Beside Ji Xinyu, Erdan's gaze fell upon Sun Changsheng, who sat relaxed on a stone mill, smoking leisurely while observing Ji Xinyu with keen interest. Beside him, the village accountant Sun Changfa and the militia captain Sun Changsheng, both his brothers, wore expressions of schadenfreude. Realizing the connection, Erdan understood that the villagers' strong reaction to Ji Xinyu was certainly linked to the three brothers' machinations. Everyone, please quiet down and allow me to speak for a moment. Ji Xinyu's anxious voice was drowned out by the cacophony of the villagers, her eyes welling with tears as she sought help from the former village chief. But Sun Changsheng seemed oblivious, puffing smoke rings without a care. In her moment of desperation, Ji Xinyu turned her pleading gaze towards Erdan. Seeing her helpless expression, Erdan felt a pang in his heart, an impulse to comfort her welling up within him. Sun Changsheng, and Sun Changfa, you three old rascals, how could you conspire against such a delicate beauty, who has come from afar with the noble intention of aiding our villagers in their quest for prosperity? I, Erdan, shall take it upon myself to rectify this situation. Chapter 55, an opportunity for extra earnings. Quiet down, everyone, and lend me your ears. Erdan bellowed, capturing the attention of the crowd. Erdan, you fool. Are you smitten with one of the city girls? Do you fancy yourself a champion for them? Save your breath. Those city girls, with their delicate skin that glistens like dew, would never look twice at a labor reform convict like you, a plump woman in her 40s retorted. This woman, Zhao Xiaoa, a widow known for her sharp tongue, had lost her husband to a snakebite while gathering firewood decades ago. With the help of villagers, she had opened a small shop to sustain herself, earning a reputation as the village gossip. Rumors swirled about her questionable associations with a group led by Sun Changsheng, further complicating her standing in the community. You speak of me as if I were a frog dreaming of swan meat, but it is you who are the true dreamer, Zhao continued, relishing the chance to belittle him. since Li Erdan had repaid all his debts to the miserly Xie family. Xie Bao had realized that his hopes of marrying Li Erdan's sister were dashed, particularly after Li Erdan sold a valuable antique for over 200,000. This turn of events had left the Xie family in regret and illness, with the patriarch bedridden. Thus, Xie Bao seized the opportunity to humiliate Li Erdan. Amidst the laughter of his fellow villagers, Li Erdan wore a cold smile. Village chief, now you know what it means to be bitten by a dog while trying to help others. You strive to assist them in escaping poverty. Yet look how they repay you. This is a pack of ingrates. Honestly, it would be more worthwhile to keep a dog than to waste time on them. With that, he reached into his yellow bag and flung several stacks of vibrant bills onto the table. Originally, the village chief sought my assistance to help you earn a bit of pocket money, yet I find myself regarded as nothing more than a labor reform convict. Very well. If it's wealth I can garner for myself, I shan't share it with ungrateful souls. Village chief, I bid you farewell. His expression heavy with frustration. Li Erdan stuffed the cash back into his pocket. At that moment, the eyes of dozens of villagers widened in disbelief, fixated on the money in Li Erdan's hands. Just as he took a step forward, a figure swiftly intercepted him. Erdan, tell me about this lucrative venture. You know my family has 3 children, and with 2 in school, our meager crops barely sustain us. If there's a way to earn money, I'm willing to do anything. It was Brother Zhu, a middle-aged man known for his humble circumstances. Erdan, can you trust me? I am just a labor reform convict. Do you think I can be relied upon? Li Erdan replied with a faint smile. Come on, we're from the same village. How could I distrust you? Please, help me out for the sake of my struggling family. Brother Zhu implored. This is not just my decision. The village chief has the final say. If he agrees, I'll guide you towards a profitable endeavor. But let us keep it straightforward. Li Erdan raised 2 fingers. 20 a day? Just wait for me. I'll beseech the village chief. Brother Zhu exclaimed excitedly, turning to approach Ji Xinyu. However, Li Erdan quickly blocked his path. No, Brother Zhu, I meant 200 a day. What? 200 a day? The village committee erupted into a frenzy of excitement. 200 a day. Can I join? Voices rang out amidst the commotion. Erdan, if there's such an easy way to earn, count me in. I've been working in your family's fields for years. You can't forget me. Li Erdan responded, this is not for me to decide. The village chief must approve it first. If he does, I'll share the details with you all. He glanced over at Ji Xinyu, who looked back at him with gratitude. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the crowd, Sun Changsheng and his brothers frowned at the scene unfolding before them. They recognized Li Erdan's intent to support Ji Xinyu, which could jeopardize their plans. What we do? If he helps her, it could ruin our chances, Sun Changsheng said anxiously. Exactly. We must not let Li Erdan undermine our prospects. Sun Changfa echoed, equally distressed. However, Sun Changsheng remained unfazed, casually puffing on his pipe. You two are simple-minded. Li Erdan is merely a labor reform convict. How could he possibly have a means to help these fools earn 200 a day? P.S. just trying to placate them with empty promises. Watch. The higher he aims, the harder he will fall. Indeed, you're quite astute, brother. We nearly believed him. This village lacks skills. They can't earn such sums. They think money grows on trees, Sun Changfa chuckled. But works in our favor. If that city girl gets entangled with Li Erdan, it will surely create a stir. Once things escalate, I'll lead the villagers to demand answers from the town. Let us see how she handles the fallout, Sun Changsheng sneered. Your wisdom is unmatched, brother. When that time comes, the village chief's position will revert to you, and we'll be back to enjoying the good life, Sun Changfa flattered. Chapter 56. Acquisition of goji berries. Erdan. Look at how anxious the villagers are. Quickly share your project with them. Under the earnest pleas of the villagers, Ji Xinyu turned to Li Erdan for assistance. Dear villagers, allow me to present something to you. I believe you all recognize this, Li Erdan declared, pulling a small plastic bag from his pocket, filled with red berries. Goji berries. Who doesn't know them? They grow abundantly on our mountains, a villager replied. You should be aware that these goji berries, found in such profusion, are actually a precious traditional Chinese medicine, Li Erdan explained. Precious? Nonsense. Those medicine merchants in Xinglong town only pay 1 yuan per pound. You can gather 10 pounds in a day at most. Another villager shouted, prompting nods of agreement from others around. Noticing the disappointment on their faces, Erdan smiled slightly and said, "What if I told you that I, Erdan, am willing to buy them at 20 yuan per pound? How much do you want? Do you not think this is a lucrative opportunity? 20 yuan per pound? Erdan, are you really offering that price? I'll head up the mountain to gather them right away." The courtyard erupted in excitement, with villagers eagerly looking at Erdan. At 20 yuan per pound, with a number of goji berries on a hillside, one could easily collect 10 pounds or more in a day, amounting to over 200 yuan. For the impoverished villagers of Gaia, this was a fortune. "How much will you buy? I will sell you however much I can gather. But let me make one thing clear. You may pick goji berries, but no one is allowed to damage the goji bushes. Do not resort to destructive methods for efficiency. If I, Erdan, find out about it, I will never buy from you again," Erdan said with a serious expression. "Do not worry. As long as you truly buy at 20 yuan per pound, I will go gather them immediately. Where else can we find such a good opportunity? What are we waiting for? Let's go pick goji berries." The villagers, brimming with enthusiasm, hurried to the mountains. Meanwhile, Sun Changsheng, who was sitting nearby, furrowed his brow. "Brother, why is Erdan buying goji berries at such a high price? What does he intend to do with so many?" Sun Changfa asked. "Why are you asking me? Who should I ask?" Sun Changsheng replied irritably, shooting a glare at Erdan before turning to leave. With all the villagers heading to the mountains, Ji Sinyu's plan was already thwarted, and staying there was futile for Sun Changsheng, so he chose to depart. Seeing his annoyed brother leave, Sun Changsheng exchanged glances with Sun Changfa and then looked at Erdan. "Brother, Erdan's offer of 20 yuan per pound for goji berries is a golden opportunity. Should we go gather them as well?" Sun Changfa suggested. "Isn't that obvious? Such a good deal may not come again. Hurry up. Let's not let others take it from us." Sun Changsheng replied, and the two hurried off to the mountains to gather goji berries. In the blink of an eye, the once bustling village committee was left with only Erdan and Ji Sinyu. "Erdan, I cannot thank you enough. If it weren't Appos, tea for you today, I wouldn't amp. Appos, tea know how to resolve this situation." Ji Sinyu expressed her gratitude. "Village chief, if you truly wish to thank me, then offer yourself to me as a wife. Together, we will lead the villagers to prosperity," Erdan jested playfully. "Get lost. You think I would marry you for such a trivial achievement? You're dreaming. If you want my hand in marriage, you must first build the road to town and construct a school for the village. Only then can you truly lead the villagers to prosperity, or else don't even think about it." Ji Sinyu retorted with a smile. "Stop joking, Erdan. Have you established a market for purchasing goji berries at such a high price?" Ji Sinyu inquired with concern. "Of course. I'm not foolish enough to engage in a losing business. Rest assured, I have already contacted Jujitang Pharmaceutical in the county. They buy at 30 yuan per pound, allowing me to earn a small profit," Erdan replied with a grin. "Jujitang? You mean the pharmaceutical factory in the county? I never expected you to connect with such a large enterprise. This is wonderful. Our village as traditional herbal medicine will no longer lack a market," Ji Sinyu said excitedly. "Indeed, and let me give you a piece of advice, village chief. While I'm still on the rise, you should pursue me. If I become successful, other beautiful girls might snatch me away. You'd regret it later. Come, while I am still humble, give me a kiss to mark the occasion and prevent future regrets." Erdan boasted narcissistically. "You egotistical fool. As if I would chase after someone like you. If you continue to spout nonsense and take advantage of me, see how I deal with you." An increasingly irritated Ji Sinyu playfully lunged at Erdan. Realizing that Ji Sinyu was genuinely upset, Erdan quickly took off running. "Erdan, you scoundrel, stop right there. Village chief, if you don't seize the chance to be my woman now, you will surely regret it later." Erdan called out playfully as he fled. Leaving the village committee, Erdan strolled leisurely down the village path when a slender figure caught his eye. It was her. This slender figure was none other than Song Yuqin, the teaching volunteer who had been bitten by a snake days earlier, now emerging from Xie Laoku as home, visibly upset. A city girl traveling far to teach in a remote village like Gaia, Erdan held great respect for Song Yuqin. However, this was the first time he had seen her since he saved her. It's you. Song Yuqin recognized him, recalling how he had sucked the snake venom from her leg that day, a blush creeping on her lovely face. Hello, Teacher Song. Are you settling in well in the village? Erdan asked politely. It's been all right. Thank you for saving me that day, Song Yuqin replied shyly. That was nothing. You needn't an amp, oppos, to worry about it. By the way, what brings you to see a Lauku and amp, oppos, s house? You seem quite upset. Did that old scoundrel bully you? Let me handle him, Erdan said angrily, rolling up his sleeves in preparation to confront Sia Lauku. Thank you, but Sia Lauku hasn't bullied me. I'm upset because... In the following minutes, Song Yuqin explained her purpose for visiting Sia Lauku. The village school's desks and chairs were in dire need of repair, and having heard that Sia Lauku and his son were carpenters, she sought their help. What frustrated Song Yuqin was that Sia Lauku and his son refused to help, demanding money for their assistance. The most absurd part was that Sia Lauku had the audacity to propose that he would help for free if Song Yuqin agreed to date his son, Sia Bao. Chapter 57. The threat from Tong Xiaofei. Old Sia is truly despicable, attempting to set his sights on Teacher Song without a second thought about the character of his worthless son. Upon hearing Song Yuqin's account, Erdan was instantly infuriated yet amused. Tell me, Teacher Song, how many desks and chairs does your school require? Please provide me with a list, and I shall assist in procuring them from the town as my donation, Erdan declared, thumping his chest with pride. Brotherly, you are truly a good person. The children will finally have desks and chairs, and I thank you on their behalf, an excited Song Yuqin exclaimed, grabbing Erdan's arm and bouncing with joy. Teacher Song, you flatter me. This small donation is nothing significant. It pales in comparison to your dedication to teaching in our impoverished mountain village, which I deeply respect, Erdan sincerely praised. Before long, a day had passed, and as dusk approached, the villagers who had gone up the mountain to harvest goji berries began returning in succession, gathering eagerly at Erdan's home. The atmosphere was bustling and lively. Everyone, please remain calm and line up. I, Erdan, stand by my word. I will buy all the goji berries you have picked. The villagers, fearing that Erdan might not purchase enough, created a bit of disorder. With little else to do, Ji-Sinyu came to lend a hand. Erdan managed the weighing, while Ji-Sinyu assisted with payments, both of them thoroughly engaged in their tasks. I always said that Erdan would achieve great things as he grew up. Look at him now, truly a person of great enterprise. Baoku, you have a wonderful son. Just wait to enjoy the fruits of his labor. The villagers, filled with joy, praised Erdan for his success, and the couple, Li Baoku and Yang Tsuwa, beamed with pride. After over an hour of diligent work, they finally finished purchasing all the goji berries brought by the villagers, who gradually departed Erdan and Amp, Oppos, as home. Erdan, I calculated it. There are over 600 pounds in total. If you sell these to Jiuji Tang, deducting costs, you can earn at least 6,000 yuan. Moreover, as you and Amp, Oppos, seen, villagers are quite enthusiastic. Tomorrow, even more will come to pick goji berries. You and Amp, Oppos, we're going to strike it rich. Ji-Sinyu exclaimed excitedly. This small sum is nothing. Sister Village Chief, just you wait and see. Erdan, will earn even greater wealth. I plan to repair the roads, build a primary school, and eventually marry you. Erdan joked. Oomph. You need to accomplish that first before you talk. If you really have such capability, why wouldn't Amp, Oppos, Ti marry you? Enough of this banter. I must help my aunt with dinner now. Ji-Sinyu shot him a playful glare before turning to leave. After several hours of assistance, Erdan insisted that Ji-Sinyu stay for dinner, and she graciously accepted. 3 days swiftly passed, and, as Ji-Sinyu had anticipated, the villagers' enthusiasm remained high. Aside from the first day, when only 600 pounds were collected, they managed to harvest 1,000 pounds each day for the remaining 3 days. At dawn, with the exception of some elderly villagers, nearly all the villagers ventured up the mountain to gather goji berries. As the villagers and Amp, Oppos, income increased, Erdan also stood to gain approximately 10,000 yuan in profit. The beautiful village chief became a constant companion, enhancing Erdan and Amp, Oppos, enjoyment of life. One day, Erdan prepared to deliver the goji berries to the county. Rising early, he loaded his small tricycle with the berries. Feeling somewhat frustrated by its limited capacity of around 1,000 pounds. With over 4,000 pounds harvested, he realized he would need at least 4 trips to transport everything. To become rich, one must first repair the roads. This saying rang true. For Gar village to develop, the road issues needed resolution. Yet constructing a road to the town would require at least 1,000,000 yuan, a daunting prospect for Erdan. Upon arriving at Xinglong town, Erdan immediately sought out his old classmate, Zhang Feng, whose small truck could easily accommodate the several thousand pounds of goji berries. Erdan, 500 yuan is too much. Just give me 300 for the trip to the county, Zhang Feng insisted, pushing Erdan and Appo's hand away. Zhang Feng, why are you being so polite? In the future, I will need your truck often. As long as you promise to be available whenever I call, 500 yuan per trip is a fair price. Just accept it. Erdan replied with a smile. Since you say so, I will accept it. Rest assured, when you need the truck again, I will prioritize you, no matter how busy I am. Approaching noon, they finally arrived at the Jiujitang pharmaceutical factory. As soon as they reached the entrance, 2 security guards immediately stopped them. Erdan stepped out of the passenger's seat, a smile spreading across his face upon recognizing the guards, the same 2 who had intercepted him days prior. Last time, Erdan had employed a clever ruse, leading to the dismissal of the head of security, Song Daji, by Tong Xiaofei. Thankfully, these 2 guards remained on duty at Erdan and Appo's behest. Hey, ISN and Appo's, this little brother Erdan? Look at you, switching from a shotgun to a small truck so quickly. You must have struck it rich lately. The guards greeted him warmly. You and Appo's, too kind, gentlemen. What riches are you talking about? Just earning a little money. Erdan replied casually. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he called Tong Xiaofei. Over 4,000 pounds of goji berries. Tong Xiaofei exclaimed in surprise over the phone. Xiaofei, please don't tell me your factory can't handle this much. If so, I might just cry. Not only can we handle 4,000 pounds, but we could also manage 40,000. I'm just surprised you managed to gather so much at once. As long as the quality is good, we will take all of it. Hearing this, Erdan felt a wave of relief wash over him. As before, Tong Xiaofei personally oversaw the inspection, which proceeded swiftly. The goji berries were all natural and free from pollutants, boasting exceptional quality. After leaving Jiujitang, Erdan's small bag was once again filled with over 120,000 yuan. After deducting all costs, he made a profit of over 40,000 yuan in just a little over a week. At this rate, he could easily become a millionaire within a year, bringing him immense satisfaction. Just as Erdan was about to leave in Zhang Feng and Appo's truck, his phone suddenly rang. To his surprise, it was Tong Xiaofei calling. Erdan, could you do me a favor? Her voice was shy on the other end of the line. Xiaofei, you must be joking. How can a little farmer like me possibly help someone as important as you, the president of a big company? Erdan chuckled. Stop with the nonsense. You must help me, whether you want to or not. If you refuse, don't even think about delivering herbs to our factory again. Wait for me at the factory gate. I and Appo's, I'll be there shortly. What can I possibly help her with? Erdan muttered to himself, frowning as he hung up the phone. Chapter 0058. When I pretend to be a boyfriend, Tong Xiaofei had matters to attend to, so Erdan had no choice but to send Zhang Feng away, instructing him to drive home alone. Shortly after, Tong Xiaofei emerged from the factory, driving her car. Get in, she commanded. Miss, could you kindly enlighten me on what you need my assistance with? Erdan inquired with curiosity. You'll find out soon enough, was Tong Xiaofei's succinct reply, as she drove into the bustling area of the county, stopping in front of a clothing store. Step out. Curious. Erdan followed her out of the car and glanced at the clothing store before him. The Men and Appo's wardrobe, a renowned domestic brand for men and Appo's attire, featured shirts priced at several hundred yuan each. Tong Xiaofei exited the vehicle and coolly instructed, come with me. Still bewildered, Erdan followed her into the store. Once inside, Tong Xiaofei abruptly halted and scrutinized him from head to toe, her expression occasionally reflecting deep thought. Miss, what exactly are you planning? Erdan couldn't help but ask again, his confusion growing. At that moment, Tong Xiaofei seemed to have made a decision, turning to browse through the clothing racks. Shortly after, she approached Li Erdan with an armful of clothes. "There's the fitting room. Try this on and see if it suits you," she ordered. "Xiaofei, these clothes are quite expensive. Perhaps we should skip it," Li Erdan suggested softly. "Stop talking nonsense. If I tell you to change, then you change," Tong Xiaofei retorted with a glare. Reluctantly, Li Erdan took the pile of clothes and entered the fitting room. Moments later, he stepped out, feeling rather awkward in his new outfit. Instantly, Tong Xiaofei and two sales assistants widened their eyes in astonishment at the sight of him, their mouths agape in sheer surprise. As the saying goes, one's appearance is greatly influenced by attire. Dressed in a fitted white jacket over a snug zebra-striped t-shirt, paired with light blue trousers and polished leather shoes, Li Erdan had undergone a remarkable transformation. Standing nearly 1.8 meters tall, with a well-proportioned physique, the fitted t-shirt accentuated his muscular contours perfectly. "Miss, the clothes you've chosen for your boyfriend fit him as though they were tailor-made. He looks absolutely dashing," one of the sales assistants exclaimed, captivated. Having changed into such stylish attire, Li Erdan had transformed into a handsome young man, which took Tong Xiaofei by surprise. However, the assistant's assumption that Li Erdan was her boyfriend caused a blush to creep onto Tong Xiaofei's cheeks. "How much? I'll take it all. Let us use the card," she said without hesitation, pulling out her bank card. "Xiaofei, I can't let you buy these for me. I should pay for myself," Li Erdan protested, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Enough of that. I have a challenging task for you later, so consider this outfit my treat," Tong Xiaofei stated firmly. Once back in the car, Li Erdan felt a wave of anxiety wash over him as he asked again, "Xiaofei, could you please tell me what you're planning?" The outfit he had just worn cost over 5,000 yuan, and Tong Xiaofei's mysterious demeanor left him feeling uncertain. "Do not be afraid. I merely need you to assist me with a small favor. Pretend to be my boyfriend for a few hours. It's as simple as that," she replied with a light laugh. "What? You want me to be your boyfriend?" Li Erdan exclaimed, utterly taken aback. "What's with that expression? Are you saying being my boyfriend is a burden?" Tong Xiaofei shot back. "Not at all. Having someone as beautiful as you as my girlfriend would be a blessing beyond measure," Li Erdan replied playfully. "Don't get any funny ideas. I only need you to pretend to be my boyfriend for a few hours. Do not entertain any thoughts beyond that," Tong Xiaofei warned coldly. A pretend boyfriend? Li Erdan was momentarily stunned. In the following minutes, through Tong Xiaofei's explanation, Li Erdan finally grasped her intentions. Although Tong Xiaofei was of considerable age and possessed numerous admirable qualities, she had yet to find a boyfriend, which had left her family, especially her grandfather, quite anxious regarding her marital prospects. Just half an hour before Li Erdan delivered some goji berries to Jiotong, Tong Xiaofei's grandfather had called, insisting that she return home for a blind date. Upon hearing her grandfather's insistence, Tong Xiaofei was overwhelmed, initially intending to refuse. But her grandfather's firm stance left her with no choice. In her moment of uncertainty, Tong Xiaofei thought of Li Erdan, who was on his way to Jiotong, and decided to ask him to feign being her boyfriend, hoping to appease her grandfather and avoid future matchmaking pressures. "Do you understand, Li Erdan? From now on, you're my boyfriend. You graduated from the traditional Chinese medicine university and are an intern at the county hospital. When you meet my grandfather, be sharp-witted and act accordingly," Tong Xiaofei said with a serious expression. "Oh, you nearly scared me. I thought you were asking me for something significant. Pretending to be your boyfriend is a trivial task. I'll handle it flawlessly and ensure your grandfather sees no flaws," Li Erdan declared confidently. "That an amp, oppose, as best. If you slip up, you'll see how I'll deal with you," Tong Xiaofei threatened, shaking her small fist. Tong Xiaofei's grandfather resided in an affluent neighborhood on the outskirts of Longcheng, where the residents were notable figures of wealth and status. The car came to a stop in front of villa, and Tong Xiaofei stepped out. "This is my grandfather's house. Remember, don't mess this up. If you do, you can forget about delivering herbs to our factory in the future," she warned, her nervousness evident. Throughout the journey, Tong Xiaofei had repeatedly threatened him, which left Li Erdan feeling quite displeased. However, given that Tong Xiaofei was his path to wealth, he dared not provoke her. Rest assured, Xiaofei, I won't let you down. I'll ensure your grandfather is pleased, Li Erdan promised. Seeing his confidence, Tong Xiaofei took a deep breath and prepared to enter the villa. Just as she was about to step forward, a mischievous smile appeared on Li Erdan's face. Wait. What are you doing? You're not backing out, are you? Tong Xiaofei exclaimed, her eyes narrowing. Chapter 0059 revealed a mischievous grin on Li Erdan and Appo's face as he approached Tong Xiaofei, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. What are you doing? Tong Xiaofei exclaimed in surprise, taken aback by Li Erdan and Appo's boldness and attempting to break free from his grasp. Little Fei, you asked me to pretend to be your boyfriend. Shouldn't we make it more convincing? If we don't, how can we fool your grandfather? Li Erdan replied with a playful smirk. Tong Xiaofei, fully aware of Li Erdan's intentions, found herself at a loss for words, her irritation rising as she observed his smug demeanor. I might as well say a pig has nudged me, she retorted, visibly flustered. Hee, little Fei, have you ever seen a pig as handsome as I am? Li Erdan teased. Fine, I'll let you have a bit of an advantage this time, but don't overstep your bounds. If you mess this up today, I'll make sure to take action against your roguish hands. Now, let's go inside, Tong Xiaofei declared, still fuming. Hee, little lady, you keep threatening me. But this time I'll be collecting interest, Li Erdan thought to himself, feeling elated. He had never experienced such intimate contact with any woman, let alone someone as stunning as Tong Xiaofei. The proximity allowed him to catch a whiff of her alluring fragrance, prompting him to take a deep breath. With the beauty in his embrace, Li Erdan strode confidently into the villa. Grandpa, I'm back, Tong Xiaofei called out loudly as they entered. Where have you been, you little rascal? Xiao Wu has been waiting for ages. An elderly man with a youthful spirit and bright eyes approached them. Despite his advanced age, he stood upright, radiating vitality, his skin glistening with a healthy sheen. This was Tong Jiuji, the founder of Juji Hall and a renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in the province. Upon seeing Li Erdan with his arm around Tong Xiaofei, Tong Jiuji was momentarily stunned, his mouth agape. Xiaofei, this is... Grandpa, let me introduce my boyfriend. Li Erdan. Erdan, this is my grandfather, Tong Xiaofei said, leaning affectionately against Li Erdan's shoulder to make their act more convincing. Hello, Grandpa. I wasn't sure what you like to eat, so I just brought you some fruit. Li Erdan quickly offered the fruits he held to Tong Jiuji, which had actually been prepared by Tong Xiaofei beforehand. You little rascal, you have a boyfriend and didn't he even tell me? How am I supposed to explain this to Xiao Wu? You're driving me crazy, Tong Jiuji scolded, still gazing at Li Erdan with a mix of astonishment and reproach. At that moment, a well-dressed young man emerged from behind Tong Jiuji, exuding an air of sophistication. Grandpa Tong, so this is Xiaofei. Xiaofei, do you remember me? I'm Wu Xuesong, he said, his gaze fixated on Tong Xiaofei, revealing a strong desire for conquest. Wu Xuesong was a close friend of Tong Jiuji, whose family had once contributed significantly to the establishment of Juji Hall. Having studied abroad, he had recently returned to the country. Tong Jiuji had intended to introduce him to his granddaughter, hoping to matchmake them. You're Wu Xuesong. I almost didn't recognize you. You've changed so much, Tong Xiaofei remarked, her surprise evident as she scrutinized him. They had often played together as children before Wu Xuesong's family moved abroad. Xiaofei, if anyone has changed, it's you. You've become even more beautiful, Wu Xuesong replied with a smile, his gaze shifting to Li Erdan, now tinged with hostility. Xiaofei, who is this? Wu Xuesong inquired. Wu Ge, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Li Erdan, an intern doctor at the county hospital, Tong Xiaofei quickly explained. Having witnessed Li Erdan performing surgery on a large dog, she fabricated a doctor persona for him, knowing that the title of veterinarian would be less impressive. Your boyfriend? Wu Xuesong's expression darkened immediately. Xiao Wu, it's my fault. I had invited you over today to introduce you to this little rascal, but I had no idea she already had a boyfriend. I truly apologize for this, Xiao Wu, Tong Jiuji said, regret evident on his face. Grandpa Tong, it's all right. Xiaofei and I haven't seen each other in nearly 10 years. Let us just catch up as old friends, Wu Xuesong replied, suppressing his rising anger with a forced smile. Let us not linger here. Come, Let us move to the living room and chat, Tong Jioji suggested, leading them inside. The atmosphere turned somewhat awkward as they settled down. Wu Shuesong began to scrutinize Li Erdan. Mr. Li, I understand from Xiao Fei that you're an intern at the county hospital. I didn't expect we would be colleagues. I currently serve as an attending physician in internal medicine at the municipal hospital in Longqing. We should exchange ideas sometime. May I ask which specialty you are pursuing? I am studying traditional Chinese medicine, Li Erdan replied with composure. Traditional Chinese medicine? Both Tong Jioji and Wu Shuesong exclaimed in surprise simultaneously. Chapter 60 Observing the astonished expressions on Tong Jioji and Wu Shuesong and Amp, Oppo's, as faces, Li Erdan felt a twinge of uncertainty. Had I inadvertently revealed something? Indeed, I have studied traditional Chinese medicine, Li Erdan replied, his confidence wavering. Little did he know that traditional Chinese medicine had gradually fallen out of favor in contemporary society, often dismissed by many as mere trickery. The vast majority of patients preferred Western medicine over it. Young man, I did not expect you, at such a tender age, to possess the patience to study traditional Chinese medicine, Tong Jioji remarked with a hint of admiration. As traditional medicine wanes, it is rare to find young individuals who pursue it. Since you're studying traditional medicine, may I inquire who your mentor is? I have many acquaintances within the provincial Chinese medicine community. Perhaps your teacher is an old friend of mine, Tong Jioji continued with a smile. At that moment, Tong Xiaofei sensed trouble looming, aware that they were on the verge of exposing the truth. Given her grandfather's prominence, it was unlikely there was an old Chinese doctor he did not know in the province. If Li Erdan spoke, he would surely give himself away. Well, Grandfather Tong, I do not have a formal teacher. Our family has been practicing as barefoot doctors for generations. The knowledge I have is, in essence, ancestral. Li Erdan hastily concocted a rationale. Ancestral barefoot doctors? Tong Jioji's brow furrowed deeply. With the Tong family's background, they would not concern themselves with a prospective son-in-law's family lineage, provided he was a person of merit. However, a barefoot doctor seemed to hold no promise whatsoever. Meanwhile, Wu Shuesong's gaze darted between Li Erdan and Tong Xiaofei, a faint smirk gracing his lips. Both Tong Xiaofei and Li Erdan, though attempting to mask their discomfort, wore expressions that betrayed their unease. Traditional Chinese medicine possesses its merits. After all, it has endured for millennia. Mr. Liu, I am well acquainted with your Dean Song. It has been several months since I last saw him. He has long suffered from a chronic gastric ailment. I wonder how he is faring now, Wu Shuesong queried with a mocking smile. Dean Song? He is in decent health. As for his gastric issues, he takes medication daily. It seems there is no major concern, Li Erdan responded, unwittingly revealing his ignorance of Dean Song's identity. Fortunately, he was clever enough to offer a nonchalant reply. However, as soon as he spoke, he sensed the atmosphere shift. It was evident that Tong Jioji regarded him with growing ire. Looking at Tong Xiaofei, he noticed her head bowed, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her clothing, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing, too timid to meet his gaze. Youth, I'm quite close with your Vice Dean Feng Daming. I have heard he is retiring. When you next encounter this old friend of mine, please convey my regards and encourage him to visit me, Tong Jioji coldly instructed. Li Erdan felt a chill run down his spine, acutely aware that the ambience had turned hostile, especially under Wu Shuesong and Amp, Oppo's, his scrutinizing gaze, which brimmed with derision. At this juncture, he had no choice but to maintain his facade. Rest assured, Grandfather Tong, I will certainly pass on your message to Vice Dean Feng upon my return to the hospital. Bang! Just as Li Erdan uttered those words, Tong Jioji slammed his hand down on the table. Keep fabricating your story. There is no Feng Daming at the county hospital. He is the head of the city hospital. Moreover, the head of the county hospital is not surnamed Song. You're not a doctor at the county hospital at all. You don't even know who the head is, and you dare claim to be an intern there? Xiaofei, how did you come to know this charlatan? You have been deceived. Li Erdan's gaze fell on Wu Shuesong, realizing he had been ensnared by this seemingly genteel individual. Damn it! Who would have thought this seemingly refined person could be so cunning? At that moment, Wu Shuesong rose from the sofa, hands clasped behind his back. An expression of mockery etched on his face as he addressed Li Erdan. Had you fabricated a different identity, you might have managed to deceive me. But to pose as an intern? Let me enlighten you. I assisted with the surgery of the county hospital just 2 days ago, an intricate heart bypass operation, a feat few in the province or even the country can accomplish. I successfully executed the procedure, causing quite a stir at your county hospital. Everyone, from the head to the nurses, would undoubtedly recognize me. Wu Shuesong. The moment you claimed to be an intern, your ruse was exposed. I deliberately fabricated a story about Dean Song to test you, and you, thinking yourself clever, fell right into my trap. Not to mention your foolishness. Earlier, I even suggested you reach out to your hospital and oppose Dean Zhang regarding me. Alas, you the dimwit. At this point, a triumphant smile spread across Wu Shuesong and oppose face. Young Wu, I cannot thank you enough. Without you here, I might have genuinely fallen for this young man's deceit. It does not matter if I am deceived, but the consequences of my precious granddaughter being misled by such a rogue are unfathomable. Tong Juji expressed with gratitude. Grandfather Tong, you need not be so formal. Xiaofei and I have been childhood friends. How could I stand idly by and watch her be deceived? Wu Shuesong replied. You deceiver, why are you still standing there? Hurry and leave. Do you expect us to provide you with a meal? Go, and do not let me see you for another minute. Tong Juji bellowed in fury. Grandfather, please do not be angry. If anyone should be reprimanded, let it be me. I merely dragged Erdan here to pose as my boyfriend to avoid an arranged marriage. Tong Xiaofei confessed, realizing the charade had come to an end. You wretched girl, how could you concoct such a scheme? Bringing home a fake boyfriend to deceive me? Do you think I have nothing better to do than pressure you into marriage? I only want what is best for you. Tong Juji scolded in exasperation. Grandfather, I know you mean well. It is not that I do not wish to marry. I simply want to spend a few more years with you, Tong Xiaofei replied, her voice softening as she attempted to placate him. Next time, you had better not try this again. Are you trying to hasten my demise with your antics? One day, you will be the cause of my demise, Tong Juji huffed, his anger visibly subsiding. Just then, a frantic knocking reverberated through the door, accompanied by a woman's cries. Is old Tong home? There has been an accident. Please, come and save our old Wang. Chapter 0061. The poison of arsenic. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Tong Jujie hurriedly opened the door. Just as he did, a middle-aged woman, around 50, rushed in, seizing Tong Jujie's arm. Old Tong, you must come quickly. My husband, old Wang, has collapsed unexpectedly and looks terribly frightening. I don't know what to do, she cried, her voice trembling with distress. Calm down, sister-in-law. I will accompany you at once. We must hurry, Tong Jujie replied succinctly, his tone grave. Grandfather Tong, may I join you? Perhaps I can be of assistance. Wu Shuesong suggested. Of course, young Wu, you should come with me, Tong Jujie welcomed. Wu Shuesong, a highly skilled physician educated abroad, followed closely behind as they rushed out. In no time, only Tong Xiaofei and the awkwardly Erdan remained in the room. I'm sorry, Sister Xiaofei. I messed this up, Li Erdan admitted sheepishly. Enough of this. We have more pressing matters at hand. Secretary Wang is a good man, an honest official. We should see what we can do, Tong Xiaofei declared, ignoring Li Erdan and oppose as protests as she pulled him along. Secretary Wang? Is he the one from Long City? Li Erdan inquired. Is that even a question? There can only be one Secretary Wang in Long City, Tong Xiaofei replied impatiently. Secretary Wang and oppose residence was adjacent to that of Tong Jujie, separated by a mere courtyard. When Li Erdan and Tong Xiaofei arrived, they found Tong Jujie and Wu Shuesong administering emergency first aid to Secretary Wang. This is strange. From the looks of it, Secretary Wang seems to have been poisoned. How could he have come into contact with such a deadly substance? Tong Jujie and oppose brow furrowed as he checked Wang and oppose pulse. On the sofa lay a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance, square-jawed, with thick brows and large eyes, exuding an aura of righteousness. Grandfather Tong, it is certain that Secretary Wang has been poisoned. We must get him to the hospital immediately for blood tests and a comprehensive examination. Then we can treat him accordingly. I will call for an ambulance now, Wu Shuesong stated urgently. Young Wu, it and oppose too late for an ambulance. We must administer first aid to Secretary Wang immediately. Given his pulse, He is in imminent danger, Tong Jujia replied, his expression serious. Please, you must save old Wang. If anything happens to him, how can I live with myself? Secretary Wang's wife wailed, her voice breaking. Sister-in-law, try to remain calm. Let us devise a plan together, Tong Jujia reassured her, turning his attention to Wu Xuesong. Young Wu, I believe our only option is to perform electrical stimulation to maintain Secretary Wang's heartbeat while we wait for the ambulance. If his heart stops, it'll be too late. But grandfather, you make it sound simple. Without a defibrillator, how can we use electrical stimulation to sustain his heartbeat? Wu Xuesong shook his head, doubtful. While we lack a defibrillator, we can utilize domestic electricity for stimulation, given the urgency of the situation, Tong Jujia suggested. Domestic electricity? Are you joking, grandfather? Without professional equipment, how can you ensure the correct dosage? If anything goes wrong, who will take responsibility? This is Secretary Wang, not just anyone. A mistake could land us both in prison, Wu Xuesong countered vehemently. Young Wu, when it comes to Secretary Wang's life, is there any other viable method besides electrical stimulation to revive his heartbeat? Tong Jujia pressed, his concern evident. Grandfather, life and death are fated, and wealth is determined by heaven. We can only do our utmost to preserve Secretary Wang's life. However, if forced treatment proves futile, I cannot agree to your method. If you insist on proceeding, I will not participate, Wu Xuesong declared resolutely. Then, it seems your stance is clear. You wish to avoid any trouble. Tong Jujia pondered, at a loss for how to proceed. Dr. Tong, Dr. Wu, are you truly going to stand by and watch my husband die? You are both physicians. Secretary Wang's wife cried out, her voice hoarse. Madam, we are not abandoning him. It's just that Secretary Wang's condition is too critical. Without understanding his specific symptoms, we cannot risk any treatment. We are sincerely sorry, Wu Xuesong explained, shaking his head. My husband, my dear husband, she sobbed, clutching Secretary Wang tightly. At that moment, a languid voice broke through the tension. Secretary Wang has been poisoned by arsenic. The immediate priority is to cleanse his stomach and expel the toxin. Otherwise, he won't survive for long. Madam, do you have any soap or similar substances at home? If not, laundry detergent will suffice. Everyone turned to the speaker, none other than Erdan. Humph, what do you know? This is utter nonsense. You think this is some martial arts novel where one can survive arsenic poisoning so easily? Wu Xuesong scoffed disdainfully. Believe it or not, I am 80% sure Secretary Wang has been poisoned by arsenic, Erdan asserted confidently. Young man, can you truly save my husband? Secretary Wang's wife grasped Erdan's arm desperately, her eyes filled with hope. Madam, you must prepare some soapy water for me immediately. If you cannot find soap, bring me laundry detergent, quickly. Time is of the essence, Erdan commanded, kneeling beside Secretary Wang and tapping his chest rhythmically. Are you out of your mind? Do you even realize who Secretary Wang is? Your reckless actions could lead to dire consequences. Wu Xuesong shouted. Responsibility? As a physician, one must never abandon a patient if there is any glimmer of hope. This is the fundamental principle of medicine. For thousands of years, traditional Chinese medicine has thrived on this ethos. It is not merely about skill, but about ethics, the heart of a healer. Abandoning a patient out of fear of responsibility is a betrayal of your own conscience. Do you still consider yourself worthy of being called a doctor? Erdan and Oppos. S gaze pierced through Wu Xuesong, his conviction unwavering. You. Wu Xuesong was momentarily silenced. Young man, you speak truly. Your words on medical ethics resonate deeply. I find myself humbled, Tong Jujia nodded appreciatively. Humph. You may wax poetic, but it does not change the fact that you are an amateur. You claim to hold ethics dear, yet I ask you, what kind of doctor are you? You are not even a physician, and yet you dare discuss medical ethics? You are merely a fool, and your ignorance could worsen the patient and amp, Oppos, as condition. If the ambulance arrives, and we miss the critical window for treatment, you will be responsible for a life lost, Wu Xuesong retorted sharply. Chapter 62. Gastric lavage in response to Wu Xuesong and amp. Oppos. S. howls, Erdan wore a faint smirk. As a doctor, your foremost duty should be to promptly rescue the patient, rather than standing idle as they await their demise. If you lack the ability to assist, Then humbly observe and learn from me how to save a life instead of merely engaging in empty rhetoric. Tell me, do you possess any effective methods to revive the patient? Li Erdan's gaze pierced through Wu Xuesong like lightning. Wu Xuesong found himself rendered speechless once more. Since you lack this capability, kindly remain silent and do not hinder my efforts. Madam Wang, if you trust me, please prepare some laundry detergent immediately. And also fetch a sputum cup. Li Erdan instructed. I will do so at once. Having become the last bastion of hope, Madam Wang rushed to the restroom without a moment and Oppo's hesitation to retrieve the detergent. Meanwhile, Li Erdan unfastened the buttons on Secretary Wang and Oppo's shirt, revealing a box of silver needles in his hand. Young man, are you going to perform acupuncture on Secretary Wang? Tong Jujin exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Grandpa Tong. Secretary Wang and Oppo's condition has deteriorated to the point where he lacks even the strength to vomit. I must enlist external forces to help him expel the toxins from his stomach. As Li Erdan finished speaking, his hands flew deftly, accurately inserting numerous silver needles into Secretary Wang's chest. This technique, Li Erdan and Oppo's skilled approach immediately caught Tong Jujin and Oppo's attention. A true master demonstrates their craft without pretense. Merely observing Li Erdan and Oppo's recent needlework, it was evident that such skill could not be acquired without years of dedication. Xiaofei, is this friend of yours truly just a barefoot doctor? Tong Jujin inquired, somewhat incredulous. He seems to be, yes. Tong Xiaofei and Oppo's understanding of Li Erdan was limited. All she knew was that he was a humble farmer. The only instance she had witnessed him treating a patient was when he tended to a large black dog, leading her to mistakenly believe he was a veterinarian. At that moment, Madame Wang emerged from the restroom, clutching a bottle of laundry detergent. Sister Xiaofei, please help me support Secretary Wang. Upon hearing Li Erdan's command, Tong Xiaofei hurried to assist. Li Erdan then firmly grasped Secretary Wang and Oppo's mouth, preparing to pour the detergent into him. You scoundrel, what are you doing? Are you trying to poison Secretary Wang? Wu Xuesong bellowed, reaching out to grab Li Erdan. Get away from me. Li Erdan's intent with the silver needles was primarily to ensure the detergent flowed smoothly into Secretary Wang's gastrointestinal tract. However, time was of the essence. Wu Xuesong's interference risked losing the optimal moment. Li Erdan could not afford to hold back any longer and delivered a powerful punch to Wu Xuesong. Ouch! It should be noted that Li Erdan had undergone training. Caught off guard, Wu Xuesong was sent sprawling, landing in a most undignified manner. What a disgrace! You're a doctor, and yet you failed to comprehend that the patient is poisoned. I am administering gastric lavage, and you don and Oppo's. T grasped the situation. You claim to have studied abroad, but your medical skills seem to have come from your wife. Erdan Skufa. You. Wu Xuesong trembled with rage, his words faltering. As the laundry detergent was forcibly ingested, Secretary Wang, still unconscious, immediately began to react. Quickly, bring me the sputum cup. After giving the command, Li Erdan embraced Secretary Wang, urging him to lean on his thigh. In an instant, Secretary Wang began to vomit profusely, a foul odor wafting into the air. Old Wang, what's wrong? Madame Wang cried out in distress. Sister-in-law, do not worry. Your husband is safe now. He is going to recover. Tong Jujin shouted with elation. The severity of Secretary Wang's vomiting indicated that the heart failure he was experiencing had eased, signifying that he had passed the most perilous phase. I have identified the issue. Tell me, Madame Wang, does Secretary Wang regularly take vitamin C? Li Erdan inquired. Young man, how do you know? The doctor mentioned that my husband was deficient in vitamins, so he has been taking them daily. Is there a problem with that? Madame Wang asked, puzzled. There is no issue with taking vitamins. However, Secretary Wang had shrimp for lunch. Shellfish, such as shrimp, contains a high concentration of pentavalent arsenic compounds. While these substances are non-toxic on their own, they become toxic when combined with vitamins, transforming into trivalent arsenic, also known as arsenic trioxide, with a chemical formula as 2O3. You may not comprehend what I am saying, but if I mention arsenic, it should resonate with you. Arsenic? Is that the poison that killed Wu Dalong? Madame Wang exclaimed in disbelief. Sister-in-law, it is indeed a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune that young Li is here today. You are correct. The poison that killed Wu Dalong in water margin is this very substance. Although the combination of vitamins and shrimp is not as lethal as pure arsenic, it is still capable of claiming a life. This situation was exceedingly perilous. Tong Jujin remarked, his heart still racing. Young brother, old Tong, will Secretary Wang and oppose as continuous vomiting harm his stomach? Will he be all right if this keeps up? Madame Wang anxiously watched her husband retch uncontrollably. Rest assured, Madame Wang, some damage to his stomach is inevitable, but he has escaped the threat to his life. Here's what we will do. I shall prescribe a remedy for him. Once Secretary Wang awakens, he will follow my prescription for about a week, and he will be just fine, Li Erdan assured with a smile. With her husband on the brink of recovery, Madame Wang felt an immense trust in Li Erdan and hurriedly provided him with paper and pen. As Li Erdan swiftly penned the prescription, before Madame Wang could respond, Tong Jujin seized it from his hands. At that moment, Li Erdan suddenly felt a refreshing coolness in his chest, a sensation emanating from the Shanshan gourd he carried, bringing a sense of clarity and vitality. This feeling was not unfamiliar. It mirrored the sensation he experienced after saving the mother of Guo Daoru in the county town. Could this sensation be intrinsically linked to saving lives? Li Erdan fell into contemplation. Sister-in-law, I am well versed in the preparation of medicines. Leave this to me. Upon receiving the prescription, Tong Jujin furrowed his brow slightly. Young Li, the herbs you have included in this prescription, angelica, ginseng, and atractalodes, are all understandable. They are known for their anti-inflammatory and analgesic properties, as well as for invigorating the stomach. This aligns with the formulation of the ginseng and poria pills. However, the addition of nine-tail grass, malt, hawthorn, and ureili in your prescription appears to conflict with the previous herbs. Will this combination not pose a problem? Tong Jujin's expression grew tense. Hearing Tong Jujin's concerns, Li Erdan shook off his reverie and responded with clarity. Grandpa Tong, you need not worry. This formula is known as Ganlu Disinfecting and Spleen Invigorating Pill, a prescription passed down by the renowned physician Zhang Zhongjing. I have compiled it from ancient texts, and it poses no issues. It not only alleviates inflammation and strengthens the stomach, but also works wonders for a weak and cold spleen and stomach. Li Erdan replied with a smile. Young Li, you claim this prescription is from the esteemed physician Zhang Zhongjing? Tong Jujin's hands began to tremble with excitement. Grandfather Tong, do not heed his baseless boasts. In the case of Secretary Wang, the most effective course of action is to seek treatment at a hospital with Western medicine. As for traditional Chinese medicine, its efficacy has been proven over many years to be inferior to that of Western remedies. Consuming it is merely a waste of time and resources. Meanwhile, Wu Xuesong, who had been silent for quite some time, finally seized the opportunity to undermine Li Erdan. The moment Wu Xuesong and Appo's words fell, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped the room. Chapter 0063. Is Xiao Fei turning a pretend play into reality? Tong Xiao Fei and Mr. Tong Jioji were somewhat better off. Although they wore expressions of dissatisfaction, they refrained from voicing their complaints. However, Mrs. Wang, the secretary's wife, could no longer contain herself. How can you be like this? Just moments ago, when I asked you to treat my husband, you hesitated, afraid of taking responsibility. I understand your fear of accountability, but you watched him suffer without intervening. Now this young man, Brother Li, took the risk and brought my husband back from the clutches of death. And yet you are here, spreading rumors. How can you lack such basic decency? Do you wish for our dear Wang to perish? You as a doctor should learn from Brother Li the true meaning of medical ethics and the compassion of a healer. A doctor as irresponsible as you, regardless of your skill, does not deserve the title. Which hospital do you represent? Once my husband wakes, I will certainly accompany him to your hospital and speak with your director. At that moment, Mrs. Wang was utterly enraged, almost pointing her finger at Wu Xuesong's nose as she admonished him. Please, do not misunderstand. I truly meant no offense. I was only concerned about possible harm to Secretary Wang and Appo's health due to reckless medication. Wu Xuesong stammered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He was acutely aware that this woman was the spouse of the most powerful figure in Dragon City. If Secretary Wang were to awaken and hear even a hint of negativity directed towards him, Wu Shuesong would face dire consequences. If you truly cared for my husband, you would not have stood by when he needed help. I do not wish to see you again. Please leave our home at once. Mrs. Wang shouted in anger. Do not misunderstand. I assure you, that was not my intention, Wu Shuesong, drenched in sweat, quickly reiterated, his face a picture of innocence. Young Wu, I suggest you leave. Mrs. Wang is clearly upset, and you do not want to provoke her further, Tong Jioji advised, maintaining a modicum of politeness, although internally, he had already marked Wu Shuesong unfavorably, relieved that he had not introduced his precious granddaughter to him. With a dejected demeanor, Wu Shuesong departed from Secretary Wang and Appo's residence. Shortly thereafter, an ambulance from the city hospital finally arrived. On the suggestion of Erdan, they decided to conduct a thorough examination at the hospital. Mrs. Wang, preoccupied with her husband's well-being, expressed her profound gratitude to Erdan before hastily boarding the ambulance to the hospital. You have my deepest appreciation, young man. If it weren't for you, my old friend might have lost his life today. Now that we are home, you must join us for a meal, Tong Jioji warmly invited. Unable to decline such hospitality, Erdan returned to the villa with Tong Jioji. Having witnessed Erdan's intervention on behalf of Secretary Wang, Tong Jioji and Appo's demeanor towards him had markedly softened. He engaged Erdan in discussions concerning traditional Chinese medicine. It was well known that Erdan, through the Sangong Lu Yuan system, had acquired profound knowledge of traditional medicine, enabling him to elucidate Tong Jioji's queries with patience and depth, often referencing historical figures like Li Shizhen, Hua Ta, Zhang Zhongjing, Bian Ke, and Sun Si Miao with ease. Listening to you speak is akin to reading a decade's worth of texts. Young friend, please allow this old man to bow to you, Tong Jioji proclaimed, moved to the point of rising to pay his respects to Erdan, astonishing him greatly. Grandpa Tong, this is utterly inappropriate. You are my elder. How would you bow to me, your junior? That would only shorten your lifespan. Erdan exclaimed, alarmed. You must not be modest. Since ancient times, the wise have served as teachers. Your understanding and knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine are truly remarkable and have greatly benefited me. This bow is well-deserved, Tong Jioji insisted, preparing to bow once more. However, Erdan was not inclined to accept such a gesture. If you insist on this, I will have no choice but to leave your home. I will depart immediately, he said, his expression turning serious, prompting Tong Jioji to relent. Very well. At least you show some sense. Had you accepted my grandfather and Appo's bow, I would have made you regret it, Tong Xiaofei whispered to Erdan, a teasing glint in her eye as her grandfather stepped away to urge the kitchen staff. Dear sister, how could I allow our grandfather to bow to me? If we were to become family in the future, would that not be utterly improper? Erdan jested. Ah, you little rascal, dare to take advantage of your sister? We shall see how I handle you, she retorted playfully. The meal was enjoyed in a delightful, harmonious atmosphere. After dining, it was already afternoon. Given the several hours' journey from Long City to Jie La Village, Erdan took his leave of Tong Jioji and headed home. Tong Jioji felt a genuine connection with Erdan, reluctant to see him go. Make sure to safely escort Xiaoli home and be cautious on the way, he advised. Grandpa, worry not. We are not children anymore, Tong Xiaofei replied. Xiaoli, please wait in the car for a moment while I have a word with this girl, Tong Jioji instructed. Grandpa, what is it that you wish to discuss so mysteriously? Tong Xiaofei asked, curiosity etched on her face. Xiaofei, you're not a child anymore. I find this young man, Xiaoli, quite commendable. His character is good, and his medical skills are exceptional. I believe you two are fated to be together. Why not turn this pretense into reality? I will be most pleased to have him as my grandson-in-law, although you are 3 years his senior. As the saying goes, and Appo's, a woman 3 years older brings wealth. And Appo's, you must not let such a fine young man slip away, Tong Jioji said earnestly. Grandpa, what are you saying? Erdan and I are merely friends. Do not speak nonsense, Tong Xiaofei replied, taken aback by her grandfather and Appo's suggestion, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. "Grandpa, I must leave now. If you continue to speak like this, I shall ignore you," she exclaimed, her face ablaze with embarrassment as she hurried to her car, starting the engine and driving off. "Sister Xiaofei, what is wrong? Why is your face so red?" Erdan inquired, puzzled. "Red? Perhaps it's just the heat. I'll turn on the air conditioning, and it will be fine soon," she quickly deflected. Throughout the journey, Erdan entertained Tong Xiaofei with lighthearted jokes, ensuring their time together was enjoyable. Before long, they arrived in Ping'an County. "Sister Xiaofei, I will get off here and take a taxi home," Erdan said. "Are you quite wealthy? Why take a taxi when I have a car? If you have money, you should give your taxi fare to your sister," Tong Xiaofei exclaimed, her eyes narrowing. "Heh, Sister Xiaofei, I only thought you might be tired from driving for several hours," Erdan laughed. "Enough of your nonsense. Just direct me," she replied with a playful glare. However, neither of them anticipated that as they neared Xinglong town, a torrential downpour would suddenly commence. "Erdan, I have heard that the roads in your village are impassable. In this heavy rain, how will you return?" Tong Xiaofei asked, her brow furrowing. "This rain is unlikely to cease soon. It appears I must seek lodging for the night in a local inn," Erdan sighed. "Is the inn in your town clean? With such heavy rain, visibility is poor, and night is falling. It seems I too will not be able to return tonight," Tong Xiaofei lamented. Chapter 64. Sharing a room. "Hello, brother. May I inquire if there are any rooms available? Please book 2 for me." In the only small inn in Xinglong town, Erdan, with somewhat damp hair, asked, followed closely by Tong Xiaofei, who appeared equally disheveled. It was evident that the two had dashed from their vehicle to the inn, drenched by the torrential rain outside. "I'm terribly sorry, young man. Given the heavy rain today, many people are stranded and we only have 1 room left," the innkeeper replied. "What? Only 1 room? That one in Appo's. T-do. How are we supposed to share?" Erdan exclaimed in disbelief. The innkeeper, a chubby man in his 30s, observed Erdan's astonishment and then scrutinized the frowning Tong Xiaofei behind him. Suddenly, a lewd grin spread across his face. Leaning over the counter, he whispered conspiratorially, "Brother, this is a golden opportunity bestowed upon you by fate. I can see that you Haven Tea made a move on this lovely lady behind you. Why not seize the moment tonight and take advantage of the beautiful scenery?" Erdan felt a wave of irritation wash over him as he shot the innkeeper a glare. "Stop with the nonsense. Think of a way to get us another room. The environment doesn't matter, just something I can manage for the night." "I'm afraid that's not possible. My young friend, this is the only inn in Xinglong town, and we have just this 1 room left. If you don't want it, then that's that." The innkeeper's displeasure was evident as he noted Erdan and Appo's lack of appreciation. "Well, Sister Xiaofei, what do you think?" Erdan was at a loss. "Boss, please show us the room first. If it's spacious enough, I can sleep on the floor," Tong Xiaofei suggested. Under the innkeeper's guidance, they ascended to a room on the 2nd floor. To their surprise, the room was quite decent. The inn had only recently opened, and the room was about 10 square meters, complete with a bathroom and impeccably clean bedding. Most importantly, it contained a small sofa, ample enough for 1 person. "All right, we'll take this room. By the way, do you have any extra bedding? It would be best if you could provide me with another set," Tong Xiaofei stated, clearly satisfied. "We do have extra bedding. Come with me, and I'll get it for you," the innkeeper replied. As they descended the stairs and completed the registration, Erdan was about to carry the bedding back to their room when the innkeeper abruptly stopped him. "Young man, while the beauty upstairs is indeed quite appealing, it's essential to ensure safety. Would you like to take this box for emergencies? You're still young, so don't rush into marriage. It can lead to a life of hardship. I was once like you, carefree, until I inadvertently got my wife pregnant and had to marry her. Life after marriage is tough, and my days of carefree adventures vanished. So, don't follow my path. Make sure to keep this with you," the chubby innkeeper insisted, thrusting the item into Erdan's pocket without regard for his consent. "Please take it back. I don't want this." Erdan's face flushed with embarrassment as he attempted to return the item, but the innkeeper persisted, leaving Erdan no choice but to accept it. After receiving this unwelcome gift, Erdan felt a twinge of guilt as he returned to the room, his face burning with heat. "Erdan, what's wrong? Your face is so red. You're not coming down with something, are you? Tong Xiaofei inquired with concern. I am fine, Sister Xiaofei. By the way, I'll sleep on the sofa tonight, and you take the bed, Erdan quickly suggested. No way. You sleep in the bed, and I'll take the sofa. The sofa is closer to the door. If you dare to have any improper thoughts, I'll smash this beer bottle over your head. Tong Xiaofei threatened, producing a beer bottle seemingly from nowhere. You see, I'm just an honest person. I'm not that kind of guy. Erdan chuckled awkwardly. That asks for the best. It's getting late. Let us sleep. Remember, no improper thoughts. Tong Xiaofei warned, shaking the beer bottle once more. As thunder rumbled outside, the two settled in for the night, fully clothed, listening to each other's breathing in the darkness. In the early hours, Tong Xiaofei, still in a daze, got up from the sofa and made her way to the bathroom. After finishing her business, she seemed to wander back to bed, eyes closed, and inadvertently flopped onto the bed, forgetting that Erdan was already there. The night passed without further incident, and as dawn broke, Erdan enjoyed a deep slumber, dreaming of holding a beautiful woman whose enticing scent enveloped him, making him feel utterly comfortable. The first rays of sunlight streamed through the curtain, directly illuminating Erdan and Appos, his eyes, rousing him from sleep. Before he could fully awaken, the system's voice chimed in his mind. Tong Xiaofei, height 168 centimeters, measurements 36-24-35, sharing a bed with the host. Designated as consort, reward spin activated. The system's unexpected announcement left Erdan momentarily bewildered. Sharing a bed? He opened his eyes to a stunning sight. A beautiful face. Lips slightly parted in sleep, nestled against him. Wait a moment. Is that Tong Xiaofei? How did she end up in my bed? A surge of warmth flooded through him, his blood racing at the unexpected closeness. Thankfully, they were both fully dressed. Otherwise, Erdan would surely be overwhelmed. Chapter 65. Tong Xiaofei's fury. Due to Erdan's excessive nervousness, his body trembled more than usual, startling Tong Xiaofei in his arms. As she slowly opened her beautiful eyes and beheld their ambiguous position, she was momentarily taken aback, and in the next instant, she let out a piercing scream that could rattle the heavens and shake the earth. I will kill you, you lecher. I swear I will kill you. In a fit of rage, Tong Xiaofei seized a pillow and began to furiously strike Erdan on the head. Sister Xiaofei, I'm wronged. Didn't you say you were sleeping on the sofa last night? How did you end up in bed? Is this my fault? Erdan, cowering in the corner, shielded his head with his hands, allowing the pillow to rain down upon him. You scoundrel. You lecher. So, you're blaming me now? Are you implying that I climbed into bed of my own accord? Tong Xiaofei roared again, her hands still in motion, relentless in her assault. Erdan internally lamented, realizing that no explanation would suffice at this moment. He could only endure her wrath. After a while, as Tong Xiaofei's fury began to subside, she tried to recollect the events of the previous night, suddenly recalling her midnight excursion to the restroom. Could it really be that I am the one at fault for climbing into bed with him? Reflecting on last night, she felt an overwhelming sense of despair. As a young woman of virtue, how could she face the world if this got out? Noticing that Tong Xiaofei had paused, Erdan, still crouched in the corner, cautiously observed the changes in her expression. Sister Xiaofei, have you remembered? This incident is truly not my fault. You, Erdan, what do you mean by that expression? Are you feeling wronged after having held me all night? How dare you? For some reason, seeing Erdan's pitiful face only fueled Tong Xiaofei's anger further. Tong Xiaofei and Appos' blunt words left Erdan momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. The atmosphere in the room became thick with tension, both standing silently, locked in each other's gaze. This silence lasted about 2 minutes before Tong Xiaofei broke it. I'll tell you, Erdan, while this isn't entirely your fault, listen closely. This is merely an accident, and you must not harbor any improper thoughts. Understand? It's an accident, and if you dare to spread rumors about this, I will cut out your tongue. Sister Xiaofei, I swear I won't say a word. Today's incident is our little secret, and I promise no one will ever know. Erdan replied with a grin. Our little secret? Tong Xiaofei felt an odd discomfort with his words, but ultimately refrained from voicing her concerns. The memory of their intimate posture flushed her cheeks a deep crimson, akin to a ripe peach. Gazing at the enchanting Tong Xiaofei, Li Erdan silently lamented, regretting how deeply he had slept last night, having held such a stunning beauty without realizing it. Don't you dare laugh. If you do, I'll tear your mouth apart. Just as Li Erdan was lost in thought, he was jolted back to reality by Tong Xiaofei's furious shout. Sister Xiaofei, please don't be angry. How can I not laugh? Li Erdan said, feeling somewhat guilty and hurriedly seeking her forgiveness. Seeing that the lewd expression had left Li Erdan's face, Tong Xiaofei and opposed, as anger began to dissipate. At that moment, her gaze fell upon a small paper box on the bed. Upon noticing Tong Xiaofei and opposed, expression, Li Erdan and opposed, heart raced, and he rushed to hide the box. However, he was too late. Tong Xiaofei had already snatched it up. Sister Xiaofei, please don't misunderstand. I truly don't know where this came from. Li Erdan's face turned pale with panic. The small box contained nothing other than the safety measures provided by the hotel owner, which had somehow slipped from his pocket during the night. Now, Tong Xiaofei's face flushed crimson, reaching all the way to her neck, as the bold letters on the box were unmistakable. Li Erdan, who would have thought your thoughts were so depraved? You're nothing but a shameless rogue. I will beat you to a pulp. An enraged Tong Xiaofei raised the pillow again, ready to strike. Sister Xiaofei, let me explain. This is all the hotel owner's fault. He gave this to me. Li Erdan protested, wearing a face of grievance. He gave it to you, so you simply accepted it? You've got something to hide, you perverted scoundrel. Why else would you want such a thing? You're a shameless rogue. I'll beat you to death. At this point, no amount of reasoning would absolve Li Erdan, and he could only endure the onslaught of the pillow. A few minutes later, at the entrance of the small hotel, the roar of an engine echoed as Tong Xiaofei's car sped away like an arrow, leaving Li Erdan in a daze at the door. Just then, Li Erdan felt a soft arm drape over his shoulder. Hey, you're quite fortunate. This girl is stunning and drives a luxury car. You've hit the jackpot. Turning to see who spoke, he found it was none other than the chubby hotel owner. Upon seeing the rotund figure, Li Erdan felt an urge to strangle him. However, he soon realized that, even if he did, it wouldn't change the fact that he had angered Tong Xiaofei. With this thought, his mood brightened considerably. Of course, you should see who I am. I'm quite charming, so winning a girl over is no great feat. Li Erdan boasted proudly. That's quite the brag. I'm giving you 100 points for that. The hotel owner gave a thumbs up in approval. After leaving the small inn, Li Erdan returned directly to Gaia Village. As soon as he arrived home, he retreated to his room. Though he had incurred Tong Xiaofei's wrath, the system had rewarded him for sharing a bed with her. He was eager to see what he had earned, and without delay, he entered the system. Indeed, the center of the wheel, previously marked with a 0, now displayed a 1, filling Li Erdan with excitement. What reward would he receive this time? He hoped it wouldn't be something as perplexing as the virtuous gourd. With eager anticipation, Li Erdan pressed the button on the wheel. The familiar yet thrilling sound echoed as the wheel began to spin. Ding! With a crisp sound, the spinning pointer finally came to a halt, landing on a magnificent palace, flanked by imposing stone lions at the entrance, with a grand red door above which hung a large plaque. Chapter 66. The delicacies described by Dao Mao and Air Mao upon the plaque. 3 powerful characters were inscribed. Jinyui. Li Erdan was familiar with this name. The Jinyui, known as the Imperial Guard, was a special military force dedicated to protecting the imperial family within the palace. Throughout history, the palace had recruited numerous skilled individuals to ensure the safety of the royal household. As Li Erdan was captivated by these robust characters, a sudden burst of radiant light illuminated the space, and the crimson doors slowly creaked open. Inside appeared a vast training ground, where countless figures moved fluidly, evidently engaged in martial arts practice. Having spent 3 years in prison, Li Erdan considered himself somewhat of a practitioner. His skills were commendable, and he was instantly entranced by the figures within the training arena. The techniques and styles they practiced encompassed a myriad of martial arts from various schools, with each indistinct figure demonstrating unique skills. Any martial artist witnessing this scene would surely be astonished, for most of these techniques had long been forgotten. Time slipped away as Li Erdan enraptured by the sight, discerned the subtleties of their movements and could not resist imitating them, practicing alongside the shadowy figures. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed, and Erdan felt as though his head had been struck by a heavy blow. When he opened his eyes, he found himself standing on his bed, flailing his limbs in a rather comical fashion. Damao and Ermao, two small hamsters, peered curiously at him from the corner of the room. "Commander, what on earth are you doing?" Ermao inquired with genuine curiosity. "What do you know? The commander is cultivating unparalleled martial arts. Once he achieves mastery, he shall be invincible and sweep through the realm, securing titles and positions." Damao fluttered. "That's not quite right, Damao. Our commander needs no such mastery. He is already unmatched, a force of nature. He could easily ascend to the throne." Erdan had long grown accustomed to the sycophantic chatter of the two hamsters and chose to ignore them. Damao and Appo's musings were indeed accurate. The system had rewarded Erdan with a set of martial arts techniques that encapsulated the essence of various masters throughout history, forming an extraordinary skill known as the Kuaihua Baodian. To practice this skill required one to wield a sword and perform self-castration. What the hell? You can't be serious. I have no desire to become a eunuch. What joy is there in becoming a master if I cannot be a true man? Erdan felt an overwhelming urge to curse. He had watched the smiling, proud wanderer and was aware that this technique was associated with the infamous Dongfeng Bubi. He could hardly believe the system would bestow upon him such a morally questionable skill. Every man harbors a dream of martial heroism, sword in hand, roaming the world, vanquishing evil, and soaring through the skies. What a carefree and exhilarating life that would be. Was this a cruel joke? Must one become a eunuch to attain unparalleled mastery? Though he could not practice the technique, the allure of such a legendary skill was undeniable. As he perused the Kuaihua Baodian, a sudden clarity washed over him, akin to parting the clouds to reveal the moon. Erdan recognized an intriguing similarity between the martial arts principles and medical theories he had studied. Having been awarded the Taiji medical canon by the system, his understanding of the human body was profound. He realized that he might attempt to modify the Kuaihua Baodian, potentially enabling him to cultivate this extraordinary skill without the need for self-castration. Of course, attempting to alter such a formidable technique, especially one as notorious as the Kuaihua Baodian, carried considerable risk. One misstep could lead to disastrous consequences. Yet, given his unparalleled knowledge of medicinal theory and human anatomy, he felt theoretically capable of making adjustments to the technique. Though he understood this was no task to be rushed, he set aside his thoughts of the Kuaihua Baodian and removed the Xiangshan gourd hanging around his neck. Since acquiring the 3 palaces and 6 courtyard system, he had received 4 rewards, each proving useful, yet he still could not comprehend the purpose of this gourd. Erdan exclaimed in surprise as he held the gourd. He noticed that it seemed to contain an unknown liquid. The last time he had discovered an unfamiliar substance within, he had been baffled as to how it had gotten there, and now he found yet another unknown addition. Curious, he uncorked the gourd, and a pungent, somewhat nauseating odor wafted forth, identical to the scent from the last time he had opened it. "Commander, what delicious treat is this? Let me have a taste." Damao eagerly climbed onto Erdan and Amp, Appo's lap, while Ermao and Amp, Appo's small eyes fixated on the gourd, saliva beginning to pool at the corners of his mouth. "Do you truly believe this foul-smelling concoction is delicious?" Erdan recoiled, attempting to distance the gourd from himself. "Commander, the aroma is divine, intoxicating. How can you say it is unpleasant? If you do not wish to partake, please share it with Ermao and me," Damao implored. At that moment, the door swung open abruptly, and a shadow dashed into the room. Upon closer inspection, Erdan recognized it as the large black dog he had purchased in the county. "Hey, what brings you in here?" Erdan had named the dog Dehei. "Commander, what delectable dish do you have? It smells heavenly." "I was drawn in by the aroma," Dehei said, drooling as he stared intently at the gourd in Erdan and Appo's hand, his eyes glistening like those of Damao and Ermao. "See, even Dehei declares it a delicacy. How can you call it foul?" Damao chimed in. Perhaps our commander has become immune to such exquisite flavors from indulging too much. Since you do not fancy it, why not let us have it? Mao pleaded with an air of desperation. Commander, I concur, Dahay nodded in agreement. Erdan furrowed his brow, pondering the implications. Demeu, Ameu, and Dahay all claimed the substance was delectable. This could not simply be coincidence. Wait here. I will fetch Lao Huang and have him take a whiff, Erdan declared. Leaping off the bed, Lao Huang referred to the large yellow cow that resided in his household. Chapter 67. This fish is exquisite. Not long after, Erdan hurried into the cow shed, eagerly lifting the lid of the fragrant gourd. Commander, what delectable dish do you have in hand? The aroma is simply divine. I, Old Huang, have never encountered such a delightful scent. Could you spare a bit for me to taste? Old Huang, the cow, said, his expression brimming with anticipation, far more fervent than that of Mao, Mao, or Dahay. It appears my conjecture was not in vain. This substance possesses a remarkable allure for the animals. But what effect might it yield? Erdan mused, gazing at the yellow liquid within the small gourd. Erdan, what are you doing outside? Come in and have your meal. Yang Suihua called from the kitchen. Upon hearing his mother and Appo's voice, Erdan realized he was indeed feeling a bit hungry. Upon returning to the room, he was immediately enveloped by an enticing aroma. Mother, what fish have you prepared? It smells heavenly. Unable to resist, Erdan picked up his chopsticks and quickly grabbed a piece to savor. You reckless child, you act like a starving ghost. Why the rush? Yang Tsuehua chided with a laugh. At that moment, after taking a bite of fish, Erdan was utterly astonished. The rich and tender fish meat melted in his mouth, delighting him with its exquisite flavor. Living by the river in the village of Galia, he had consumed fish throughout his life, yet never had he tasted anything so delectable. Erdan, are you all right? Did you choke on a fish bone? I told you to eat slowly. Take a bite of bread to help, Yang Tsuehua said with concern. Mother, I am Appos, am perfectly fine. This fish is simply too delicious. I've never had fish this good, even at the finest restaurants in the county, Erdan genuinely praised. You mischievous child, I don't need your flattery. But with such sweet words, you'll surely charm your future wife, Yang Tsuehua teased. Afterward, she carried the fish platter into the room, where Li Baoku was already seated at the table, a glass of liquor poured. Erdan, would you like to have a drink? Li Baoku asked with a smile. Father, you must try the fish mother has made. It is absolutely exquisite, Erdan urged. What is so special about fish? I've eaten my fill of it in this lifetime, Li Baoku chuckled. Living by the river, fish was undoubtedly the most frequently consumed meat, and Li Baoku, being an adept fisherman, had long lost any immunity to its allure. Seeing his father's skepticism, Erdan quickly placed a piece of fish into Li Baoku's bowl. Father, do you still doubt me? Today, Mother's fish is truly exceptional. He insisted. Fine, I'll see for myself. I've eaten your mother's cooking for a lifetime. What new trick could she possibly have up her sleeve? Li Baoku remarked nonchalantly as he took a bite of the fish. As soon as the fish touched his palate, Li Baoku was taken aback, unable to resist another bite. Ah, indeed, this is different from before. My dear wife, what did you use to prepare this fish? It is simply delightful, he exclaimed, shoveling more fish into his mouth. For Yang Tsuehua, a woman from the countryside, this moment was pure bliss. Witnessing her husband and son relish her cooking filled her heart with immense satisfaction. What else could I add? The method remains the same, she replied, also sampling a piece of the fish. Upon tasting her own creation, Yang Tsuehua was momentarily stunned. Thus, the family of three devoured the meal with fervor. With two large crucian carp before them, it wasn't too long before only bones remained. This is simply too delicious. I've never tasted fish this good, Erdan exclaimed, patting his round belly. My dear wife, I'm not just flattering you. After a lifetime of your cooking, this is the finest fish I've ever had. Li Baoku added in praise. How peculiar. The recipe and ingredients are the same as always, yet the flavor is vastly different. Yang Tsuehua pondered, bewildered. Perhaps the fish I caught this time was fresher, Li Baoku speculated. Dear husband, now that you mention it, you recall those 4 fish I caught a few days ago, don't you? Yang Tsuehua inquired. Those 4 fish. I just tossed them into the outdoor fish tank after returning, Li Baoku replied. Indeed, we used 2 of them after Erdan sold antiques, but they didn't taste like today as fish at all. We consumed them over 2 meals, leaving the last to Dahe, Li Baoku recounted. You're right, that S with a mystery lies. When I checked the remaining 2 fish today, they seem to have grown considerably. I distinctly felt they had gained at least half a pound. I didn't think much of it at the time, but now that we've tasted this fish, it's delicious, and it all comes back to me, Yang Suohua said. Now that you mention it, these fish do seem a bit larger than when I first caught them, Li Baoku observed, examining the fish bones. As the saying goes, what is said without intention may resonate with the listener. Suddenly, Li Erdan recalled the incident a few days prior when he rinsed the gourd in the fish tank, connecting the liquid inside to its alluring effect onto Mao. Mao, Dahe, and Old Huang. He faintly sensed he might be onto a lucrative venture. Father, is our fishing net still in the shed? Li Erdan asked, his excitement palpable. What do you need the fishing net for? Li Baoku laughed. Given how delicious Mother-S fish is, I'm going to catch some more from the river. Li Erdan replied, rushing out the door. A few minutes later, Li Erdan arrived at the riverbank with the fishing net. In Galia village, water resources were abundant. One need not venture far into deep waters to fish. Just casting a few nets from the shore usually yielded a bountiful catch. Li Erdan was fortunate, catching over 10 fish in just 3 nets. Ignoring the smaller fish, he released them back into the river, keeping 8 crucian carp, each weighing about half a pound, and returned home with great excitement. Upon arriving home, Li Erdan placed 5 of the crucian carp into the family's worn fish tank, intending to experiment with them, while planning to have his mother, Yang Tsuwa, prepare the remaining 3 for dinner that evening to see if they would retain the same delightful flavor. Chapter 68. The Other Side of Ji Sinew with everything in order. Li Erdan removed the benevolent gourd from around his neck. Commander, are you really going to feed the delicious contents of the gourd to these fish? I, Dahe, am your loyal confidant, said the big black dog, pitifully rubbing against Li Erdan and Appo's pant leg. Commander, what about us? Mao and I were among the first to follow you and have made significant contributions. You cannot forget us, whined Mao and Mao, also tugging at Li Erdan and Appo's trousers. Commander, you promised I could be your strategist. I, Lao Huang, am your right-hand man. I deserve a share as well, said the old yellow cow, wagging its tail as it approached. What are you all doing? Do you think I would neglect you? I know you all want to taste this, but my withholding it is for your own good. What if it is poison? I have yet to achieve greatness, and you are my cherished companions. If this turns out to be toxic due to my oversight, I would live in eternal guilt for your demise. Rest assured, I promise to experiment with these fish first. If the liquid proves beneficial, I will ensure that you all feast on it next time, Li Erdan assured, silencing his loyal followers. He opened the gourd and, with eager anticipation, poured the liquid into a broken fish tank. With a splashing sound, the 5 crucian carp within the tank began to thrash about wildly. The mysterious liquid transformed into thin golden threads upon contact with the water, and the fish leaped and splashed, voraciously consuming the shimmering strands. Li Erdan watched intently as the fish, after consuming all the golden threads, swam joyfully in the tank, seemingly still yearning for more. Observing this, he submerged the gourd into the water, rinsing it to remove any residual liquid. Instantly, more golden threads floated to the surface, and the large crucian carp began to frantically compete for them before Li Erdan could even retrieve his hand. The entire afternoon passed with Li Erdan doing little more than observing the transformation of the fish. As dusk approached, the villagers of Gali village descended from the hills, their faces beaming with joy as they arrived at Li Erdan's home. Each villager carried a bag filled to the brim with goji berries. In recent days, the villagers had reaped the rewards of their goji berry harvest, and their spirits were high. It could be said that the entire village was mobilized. Regardless of gender or age, at dawn, they rushed to the mountains to gather goji berries. After all, with a bit of diligence, one could earn nearly 200 yuan a day, a substantial sum for the traditionally impoverished Gali village. At this hour, Li Erdan was at his busiest. Yet he was fortunate that the beautiful village head, Ji Sinew, would come to assist him for over an hour each day. After more than an hour, the villagers wore expressions of delight, clutching crisp red bills as they hurried home for dinner. Only Erdan and the diligent Sinew remained, sorting through the goji berries and accounting for the day's earnings. Erdan, today the villagers collected nearly 50 pounds less goji berries than yesterday. The quantity has been decreasing daily, Sinew sighed. ISN and AMP, Oppos, that quite normal? The nearby goji berry trees have been stripped bare by the villagers. To gather more, they must venture farther, so a decrease in quantity is to be expected, Erdan replied nonchalantly. Erdan, without foresight, there will be immediate worries. Sooner or later, the goji berries on the mountain will be exhausted. I feel you should consider how to find alternative project for the villagers once they have picked all the berries. Sinew gazed intently at Erdan. Village head sister, that is your responsibility, right? Helping the villagers escape poverty and achieve prosperity should be your concern as the village head. I am merely a humble farmer and cannot oversee such matters, Erdan chuckled. Erdan, what nonsense are you spouting? Where did your ambition go? Wherein and Oppos, you adamant about building roads and schools for the village? Why the sudden retreat? Sinew scolded with a piercing glare. Village head sister, you cannot say that. I, Erdan, hold no official position. When I spoke of building roads and schools, it was solely because you said I must accomplish these things if I wanted you to marry me. Now it seems you are merely toying with me and have no intention of becoming my wife. I want to engage in such a losing venture. I've decided to save money, buy a large house in the city, and marry a beautiful wife there. Now that sounds like a wonderful life, Erdan said, lost in reverie. Erdan, who said I was joking? If you're capable of building roads and schools, leading the villagers to wealth, I would marry you and even be your secondary wife. But if you lack that capability, refrain from making empty promises in front of me. Sinew, visibly angry, seized Erdan's ear and shouted, Ouch, that hurts. Village head sister, please let go, it really hurts. Erdan exclaimed, taken aback by Sinew's unexpected fierceness. I tell you, Erdan, do not overestimate your importance. Even without you, I, Sinew, will lead the villagers to prosperity, she shouted again. Village head sister, can we speak civilly? Could you please release my ear? You're about to rip it off. Erdan pleaded. Seeing Erdan and AMP, Oppos, plea, Sinew and AMP, Oppos, expression softened slightly, and she released his ear but turned to leave. Village head sister, I was just teasing you. Why are you still angry? Erdan quickly grabbed her arm. I cannot claim to be your sister. The whole village relies on you to prosper, and I, Sinew, cannot possibly aspire to that level, she replied. How can you say that? I, Erdan, may soar to great heights, yet it is under your wise leadership, village head sister, that I have achieved today as status. Without your guidance, how could I have come this far? Your flattery is unusually sweet today. It feels different from your usual self. Are you perhaps seeking something from me? Sinew regarded him with suspicion. Oh, village head, you possess a discerning eye, like Zhuge Liang reincarnated. How did you know I needed something? Erdan grinned. Chapter 69. Contracting the desolate mountain. It is indeed like a weasel wishing the chicken a happy new year, harboring ill intentions. I wondered why you, Erdan, were so sweet-tongued today. It turns out you were waiting for me here. Let me make it clear. Do not even think about seeking my assistance. The door is firmly shut. A glint of cunning flashed in Sinew and AMP, Oppos, beautiful eyes. With a cold snort, she turned to leave. Sister Village Chief, please don't go. I haven't even said what I wanted yet. How can you just walk away? Erdan hurriedly stopped Sinew once more. Sister Village Chief, didn't you just mention that the wild goji berries in the mountains will eventually be harvested clean? I believe that with the vast area of our forest, if we plant goji trees everywhere, it could become a tremendous source of wealth in just a few years. Could you possibly contract the back mountain to me? Erdan said earnestly. Contracting the mountain was certainly not a whimsical notion for Erdan. He had long since devised a plan during his time in prison. He envisioned that once he earned enough money, he would contract the back mountain and cultivate it entirely with goji trees. Goji berries are highly sought after for their extensive medicinal uses and are sold at premium prices across the country. Upon his release from prison, Erdan had already set his sights on this goal. After acquiring a fortune exceeding 300,000 from his dealings with the Black Dog and an antique copper mirror from the home of old Sia, he now believed that this amount was more than sufficient for contracting the desolate mountain and purchasing saplings. Planting goji berries is indeed an excellent means to prosperity. I once traveled to Ningxia, where the cultivation of goji berries is a vital local industry. However, contracting the desolate mountain is no trivial matter. It requires the consensus of the entire village committee. Growing goji berries is a commendable idea, and our country currently supports rural entrepreneurship. As the village chief, I will certainly endorse your endeavor. Let us convene a small meeting with the other village officials tonight to discuss and formulate a reasonable plan to contract it to you at a lower cost. Ji Sinyu concluded. Thank you so much, Sister Village Chief. Please don't leave just yet. Stay for dinner tonight, Li Erdan urged. Well, one cannot resist the enticing charm of a delicious meal, Ji Sinyu remarked before turning to leave once more. This time, Li Erdan did not stop her, leaning on his hand while gazing at Ji Sinyu and Appo's swaying waist. The young women from the city are indeed different, each possessing their unique flair. After Ji Sinyu departed, Li Erdan returned to the side of the broken water tank, examining the few crucian carp inside. After spending the afternoon observing, he noted little change in the fish, except for their unusual liveliness, as if they were brimming with boundless energy, continuously tumbling in the tank. These foolish fish, would they not know exhaustion? Alas, if only I could communicate with them as I do with the Mao and Air Mao. Although Li Erdan possessed the ability to converse with animals, it was not the case for every creature. He could only communicate with those possessing a certain level of spirit. Erdan, have you stood there in a daze all afternoon? Come inside for dinner. Yang Tsuehua shouted. I know, mother. By the way, did you cook the 3 fish I caught today? Li Erdan smiled as he approached her. Of course, if you love it, how could I not prepare it for you? Hurry and wash your hands for dinner, Yang Tsuehua said affectionately. A few minutes later, at the dining table, Li Baoke remarked, Is it just me? Or did you skimp on the oil for the fish? It doesn't taste as good as it did at noon. I can't quite figure it out either. The cooking method was the same, yet it lacks the flavor from earlier, Yang Tsuehua responded, equally puzzled. Li Erdan, however, was filled with excitement. If his suspicion was correct, the liquid in the gourd could enhance the flavor of the fish. It would lead to his fortune. After dinner, Li Erdan eagerly returned to observe the crucian carp in the tank. Just as before, the fish were energetically frolicking in the water. Meanwhile, figures began to gather in the village committee meeting room. Old village chief, you're here. What do you think of our new village chief? She has been holding so many meetings in just a few days. If this continues, I might resign as the village group leader, grumbled old Sia, who had been irked by Li Erdan for several days. Old Sia, let me ask you, how could a shrewd person like you let that kid Li Erdan outsmart you? You sold him treasures worth over 20,000 for a mere 200, and now he has turned that money into a lucrative business. I hear he is making thousands a day, remarked Sun Changsheng, the militia captain. I never imagined Li Erdan would become so successful. Look at Li Baoku. He is living it up now, drinking fine liquor and smoking premium cigarettes. Just this morning, he boasted about his clothes being a gift from his son, costing several hundred, added Sun Changfa, the security director. Bah, what is so impressive about Li Erdan? He merely scammed me out of a valuable antique and tricked me out of some money. No matter how wealthy he gets, he cannot wash away the stain of being a reformed through labor convict. The Li family won't last long. That rascal Li Erdan is bound to end up back in prison one day. Just wait and see. Old Sia spat bitterly. Sun Changxing and Sun Changfa's remarks were tinged with jealousy towards Li Erdan, but old Sia harbored deep resentment. Ever since he discovered that the copper mirror in his cabinet was worth a fortune, he had been bedridden for days, only just recovering. Old Sia was about to continue his tirade when Sun Changsheng suddenly cleared his throat. Ahem! Following Sun Changsheng's gaze, old Sia turned to see 2 women entering through the village committee's door. One was the newly appointed village chief, Ji Sinyu, while the other was a voluptuous beauty named Li Hongxia, the village's women's federation director. Though her attire was simple and she wore no makeup, her radiant complexion and mature charm rendered her breathtakingly beautiful. Li Hongxia had endured a difficult life. Her husband perished in an accident shortly after their marriage while she was pregnant. Despite everyone urging her to terminate the pregnancy, she chose to give birth. However, fate dealt her another cruel blow when her son was born with a severe intellectual disability, now in his teens, but with the intellect of a 4 or 5-year-old. Everyone is here. I've gathered you all today to discuss a matter. I want to waste time with pleasantries. Erdan wishes to contract the back mountain of our village. I believe this is a positive development, and I invite everyone to share their thoughts, Sinew stated directly. What? That kid Erdan wants to contract the back mountain? The village chief, this is absolutely out of the question. You are not familiar with Erdan. He is nothing but a convict. How can we possibly entrust our back mountain to such a criminal? Old Xia was the first to spring up in opposition. Chapter 70. Interference. The words of old man Xia immediately drew a frown from Sinew. Over the past few days, she had gathered some understanding of the feud between Erdan and old man Xia. Old man Xia, as the village group leader, you should not allow personal grievances to interfere with work. I have looked into Erdan's situation during my time here. His imprisonment was entirely the result of being framed by his ex-girlfriend. Regardless of the details of the framing, now that Erdan has been released, he deserves a chance to start new. Sinew and oppose. As remarks left old man Xia momentarily speechless, prompting him to seek assistance from Sun Chongqing. Village chief, you are the leader of our village, and I believe you must have your own thoughts on this matter. I would like to hear your opinion, Sun Chongqing said, exhaling a puff of smoke. Director Sun, this is my perspective. In the time I've been here, I have learned that while Erdan may be young, he possesses considerable ambition and a sharp mind. Take his recent acquisition of goji berries in the village as an example. I have been assisting him, and you would not believe the value he has generated in just under 10 days. Sinew spoke softly, surveying everyone present at the meeting. In less than 10 days, Erdan has purchased over 8,000 pounds of goji berries at 20 yuan per pound, which means our villagers have collectively earned nearly 200,000 yuan in such a short span. Everyone here understands the economic situation in our village. I know that the average income for each household is less than 10,000 yuan, and yet Erdan has created close to 200,000 yuan in value in just a few days. Shouldn't we support such a resourceful individual? My proposal is this. The land behind the village is currently unused. Since Erdan is interested in leasing this land, I suggest we lease it to him for 20 years at an annual fee of 20,000 yuan. This leasing fee could be used to improve our village's infrastructure. I wonder what everyone thinks of this plan. Sinew concluded confidently, gazing at each person in attendance. In her view, this was a mutually beneficial proposal, one that should garner unanimous agreement. Village chief, may I correct you on one point? Please do not take offense, Sun Chongqing said with a light chuckle. Director Sun, you are my senior and the former village leader. You are far more familiar with our village's circumstances than I am. I will gladly accept any feedback you have. Sinew replied softly. Since you mentioned it, I must speak up. You claim that Erdan created nearly 200,000 yuan in value for the village. However, I must clarify that Erdan sold the goji berries he acquired at a high price to Jiotong in the county, making a 10 yuan profit per pound. In just a few days, he has pocketed nearly 80,000 yuan. Is it not a bit excessive? We should not elevate Erdan to such noble heights. I also want to point out the size of the land behind the village. If you are unaware, it spans nearly 200 acres. Is it not too cheap to lease such a vast area of wasteland to Erdan for just 20,000 yuan? My opinion is clear. I do not agree to lease the wasteland to him. If we were to do so, the price must be raised at least to double that. And I believe that if he wishes to lease it, he should pay all fees up front, Sun Chongqing concluded, reigniting his pipe. As soon as Sun Chongqing finished speaking, the shifty-eyed old man Xia immediately stood up. The old village chief is right. No, I misspoke. It is the village director who is correct. Erdan is indeed too greedy. He does nothing all day, yet makes nearly 10,000 in profit, while we villagers toil endlessly on the mountain for a pittance. Is this fair? Furthermore, regarding the requirement to pay the entire lease up front, I wholeheartedly agree. I do not know what project Erdan is planning, but if we lease the land to him, he will surely leave the mountains in disarray. What was that term? Ah, yes, ecological destruction. If he were to incur losses and damage the land beyond repair, Who would the village turn to for recourse? Cough, cough. Sun Changsheng coughed lightly, directing his gaze towards his two younger brothers, Sun Changsheng and Sun Changfa. Changfa, as the security chief and militia captain, why don't you share your opinions as well? Cough. I agree with my elder brother. The matter of Erdan leasing the mountains is not trivial and warrants careful consideration, Sun Changsheng stated. I concur with their sentiments. Sun Changfa nodded in agreement. Cough. Village chief, may I express my opinion? ISN and oppose. Democracy in practice now. I propose we hold a democratic vote, Sun Changsheng said with a light-hearted smile. Democratic vote? Ji Xinyu scoffed coldly. The village committee consists of 6 members, and with Sun Changsheng clearly steering the discussion, for members had already aligned with him. Even if the women's director, Li Hongxia, sided with her, it would still be 2 to 4 against her. Director Sun, I believe we should forego the democratic vote. I still wish to express my views. We must not be short-sighted. I will not hide it from everyone. Li Erdan's intended project is to cultivate goji berry trees on the mountain. Consider the vast expanse of wasteland. Can Li Erdan manage it alone? If he cannot, he will undoubtedly employ a significant number of local villagers, providing them with additional income. This would be a tremendous boon for our village. We cannot focus solely on immediate gains. Can Li Erdan truly come up with 800,000 yuan instantly? What if we allow him to pay the lease in installments? Ji Xinyu concluded, her gaze once more sweeping over the assembly. Installment payments are out of the question. I've already made my point clear. If Li Erdan were to incur losses, how would we recover the lease payments? Old Man Xie was the first to oppose vehemently. Old Man Xie, let me ask you this. If Li Erdan does not lease this wasteland, will it not remain desolate? Instead of allowing it to lie fallow, why not give Li Erdan a chance to experiment? Ji Xinyu retorted, her frustration boiling over. Village chief, you cannot say that. The wasteland is indeed neglected now, but that does not mean it will always remain unleased. Perhaps in a year or 2, someone will offer a higher price to lease it. My stance remains clear. I advocate for a democratic vote, Sun Changsheng declared, crossing his legs with an air of confidence. Chapter 71. The Return of the Parrot. You are utterly obstinate. It is often said that women with long hair possess short insight. Yet I find that you all lack even the understanding of a woman. Sun Changsheng and his companions clearly indicated their intention to align themselves against her, which caused Ji Xinyu to tremble with anger as she slammed the table and stormed out of the community office. Ji Village Head, wait for me. Li Caixia shook her head and hurried after her. A widow with a simple-minded son, Li Caixia had taken Ji Xinyu in after she arrived in the village and had nowhere else to stay. After Ji Xinyu and Li Caixia departed, only Sun Changsheng and Xie Laoku remained in the room. Ha ha, that little girl is still too naive. She is no match for me, Sun Changsheng, he boasted. Brother Changsheng, you have traversed more bridges than that girl has walked roads. How could she possibly contend with you? Xie Laoku flattered. Brother, I am a bit perplexed. Li Erdan and Amp. Oppose. This undertaking of the barren mountains is a good thing. I assent it. Who else would want that wasteland? If someone is willing to take it on and even pay for it, why do you oppose it? Sun Changfa inquired, somewhat confused. Longfa, are you truly that oblivious? Have you not noticed over these past days? That scoundrel Li Erdan and the newcomer girl are practically in cahoots. If Li Erdan successfully contracts that barren land, she will establish her foothold in our village. If she does, how can Brother Changsheng regain his former position? Longfa, let me tell you, do not underestimate that young girl. Despite her age, she knows how to win people in Oppo's hearts. Once she gains a solid footing, we could all be ousted by her. Who knows, one day, Li Erdan might even lord over us, and we would be left lamenting our fate, Xie Laoku articulated with a hint of malice. Oh, so that is how it is. I understand now. Both brothers, Sun Changfa and Sun Changsheng, nodded in realization. Brother Changsheng, I feel that neither the girl nor Li Erdan is easy to deal with. They will surely not concede quietly. If they gather all the villagers for a democratic vote, we will find ourselves at a disadvantage, Xie Laoku said with a grave expression. That is indeed a possibility. You are cunning, Laoku, what do you propose? Sun Changsheng asked. Well, Brother Changsheng, since Li Erdan and that city girl are attempting to win over the villagers' hearts, let us ensure they lose it instead. Starting tomorrow, we will spread rumors throughout the village, claiming that the city girl and Erdan have an inappropriate relationship. We can exaggerate how Erdan is overcharging villagers for goji berries. Soon, their reputations will be in tatters, and we shall see who will support them then. Xia Laoku said with a wicked grin. Ha ha ha, Laoku, that plan is truly devious. It's excellent. We shall proceed with it tomorrow, Sun Changxing agreed. And the four men erupted into laughter. The following morning, while Erdan was still enjoying his slumber, Ji Xinyu arrived at his door, fuming. Get up, you lazy bum. I have something to discuss with you. Having learned from the previous awkward encounter, Ji Xinyu pushed him awake and instructed, hurry and get dressed. I'll be waiting at the door. Erdan, still groggy, lost any desire to sleep as Ji Xinyu fussed about. He dressed and stepped out of his room. Village head sister, what is the matter that you woke me up so early? He asked, rubbing his eyes. Erdan, regarding your contract for the Bear Mountains. I've spoken with the villagers about it, and things are not progressing smoothly, Ji Xinyu replied, her face a mask of anger as she recounted the meeting as discussions. 40,000 per year, and the entire 20-year contract payment up front? It's outrageous that these old men would even propose such a thing. Erdan was infuriated, yet unsurprised. Despite being away for 3 years, he was well aware of the village's affairs. Honestly, Sister Village Head, let me be frank. The total contract fee of 800,000 does not concern me much. Once I cultivate successfully, I could recoup my investment in a couple of years. However, where can I possibly find 800,000? I do have some money, but the costs of saplings and labor will require substantial funds. If it comes to it, I can wait until I've saved enough before proceeding with the contract, Erdan said with a nonchalant attitude. According to his plan from prison, it would take at least 5 to 10 years to contract the mountain forest. However, with a new system in place, he could expedite his plans significantly, and waiting a year or two was not an issue. No, Erdan, are you not a man? You're ready to give up at the first sign of difficulty? Leave this matter to me. Last night, they used their numbers to bully me. Tonight, I will gather all the villagers for a democratic vote. I refuse to believe that there isn't a single sensible person in this village, Ji Xinyu declared angrily before turning to leave. I will notify every household in the village right now. Ji Xinyu was the type to act decisively, stepping out of Erdan's home without waiting for his agreement. That girl dares to question my manhood? I will conquer you one day, and you will learn what a true man is, Erdan muttered to himself, his brow slightly furrowed as he contemplated Ji Xinyu's words. Damao, Ermao, and Dahui, come here. I have an honorable task for you three, he called. Commander, we are ready to undertake your orders, they replied resolutely. Moments later, the two hamsters, Damao and Ermao, along with a large black dog, Dahui, stood before Erdan. Just as he was about to speak, a gust of wind swept through, and a large white bird landed on his shoulder. What mission do you have for me, Commander? I, the magnificent parrot, have yet to accomplish anything substantial. Please assign the task to me. The parrot, which Erdan had brought back while selling antique copper mirrors, proclaimed. Erdan had thought the parrot had vanished, believing it had flown away. Where have you been, you foolish bird? Have you forgotten about your commander? I thought you had perished outside, he said, rolling his eyes. Commander, how could you say such a thing? It was you who rescued me from captivity. You are like a parent to me. How could I possibly forget your kindness? I am not your reincarnated parent. If I were, would I not become a birdman? Erdan burst into laughter. By the way, Commander, my recent excursion was to recruit soldiers for you. Today I have brought back several promising candidates. Come fort, all of you, and greet our commander, Erdan, the parrot announced loudly. Chapter 72. The bird dropping attack at the command of the grand parrot. A flurry of wing beats resonated, and moments later, an eclectic array of birds descended into the courtyard, lining up respectfully. Greetings, Commander. Ha ha ha. Erdan chuckled heartily as he beheld 5 birds land within 2 meters of him. The first, a majestic eagle with piercing eyes and iron claws, stood proudly. Beside the eagle were an owl, a magpie, a pigeon, and a sparrow. Hello, comrades. Erdan joyfully greeted the newcomers. Well done, Grand Parrot. I never anticipated that after a few days away, you would return with such new allies. The hey Lao Huang, Damao Air Mao, did you see that? Instead of just thinking about food while being around me, you should learn from your avian brothers. The grand parrot beamed with pride at Erdan's praise. By the way, Commander, didn't an oppose till you mention assigning them task? What is it? My little brothers have yet to prove themselves, and this is a splendid opportunity for them to serve you. Moreover, each of them commands a substantial following. With just your command, the birds within a 100-mile radius will rally to your cause, the grand parrot declared. To serve the commander to the death. The eagle, magpie, and other newcomers chorused almost in unison. Indeed, this is the perfect moment for me to employ your talents. Come here for a moment, Erdan said with excitement, pointing to the sparrow. At his command, the sparrow flapped its wings and flew into the palm of Erdan and Amp, Oppo's hand. Greetings, Commander. My name is Jousy, and I'm always ready to serve you. The little sparrow declared proudly. What? Your name is Jousy? That is quite a bold name. Erdan burst into laughter. Jousy, there is a reconnaissance task at hand. Immediately summon a few brothers. I need to track certain individuals and report their every move, including whom they meet and what they discuss. Can you accomplish this task? Erdan inquired. Rest assured, Commander, I shall complete the task without fail. Within the courtyard of Sun Chongsheng's residence, Xia Laoku, Sun Chongsheng, and Sun Chongfa sat on small stools, forming a circle, their faces adorned with smug smiles. Old village chief, I must say, my legs feel as if they might fall off after running all morning, but the results are commendable. Now, it can be said that everyone in the village knows about the new girl and Erdan and Amp, Oppo's affair. I even intentionally inflated the price that Erdan was charging, painting him as a nefarious black marketeer. The villagers now despise him to the core and have vowed never to sell him goji berries again, Xia Laoku exclaimed, dancing with glee. You did splendidly, Laoku. As you predicted, the city girls are indeed relentless. They are preparing to convene a village meeting tonight, likely to discuss Erdan and Oppo's land contract. This time, we are well prepared, and you, Xia Laoku, have laid the groundwork. Once I reclaim my position as village chief, I will host a feast in your honor, Sun Chongsheng declared, patting his chest. Feast? As long as I can see that little rascal Erdan suffer, I, Xia Laoku, will be content. Xia Laoku gritted his teeth. Do not worry, Laoku. That immature brat Erdan thinks he can challenge us, but he stands no chance. This corner of the village is still under our control. Let us raise a toast with water to celebrate tonight and Amp, Oppo's grand performance. Sun Chongfa exclaimed, standing up in excitement. Ha! Cheers! As they toasted, a small gray sparrow perched on the grape arbor behind them, its eyes gleaming with a hint of coldness. These scoundrels dare to plot against our commander? Just wait and see how I, Jousy, will deal with you. The small sparrow, a new recruit of the grand parrot, had been sent by Erdan to gather intelligence. With a mischievous smile, Jousy flapped its wings and soared into the sky, emitting a series of chirps. Before long, the sky was thick with hundreds of sparrows. Boss, why the urgency in summoning us all? What is the matter? One sparrow inquired. Brothers, have you spotted those 4 old geezers down there? They are scheming against our commander. When I give the signal, fly above their heads and unleash a bombardment of droppings. Jousy commanded. All right, boss. Those 4 fools dared to offend our new commander. They clearly dawn into Amp, Oppo's. Know what they and Amp, Oppo's. Reinfor. Just give the order. All right, brothers, let us charge. With Jousy and Amp, Oppo's command, several hundred sparrows descended like a dark cloud. What is happening? Why has it suddenly turned cloudy on this bright day? Xia Laoku and his companions looked up in curiosity. As they raised their heads, Jousy issued the command from above. 20 at a time, fire away. Following Jousy and Amp, Oppo's order, 20 sparrows released a torrent of droppings that cascaded down upon Xia Laoku and his companions, with the unfortunate Xia Laoku catching the worst of it, having his mouth wide open when 2 droppings landed inside. Ugh, what is this foul stuff? It stinks. One after another, Xia Laoku and his companions were bombarded by bird droppings, scrambling in utter disarray. Where did these filthy sparrows come from? This is unbearable. Back at Erdan's home, he roared with laughter as Jousy recounted the tale, especially the part about the bird droppings. Jousy, I must commend your creativity. This tactic is truly unique and deserves recognition. Bai Gu and Shizi, come here at once. Gather your brothers and replicate Diao strategy to give those four old fellows a thorough drenching. Erdan Kumanda. Bai Gu, a name given to the pigeon by Erdan, and Shizi, the name given to the magpie, nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Commander, we will accomplish this task with utmost resolve. As they took to the skies, Erdan addressed his companions. You are all aware of the situation, right? Xia Laoku and Sun Changsheng are attempting to tarnish my reputation and sow discord between me and the villagers, all to prevent me from successfully contracting the mountain land. Let us share our thoughts and devise measures to counter their schemes. With a serious expression, he looked towards the Grand Parrot and his trusted allies, De Mao, Air Mao, Dehe, and Lao Huang. Chapter 73. Condemnation. As soon as Erdan and Amp, Oppo's S-words fell, the hamster, De Mao, sprang up. Commander, this is indeed a troublesome matter. I will head up the mountain right now to gather the brothers, just like last time with that miser, Cielaco. With your nod, I will summon every dog in the village to tear those four old scoundrels apart. The fierce black dog declared. Nonsense. Can you two think for a moment? This time, we are not here to punish them. I intend to profit from the mountain, and by securing it, all our brothers will finally have a true home. Erdan retorted sharply, his gaze landing on the composed figure of Lao Huang, the wise old bull. Lao Huang, you pride yourself on being my strategist. Now is the time to offer your counsel. What are your thoughts? Commander, I believe that historically, the best soldiers conquer through strategy, and winning hearts is paramount. Xia Laoku and his ilk are merely attempting to tarnish your reputation, aiming to erode your support among the people. In this society, what draws people together? You are a wise man, Commander. You should understand, Lao Huang replied sagely. Lao Huang, are you implying that money is the answer? Erdan pondered aloud. Precisely, Commander. In this world, nothing is more effective than money. Considering the poverty in our village, if you can paint a grand vision for the villagers tonight, convincing them that you can lead them to prosperity, you need not fear a lack of support. Indeed, winning hearts through strategy is a commendable idea, Lao Huang. I now comprehend the course of action we must take. As dusk began to settle, the villagers of Galia village had just finished their evening meals. At that moment, the voice of Ji Sinew echoed through the village and Oppo's S loudspeaker. Attention, all villagers. At 6:00 and Oppo's clock tonight, please gather at the village committee. I have important matters to discuss with everyone. With Ji Sinew's announcement, households began to meander toward the village committee, having little else to occupy their time. Xia Laoku, where did you crawl out from? You reek. Keep your distance from me. Old village head, how come you smell the same? It's unbearable. By this time, the village committee had gathered quite a crowd. As villagers passed by Xia Laoku and Sun Changsheng, they kept their distance. Soon enough, Xia Laoku and his companions found themselves isolated in a corner, everyone avoiding them. Observing Xia Laoku and the others, their expressions were notably haggard, frequently glancing at the sky with fear written on their faces. Throughout the afternoon, the four had endured considerable torment as birds, sparrows, doves, and magpies had turned their heads into a latrine, persistently relieving themselves upon them. No matter where they sought refuge, the birds found them, relentlessly targeting them. By the end of the day, they had changed their clothes several times and washed their hair countless times. As the crowd gathered, Ji Sinew addressed them. The reason I have called everyone together is to discuss a matter concerning our village. Erdan intends to lease our back mountain. I have some differing opinions with the other village leaders, so I propose we resolve this through a public vote. Enough of this nonsense. Who in the village doesn't and Amp, Oppo's, know about your questionable relationship with that rascal, Erdan? You call it a public vote, but who are you fooling? You've come to our poor mountain village with ulterior motives, and now you want to sell the mountain. Leasing the land to someone else is one thing. But to Erdan, a conniving merchant? Perhaps you're unaware, but he buys our goji berries for 20 yuan a pound and sells them for 40 in the county. He is nothing but a bloodsucker. If we lease the back mountain to him, it will become his private property. Can we allow that to happen? The outcry against Erdan erupted, the villagers expressing their disdain vehemently. The atmosphere turned increasingly hostile, and Ji Sinew was taken aback by the unexpected backlash. realizing that not only were they criticizing Erdan, but she too had been implicated. In a corner, Xiao and his companions, ignored due to their foul odor, exchanged glances of exhilaration, reveling in the chaos. You're all full of it. Have some conscience. Why are you pouring dirt on my son? He buys your goji berries at 40 or 50 yuan a pound. What does that concern you? If you had the ability, sell them yourselves. Now you blame my son for your own inability. As a mother, Yang Tsuhua stood up to defend her son, furiously chastising the crowd. While it's true we lack the means to sell goji berries at a high price, let us be fair. Your son, Erdan, is a local. He shouldn't oppose. He treat our villagers so poorly. Consider his desire to lease the mountain. I, as an uncle, fully support it. But why the villagers react so strongly is because Erdan has been too focused on immediate gains, treating the villagers unfairly, which has led to their resentment. Sun Changsheng spoke, feigning concern for Erdan, whose true intentions he had long known. The old village head is absolutely right. Erdan is only considering his own interests. Such selfish actions will inevitably bear consequences. Money is not meant to be earned alone. Erdan, this is typical short-sightedness. Look how you've hurt the villagers and oppose feelings. No one stands up for you now. You brought this upon yourself. But it's not all bad. You're young and will learn from this experience. Xiao, with a self-satisfied expression, approached Erdan, adopting the tone of an elder teaching a younger relative. Chapter 74. A counterattack. Observing the smug expressions on Sun Changsheng and old Xia's faces, Erdan couldn't help but let out a cold smile. With a sharp whistle, he summoned He, his large black dog, who dashed into the courtyard, clutching a worn yellow backpack in its mouth. The backpack appeared to be stuffed with something, though its contents were unknown. He trotted over to Erdan, who promptly seized the backpack from the dog's mouth. Curiosity enveloped the crowd, their eyes fixated on the bag in Erdan's grasp. With a beaming smile, he opened the flap and approached Ji Xinyu, who was seated at a dilapidated desk. With a swift motion, he turned the backpack upside down, and its contents spilled forth like dumplings into boiling water. Instantly, the courtyard erupted in excitement. What on earth are you doing, Erdan? Why do you have so much money? Li Baoku shouted nervously, attempting to help gather the scattered bills from the table. Father, don't touch it. Let everyone see. Erdan replied with a grin. The desk was now awash with vibrant red banknotes. Following old Huangyou's advice, Erdan had decided to take a strategic approach, understanding that in this impoverished village, nothing wielded more influence than the sight of money. This afternoon, he had ventured to the county town to withdraw nearly 400,000 from his account. At that moment, the villagers of Gallo village were left in stunned silence. They had never seen such a sum before. Erdan, what is the meaning of this? Is this your way of flaunting your wealth to the villagers? Everyone look, this is the money Erdan has extorted from you. Old Xia incited. Before Xia could finish his sentence, Erdan slammed his hand on the table, startling him into retreat. Villagers, I present this money not to boast about my wealth, but to convey a crucial message. If I, Erdan, prosper, every one of you present will benefit from my success, he stated solemnly. Don't flatter yourself, Erdan. If you were truly benevolent, you wouldn't have skimmed so much off the profits from goji berries, old Xia retorted disdainfully. With a scoff, Erdan struck the table again. Old Xia, do you think I'm unaware of your ulterior motives? You and Sun Changsheng have spread rumors among the villagers, claiming I take over 20 yuan from you for every pound of goji berries, alleging I earned tens of thousands from your hard work. I ask you, do you have any evidence? You needn't argue, Erdan. Is there any need for evidence? Look at the pile of money on the table. Everyone knows you've only just been released from prison. If you hadn't siphoned off the villagers' hard-earned money, how could you have amassed such wealth? This money is your evidence. Old Xia bellowed. Erdan let out a cold laugh upon hearing Xia's words. It seems your only tactic is to create confusion without any substantiation. Since you cannot present evidence, I shall provide it for you, he declared, retrieving a stack of receipts from his pocket. Villagers, these receipts are from the Jujitang pharmaceutical factory for the goji berries I sold. Each transaction is meticulously recorded, and you may come and verify whether I have indeed taken over 20 yuan from you for every pound. With a decisive slap, he placed the receipts on the table. The expressions of old Xie and son Changsheng shifted dramatically upon witnessing the documents. Accountant Wang, please come and examine these receipts to determine if Li Erdan speaks the truth. Ji Xinyu called out, her tone tinged with excitement. Emerging from a crowd was a middle-aged man in his 40s, sporting glasses, Wang Fugue, the village accountant. I've reviewed it, and the price Li Erdan sold to Jujitang was 31 yuan per pound, with a profit of 10 yuan per pound, after deducting transportation and labor costs. This profit is reasonable, Wang Fugue confirmed. Wang Fugue double-check. These receipts might be forged, old Xie urged, a hint of panic in his voice. Each receipt bears the official stamp of Jujitang Pharmaceutical. This should not be fake, Wang Fugue asserted. At a loss for words, old Xie fell silent. Villagers, did you hear that? They claim I am a schemer. They assert that I have an improper relationship with our village head. These are all fabrications from old Xie and son Changsheng, who sought to tarnish my reputation. The truth is clear now. Old Xie, son Changsheng, will you grant me my innocence? Li Erdan presa. You lowly scoundrels. Li Erdan has worked to benefit our village, and instead of supporting him, you spread malicious rumors. What are your true intentions? Do you resent our prosperity? You must explain yourselves. Another villager shouted. Yes, you miscreants are trying to ruin our village. Do you want Gallo village to remain impoverished forever? At that moment, old Xie and son Changsheng became the targets of the villagers' ire. Listen to me. I'm also a victim here. All of this came from old Xie's words. We believed him. Son Changsheng, realizing the tide had turned, hastily deflected blame onto old Xie. Son Changsheng, you scoundrel, you'll not shift the blame onto me. You're simply afraid that Li Erdan and the new village head will enhance our village, leaving you with no power. I refuse to carry this burden. Old Xie shouted defiantly. Old Xie, you're spouting nonsense. Son Changsheng's face betrayed a flicker of fear. As the situation escalated, everyone understood the unfolding drama. Someone shouted, these old crooks are despicable. To further their own interests, they attempted to sabotage Li Erdan, who is helping us prosper. Let us deal with them. Yes, let us take them down. In an instant, the courtyard descended into chaos as furious villagers began to pursue old Xie, son Changsheng, and their cohorts. Chapter 0075. Deceived by Ji Xinyu Village Chief, help. Village Chief, save us. In an instant, Xie Laoku and his companions were overwhelmed by furious villagers, fleeing in disarray like frightened animals. Everyone stop. Cease this at once. Though the actions of Xie Laoku and his associates were indeed detestable, the sheer number of villagers attacking them was alarming. If not curtailed promptly, this could escalate into a grave situation. Under Ji Xinyu and Oppo's intervention, the enraged villagers eventually relented. Xie Laoku, son Changsheng, and the others appeared battered and bruised, panting heavily. Your conduct is utterly outrageous. This matter cannot simply end here. I will report today and Oppo's incident to the town authorities and petition for your dismissal, Ji Xinyu declared coldly. Upon hearing Ji Xinyu and Oppo's command to leave, Xie Laoku and his companions felt as if they had been granted a reprieve. They left the village committee in a state of utter disarray. My fellow villagers, Li Erdan was born in GL village. During my 3 years in prison, I received immense support from you all. You helped my parents and enabled my sister to attend university. Now that I have achieved financial success, I will never forget the kindness shown to me by my fellow villagers. My prosperity means nothing unless I can uplift you all alongside me. Take my plan to cultivate the hillside, for instance. I intend to plant 100,000 goji berry trees. Do you understand what that entails? Planting, pest control, irrigation, and harvesting will all require your assistance. At that time, I will pay you all substantial wages, ensuring that every household can focus on nurturing their own land and families, with incomes exceeding what you could earn working elsewhere. As soon as Li Erdan and Oppo's ambitious words fell, thunderous applause erupted. Erdan, you have our unwavering support. I have always believed in you. This young man is destined for greatness. Praise for Li Erdan rang out like a chorus. Li Baoku and Yang Tsuehua, the elderly couple, beamed with pride. Ji Xinyu, watching from the side, found her gaze drawn to Li Erdan. In that moment, she realized that this seemingly mischievous young man appeared increasingly charming. If he truly succeeded in enriching the villagers and improving infrastructure, could she really consider marrying him? The thought made her cheeks flush. Days later, Li Erdan signed a contract to lease the hillside for 20 years, agreeing to pay an annual fee of 20,000 yuan, providing a lump sum of 200,000 yuan up front, with the remaining amount payable in installments over 10 years. In my capacity as village chief, I reported the misdeeds of Sun Changsheng and Xiao Laoku to the town, resulting in the revocation of their positions. After Li Erdan finalized the leasing contract, Ji Xinyu softly spoke, "It is fitting. These old scoundrels brought this upon themselves. They deserve it," Li Erdan replied, feeling a sense of vindication. "I have also recommended you, Li Erdan, for the position of deputy village chief. Congratulations, from this day forth, you are the deputy chief of GL Village," Ji Xinyu said with a playful glint in her eyes. "What did you say, village chief?" Li Erdan exclaimed, astonished. "Li Erdan, you are now the deputy village chief. You must work diligently and not disappoint my efforts," Ji Xinyu said with a triumphant smile. "Now that you're not just an ordinary citizen, you must embody the role of a village official. I will be your superior, so you must heed my commands," Ji Xinyu added, patting his shoulder with a playful air. "What? You expect me to follow your lead? That's out of the question. I refuse to take on this deputy chief role," Li Erdan protested, shaking his head. "Li Erdan, do not be ungrateful. Do you know how much effort I exerted to recommend you for this position? The town officials were reluctant, knowing you were a former inmate. I had to fight tooth and nail to secure this for you," Ji Xinyu exclaimed in frustration. "I will not take this deputy role. It's not for me," Li Erdan reiterated. "Explain yourself, Li Erdan. Why do you refuse?" Ji Xinyu demanded, her anger rising. "As a man, I cannot be subordinate to a woman. That would be beneath my dignity," Li Erdan insisted firmly. "You scoundrel! How dare you look down on women? What makes you superior to me, Ji Xinyu? You must clarify this," Ji Xinyu retorted, her temper flaring as she seized Li Erdan and Amp, oppose, Asir. "Ouch! Village chief, can we not discuss this civilly?" He winced. "How can we have a civil discussion when I worked so hard to secure this position for you? And you scoff at women?" She replied, clearly agitated. "I do not look down upon women. I simply wish to live freely as a small farmer. This deputy chief role is not for me. You should give it to someone else," Li Erdan said, enduring the pain in his ear. "You think you can refuse? Look closely at this contract. The second clause states that if you, Li Erdan, do not comply with the village committee and oppose as management, we reserve the right to reclaim the leased land. If you refuse to be deputy chief, that constitutes non-compliance, and I will rescind your rights," Ji Xinyu declared coldly. "Village chief, that land is my hope for wealth and marriage. If you take it from me, when will I ever find a wife?" Li Erdan pleaded. "I will ask you again, will you take on the deputy chief role or not?" Ji Xinyu asked with a smirk. "I will. Of course I will." Li Erdan finally relented. "See, it didn't have to come to this. Come here. Let me check your ear and see if I hurt you," Ji Xinyu teased, her tone lightening. Feeling a sense of having been played, Li Erdan thought, "You tricked me. This was all part of your plan." "Erdan, you cannot say that. The contract is black and white. How can you accuse me of trickery?" Ji Xinyu laughed. "I, Li Erdan, a man of renown, have been outsmarted by a girl. If I do not regain some advantage, my reputation will be tarnished," he thought, a mischievous grin appearing on his face. "Village chief, look behind you. What is that?" Li Erdan suddenly exclaimed, diverting Ji Xinyu's attention. Chapter 0076. The kiss of Ji Xinyu. As Ji Xinyu turned her head, a mischievous smile crept onto Li Erdan's face. Stealthily and silently, he approached Ji Xinyu. "What did you see?" Ji Xinyu asked, puzzled, having seen nothing. She quickly turned back, eager to inquire about Li Erdan and Appo's intentions. However, she failed to notice that Li Erdan had silently come closer, and in a swift motion, her soft lips landed on his cheek. "Hee, village chief's sister. Is this kiss your reward for making me the deputy village chief?" Li Erdan exclaimed, lost in delight. You scoundrel!" Ji Xinyu exclaimed, her face reddening like a ripe peach. She raised her hand, ready to strike him. Li Erdan had anticipated this little trap, and as soon as Ji Sinew lifted her hand, he quickly dashed to the entrance. Village chief sister, consider this sweet kiss a compensation for your scheme against me. If it happens again, it won't end amp. Oppose. To be resolved with just a kiss, he said with a cheeky grin. You despicable scoundrel, you shameless rogue. Ji Sinew fumed, her body trembling with anger. Hee, village chief sister, have you not heard? In remote mountains, cunning people abound. You schemed against me, so I must seek a bit of interest in return. Besides, you were the one who kissed me first. I, Li Erdan, am a promising young man without a wife. If word gets out that I was wronged by you, how will I ever find a bride? Can you compensate for my losses? Li Erdan teased. You shameless person. Who initiated the kiss? Li Erdan, you filthy rogue, stand right there. Ji Sinew was furious, chasing after him like a whirlwind. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Li Erdan, having gained an advantage, fled without looking back. With a heart full of joy, Li Erdan nearly skipped home. Upon arriving, he immediately took out the recently signed contract to examine it closely. However, a fleeting cloud of worry crossed his face. The reason for his distress was that contracting the back mountain had cost him 200,000 yuan, leaving him with only a little over 100,000 in liquid assets. The upcoming purchase of goji berry saplings required a substantial investment. These were not trifling amounts. After researching online, he found that a single goji berry sapling cost around 10 yuan. He planned to plant over 100,000 saplings on the entire back mountain, which meant he would need at least 1 million yuan for the saplings alone. 1 million. For Li Erdan, this sum was astronomical. This did not even account for labor costs after purchasing the saplings. With his current funds, he could only buy a few thousand saplings, which was a far cry from his ambitious vision. Sighing, he thought it might be wise to start small, initially purchasing a few thousand saplings to accumulate planting experience. After all, he had contracted the back mountain for 20 years. He could afford to earn the money gradually. With this realization, Li Erdan felt a sense of clarity. A fat man cannot be consumed in one bite. It requires patience, he mused. No longer feeling downcast, he began searching for information on goji berry saplings. To his dismay, the saplings available online were quite expensive, and the varieties appeared to be mediocre, leaving him once again in a quandary. 3 incompetent cobblers can rival Zhuge Liang. After much contemplation, Li Erdan ultimately decided to summon his animal companions for a meeting, requesting their assistance in brainstorming ideas. Before long, his courtyard was filled with his loyal allies, De Mao, Mao, Heizi, Lao Huangniu, Da Yingwu, Xiao Ma Ke, and Bai Gu, among other birds. Everyone is gathered. I bring you good news. I have successfully secured the contracting rights to the back mountain. Soon, we will establish our own home there, Li Erdan announced, his voice filled with authority. Commander is mighty. Commander is mighty. The little animals erupted in joyous cheers. Now let us quiet down. While the contracting rights have been secured, we must not become complacent. Our greatest crisis lies in the severe lack of funds, which jeopardizes my grand commercial vision. I invite everyone to share their thoughts on money-making ideas, especially those with minimal capital investment. Li Erdan continued, but the little animals fell silent. Boss, I have thought of a project that boasts immense profits with no initial investment, came a voice from the crowd. Li Erdan and Amp, Oppose, S. heart leaped at the sound, and he turned to see it was Mao, the little hamster. Mao, please share your brilliant idea, he urged with anticipation. Commander, do you recall our previous conversation with De Mao? We recognized that the copper mirror in Xia Laoku and Amp, Oppose, S. house was an antique because we had seen such an item in the mountains. I and De Mao are aware of a tomb in the mountains that not only holds copper mirrors but also numerous other treasures. Last time, you sold a copper mirror for 200,000. Imagine if we could unearth everything inside the tomb. You would become immensely wealthy, Mao exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Grave robbing? It would be disingenuous to say Li Erdan was not tempted. The Mao and Mao had previously mentioned that the tomb contained various burial goods, numbering in the dozens. While these items might be worthless when buried, once unearthed, they would be treasures worth millions, he mused. This plan is unacceptable. Grave robbing is illegal, and we humans believe in giving the deceased a proper resting place. No matter how desperate I am for money, I cannot engage in actions that would tarnish my moral standing. Erdan ultimately rejected the idea. The little animals fell silent upon hearing this, and noticing the lack of discussion, Erdan and Amp, Oppos, gaze landed on the composed Lao Huang Niu. Lao Huang, you hail from the Jiangnan region, where life is undoubtedly more prosperous than here. You have seen much, so please share your thoughts, Erdan inquired. Commander, I believe in the ancient wisdom, and Oppos, rely on the mountains to eat from the mountains, and rely on the water to eat from the water, and Oppos, given your current financial status. You should not pursue high investment projects, but rather explore small ventures with high returns. One cannot expect to gain wealth overnight, Lao Huang Niu advised sagely. Indeed, Lao Huang, your perspective resonates with me. I share your sentiment, and do not wish to take unnecessary risks. Please elaborate on your thoughts, Erdan encouraged. After a moment of contemplation, Lao Huang Niu spoke slowly. I believe that with your current financial condition, the most suitable investment project would be in the aquaculture industry. Okay, I will refine the provided text, eliminating extraneous elements and enhancing the language for a more polished presentation. Chapter 0077, Poultry Initiative Aviculture. A contemplative expression graced Erdan and Oppos' countenance. Precisely, Commander. During my sojourn in the Jiangnan region, many individuals prospered through aviculture. It necessitates minimal investment, yields substantial returns, and you, Commander, possess innate advantages that others lack. Old Huang Niu asserted earnestly. Innate advantages? What innate advantages could I possibly possess? Erdan inquired, perplexed. The capacity to communicate with us. This constitutes your paramount advantage, Commander. Take poultry farming, for instance. Others confine their chickens to cages for mass production. You, however, can eschew this method entirely and liberate the chicks upon your least bare mountain. Thus, the mountain's seeds and insects become sustenance for the fowl, incurring virtually no cost beyond the initial purchase of the chicks. Such a strategy would prove untenable for others, as the hens would scatter their eggs indiscriminately during laying. This is where you possess a unique advantage, Commander. You can select several of the more astute chickens to assist in managing the flock, designating specific nesting areas for them. Consequently, your eggs would be akin to free-range eggs, fetching a premium compared to commercially farmed eggs, provided you secure a suitable distribution channel. Even the chickens and Oppos' excrement can serve as an exceptional fertilizer for your goji berry trees. And ultimately, when the hens cease laying, they will become a culinary delicacy in the city, Old Huang Niu pronounced sagely. Old Huang Niu, your proposition is sound. A viable approach. However, its realization is rather protracted, and I am in immediate need of funds. Are there no ventures that could expedite my enrichment? Erdan inquired, his brow furrowed. The impromptu assembly concluded shortly thereafter, while the menagerie failed to devise a scheme for instant wealth. Old Huang Niu's concept of free-range poultry farming resonated with Erdan, prompting him to promptly initiate the project and procure chicks for rearing on the mountain. Dinkling. Just as Erdan prepared to seek out chicks, his cellular device emitted a melodic chime. Upon retrieval, he discerned that Tong Xiaofei was the caller, causing his heart to palpitate. Recalling the encounter at the modest inn in town several days prior, Erdan experienced a twinge of apprehension. Yet, the memory of slumbering alongside such a captivating beauty, without so much as a gesture, evoked a pang of regret. Since their parting at the inn, Erdan had not encountered Tong Xiaofei, nor had they exchanged words. I wonder why this lass is calling me. Could it be that she harbors resentment over that night and will cease purchasing my herbs as retribution? Ultimately, Erdan, despite his trepidation, answered the call. Greetings, Sister Xiaofei. What is your bidding? At your command, I shall brave hell and high water. Oomph. You lecherous scoundrel, cease your flattery. I shall state unequivocally that I find you utterly repulsive, Tong Xiaofei retorted coldly. This lass truly hold a grudge. Naturally, such sentiments remain confined to Erdan and Oppos, as thoughts unspoken. Sister Xiaofei, are you still vexed about that night? It truly was not my fault. You were the one who sought refuge in my bed, Erdan lamented. Inwardly, he mused, had I taken advantage of her that night, Consummating the affair, perhaps she would have relented and become mine. Silence, you reprobate. Even if I willingly entered your bed, explain the presence of that prophylactic. Erdan, you are nothing more than a lecherous scoundrel, Tong Xiaofei rebuked vehemently. Sister Xiaofei, allow me to elucidate. The innkeeper thrust it into my pocket. I am truly innocent. Silence, you reprobate. I shall not entertain your excuses. Nor shall you ever allude to that night again. I have other matters to discuss. The eggs you brought me previously, are they available in quantity? Tong Xiaofei inquired. Sister Xiaofei, have you depleted your supply? Fear not. I shall deliver more forthwith. As many as you desire, Erdan responded promptly. Who covets your eggs, you lecherous scoundrel? Do you recall the restaurant where we first dined? The proprietor, a friend of mine, sampled your eggs and found them delectable. His establishment seeks to procure them in bulk. He requested that I inquire if you can supply eggs in substantial quantities. Tong Xiaofei stated icily. Sister Xiaofei, this is serendipitous. I am in dire need of funds, and this presents a golden opportunity to amass wealth. We have an abundance of free-range eggs in our village. How many does your friend require? Erdan inquired with elation. Erdan, you are incorrigible. You are a hopeless lecher, capable of associating even business with carnal matters. Such is your true nature, Tong Xiaofei scoffed once more. Sister Xiaofei, do not condemn me based on a single incident. I am, in truth, an exceedingly virtuous young man, Erdan protested with a wry smile. Enough, Erdan. Do not debase the term and amp. Oppose, virtuous, and amp. Oppose. I have no time for banter. I shall provide you with my friend and amp. Oppose, as contact information. The terms of your collaboration are for you to negotiate. Tong Xiaofei retorted, reciting a series of digits before terminating the call. Upon disconnecting from Tong Xiaofei, Erdan hastily committed the number to memory and promptly dialed it. Greetings. This is by Yuxuan. May I inquire as to your identity? A mellifluous voice emanated from the other end of the line. Could Tong Xiaofei and Amp, Oppose, as friend be a captivating beauty as well? Tong Xiaofei had merely referred to her as a friend, without specifying gender. Thus, Erdan was pleasantly surprised to hear a female voice. Greetings, proprietor Bai. I understand from Sister Xiaofei that you are interested in purchasing free-range eggs from our village. How many do you require? Erdan inquired. Erdan, the lecherous scoundrel whom our Xiaofei is perpetually berating. Tell me, what have you done to our Xiaofei? A peal of laughter resonated from the other end of the line. Lecherous scoundrel? Erdan's countenance fell. Tong Xiaofei had divulged his name to her friend and branded him a lecherous scoundrel. Tong Xiaofei, you have sullied my reputation, Erdan. One day, I shall have my way with you, lass. You deem me a lecherous scoundrel? I shall demonstrate my lechery to you. Naturally, Erdan refrained from voicing his thoughts, replying with a touch of vexation. Proprietor Bai, do not heed Tong Xiaofei and Amp, Oppose, as fabrications. I have done nothing to her. There has been a misunderstanding between us. I am, without a doubt, a law-abiding citizen. Our Xiaofei does not readily malign an innocent soul. If you were virtuous, our Xiaofei would not label you a lecherous scoundrel. However, I find myself intrigued by you, this lecherous scoundrel. Tell me, would you be amenable to a meeting? I wish to ascertain what manner of creature this lecherous scoundrel, whom our Xiaofei constantly mentions, truly is. Another cascade of laughter, so enchanting as to make one's bones melt, echoed from the other end of the line. A meeting? Madam, are you perhaps seeking to avenge Xiaofei and enlist someone to discipline me? Erdan inquired with trepidation. Perhaps. It remains to be seen whether you, the audacious lecher who dared to trifle with my Xiaofei, possessed the courage to meet her older sister. Another peal of laughter reverberated from the telephone. Chapter 0078 by Yuxuan Fear? Could I possibly be afraid? Being looked down upon by a woman is something Erdan cannot tolerate. Boss Bai, just tell me where to meet, and I shall come to you right away. I didn't oppose. To expect you to be quite the courageous young man. Came the playful reply from the other end of the line. I shall be waiting to meet you. After ending the call with Bai Yuxuan, Erdan immediately set out, driving his small tricycle toward the county town. The Yinbin building marked Erdan and Amp, Oppose, as second visit. The last time, He had successfully negotiated a deal for medicinal herbs with Tong Xiaofei, and he hoped this encounter would prove equally fruitful. Though Li Erdan did not raise many chickens himself, nearly 100 households in Taiyuan village kept a few, and if the Yinbin building offered a slightly higher price, he could purchase all the eggs in the village, thus securing a handsome profit. As he entered the Yinbin building, anticipation swelled within him. Not only was he eager to finalize the business deal, but he also felt an undeniable curiosity about Bai Yuxuan. Though they had never met, her enchanting voice had left a lasting impression on him, evoking a delightful shiver that suggested she must be an exceptionally beautiful woman. Upon learning that Li Erdan was there to see Bai Yuxuan, a hotel staff member promptly escorted him to the manager and Appo's office on the second floor. Knock, knock. Li Erdan adjusted his attire and rapped gently on the door. Come in. A melodious voice responded from within. As he pushed the door open, a subtle fragrance enveloped him, prompting Li Erdan to inhale deeply. My heavens, could there truly be such a captivating woman in this world? The office was modestly sized, about 30 square meters, and the decor was notably simple. At the desk sat a stunning woman, perhaps in her 30s, gazing at Li Erdan with a curious expression. Her long, golden waves cascaded over her shoulders, accentuating her thick lashes, alluring gaze, and crimson lips, each smile and glance radiating an array of charm. You must be Li Erdan, the notorious lecher spoken of by my little Fei, she remarked, rising gracefully and gliding toward him, dressed in a white, fitted dress. Her shapely legs were adorned with enticing black stockings, complemented by vibrant red high heels. With each rhythmic step, Li Erdan and Appo's heart raced. In that moment, he was certain that no woman he had ever encountered could rival the sensuality and allure of the woman before him. As she drew nearer, the intoxicating scent of Bai Yuxuan enveloped him, further quickening his pulse. Bai Yuxuan, her curiosity piqued, stood directly in front of Li Erdan, scrutinizing him from head to toe with meticulous attention. Dear sister, while I may be somewhat handsome, your gaze is quite overwhelming. Li Erdan chuckled lightly. Oh my, it seems my little Fei was right. You truly are a brazen lecher, Bai Yuxuan teased. Be careful, young man, if your eyes wander again. I might just pluck them out. The height difference between them was significant, and with Li Erdan looking down, he felt a rush of embarrassment at her playful accusation. Ahem, you jest, sister. I assure you, I have seen nothing. To mask his discomfort, Li Erdan averted his eyes. Unexpectedly, Bai Yuxuan boldly placed a hand on his shoulder. Why do you tremble, young brother? Am I truly that frightening? Her soft voice sent shivers down his spine, and her teasing gesture ignited a fire within him. Sister, if you continue to provoke me like this, you might find yourself in danger. Li Erdan felt deeply embarrassed by her audacious teasing, yet he could no longer escape the allure of her presence. Boldly allowing his eyes to roam over her figure, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Bai Yuxuan was taken aback by Li Erdan's swift reaction, amused by his newfound boldness. You are indeed an entertaining young man. No wonder my little Fei often speaks of you. However, your attempts to intimidate me are futile. I am quite fond of spirited young men, she flirted. Li Erdan swallowed hard, feeling overwhelmed by her playful banter. Manager Bai, let us discuss the matter of the free-range eggs, he suggested, seeking to shift the conversation. What a lack of romance. To bring up such mundane topics at this moment is quite disappointing, young man, she replied, her enchanting gaze sliding away from him as she returned to her chair. Mr. Li, please take a seat. Let's now discuss the egg, she said, her demeanor shifting dramatically. Li Erdan could hardly believe the transformation before him. Moments ago, she had exuded sensuality and warmth. Now, she appeared serious and cold, exuding an aura of distance. Her once inviting eyes now sparkled with shrewdness as she seamlessly transitioned from a bewitching enchantress to a shrewd businesswoman. What is it, Mr. Li? Why do you stare at me so? Are we not here to discuss the free-range eggs? Bai Yuxuan inquired, her expression now grave. Having known Tong Xiaofei since childhood, Bai Yuxuan regarded her as a sister. Recently, she had noticed significant changes in Tong Xiaofei and Appo's behavior. Frequent daydreaming, silly smiles, and the incessant mention of a certain name. often accompanied by playful insults. As someone who had experienced such feelings, Bai Yuxuan discerned that her dear sister was undoubtedly falling in love. Concerned for her naive sister's well-being, Bai Yuxuan had tested Li Erdan, and the results left her disheartened. She resolved not to allow her sister to be involved with this man, come what may. Chapter 0079. Acquisition of free-range eggs. Bai Yuxuan harbored two significant grievances against Li Erdan. Firstly, his gaze was overly lustful. As someone who had been through life's tribulations, she could perceive the insatiable greed reflected in his eyes from the moment he stepped into her office. Such a look was undeniably intrinsic to his nature, marking him as a notorious philanderer. Secondly, Li Erdan was far too ordinary, a mere peasant without any prospects. In stark contrast, Tong Xiaofei could be lauded as a paragon of excellence, destined to helm Juji Tang, with a multitude of young, accomplished suitors vying for her attention. Any one of them surpassed Li Erdan by leaps and bounds. Though Bai Yuxuan was not inherently superficial, she could not overlook the fact that if Li Erdan genuinely cared for her sister, she might disregard his humble origins. However, the current impression of this man was that of a lecherous scoundrel, and Bai Yuxuan resolved at all costs to thwart any attempts to deceive her innocent sister, Tong Xiaofei. Unbeknownst to Li Erdan, his abrupt shift in Bai Yuxuan and Appo's demeanor left him quite perplexed. It is often said that women are fickle, yet he had never encountered such a rapid transformation as Bai Yuxuan's. Nevertheless, given that she was now engaged in earnest business discussions, he was eager to comply. Should Bai Yuxuan continue her flirtations, he feared he might be unable to resist the allure of this captivating woman. Manager Bai, how many free-range eggs does your restaurant typically sell in a day? Li Erdan inquired. With this banquet hall included, I manage over a dozen such establishments within the province. Just imagine our sales volume. Bai Yuxuan proudly responded. What? Over a dozen hotels of this scale? Li Erdan gasped in astonishment. His ignorance painted him as a naive country bumpkin. Bai Yuxuan and Appo's initial impression of him was far from favorable. Had it not been for Tong Xiaofei and Appo's regard, she would have dismissed Li Erdan outright. It was essential for her to oversee matters regarding her sister, and she had little interest in accommodating Li Erdan otherwise. Now, tell me, how many free-range eggs can you provide daily? Regardless of the quantity, we will take them all, Bai Yuxuan declared with authority. All of them? That's splendid. But, may I inquire about the price you can offer, Manager Bai? Li Erdan asked, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Are you worried that our hotel would default on payment? Bai Yuxuan replied with a hint of irritation. Manager Bai, what do you mean? When conducting business, should we not engage in thorough negotiations? Even among brothers, accounts must be settled clearly, Li Erdan jested. Observing Li Erdan and Appo's petty demeanor only deepened Bai Yuxuan and Appo's disappointment. Shaking her head in disdain, she remarked, for the sake of my sister, I can offer you a slight increase in price. Let us set it at 2 yuan and 10 cents per egg. However, I must emphasize that the eggs you supply must exclusively come from home-raised free-range hens. Should you attempt to deceive me with factory-farmed eggs, do not expect me to be courteous. 2 yuan and 10 cents each. Li Erdan felt a rush of elation. The villagers and Appo's eggs could barely fetch a yuan in town, enabling him to procure them for a mere yuan each, thus yielding a profit of over 100 yuan daily. Manager Bai, you are incredibly generous. Let us finalize this arrangement. I will deliver eggs to you every afternoon, Li Erdan said, brimming with enthusiasm. Very well, let us proceed with this agreement. I wish for our collaboration to be fruitful. Bai Yuxuan courteously extended her hand for a handshake, eager to dismiss this bothersome fellow. Upon feeling Bai Yuxuan and Appo's delicate, fair hand, Li Erdan was momentarily entranced, admiring its smooth texture. Oomph. Young man, does my hand feel particularly smooth to you? Bai Yuxuan and Appo's tone turned icy, her distaste for his lecherous gaze palpable, teetering on the edge of outrage. Ahem. Manager Bai, I apologize. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Sensing his lapse in decorum, Li Erdan coughed awkwardly before hastily exiting the office. Once Li Erdan departed, Bai Yuxuan was left seething in solitude. How dare such a person even think he is worthy of my sister? I absolutely will not allow Tong Xiaofei to associate with him. Following her outburst, she retrieved her phone. Yuxuan, where did Erdan go? How did your meeting go? Came Tong Xiaofei and Appo's concerned voice from the other end. Xiaofei, associating with such a lecher will only bring you trouble. I advise you to keep your distance from this notorious philanderer, Bai Yuxuan admonished, her frustration evident. Yuxuan, hasn't he done anything to you, has he? Why do you harbor such resentment towards him? Tong Xiaofei inquired, her tone tinged with apprehension. If he dares to lay a finger on me, I assure you he won't leave Ping and Amp, Oppos, and County unscathed. Let us not discuss this philanderer any further. Let us have dinner together tonight, and I will tell you more about this rogue. Meanwhile, a buoyantly Erdan exited the banquet hall, sneezing incessantly. Achoo! Who is behind me speaking ill of me? Why am I sneezing so much? He muttered, feeling somewhat dejected. Tomorrow, he would commence deliveries of eggs to the banquet hall and needed to procure some specialized egg cartons. Fortunately, such supplies were readily available in the county, costing only a few hundred yuan. The common folk are truly joyous, he sang merrily while riding his tricycle, heading back to GL village. Attention, villagers! This is Li Erdan. From today onward, alongside goji berries, I will also be acquiring free-range eggs from every household at a price of 1 yuan per egg. If anyone has extra eggs, please bring them to my home. Just like with the goji berries, cash payments will be made. Li Erdan announced boisterously at the village committee and Amp, Oppo's microphone. 1 yuan per egg? That's an incredible price. The last time I sold in town, I barely got 70 cents each. Li Erdan is truly becoming a man of means. First, he acquired goji berries, and now he is venturing into eggs. Indeed, having someone like Li Erdan in our village is a blessing for us all. In an instant, the entirety of GL village erupted with excitement. As villagers hurried home to collect their eggs, racing to Li Erdan's house, lest they arrive too late and find he had ceased his purchases. Chapter 0080. Employing Sun Tong Tong in the home of Li Erdan, the atmosphere was bustling as villagers filled the yard, each carrying a small bamboo basket brimming with fresh eggs. Li Erdan found himself overwhelmed, despite the assistance of his parents, Li Baoku and Yang Sohua, whose faces radiated with joy. Li Baoku, you and your wife are truly fortunate to have such a capable son. Your days of hardship are finally behind you, and you can now look forward to a life of ease, remarked a villager. This is the reward for your kindness. When you adopted Erdan, the villagers labeled him a disaster. Yet look at him now. In just a few months, he has amassed a fortune, truly a treasure for you both. As the villagers showered them with praise, Li Baoku and Yang Suihua could hardly contain their delight. When I found this boy by the river, I knew he was extraordinary. I always believed he would achieve great things, and now, as you can see, my precious son is thriving, Li Baoku declared proudly. After a flurry of activity, over an hour later, Li Erdan successfully acquired more than 5,000 village eggs, a sum that would translate into over 5,000 yuan. This realization filled him with exhilaration. Erdan, here are 100 eggs, a sweet, bashful voice chimed in, interrupting his thoughts. He looked up to find Sun Tong Tong, the enchanting young lady who had first unlocked his potential. Tong Tong, you have become even more beautiful. Here is 100 yuan. Please accept it, Li Erdan exclaimed sincerely, extending the cash towards her. No, I cannot accept this money. It is a token of my father and Appo's actions towards you, she replied, hastily pushing his hand away with an apologetic expression. Recently, her father, son Changsheng, had conspired against Li Erdan, but their plans had backfired, leading to their dismissal. Tong Tong, a debt is a debt. Your father was wrong, and he has faced his consequences. The payment for these eggs is yours to keep. We are all neighbors here. Let bygones be bygones. I hold no grudge against your father. Li Erdan smiled, taking her delicate hand and placing the money firmly within it. Thank you, Erdan. Despite my father and Amp, Appo's behavior, you still repay kindness with kindness, she said, overwhelmed by gratitude. By the way, Tong Tong, since you have little to do at home, why not come here every day to help me? As you can see, my workload is increasing and my parents are getting older, struggling to keep up with the accounts. I will pay you 3,000 a month. What do you think? Li Erdan proposed. 3,000 is too much, Erdan. My friend Xiao Tsue earns only a little over 2,000 a month as a waitress in the city. Just for helping you with the accounts, it feels excessive. Sun Tong Tong countered, shaking her head. Well, waitstaff earn their wages through physical labor. As my accountant, your work is intellectual and deserves greater compensation. It's settled then. Starting tomorrow, you will work for me, Li Erdan insisted. But Erdan, I still think 3,000 is excessive. Let us agree on 2,000, she hesitated. Oh, come on. Tong Tong. People seek higher wages in jobs. Yet here you are, turning down a generous offer, laughed a nearby woman, Zhao Xiaoa, notorious for her gossip. Xiaoa, you clearly don't understand. Tong Tong is just being considerate. She is trying to save for her future husband, another woman chimed in. You too, stop prattling nonsense. Sun Changsheng has high hopes for his daughter to marry into the city and elevate their status. He would consider my Erdan, Yang Tsuehua interjected. Tsuehua, you are mistaken. Erdan is not inferior to city folk. He has shown remarkable ambition, investing heavily in the mountains. Marrying Tong Tong would be a leap upward for her father, another woman argued. The lively banter made both Li Erdan and Sun Tong Tong blush furiously, especially Tong Tong, whose face turned crimson as she fidgeted with her clothing, wishing she could vanish in the ground. Aunt Xiaoa, Anta, please stop. There is nothing between Erdan and me. I forbid you from gossiping, Sun Tong Tong said, her voice barely above a whisper. Look at how shy she is. Tong Tong, don't be ungrateful. Aunt Xiaoa is merely looking out for you. If you don't take the initiative, someone else might sweep Erdan away, and you will regret it forever, another woman teased. You're all terrible. I want to speak to you again, Sun Tong Tong retorted, unable to withstand the teasing of the older women. Clutching her basket of eggs, she fled, prompting laughter from the onlookers. Erdan, why are you still standing there? Your little lady has run off. Aren't you going to chase her? They laughed. Though Li Erdan had a thick skin, he couldn't endure their teasing any longer. Excuse me, ladies, I need to grab something from inside. He stammered before making a hasty retreat. As the villagers gradually departed, Yang Tsuehua began preparing dinner. Erdan, don't forget the fish in the tank. Clean them up. I'll make a nice sauce for dinner, she called. I know, mother. I'm on it. Li Erdan responded, leaping off the bed and heading for the fish tank. However, as he stepped outside, he was met with an infuriating scene. What are you all doing? Li Erdan shouted in anger. Chapter 81. The New Follower. The fool before the fish tank where Li Erdan raised fish. A large black dog was cradling a white cat, upon which two little hamsters were climbing. At that moment, the four companions were engrossed in fishing within the tank. Upon hearing Li Erdan shout, the black dog hurriedly hid to the side, while Demao and Ermao, in the midst of their panic, tumbled from the white cat and Appo's back. The white cat, which Li Erdan had never seen before, was frightened and took refuge behind the black dog. The sight of a dog, cat, and mice forming a family was simply delightful. Hey, Commander, you've come. The black dog approached with a fawning expression, rubbing its large head against Li Erdan and Appo's pant leg. Meanwhile, Li Erdan and Appo's gaze fell upon the white cat. To his surprise, it was an Angora cat, a true gem among felines, exceedingly popular in the domestic pet market. Commander, this is my new little brother called Fool. The black dog hastened to explain, noticing Li Erdan's interest in the cat. The original owner of Fool was an elderly man from a wealthy family, whose children were often away on business. They had purchased Fool as a companion for their father. After the old man passed away, Fool became a stray, wandering the mountains near the village. Recently, as cats feast on mice, Fool had injured many of Demao and Ermao and Appo's brethren. The two hamsters pleaded with the black dog for revenge. After lying in ambush for several days in the mountains, the black dog finally captured Fool. Recognizing Fool and Appo's intelligence, the black dog did not harm it but took it under its wing, bringing Fool down from the mountains. Oh, so that is how it is. All right, you shall stick with me from now on. As long as you serve me well, I assure you, you will not be treated poorly, Li Erdan declared after listening to the black dog and Appo's account, immediately taking in the stray cat. Thank you, Commander. Thank you for your kindness. Fool exclaimed joyfully, leaping into Erdan's embrace and playfully nudging him with its head. Fool, you certainly know how to flatter, making this mouse look down on you. Demao remarked with a pout. What do you know, mouse? This isn't flattery, it's a show of loyalty. From now on, I, Fool, shall be your right-hand companion, ready to leap into fire for you, Commander. Fool declared, thumping its chest proudly. Enough of your flattery. What are you all doing here? Are you stealing my fish? Erdan said, striding toward the fish tank. Upon peering inside, his forehead darkened with dismay. You rascals, is this your doing? Did you eat all my fish? Erdan asked, anger bubbling within him. Since he had fed the fish with the liquid from the benevolent gourd, he had initially kept a close watch on them. However, due to the business of contracting the wild mountains, he had forgotten about them. A few days prior, he had placed 5 fish in the tank, and now only one remained, the others clearly having found their way into the bellies of these animals. Commander, I can testify that those 4 fish were eaten by them. They even tried to persuade me to join them in their misdeeds. With my unwavering loyalty to you, how could I partake in such actions? Old Yellow, the cow proclaimed, approaching with a calm demeanor. Spare me, Old Yellow. You know how delicious the fish raised by our commander is. It's only because you eat grass that you couldn't join us, Ermau taunted. You little mouse, you speak nonsense. Who says I cannot eat meat? I am merely loyal to our commander, Old Yellow retorted indignantly. Enough. Stop the bickering. Erdan shouted, and the little animals fell silent. At that moment, Erdan noticed the remaining fish in the tank had grown significantly larger than when he had first raised them. Ermau, did you say this fish is exceptionally delicious? Erdan inquired. Commander, it's not just delicious. I've never tasted anything so exquisite. The black dog replied eagerly. Indeed, Commander, your fish is simply divine. My previous owner often bought fish for me, but compared to yours, it's like heaven and earth, Fool added, staring at the fish in the tank. Saliva almost dripping from its mouth. All right, this last fish cannot be given to you. If it truly tastes as good as you claim, there will be plenty more fish for you to feast on in the future, Erdan said expectantly, reaching into the tank to catch the fish. Long live the commander. Long live the commander. At the dining table, Erdan, Li Baoku, and Yang Tsawa gazed at the fish bones on the table, their expressions reflecting a sense of lingering desire. How strange, the same method, yet the taste differs so greatly, Yang Tsawa mused, examining the fish bones before her. The remaining fish, braised by Yang Tsuhua, boasted tender meat and fragrant flavors that captivated the entire family. Meanwhile, Erdan wore an expression of uncontainable joy. He was now certain that the liquid from the benevolent gourd was immensely beneficial for the animals. The deliciousness of this fish stemmed solely from its consumption of that liquid, having nothing to do with his mother and Appo's culinary skills. If this were indeed true, he would strike it rich. Father, mother, I'm done eating. I'm heading back to my room, Erdan declared, eagerly retreating to his room. After shutting the door, he hastily untied the gourd from his chest. However, to his disappointment, there was no trace of that foul liquid inside. It had only manifested twice, but Erdan had no clue how to produce it again. After a night of frustration spent studying the benevolent gourd, Erdan tried every method he could think of, yet the mysterious liquid refused to flow forth. A vexing night passed, and the next morning, Erdan began loading up to deliver eggs to the banquet hall in the county. Upon arriving at the banquet hall, Erdan had hoped to find a chance to meet Bai Yuxuan, but unfortunately, she was not present. The hotel's procurement staff settled the accounts with him, and he made over 5,000 in profits, quite a bountiful harvest. If he maintained such gains, in about a week his assets would surpass 200,000. With money in hand, he could consider purchasing goji seedling. Though he couldn't afford goji seedlings just yet, he could certainly buy some chicks with his current funds. Ever since Old Yellow had suggested the idea of raising livestock, Erdan had been scouring the internet for information on breeding farms. He had already contacted a breeding farm in the county and decided to return home with 5,000 chicks today. Chapter 82. The snake shows no respect. Acquiring the chicks proceeded remarkably smoothly. Each chick cost less than 2 yuan, and securing 5,000 of them amounted to less than 10,000 yuan. Erdan, why do you purchase so many chicks? Where shall we house them? Yang Tsuehua questioned. Her brow furrowed upon seeing Erdan return with such a considerable number of chicks. Rest assured, mother, I have contracted a vast expanse of forest land. Where would I lack space to rear these chicks? This initial batch of 5,000 is merely a preliminary investment. I intend to procure even more in the future. Erdan replied with a smile. What? Erdan, have you lost your mind? Show me your forehead, Yang Tsuehua exclaimed. Her face etched with worry as she reached out to touch his forehead. Mother, what are you doing? I'm perfectly fine and not speaking nonsense, Erdan chuckled. You claim you're not speaking nonsense, yet you know very well the dangers that lurk in our mountains. Mice, snakes, weasels, and foxes abound. Sending these chicks into the mountains would only serve as fodder for those beasts, and you dare insist you're not speaking foolishly? Yang Tsuehua retorted. Fear not, mother. If I were unable to handle those beasts, I would not have purchased these chicks. Besides, you may not realize that these chicks will feed on the insects and seeds in the mountains. They will grow without requiring any feed, significantly reducing my costs. Erdan answered with a smile. Of course, Erdan could not disclose to his mother that he was now the king of beasts, ruling over all sentient creatures, a concept too mystical for anyone to accept. After much persuasion, he finally managed to convince his mother to cease her objections. However, instead of sending the chicks directly into the mountains, Erdan first summoned his numerous subordinates. Heizi, in the past few days, how many sentient chickens have you found in the village? Erdan inquired, having made thorough preparations since deciding to raise the chicks. He had dispatched various animals, including the big black dog and a parrot, to gather information. Commander, rest assured, I have located 5 sentient chickens in the village. They have heard of your unparalleled talents as the supreme beast king and are eager to serve you. If you visit their homes and offer a high price, they will gladly come under your command, the big black dog reported. Excellent work, Heizi. I will duly commend you for your efforts, Erdan said, nodding before turning to the other animals. Commander, I have alerted all the birds, particularly the predatory birds like eagles. They are aware that you are raising chickens on the mountain and have pledged not to harm them. They also wish to assist you in guarding your flock. The parrot added, Well done, parrot. Inform your subordinates that I will not neglect them. As long as they serve me faithfully, I will ensure they have ample provisions. Erdan assured, thumping his chest. I will express my gratitude on behalf of my brethren. The parrot responded joyfully. At that moment, Erdan noticed that the 2 hamsters, Demao and Ermao, along with the cat, were looking despondent. What troubles you? Erdan asked, his brow furrowing. Commander, the weasels and foxes in the mountains have shown some respect, acknowledging your intent to rear chickens and pledging not to disturb your property. However, the snakes are as obstinate as stones in a cesspool. When Ermao and I approached them, they not only refused to yield, but nearly made us their meal. If not for the cat accompanying us, we would have been consumed. Demao lamented. How dare they disrespect me and threaten my subordinates? Lead me to them. I shall confront these vile snakes. Erdan declared, his anger igniting. Commander, your personal involvement is outstanding. I look forward to seeing how those snakes behave now. Demao and Ermao exclaimed, their spirits lifted. Having grown up in the mountains, Erdan was well acquainted with snakes. Before ascending the mountain, he had gathered sulfur, vinegar, and alcohol, substances that snakes detest. Parrot, immediately summon all the eagles in the mountains to patrol the skies. Should they encounter the enemy, they are to eliminate them without hesitation. Cat, you have spent considerable time in the mountains. The foxes and weasels are adept at hunting snakes. Inform them that should they assist me in dealing with the snakes, I will ensure they are well rewarded, Erdan commanded. As soon as his orders were issued, Ermao piped up, Commander, I know a hedgehog king in the mountains. Hedgehogs are natural enemies of snakes. Should I enlist their help? Ermao, is that a foolish question? The more assistance we have, the better. Go and contact the hedgehog king immediately, Erdan instructed. Understood. I shall take care of it right away. Ermao replied excitedly. Demao, inform all the brethren in the mountains to conduct thorough reconnaissance and locate the snake's lair. I intend to eradicate them entirely, Erdan commanded. After issuing his orders, he glanced at the time on his phone. Prepare to set out. We shall convene in the mountains at 2:00 amp. Amp, Oppos, clock sharp. With the tasks assigned, Demao and Ermao departed, leaving Erdan with some time to spare. Hey, let an Oppos. Let's procure those 5 chickens now. Additionally, I trust you have recruited several reliable subordinates in the village. Select a few trustworthy ones. I shall purchase them as well. The defense of the mountain will be entrusted to you, Erdan said. Commander, you can rest assured that I will fulfill your orders, the big black dog replied earnestly. Over the next hour, Erdan, accompanied by the big black dog, roamed the homes of the villagers with a singular purpose, to acquire their sentient chickens and dogs. In this world, there is nothing that money cannot accomplish. Initially, some villagers were resistant upon learning of Erdan's intent to buy their dogs and chickens. However, he swiftly wielded his trump card. 50, will you sell? If not, 100. If still not, 200. Name your price, and I will pay. Ultimately, Erdan achieved his goal, successfully purchasing 10 dogs and 5 remarkably sentient roosters. He placed great importance on the 5 roosters, as they would oversee the chickens he intended to raise in the mountains. With all preparations complete, the time approached 2:00 and Amp, Oppos, clock. Hey, lead your brothers ahead. Today, I will take action against those foul snakes and set an example to deter any future challengers who dare defy me, Erdan proclaimed. Chapter 0083. The campaign against the serpents. The large black dog led a group of village mutts, forging a path ahead, while Erdan followed closely behind, marching robustly into the back mountains of the village. All assembled, greet the commander. A large parrot perched atop a towering tree exclaimed loudly. Beneath the parrot, numerous formations were densely arranged. The foremost formation was commanded by Damao and Ermao, leading hundreds of hamsters. Behind them lay a formation of hedgehogs, followed by a line of weasels and foxes, constituting the third formation. At the rear, an aerial squadron of owls and eagles stood vigilant. Comrades, greetings. Erdan, with his hands clasped behind his back, surveyed the vast assembly of animals and was suddenly filled with the exhilarating sensation of commanding a grand army, feeling akin to a general leading thousands into battle. Commander, the various animal formations chorused. You have worked hard, Commander, the leader of the hedgehogs replied. Indeed, it is the commander who endures the greater toil. Erdan chuckled heartily. I am truly delighted to see all of you. First, I extend a warm welcome to the hedgehogs, weasels, and foxes, our new members. I make no grand promises, as long as you work diligently alongside me. I assure you a future of abundant rewards. As soon as Erdan concluded his speech, a hedgehog, a fox, and a weasel, each the leader of their respective squads, stepped forward. Rest assured, Commander, we shall be your loyal vanguard, ready to serve you at a moment. And Amp, Oppos, notice, the fox declared. Very well. I shall not engage in idle chatter. I trust you all understand the purpose of my summons. A vile band of serpents has taken residence upon the mountain, bullying our hamster brethren with their venomous threats. Therefore, I have resolved to assemble this righteous force to confront these serpents. Erdan and Oppos' impassioned rallying call was met with enthusiastic cheers from the assembled animals. Invincible in battle, we shall denounce the vile serpents. Damao, Ermao, how fares your reconnaissance? Have you located the lair of these serpents? Erdan inquired. Commander, rest assured, all reconnaissance is complete. We await your command to strike at these serpents. Damao replied with excitement. All listen to my orders. Upon reaching the serpents and Oppos' lair, I will employ smoke to force them out into the open. Hedgehog Battalion, as the vanguard of this campaign, I charge you to hold the serpents' den and pierce them with your quills. Weasels and foxes, you shall flank the hedgehogs. When the serpents are driven into a panic by your initial assault, deliver the fatal blow. Eagles and owls, take your positions in the trees. Should any escape, leverage your aerial advantage and ensure none elude capture. Is that understood? With a meticulously crafted battle plan in place, the resolute army, guided by the hamsters and Oppos' scouts, advanced directly towards the serpents and Oppos' lair. Commander, this is the den of the vile serpents. A small hamster pointed at an opening the size of a child and Oppos' arm. Today, let these serpents learn the might of their commander. Erdan scoffed, gathering dry twigs, dousing them in alcohol, and igniting them. He then poured all the wine he had brought into the serpent's den, igniting a fiery inferno that sent thick smoke billowing. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Time was of the essence. Several serpents swiftly slithered out from the entrance. 1, 2, 3, the number rapidly multiplying. Perhaps blinded by the smoke, they emerged in a disoriented state, only to be met by the frenzied hedgehog battalion, who viewed their natural enemy with unbridled animosity. Charge! Roared the hedgehog king, leading the charge against the serpents. It was only then that the serpents realized they were ambushed. They're an amp, oppos, an ambush. Run for your lives. In utter chaos, the serpents began to flee, but more than half found themselves ensnared by the hedgehog's formidable quills. Yet, a significant portion managed to escape the encirclement, but before they could rejoice, the weasels and foxes surged forward, swift and lethal, swiftly decimating the remaining serpents. Just then, the aerial forces struck. Eagles and owls dove from the sky, overwhelming the serpents with their coordinated assault. By the end of the encounter, hundreds of serpents lay lifeless, the air thick with the scent of blood. It was a complete rout. These once dominant serpents could never have anticipated their own demise. We surrender. Spare us. A serpent as thick as a child in amp, oppos, arm, cried out in desperation. This serpent was the king of the forest, aged and powerful, with most of the slain serpents being its offspring. Please, Commander, have mercy. We beg for your forgiveness, the mighty serpent pleaded. Stop. All of you, cease fighting. Erdan commanded, and at once, all combatants halted. So, the once arrogant serpent finds itself in a tight spot. Were you not so boastful? Did you not threaten to end my life? Damao taunted. Commander, this serpent is the king of the forest. Just days ago, I and Damao sought to negotiate, and it nearly devoured us instead. Mao seethed. You, the king of the forest, rumored to be fierce. How is it you now cower? Erdan smirked. I am in the wrong, Commander. Spare us, I implore you. All my transgressions stem from my folly. I shall never oppose you again. From this day forth, the serpents of the forest will obey your every command, the serpent begged. Had you known this day would come, you might have acted differently. I shall spare your lives today, but take this lesson to heart. Should such insolence arise again, I will ensure not a single serpent remains, Erdan warned sternly. Indeed, Commander, we shall never defy you again, the serpent replied respectfully. Listen well, my brethren. Those serpents we have slain shall serve as a feast for your valor. As for those who remain, they have surrendered and shall be granted their lives. With Erdan's proclamation, the hedgehogs and weasels erupted in jubilation, rushing to claim the spoils of the vanquished serpents. Chapter 0084. Subduing the serpent as the great python witnessed its offspring and descendants becoming prey. Regret consumed it at that moment. After this battle, its progeny had diminished by at least half, resulting in a substantial loss. How does it feel, great python? The taste is surely bitter. This is the fate that befalls those who oppose our commander. Should you dare to defy him again, your fortune today will be a mere memory, and your end will mirror that of your unfortunate progeny. The mouse swaggered before the great python. Do you know who I am? I am the foremost general under the command of the leader, a trusted confidant of the commander himself. From now on, I shall monitor your every move. Should you entertain any nefarious intentions, your fate will be identical to that of your offspring. Damao boasted. In days past, a mouse like Damao, rotund and brash, would have been devoured in one gulp by the great python, treated as a delectable morsel. Yet now the python lacked the audacity to act. You are right, Damao. It is I who was blind to oppose the commander. Henceforth, I, the great python, shall be your loyal subordinate, vowing unwavering allegiance to the commander and obedience to your commands. The python spoke with deference. It seems you have some sense. Accompany me as we patrol. Our commander is about to release several thousand chicks into the mountains, and the security of these chicks will henceforth rest in your slithering hands, you foolish serpent. Damao declared, climbing atop the python and oppos' head. Ere Mao approached, eager to ride the great python. Never did we dream of such a privilege, thanks to our commander. Gulme, experience the thrill of riding a great python. Damao laugid iarchiri. Haha, I wish to ride too. The parrot flapped its wings and landed directly on the python's back. "Count me in." The little sparrow, along with a few other birds, eagerly joined in, hopping onto the python. Before long, over a dozen small creatures had climbed aboard the great python. In that moment, the python felt a pang of sorrow. Once the ruler of the forest, it now found itself a mere steed for a gaggle of small animals. Amidst laughter and merriment, a most astonishing sight unfolded in the forest. A 3-meter-long great python, adorned with a multitude of small creatures, slithering through the woods. With this, all hazards in the mountains had been eliminated, paving the way for the chicks to be taken up the mountain. Just as Erdan was preparing to descend and release the chicks into the depths of the mountain, he received a phone call. "Hello, Mr. Lee. This is Phone the carpenter from the town. The tables and chairs you requested are all completed. Would you be able to come by and collect them so quickly?" "Master Phone, please wait at home. I will be there shortly." Erdan had ordered 20 sets of tables and chairs, all destined for the village in Appos, as primary school. A few days prior, Erdan had fortuitously encountered the beautiful teaching volunteer, Song Yuqin. At that time, she sought the help of Xie Laoku and his son to repair the school's furniture, only to discover that they had ulterior motives regarding her. Unless she agreed to date Xie Bao, the father and son duo would not assist her. Upon hearing this, Erdan was filled with fury and vowed to Song Yuqin that he would take care of the school's tables and chairs himself. Upon returning home, he set aside the task of releasing the chicks and rode his tricycle straight to the town. Initially, he thought he could transport all 20 sets in one trip, but the rugged mountain roads of Gaoyao village were impassable by large vehicles. Thus, Erdan made 4 trips on his tricycle to deliver the furniture to the village school. To achieve prosperity, one must first repair the roads. I, Erdan, am determined to improve this dilapidated path. Otherwise, Gaoyao village shall forever remain impoverished, he resolved to himself. "Brotherly, I cannot thank you enough. You have resolved a significant issue for the school. The children in the village will now have brand new desks. On behalf of all the village children, I extend my gratitude to you." Song Yuqin, visibly excited, grasped Erdan and Appos' hand. At that moment, Erdan suddenly felt a chill sweep through his chest, radiating throughout his body. This sensation was all too familiar. He quickly reached for the Xianshan gourd resting against his chest and eagerly opened it, releasing a pungent aroma into the air. "Brotherly, what do you have in your hand? That odor is unbearable. You should throw it away." Song Yuqin, a girl of impeccable cleanliness, wrinkled her brow at the foul smell. "Throw it away?" At that moment, Erdan gazed at the amber liquid within the gourd as if it were an invaluable treasure, his heart racing with excitement. "Teacher Song, you have no idea. This is a precious item. It cannot be discarded," Erdan exclaimed joyously, carefully closing the gourd. As he sealed it, the unpleasant odor vanished instantly. "Brotherly, I truly appreciate your help. You look quite exhausted from your efforts. Allow me to wipe your sweat," Song Yuqin said, pulling out a handkerchief and stepping closer to gently dab Erdan and Appos' forehead. Gulp. Erdan swallowed hard. Song Yuqin was undeniably beautiful, her figure graceful, eyebrows elegantly arched, and lips like cherries. Especially exuding an air of refined femininity, she captivated any man who beheld her. Now, with such proximity, inhaling her unique fragrance, Erdan, still inexperienced, felt an overwhelming rush of excitement. Noticing the change in Erdan's demeanor, a curious Song Yuqin glanced up at him. "Brotherly, why do you gaze at me so?" she asked, but then suddenly lowered her head, realizing what he was staring at. "Ah," Song Yuqin gasped, then quickly crossed her arms over her chest, her fair face flushing crimson as she turned and dashed into the classroom. "Teacher Song, I truly saw nothing," Erdan stammered, feeling a twinge of guilt as he spoke, his confidence wavering. "Brotherly, if you have nothing else, perhaps you should leave now," came Song Yuqin and Appos' shy voice from inside the classroom. "Very well, Teacher Song. I shall take my leave. You carry on with your work." With a hint of guilt, Erdan bid farewell and hurriedly exited the school. After returning home, Erdan's mind lingered on Song Yuqin and Appos' enchanting figure, particularly the unforgettable allure that left him feeling heated all over. Oh, right. Li Erdan suddenly recalled the Xianshan gourd resting against his chest and quickly retrieved it. With meticulous care, I opened the gourd of benevolence, and a pungent aroma immediately wafted out. Gazing at the amber liquid within, Li Erdan felt a surge of excitement. Erdan, supper and amp, Appos, it's almost ready. Where you rushing off to? Yang Tsuehua called out, noticing Li Erdan hurrying out with a fishing net. Mom, I'm going to catch some fish. You and Dad eat first, Li Erdan replied. Soon, Li Erdan arrived at the river in front of Gala village and began casting his net. To his dismay, he came up empty-handed after a dozen attempts. Damn it, what's wrong today? Why am I so unlucky? Can't even catch a single fish, he muttered, casting the net once more. This time, as he hauled the net in, Li Erdan fronat. Still no fish, but he caught a net full of small river crabs. River crabs were familiar to Li Erdan. Mature crabs, especially the females, fetched a high price in the market, reaching tens of yuan per kilogram. The liquid in the gourd of benevolence has an effect on fish. I wonder if it works on river crabs too? Li Erdan mused. River crabs had a higher market value than fish. If the gourd of benevolence's liquid worked on them, he could earn even more money. With this thought, Li Erdan decided to experiment. This net yielded hundreds of crabs, and he eagerly returned home with his catch. There were too many crabs for the fish tank, so Li Erdan dug a large pond in his backyard. He lined it with plastic sheeting, filled it with water, and released the crabs into their new habitat. The task took several hours, but Li Erdan was energized and felt no fatigue. Once all the crabs were in the pond, he opened the gourd of benevolence with anticipation. As the amber liquid poured into the pond, it instantly transformed into a network of golden threads. In an instant, the crabs in the pond erupted into a frenzy, vying for the golden threads floating on the surface. Seeing this, Li Erdan was delighted. The crab's behavior mirrored that of the crucian carp from days before. The crucian carp had thrived and developed exquisite flavor after consuming the golden threads. He hoped the crabs would follow suit. If his hypothesis proved correct, he would strike it rich. In high spirits, Li Erdan waited until the crabs had devoured all the golden threads before retiring to bed. However, lying in bed, Li Erdan found it difficult to sleep due to his excitement. He fiddled with the gourd of benevolence. If, as he suspected, any animal that consumed the liquid from the gourd would grow rapidly and develop succulent flesh, he would need a large supply of the liquid. But the liquid didn't Appos, appear on demand. What if it stopped appearing altogether? This prospect caused Li Erdan a headache. Li Erdan began to meticulously recall the circumstances under which the liquid had appeared in the gourd. The first time was in the county town when he had saved an elderly woman suffering a heart attack. The second time was when he was pretending to be Tong Xiaofei and Appos, S boyfriend, and happened to rescue Tong Jiuji and Appos, S neighbor, from food poisoning. The mysterious liquid appeared in the gourd of benevolence once more. The third time was today when he donated 20 sets of desks and chairs to the village's elementary school. Benevolence, benevolence. Suddenly, Li Erdan seemed to grasp something. The three events shared a common trait. He had performed acts of kindness. Could it be that the gourd of benevolence rewards me whenever I do good deeds? With this thought, Li Erdan stared at the characters for benevolence on the gourd, feeling a surge of excitement. If this were the case, he would no longer have to worry about the liquid and Appos, as scarcity. The more Li Erdan pondered, the more convinced he became that his conjecture was correct. If it weren't in Appos, the dead of night, he would have rushed out to perform some good deeds. But performing good deeds at this hour would surely lead the villagers to mistake him for a lunatic. Although Li Erdan was eager to embark on a mission of benevolence, he restrained himself and decided to sleep. Early the next morning, Li Erdan arose from bed. Benevolence, good deeds, what can I do? After pondering for a while, Li Erdan suddenly remembered that when he had delivered the desks and chairs to the village elementary school, he had noticed that one of the doors was in a state of disrepair. That's it. I'll help repair the doors and windows of the village elementary school. With this thought, Li Erdan retrieved a hammer, a saw, and 2 planks of wood from his shed. These planks were leftovers from when he had bought old Xia and Appos as cabinet. Li Erdan had bought old Xia and Appos as cabinet for the antique bronze mirror on it. He had smashed the cabinet and Appos S top, claiming he would burn it for firewood. But Li Baoku had seen that the surrounding boards were of good quality, made of fine rosewood, and had been reluctant to destroy them all. Perfect. I and Oppos. LL used these two planks to repair the doors and windows of the village elementary school. I and Oppos. LL be helping old Sia accumulate some merit. Although Lee Erdan wasn't an amp, Oppos, TA professional carpenter, he was capable of small repair jobs. Arriving at the village elementary school, he found the gate locked due to the early hour. But this didn't deter Lee Erdan. He slipped his tools through the gate and scaled the wall into the schoolyard. Once inside, Lee Erdan went straight to the dilapidated door he had seen the day before and began working. Just as Lee Erdan reached out, he heard footsteps behind him and couldn't help but turn around. But the sight that greeted him made him jump back in alarm. A wooden stick was descending directly upon his head. Reacting quickly, Lee Erdan dodged, but the stick still struck his shoulder. Ouch! Lee Erdan cried out. I'll beat you to death, you ghost. Scaring me. I'll beat you to death. Having been struck, Lee Erdan couldn't allow the assault to continue. Only then did Lee Erdan recognize his attacker. It was Song Yuqin, the beautiful volunteer teacher, wielding the wooden stick. Her face was pale. Her eyes were shadowed by dark circles, and she was trembling, swinging the stick wildly with her eyes closed. Teacher Song, what an Oppos. S wrong? Don and Oppos. T be afraid, it and Oppos. S Lee Erdan. Open your eyes and look at me, it and Oppos. S Lee Erdan. Lee Erdan grabbed Song Yuqin and Oppos' shoulders and shook her gently after wresting the stick from her grasp. Lee Erdan? Song Yuqin, her eyes closed and body trembling, tentatively opened her eyes. Upon seeing Lee Erdan before her, she burst into tears and threw herself into his arms. Brother Lee, there's a ghost in this school. It's terrifying me. I want to go home. I can't work here anymore. Such a delicate beauty, throwing herself into his embrace, flustered Lee Erdan. He didn't know where to put his hands. Teacher Song, don't be afraid. They're in amp. Oppos. There's no such thing as ghosts in this world. Even if there were, with me, Lee Erdan, here, you have nothing to fear, Lee Erdan reassured her. Lowering his gaze upon the frail and pitiful Song Yuqin, whose body trembled incessantly, Lee Erdan felt a surge of compassion swelling within him. He opened his arms wide, enveloping Song Yuqin in a warm embrace, gently caressing her back with one hand. Meanwhile, as he sought to comfort her, a furrow of concern creased his brow, pondering the adversities that had befallen her. Outside the school gates, an indignant voice echoed. Lee Erdan, you scoundrel, what are you doing? How dare you bully Teacher Song? I shall not let you off easily. Chapter 0086. Wronged. Peering outside the door, one could see a graceful figure nimbly vaulting over the wall, storming towards Lee Erdan and Song Yuqin. The individual was none other than Ji Sinyu, the newly elected village chief. Upon waking that morning, Ji Sinyu had heard that Lee Erdan had purchased 5,000 chicks with the intention of releasing them into the mountains. This news had sparked a flurry of gossip throughout the village, as the mountains were teeming with predators. Mice, weasels, owls, eagles, and foxes, to name a few. Lee Erdan and Oppos' actions were deemed reckless. The chicks, being frail and vulnerable, would undoubtedly become fodder for these numerous foes within a week, as the villagers would say. Having graduated from an agricultural university, Ji Sinyu wholeheartedly supported Lee Erdan and Oppos' venture into poultry farming. However, sending the chicks in the mountains was undeniably foolish. Consequently, upon hearing the news, she promptly made her way to Lee Erdan and Oppos' home to persuade him against such a decision. After learning from Lee Erdan and Oppos' mother, Yang Tsua, that he was at the village primary school, she followed him there, only to find Song Yuqin sobbing in his embrace. Lee Erdan, you scoundrel, I'll make you pay for this. Ji Sinyu, furious, held deep respect for Song Yuqin, the young woman volunteering to teach in the village. In just a few days, they had formed a bond akin to that of sisters. Witnessing her friend being wronged ignited her anger. Village chief, you can Oppos. T just hit people. Let me explain. I truly did not bully Teacher Song, Lee Erdan replied, feeling quite dejected. At that moment, Song Yuqin managed to extricate herself from Lee Erdan and Oppos' arms. Her mind clearing somewhat, she saw Ji Sinyu, now resembling a furious tigress, relentlessly confronting him, and quickly intervened. Sister Ji, you and Oppos. Misunderstood. Brotherly did not bully me. Did not bully you? Ji Sinyu paused, momentarily taken aback. Did you hear that? You are behaving like a shrew, falsely accusing me without understanding the situation. Li Erdan retorted, his frustration evident. Be quiet. Yuqin, you need not fear this rogue. If he did not bully you, then why were you crying? Did he threaten you? Tell me, and I shall support you. Ji Xinyu declared with righteous indignation. Sister, brotherly truly did not bully me. I was crying because I was frightened by a ghost. The school is haunted at night, Song Yuqin admitted, a tremor in her voice. Haunted? Both Li Erdan and Ji Xinyu furrowed their brows in unison. Yuqin, you are an educated individual. How can you believe in such superstitions? There are no ghosts in this world, Ji Xinyu argued. I used to think that way as well. But last night, I truly saw a ghost. It made the most chilling sounds, lingering outside my window all night, and I was nearly terrified to death, Song Yuqin recounted. Still shaken. Since her arrival in Gaia village, Song Yuqin had resided in a vacant room at the school. Initially, she felt a bit apprehensive living alone. But as days passed without incident, her fear subsided. However, last night, something dreadful transpired. For the next few minutes, she vividly recounted the entire ordeal of her ghostly encounter to Li Erdan and Ji Xinyu. Could it be true that ghosts exist? Both Li Erdan and Ji Xinyu found it hard to believe, yet Song Yuqin appeared sincere, which troubled them. Sister Ji, I cannot continue as a volunteer teacher. I will pack my things and go home. It is simply too terrifying, Song Yuqin trembled. You cannot leave, sister. What will happen to the children without a teacher? Will you let them suffer the consequences of not being able to attend school? Ji Xinyu pleaded earnestly. But Sister Ji, there's a ghost in the house. I was so frightened last night that I couldn't sleep at all. I truly cannot stay here any longer, Song Yuqin cried. Sister, there cannot possibly be ghosts in this world. It is all futile superstition. If I am correct, what you saw was not a ghost but someone playing tricks. Ji Xinyu stated, her gaze shifting to Li Erdan. I say, village chief, if you think someone is playing tricks, why are you looking at me? Do you suspect that I am the one scaring Teacher Song? Li Erdan exclaimed, a look of indignation on his face. Li Erdan, if you claim it wasn't in damp, oppose. To you. Then let me ask, what are you doing at the village primary school so early this morning? I saw you cradling Sister Yuqin earlier, looking quite content. Did you not enjoy being with such a lovely lady? Ji Xinyu remarked, dripping with sarcasm. Sister, what nonsense are you spouting? Upon hearing Ji Xinyu and Appo's words, Song Yuqin recalled her earlier moment with Li Erdan, her cheeks flushing crimson. Yuqin, hold your tongue for a moment and let me analyze this. It is clear that this rogue frightened you last night. Consider the time. It was barely 5 o'clock when he appeared here. Surely, he aimed to take advantage of the situation. Pretending to be a hero to win your favor, Ji Xinyu continued, her words causing Song Yuqin to ponder deeply, recalling Li Erdan and Appo's lecherous gaze from the previous day. As she reflected on this, Song Yuqin and Appo's expression hardened, her anger directed towards Li Erdan. Teacher Song, you cannot possibly believe her wild tales. Village chief, your imagination is simply too vivid. You are unfit for the role of village chief. Such creativity would serve you better as a detective, Li Erdan retorted, exasperation evident on his face. My early arrival today was simply due to the severely damaged door. I came to make repairs. Look at these tools, a hammer, a saw, and some wood, all prepared for mending the door and windows. Li Erdan protested, his frustration palpable. Quite the preparation indeed. Who are you trying to fool? You have been back in the village for nearly a month, yet you have not once shown any inclination to do good deeds. Now that Sister Yuqin has encountered a ghost, you suddenly appear as a do-gooder. I did not realize you had such cunning. Ji Xinyu scoffed. You are slandering me. Which of your eyes saw me playing tricks? Li Erdan trembled with anger. Having been wronged before, spending 3 years in prison due to a false accusation, he despised being unjustly blamed. Li Erdan, if you wish to prove your innocence, it is not impossible. Simply find the individual who is playing tricks, and that will vindicate you. At that point, I shall publicly apologize to you. Ji Xinyu concluded, a glimmer of cunning flashing in her eyes. Chapter 0087. Releasing chickens on the mountain. Very well, from this evening onward, I shall accompany Teacher Song. Regardless of whether the ghost is real or feigned, I will unearth it. I await your apology, declared Li Erdan, filled with indignation. With a dismissive shove, he nearly toppled Ji Sinu. Do not linger here and hinder my repairs. After his irritated retort, Erdan ignored Ji Sinu and set about mending the doors and windows by himself. Over an hour later, having completed the extensive repairs, a refreshing sensation surged from his heart, filling Erdan with a sudden exhilaration, having released a pent-up frustration. Indeed, as I suspected, whenever I perform good deeds, that mysterious liquid appears in the benevolent gourd. Eagerly, he opened the gourd, and, as anticipated, a small quantity of the enigmatic liquid was present, albeit less than usual. It still filled him with delight. Brotherly, you've been working hard. Have some water. Ji Sinu and Song Yuqin had remained nearby during Erdan's labor, yet he showed little interest in conversing with the two women. Water is unnecessary. I, a deceitful rogue, do not deserve teacher Song and Appo's as concern. The repairs are done, and I shall no longer intrude. Erdan scoffed, casting a fierce glare at Ji Sinu before gathering his tools and departing without a backward glance. Watching Erdan's retreating figure, Song Yuqin, holding water, felt a tumult of emotions. Sister Ji, I believe Erdan is not a bad person. Have we wronged him? She inquired. It seems Erdan holds grudges. There is something intriguing about him. Ji Sinu chuckled. Sister Ji, I'm asking you seriously. Do you truly believe it was Brotherly who was trying to scare me? Song Yuqin pressed. Of course not. If he were that shameless, would I have promoted him to be our village's deputy leader? Ji Sinu replied with a smile. Sister Ji, since you know it wasn't Brotherly, then your earlier words must have hurt his feelings. Song Yuqin retorted, her voice tinged with anger. My dear Yuqin, you've only known Erdan for a few days, and you're already calling him Brotherly so affectionately. It's rather sentimental, don't you think? You even threw yourself into his arms earlier. Have you perhaps developed feelings for him? Yuqin teased. Sister Ji, what nonsense are you speaking? If you keep this up, I won't talk to you anymore. Song Yuqin said, her cheeks flushed. Foolish girl, I'm not wronging Erdan. This is for your own good. If there truly were a ghost, could we two fragile women capture it? Dragging Erdan into this is simply to have him work a bit harder tonight to help you catch the specter that has been frightening you. Ji Sinu explained with a smile. Sister Ji, you're truly incorrigible, Song Yuqin remarked. Does my dear Yuqin feel pity for her little admirer? Ji Sinu continued to tease. Sister Ji, what are you babbling about? I have no connection to Brotherly. He has ignored me. Song Yuqin, blushing furiously, dashed back to her room. Meanwhile, Erdan, having discovered the method to obtain the liquid from the benevolent gourd, skipped joyfully back home. Upon entering the courtyard, he saw his mother, Yang Tsuehua, feeding the chicks in the cage with cornmeal. Mother, you needn't feed them anymore. I shall take them up the mountain, he said, having been preoccupied with the chicks since their purchase yesterday. Erdan, are you certain about sending these chicks up the mountain? No one in our village supports your method of raising them. With so many wild beasts in the mountains, if they were all eaten, wouldn't that be a significant loss? Yang Tsuehua cautioned. It's better if we keep them here. Mother, don't listen to the village gossip. These chicks will thrive in the mountains, feeding on insects and grass seeds. Keeping them at home would require us to purchase so much feed. Erdan replied cheerfully as he loaded the cage onto the tricycle, preparing to take the chicks into the mountains. In a small place like Galia village, news travels fast. As soon as it was known Erdan was taking the chicks up the mountain, villagers flocked to the foot of the hill to witness the spectacle. Look at Erdan, now that he has a bit of money. He acting all high and mighty. Sending such small chicks up the mountain? Just waiting to lose his investment, sneered Elder Xie, a figure in the crowd. Let the wild beasts eat them all. That would be delightful. This kid has gotten a bit too proud. He'll surely stumble soon, remarked Sun Chongsheng with a pipe in his mouth. Since the last forest incident, Sun Chongsheng's standing in the village had plummeted, and even his position as village director was stripped away. Having been a village leader for a lifetime, he felt deeply unsettled by this change and attributed it all to Erdan, harboring a strong resentment towards him. Old village chief, I actually believe it would be best if Erdan manages to keep these chicks alive. Let him become even more arrogant and oblivious. Elder Xie said with a cold smile. Xie, what nonsense are you spouting? If Erdan manages to raise these chicks successfully, his pride will soar, and he won't regard the elders of our village any longer. Sun Chongqing scolded. Old chief, you're missing the point. I've heard that Erdan has bought over 5,000 chicks. He'll surely need to watch over them in the mountains. If he wants to keep an eye on them, he'll have to build a shelter. Otherwise, where will he stay? Once he starts to see the forest as an eyesore, knowing his temperament, he'll undoubtedly chop down the trees that hinder him. When Erdan grows too proud and begins to fell trees, we'll report him to the forestry bureau in the town. Then, he'll face the consequences. Elder Xie sneered. Your schemes are plentiful. Xie, you handle this matter. Keep a close watch on him. If that Erdan harms a single tree in the mountains, make sure to note it down meticulously. How could a former convict like him be made a deputy village leader, especially at such a young age? Sun Chongqing scoffed. Rest assured, old chief, the higher he flies, the harder he will fall. A mere boy will never rival us. Two seasoned villagers, Elder Xie said, and together, the two men erupted into gleeful laughter. Chapter 0088. Ghost hunting. At this moment, Erdan was blissfully unaware that Xie Laoku and Sun Chongsheng were scheming against him, orchestrating a band of spirited roosters to lead a gaggle of chicks up the mountain. These chicks, having just hatched from their shells and been confined in a cage, burst forth with enthusiasm, scurrying about in excitement. What on earth are you doing, Erdan? This is sheer nonsense. A voice called out from the crowd, and Ji Xinyu rushed forward in a flurry. Upon seeing her, Erdan's mood soured instantly. Dear village head, are you meddling a bit too much? This wasteland has been entrusted to me, and I believe I should have the final say in my own endeavors, he retorted with a cold smirk. Erdan, do not be a fool, biting the hand that feeds you. Do you not realize what you are doing? These chicks lack the means to survive. Sending them into this desolate mountain is akin to offering innocent lives as prey to wild beasts. Trust me, I graduated from Agricultural University and specialized in poultry studies. I can teach you the proper way to raise them. Your current approach is nothing short of a waste of money, Ji Xinyu implored with genuine concern. Oh, look at that. Even a convict like me has the esteemed village head worrying about me. But I and Oppose, am afraid it's quite pointless. For I am as stubborn as a mule. The more you say I shouldn't tea, the more I will do it. As for your notion of wasting money, you are not my wife. You need not concern yourself. It's just a loss of a few thousand yuan. I, Erdan, am not short on cash. Consider it a lesson learned, he replied with a nonchalant demeanor. Erdan, you are acting out of spite. You will regret this. Your stubbornness is simply incomprehensible, Ji Xinyu exclaimed, taken aback by how her good intentions were met with disdain. Frustrated, she stomped her foot and turned to leave. Ha ha, old village head. Did you see that? This is what they call no harm comes to those who don't provoke it. Erdan, with a little money, has become quite arrogant, ignoring all advice. Xie Laoka laughed maliciously. Indeed, this is for the best. There is no more excitement to witness. Come on, old friend, let us head to my house for a drink. I shall ask my wife to prepare a couple of dishes to celebrate Erdan's foolishness in advance, Sun Chongqing added, equally exhilarated. 5,000 chicks were successfully ushered into the back mountain, where, under the guidance of several roosters, they quickly acclimated to their new environment, gleefully darting about and foraging for insects in the grass. Commander, while the chicks have ascended the mountain, they're still quite small. You should construct some small coops for them to rest in at night and shield them from the elements, one of the roosters suggested. I did not point it out. I might have overlooked it. You are quite astute. From now on, I appoint you as the head rooster. Should you have further suggestions, do not hesitate to bring them to my attention, Erdan acknowledged. Thank you, Commander. As the head rooster, I assure you I shall serve you diligently and keep a watchful eye on these chicks. The head rooster puffed out his chest proudly. After briefing the head rooster, Erdan called over Dahe, his black dog. Dahe, leading a pack of a dozen spirited dogs, quickly assembled. Dahe, while I have subdued most of the chicks and Oppose, natural enemies, we must remain vigilant against any outsiders that may wander over from other mountains. Henceforth, I entrust the security of the mountain to you. Should any unusual occurrences arise, notify me immediately. Understood? Erdan instructa. Rest assured, Commander, everything that flies in the sky, crawls on the ground, or burrows in the earth is one of our own. There shall be no issues. If you have no further commands, I will take them on patrol now, Dahe replied confidently. Good, there is nothing else. You all may go. As Erdan finished speaking, the dogs began to disperse. But he suddenly recalled the incident involving Song Yuqin and the ghost. Wait a moment. Last night, did any of you see anyone playing tricks at the village school? Erdan inquired. Commander, I am aware of this. Last night, I saw Xie Laoku's son, Xie Bao, sneaking into the village school. He lingered there for quite some time, and didn't emerge until nearly dawn, a large yellow dog disclosed. Xie Bao, that little rascal. So it was indeed someone causing mischief. Very well, I shall deal with you tonight, Xie Bao. Erdan scoffed disdainfully. Song Yuqin, a young woman who did not shy away from the poverty of G and Amp. Oppos, our village, had come from afar to serve as a volunteer teacher. To the entire village. She was a great benefactor. If she were frightened away, dozens of children would be left without a teacher. In Erdan and Amp, Oppos, S.I.'s, Xie Bao and Amp, Oppos, S. actions were utterly unforgivable. Descending from the mountain, Erdan hurried to the village committee office. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Ji Xinyu sulking in a room, her lips pursed in irritation. What are you doing here, you scoundrel? Ji Xinyu huffed. Dear village head, I am now your appointed deputy for GR Village. If I lack the right to enter the village committee, what purpose does my position serve? You might as well dismiss me. I have no intention of continuing. Erdan replied, his demeanor nonchalant. Erdan, are you attempting to shirk your responsibilities, deliberately provoking me? With such pettiness, do you think you can deceive me? Ji Xinyu retorted, a smirk on her face. Seeing that Ji Xinyu was not easily swayed, Erdan let out a faint smile. I have come to discuss serious matters. I have identified the person who frightened Teacher Song. I wish to consult with you on how to deal with this odious individual. You claim to know who scared Teacher Song? Pray tell, who is this detestable person? Ji Xinyu stood up intrigued. Si Bao, the son of Xie Laoku? I shall confront him at once. Ji Xinyu exclaimed, her anger palpable as she turned to leave, only to be stopped by Erdan grasping her arm. Why are you stopping me? Ji Xinyu demanded angrily. They say when women grow too proud, they become foolish. I never believed it until today, Erdan remarked, his gaze lingering on Ji Xinyu's figure. How dare you call me foolish? Do you believe I want to make you pay for such words? Ji Xinyu seethed. Her teeth clenched. While it was indeed Xie Bao who frightened Teacher Song, I have yet to gather evidence. If you rush to find him now, do you wish to warn him? Erdan replied, rolling his eyes. Then what do you propose? Do you intend to capture Xie Bao like a fish in a barrel? Ji Xinyu's eyes brightened with realization. Chapter 0089. Feeding the chickens after departing from the village committee and bidding farewell to Ji Xinyu. Erdan began his quest through the village, seeking the assistance of local masons to construct a chicken coop. Typically, these workers roamed various villages for labor, earning a meager daily wage of 70 to 80 yuan. However, Erdan offered an enticing rate of 100 yuan per day, which delighted the masons, prompting them to agree to commence work the following day. With all preparations in place, Erdan returned home and retrieved a sprayer that had previously contained insecticide, meticulously cleaning it with fresh water. His intention was to test the liquid from the benevolent gourd to discern its potential benefits for the chicks. Given the limited quantity of the liquid, he resolved to dilute it with water and spray it in the grassy areas of the mountains. Once the sprayer was cleaned and filled with water, he mixed the liquid from the gourd thoroughly and ascended to the mountains he had contracted. As he sprayed the mixture, he was exhilarated to observe that wherever he went, the chicks were immediately drawn to the grass seeds he had dispersed, eagerly competing for the food. Soon, a stunning spectacle unfolded before him. Not only the chicks, but also an array of small animals were attracted to the area. Sparrows descended from the sky, joined by magpies and white doves, all scrambling for the scattered seeds. Even the mice and snakes emerged from their burrows, while several delightful little rabbits joyfully hopped around his feet, excitedly snatching at the wild grass he had sprayed. Remarkably, even a large black dog, typically uninterested in grass, abandoned its post to join the fray. Can you believe it? Even the dog is here to munch on the grass. This is utterly absurd, Erdan exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. Commander, you have no idea how delicious the water you sprayed is. If you provide me with such delicacies every day, I would gladly forsake bones for the rest of my life, the black dog replied. Indeed, Commander, The water you sprayed is simply celestial. After a sip, I feel as if I could soar, chirped a sparrow. Commander, I beseech you to accept my allegiance. I shall follow you from now on, a large white rabbit declared, ingratiatingly approaching Erdan. Ah, you clever rabbit. I see you are not merely seeking camaraderie, but rather the delectable treats I have to offer. Erdan chuckled. Commander, your wisdom is unparalleled. Nothing escapes your notice, the rabbit flattered. Oh, spare me the flattery, Erdan interjected. Tell me, how do you feel after consuming my concoction? Have you experienced any growth? Commander, as for growth, I cannot say for certain, but I do feel an influx of strength coursing through me. Almost as if I could take flight, the rooster asserted. Indeed, I too feel invigorated. If I could partake of this daily, I would face a hungry wolf with confidence. The black dog added. The other small creatures echoed similar sentiments, expressing their newfound vitality after consuming Erdan and Amp. Oppos, liquid. Splendid. Rest assured, I shall frequently provide you with these delightful concoctions, Erdan proclaimed, his spirits soaring. The mere dilution of a small amount of the mysterious liquid yielded such remarkable effects on these animals. He mused about how swiftly the chicks would thrive if given this daily. With excitement bubbling within him, Erdan returned home, his first task being to perform acts of kindness. Aunt Zhang at the village entrance, who had lost her husband in the military and had no children, relied solely on government aid. Blind Li, who had become sightless due to an accident in the mines, and old man Zhang from the back street, whose sons worked away and left him incapacitated, quickly populated Erdan and Amp. Oppos' mind as he recalled the villagers in need. Without hesitation, Erdan sprang into action, fetching water for Aunt Zhang, preparing meals for the blind man, and assisting old man Zhang with his ailments. Throughout the day, he became the embodiment of altruism in the village, earning a stellar reputation. Meanwhile, the mysterious liquid in the benevolent gourd was multiplying at an astonishing rate, filling to the brim by evening. After dinner, Erdan hurried to the backyard to inspect the 100 or so river crabs he had raised. A broad smile spread across his face. The crabs had noticeably grown since the previous night, and if this rate continued, they would soon yield a considerable profit. In high spirits, he poured the freshly accumulated mysterious liquid into the small pond. As the liquid entered, the water erupted into frothy waves, and the crabs displayed a newfound vigor, splashing energetically, nearly soaking Erdan. At that moment, he heard a commotion. What mischief are you three up to? Are you plotting against my crabs again? I warn you, do not touch them, he declared. As he finished speaking, a white cat, accompanied by 2 plump hamsters, scampered from the corner. Fear not, Commander, we have no designs on your crabs, the hamster named Big Hair grinned, though his eyes remained fixated on the pond. Do you think I would neglect you? Wait here, Erdan retorted, soon returning with a large bowl and 2 drops of the mysterious liquid from the gourd. Feast, my friends, for I shall not be stingy, he announced. Before he could finish, the hamsters leapt down, with the white cat eagerly joining them, all scrambling for the offering. What a peculiar world we live in, where cats and mice unite as one. Erdan laughed, shaking his head. Erdan, come out. A voice called from the front yard. Upon hearing this, Erdan furrowed his brow. What does she want now? Why can't Oppos? She leave me in peace? Chapter 90. The ghost approaches. It was none other than the beautiful village chief, Ji Sinu, who called out to Erdan. I said, beautiful village chief, could it be that you have taken a liking to me? Why do you haunt me every day? If that's the case, I might as well lower myself and marry you. Erdan replied with a playful grin. Get lost. Don and Oppos, flatter yourself. This village chief would never fancy a rogue like you. I mean business. Night has fallen, and tonight I intend to catch ghosts with you. Ji Sinu shot back with an eye roll. You want to catch ghosts with me? Erdan and Amp, Oppos, brows furrowed. He had hoped to enjoy a night alone with the beautiful teacher, Song Yuqin, but Ji Sinu had thrown a wrench in his plans. Erdan, I knew I wasn't an Amp. Amp, Oppos, mistaken about you. You wish to use ghost hunting as an excuse to take advantage of Sister Yuqin. I won't let your wicked scheme succeed, Ji Sinu declared smugly. Goodness, this girl seems to have a worm in her belly, knowing exactly what I'm thinking. Erdan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. together with Ji Sinyu. They arrived at the school and approached Song Yuqin and Damp. Oppo's S room. Sister Yuqin, I'm here. Quickly, open the door. As soon as he called out, the door creaked open, revealing a pale-faced Song Yuqin, who trembled as she stepped out. Jia, you finally arrived. I thought you wouldn't come, she exclaimed, grabbing Ji Sinyu's arm in excitement. Song teacher, don't consider the village chief your savior. She's just here for the ride. When it comes to ghost hunting, you'll have to rely on me. Your brother Erdan, Erdan interjected dismissively. Puffed. You're the one just along for the ride. Just watch. Tonight I'll show you how a village chief deals with a ghost. Ji Sinyu retorted defiantly. The two were invited into the room by Song Yuqin, and Erdan took a moment to observe the simplicity of her surroundings. The room was fairly spacious, about 30 square meters, furnished modestly with a large earthen Kong and an old wardrobe. It was impeccably clean, and despite the sweltering summer heat, Song Yuqin had tightly shut the windows. Noticing this, Erdan stepped up to the window, intending to open it for some fresh air. Brotherly, what are you doing? You can't open the window. What if a ghost comes in? Song Yuqin quivered. Don't worry, Song teacher. I'm more afraid of the ghost not showing up. Erdan chuckled as he opened the window. By the way, do you have a urinal here? He asked with a mischievous grin. Erdan, what kind of rogue speaks like that to a young lady? Ji Sinyu exclaimed, angered. Meanwhile, Song Yuqin's delicate face flushed crimson, unable to meet Erdan's gaze. Village chief, what do you think? I want a urinal for the ghost tonight. Erdan grinned wickedly. A ghost tool? What do you mean? Ji Sinyu asked, puzzled. Hee. Village chief, did you see the window? When the ghost arrives tonight, we'll use the urinal to let it taste the flavor, Erdan said with a mischievous smile. Erdan, you're too much, but I like it. Sister Yuqin, hurry and fetch the urinal for Erdan, Ji Sinyu urged excitedly. Yeah, this. Song Yuqin blushed, feeling bashful. What is there to be shy about? Just tell me where it is, and I'll go get it, Ji Sinyu said confidently. After Ji Sinyu spoke, a bashful Song Yuqin pointed in a direction. Following her finger, Ji Sinyu bent down and retrieved a spittoon, commonly used in rural areas, especially in winter when one didn't amp, oppos, to want to venture outside at night. Hee, village chief, why not add some seasoning to it? Erdan suggested, pointing at the urinal. Erdan, you're courting death. Do you think I want to dump this on your head? Ji Sinyu snapped, her anger flaring. Village chief, please don't be angry. Did I say something wrong? I'll go prepare it, Erdan said hastily, reaching for the spittoon from Ji Sinyu's hands. Wait, you go out for a moment. Ji Sinyu blushed. You want to step outside? Seeing Ji Sinyu's expression, Erdan quickly understood. All right, I'll step out, he said, a sly grin on his face. If you dare peek, I'll gouge out your eyes, Ji Sinyu warned as she pushed him outside. Erdan's heart raced with excitement, tempted to sneak a look from the back window, but recalling Ji Sinyu's fierceness, he ultimately refrained. Not long after, the door opened, and a blushing Ji Sinyu handed the spittoon to Erdan. You contribute something too, she said before placing the spittoon on the floor and shutting the door once more. Goodness, Erdan muttered, taking the spittoon and adding his own and oppos, seasoning, and oppos, imagining pouring it over the ghost's head later filled him with exhilaration. Re-entering the room, he covered the spittoon with a lid and plopped down on the earthen Kong. All right, let us turn off the lights and sleep. Erdan, what are you thinking? You were invited here to catch ghosts, not to sleep, Ji Sinyu retorted angrily. I mean, village chief, we're all standing in this brightly lit room. Even if a ghost were to come, it would be scared away. Let us turn off the lights and get some rest. If a ghost comes, it will wake us up, Erdan said nonchalantly as he lay down. This rascal actually makes some sense. Perhaps we should turn off the lights and lie down for a bit. After all, the Kong is so large, he won't be able to take advantage of us. Ji Sinyu pondered aloud. I'll follow your lead, Jia, Song Yuqin shyly chimed in. Though we sleep clothed, it feels like sharing a bed with two stunning beauties. Erdan reveled in his thoughts. Before long, the room was plunged into darkness, and Ji Sinyu and Song Yuqin crawled onto the Kong one after the other. Instantly, the entire room fell eerily silent, with each other and oppos, as breathing clearly audible. As time passed, each harbored their own thoughts, and none truly fell asleep. Around midnight, A strange wailing sound echoed from outside the room. It's here, it's here. The ghost is coming, Song Yuqin exclaimed, sitting up anxiously from the calm. Ji Xinyu, who had previously boasted bravely, was now trembling, crawling to Li Erdan's side and wrapping her arms around his neck. Seeing Ji Xinyu in such a state, Song Yuqin, already timid, grew even more frightened, quickly scrambling to Li Erdan's side, shaking uncontrollably as she clung to him. Li Erdan, listen to the noise, Ji Xinyu stammered. Goodness, happiness has come too suddenly. Li Erdan found himself sandwiched between two beautiful women, feeling an exhilarating rush. Ha ha, this is simply delightful. If I could enjoy this embrace every day, it would be heavenly. Outside the room, a chilling, eerie voice suddenly wailed, Woo-ah, I die a tragic death. Chapter 0091. Apology. Upon hearing the eerie voice, Ji Xinyu, who had arrived with an air of confidence earlier that night, was suddenly overwhelmed with panic. Just as she was about to scream, the moonlight was fortuitously captured by Li Erdan, who quickly covered her mouth with his hand. Don and Amp, Oppos, team, make a sound. Watch how I deal with this ghostly figure, he instructed. Li Erdan assumed that Ji Xinyu would cease her struggles upon hearing his warning. However, to his astonishment, her resistance intensified. It was then that he realized, while one hand was clamped over her mouth, the other had inadvertently found its way to an inappropriate location. A wave of embarrassment washed over him, and he knew that his reputation as a lecherous wolf in Ji Xinyu's eyes was tarnished beyond repair. Listen to me, village chief. I truly did not mean to. Please, Don and Oppos, T scream. If you do, that ghostly figure outside will surely flee, and our plans will be in vain, Li Erdan pleaded, discreetly removing his hand from the offending position. With her struggles finally subsiding, he felt a sense of relief. Yet, as he withdrew both hands completely, the furious and flustered Ji Xinyu seized his arm and bit down fiercely. Li Erdan was taken aback by Ji Xinyu and Oppos' unexpected retaliation, nearly unable to suppress his exclamation. You must be a dog, he muttered in irritation. Whose fault is it that your hands are wandering? Xinyu retorted defiantly. At that moment, Li Erdan found himself at a loss for words, realizing that reasoning with this woman was futile. Just then, the howling of wolves echoed outside, further fueling his frustration. Damn it, this time I'll unleash my wrath upon you, he thought bitterly, before stealthily moving under the earthen bed and signaling to the two women above him to remain quiet. Once they fell silent, he quietly approached the window. Outside, Xie Bao was overjoyed, having set his sights on the beautiful Song Yuqin since her arrival at the village school. After scaring her the previous night, he had found himself thwarted by her tightly shut windows. Today, however, fortune smiled upon him as he noticed that Song Yuqin had left her window open. He imagined how delightful it would be to scare her into fainting, giving him the chance to slip inside. As he indulged in his fantasies, Li Erdan and Oppos' voice rang out from within. You deceptive creature, today you will witness how I subdue you with my magical tools. With that proclamation, he hurled a chamber pot and Oppos' contents against the wall. My God, Xie Bao cried out, utterly unprepared for the deluge of urine that drenched him. Li Erdan, you little bastard, you've doused me in urine. May you suffer a terrible fate. Covered in filth and feeling nauseous, Xie Bao retched violently. At that moment, Li Erdan sprang from the room, wielding a wooden pipe that he had prepared earlier, and began to strike Xie Bao mercilessly. You wretched creature, Teacher Song is a kind-hearted woman who, despite our village and Oppos' poverty, came here to educate our children, offering them hope for a brighter future. You despicable scoundrel. How dare you use such vile tactics to frighten her? If she were to flee, you would become the village's pariah. Today, I, Li Erdan, shall represent the villagers and teach you a lesson. With righteous fury, Li Erdan delivered blow after blow. Ouch, I'm dying here. Li Erdan, please spare me, Xie Bao cried, clutching his head in despair. Meanwhile, the two beautiful women, Ji Xinyu and Song Yuqin, mustered their courage and emerged from the room. Witnessing Xie Bao writhing on the ground in agony, their anger flared. Village chief, save me. Li Erdan is going to kill me, Xie Bao exclaimed, crawling toward Ji Sinyu, only to be met with a swift kick that sent him tumbling back. You fool! Do you even realize that your actions constitute a crime? You think you can beg for mercy after what you've done? Today, I wouldn't hesitate to end your life. Ji Sinyu scolded furiously. Ouch! I'm sorry. I won't do it again. He wailed, while Erdan continued his assault, striking down upon him relentlessly. Erdan, stop. If you keep this up, you might actually kill him. Song Yuqin implored, grabbing his arm. Beast, do you not hear? Teacher Song is pleading for your life. How can you still consider yourself human? Erdan shouted, delivering 2 more strikes to Xiaobao. Please, no more. I've learned my lesson. Xiaobao cried out, but it was too late. Enough. He's been punished. Let him go this time, Song Yuqin urged, wrapping her arms around Erdan. You're just going to sit there waiting? Hurry and run. Ji Sinyu admonished. Fearing the consequences of Erdan's wrath, Xiaobao scrambled away from the village school, desperate to escape. Once he was gone, Erdan, Ji Sinyu, and Song Yuqin returned to the room. You lecher! What are you still doing here? The ghost has been caught. You should go to sleep. Ji Sinyu glared at Erdan. Village chief, have you forgotten something? Erdan countered, displeased by her attitude. What have I forgotten? Ji Sinyu asked, perplexed. I mean, today you dumped the chamber pot on me, and now that the culprit has been apprehended, should you not clear my name and offer an apology? Erdan asserted. Apologize? You expect me to apologize? Where did your hands wander earlier? I should have chopped them off. You vile rogue, I could easily sever them right now. Ji Sinyu fumed, recalling Erdan and Appo's earlier indiscretion, and lunged at him like a furious tigress. Could you at least try to be reasonable? I did not intend for that to happen. Erdan attempted to explain, but Ji Sinyu was too enraged to listen. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, he resorted to the last option available, retreat. Chapter 0092. The capture of Xiaobao. Although Erdan ultimately fled in disarray, his heart was remarkably buoyant. He reminisced about the delightful moment when he found himself sandwiched between 2 stunning beauties, akin to a hamburger. The exquisite sensation was beyond description. The only regret that lingered in Erdan's mind was that the encounter had been too hasty, leaving him little time to fully savor the experience. In a state of excitement, he whistled his way home, ready to retire for the night. As the saying goes, good news seldom travels far, but bad news spreads like wildfire. The very next morning, the incident involving Xiaobao and Appo's mischievous antics towards Song Yuqin had circulated throughout the village. All who heard of it were filled with disdain for Xiaobao and Appo's behavior, particularly the villagers whose children attended the local primary school, who privately condemned the Xie family for their disgraceful actions. In the home of the village elder, Sun Changsheng, he had just risen from bed when his brother, Sun Changfa, rushed in with breathless excitement. Brother, have you heard? Last night, Xie Laoku and Appo's son brought shame upon himself. What happened to the boy? Sun Changsheng inquired, his curiosity piqued. Let me tell you, Sun Changfa replied, his voice tinged with enthusiasm. That little rascal Xiaobao is just like his father, Xie Laoku. He fancied the village and Appo's beautiful teaching assistant and devised a plan to frighten Teacher Song, hoping to gain an advantage. However, he never anticipated that Teacher Song would enlist Erdan's help. Erdan caught him red-handed in Teacher Song's room, not only giving him a sound thrashing, but also, I hear, forcing him to drink a bellyful of urine. Xiaobao's attempt to outsmart others has backfired spectacularly. He's brought this misfortune upon himself. Such a situation exists? Sun Changsheng's brow furrowed in contemplation. Brother, this matter could escalate. If we report to the police, Xiaobao will surely spend a few days in detention. In a village where we see each other daily, is this truly wise? Sun Changfa cautioned. You Don and Appo's, understand. Xiaobao and Appo's despicable actions are a threat to our children. If he frightens Teacher Song away, dozens of our children will be deprived of their education. Is it unjust for him to face a few days of detention? Moreover, consider this. If the police indeed apprehend Xiaobao, who do you think Xie Laoku will blame for reporting him? Sun Changsheng remarked with a sly smile. Are you suggesting that Xie Laoku will suspect Erdan and the new village chief of reporting the incident? This would surely sour their relationship. Sun Changfa and Appo's eyes brightened with realization. Exactly. After living in Jila village for so many years, do you still not grasp Sialauku and Amp? Oppos, as character? If Erdan and that girl from the city beat up his son and then have him detained, do you think Sialauku would let them off the hook? Sun Changsheng articulated. Brother, your strategy is brilliant. I and Amp, Oppos, V, encountered many people in my travels, but none are as cunning as Sialauku. If he truly seeks revenge, Erdan and that girl will eventually face his wrath, Sun Changfa remarked excitedly. Precisely. After you finish breakfast, go to town and call the police station using a public phone. Relay all the details about Xie Bao's misdeeds. I'll ask your sister-in-law to prepare a couple of dishes. And we can share a drink, Sun Changsheng concluded. As for how the world perceived the father-son duo, Erdan remained unaffected. Upon waking, he promptly took his pesticide sprayer and ascended the mountain to sow seeds for his chicks. Meanwhile, several masons from the village began to assist him in constructing a chicken coop. Erdan, building those coops is manageable. They don't require much space. But constructing a house on the mountain is another matter entirely. Just look at how dense the forest is. There's hardly room for a building. To erect even a modest house, we would need to fell at least a dozen trees, remarked Wang Baozhu, a skilled mason known throughout the area. Erdan's motivation for building was twofold: to facilitate his farming endeavors and to communicate with the animals more freely, as conversing at home would raise suspicion among his parents. What's a few trees? I have already leased the forest. If I need to cut some down, so be it. It will also provide us with timber for the house. You can take charge of this, Uncle Baozhu, Erdan stated confidently. Felling trees is no trivial matter, Erdan. While you may have leased the land, you still need to apply to the Forestry Bureau for permission to cut any trees, Wang Baozhu cautioned. Don't worry, Uncle Baozhu. I'll handle the application at the Forestry Bureau. You can start working here. I'll find time to submit the request. A dozen trees should be a minor issue. Rest assured, should any problems arise, I, Erdan, will take full responsibility, he assured. With your word, I feel at ease. Now you go about your business. I'll gather the crew to start working, Wang Baozhu replied. With the construction of the chicken coop no longer a concern for Erdan, he took a stroll around the mountain, summoning his loyal big black dog, a few chickens, and even the birds overhead to assess the condition of the chicks. Commander, rest assured, the chicks are in perfect health. Their natural predators are under your dominion, and they are safe. There is an abundance of food for them in the mountains, and they are thriving, reported the chicken head. Relieved to hear that the chicks were well, Erdan descended the mountain, continuing his good deeds by assisting the elderly and disabled villagers. Around noon, after helping a local man named Wang Xiezi fetch water, he heard a cacophony of wailing outside. Curiosity piqued, he stepped out to investigate. You cannot take my son. If you take him away, I will fight you. Xiaobao and Amp, Oppos, S mother cried out in anguish. Before her stood 3 uniformed police officers, 2 of whom were holding a pallet. Limp Xiaobao, while the third attempted to restrain his mother. Madam, I understand your distress as a mother, but your son has committed a serious offense, and the evidence is irrefutable. He has admitted to his wrongdoing, which is of a particularly grave nature. He must face the consequences. Please cooperate with our investigation. The officer explained patiently. Erdan, observing from the periphery of the crowd, knitted his brows in concern. Could it be that Ji Xinyu had reported the incident? How could she do such a thing? Surely, as fellow villagers, a reprimand would suffice. Was it truly necessary to involve the police? Feeling a surge of discontent, he pushed through the crowd and called out, "Excuse me, I'm the deputy village chief of Jila village. My name is Erdan. Erdan, spare us your pretenses. It was you and that new village chief who conspired to report this. How else could these officers be here in our humble village? You are forcing us to our doom. We are suffering, and Xia Laoka will ensure you suffer as well." Xia Laoka shouted, his eyes ablaze with fury. Chapter 0093. Framed Uncle Xia, please refrain from being ungrateful. We're all neighbors here. I came to see if there's anything I can do to help with your son's situation. Although your son, Xia Bao, is a scoundrel, I did teach him a lesson last night. I, Erdan, never intended to send him to jail. I didn't into Oppos to report the incident, Erdan explained, standing his ground. Erdan, they're into Oppos. No need for your sophistry. My son and Apo's incident occurred last night, and the police received a report this morning. If you didn't and Apo's, do it, then tell me who did. Let me tell you, Erdan, I old Sia. Don and Apo's, by your act. Spare me your crocodile tears. Sia, his eyes bloodshot, roared furiously before striding over to Sia Bao. Son, listen to me. You haven't committed a grave offense. At most 15 days of detention. Cooperate with the police, and your father will avenge you, Sia said, tears welling up. Old man, have you lost your mind? How can you send our son to detention? If you dare send my son to jail, I and Apo's, am done with you. Sia Bao and Apo's mother shrieked hysterically. A surprising scene unfolded as Sia raised his hand and slapped Sia Bao and Apo's mother across the face. In Gagel village, everyone knew Sia was a notorious henpecked husband. Yet today, he dared to strike his wife, leaving everyone stunned. You foolish woman, why are you so muddle-headed? The villagers might indulge your tantrums, but these are the police. Interfering with the police is against the law. Do you want to prolong our son and Apo's detention? You and Apo's, reharming our family. Sia roared. But Sia Bao and Apo's mother began. But she stopped when she saw the hatred in Sia's eyes. Officers, my son broke the law and deserves punishment. We will hand him over to you, hoping you will rehabilitate him well. Sia, whose only son was the apple of his eye for 3 generations, tearfully pleaded with the police. Rest assured, we will strictly adhere to the law, the lead officer said, waving to his subordinates. Let an Apo's go. As the 3 officers led Sia Bao away, the crowd erupted in discussion. Erdan went too far this time. We and Apo's, all neighbors. If they're in Apo's a problem, we should resolve it within the village. Sending Sia Bao to detention is simply inappropriate. Can't you see? Erdan is clearly retaliating against the Sia family. Don't you know about their feud? Now that Erdan is powerful, he and Apo's has taken the opportunity to get back at the Sia family. Have you heard? Yesterday, Erdan not only beat Sia Bao, but also urinated on him. How ruthless and heartless can this guy be? He's a real wolf. Keep your voice down. Erdan isn't the same as before. He and Apo's not only rich, but also close to our new village chief. He and Apo's now the deputy village chief. If you offend Erdan, you and Apo's suffer the consequences. In Gagel village, legal awareness was weak and personal relationships were paramount. Logically, Erdan was justified in calling the police on Sia Bao. However, in a place with such lax legal standards, everyone felt Erdan had gone too far. Even Erdan himself had never intended to send Sia Bao to detention. Listening to the villagers and Apo's whispers, Erdan felt deeply distressed. Outside the crowd, Sun Chongsheng and Sun Chongfa watched the spectacle with cold smiles. Brother, your scheme is brilliant. I never thought you could use this divisive tactic to make that insidious Sia hate Erdan and tarnish Erdan and Apo's reputation among the villagers. It and Apo's a double win. Sun Chongfa said, grinning. Chongfa, I have another task for you. We can and Apo's let Erdan take all the blame, Sun Chongsheng said. Brother, I don and Apo's understand. ISN and Apo's. That what you intended? Sun Chongfa asked, puzzled. You need to use your brain. Why did I do all this? Sun Chongsheng said, looking disappointed. Of course. You want to re-establish your position in the village and become the top dog again, Sun Chongfa said, suddenly enlightened. Brother, you mean to drag the new female village chief into this as well? Chongfa, you're not completely stupid. Now I know what to do, right? Sun Chongsheng said, patting Sun Chongfa's shoulder before heading home, smoking his pipe. Meanwhile, Erdan had returned home, where a crowd of villagers was still gossiping about the incident, pushing Erdan into the eye of the storm. Hey, everyone, don't put all the blame on Erdan. You all saw that Erdan was upset. If you ask me, Erdan was led astray by that new city girl. Without her encouragement, I don't believe Erdan would have called the police, Sun Chongfa said, gesticulating wildly. If you hadn't Apo's, said it, Chongfa, I would have forgotten about that little vixen. Ever since she came to our village, we Haven and Apo's had a moment of peace. Do you think she's a jinx? I agree with Chongfa. That city fox has bewitched Erdan. No matter how capable Erdan is, doesn't he listen to that vixen? The villagers were fickle, quickly shifting their opinions. With Sun Changfa and Appo's instigation, the blame soon fell on Ji Xinyu. As one of the masterminds behind the discord, Sun Changfa lit a cigarette, preparing to return to his brother to report his success. Erdan, how could you call the police? How can your mother and I face people now? The whole village is criticizing us. You went too far this time, Li Baoku said, stomping his feet in anger. That's right, Erdan. We're all neighbors. How can we get along with others in the future? Yang Suihua said, also complaining. Dad, Mom, I'm telling you. I didn't report the incident, Li Erdan said, feeling frustrated. Son, if you didn't do it, it must have been that city girl. If she did, you need to explain it to the villagers, Yang Suihua said. I called village Chief Ji. She told me she was in a meeting in town today and didn't end Appo's Tino about Xie Bao and Appo's arrest. She and Appo's is trying to find a way to get him out. Li Erdan said, that's strange. If it wasn't you or the city girl, then who reported it? Yang Juihua wondered it. Just then, a timid voice came from outside. Brother Erdan, I know who reported it. Chapter 0094. I suffered a great loss upon hearing the voice. Li Erdan's family was taken by surprise and quickly turned their gaze towards the source. There, standing at the entrance, was a graceful young lady, Tong Tong. The girl at the door was none other than Sun Chongxing's daughter, Sun Tong Tong. Recently, Li Erdan had been purchasing wolfberries, and Tong Tong had been coming to assist him, earning a generous salary in return. Tong Tong, please tell me who is so wicked as to not only send that boy Xie Bao to detention, but also to tarnish my Erdan's reputation. This person is utterly despicable, Yang Suihua exclaimed in anger. As soon as Yang Suihua finished her words, the family noticed that Sun Tong Tong and Appo's expression had turned noticeably uneasy. Erdan, I'm sorry. It was my father who instructed my uncle to report Xie Bao, Sun Tong Tong said, her voice barely above a whisper, staring down at the ground as if wishing to disappear into it. What? Your father reported him? Why would he do such a thing? Yang Suihua and Li Baoku were left dumbfounded. I don't know why my father did this, but I'm certain that he sent my uncle Changfa to do it, Sun Tong Tong replied, her eyes welling up with tears. Despite her reluctance to elaborate, Li Erdan pieced everything together. It was clear that due to the land acquisition issue, Sun Chongxing and his brothers had been ousted from the village committee, and it was only natural for her father to harbor resentment towards him. Tong Tong, you needn't feel aggrieved. I appreciate you for telling me this. Rest assured, I won't hold anything against your father. I will treat this incident as if it never occurred, Li Erdan said with a smile. Erdan Jie, Sobi. You are so kind to me, and my father is causing you trouble behind your back. I truly feel terrible. Sun Tong Tong cried as she buried her face in Li Erdan's embrace. Tong Tong, why are you crying? You did not commit this act. You are you, and your father is your father. There is no need for you to feel guilty, Li Erdan said, a bit flustered, unsure whether to hold her or let go, especially with Yang Suihua and Li Baoku nearby. Just then, Li Erdan's mother, Yang Suihua, tugged at Li Baoku. Why are you pulling me? He asked, puzzled. You fool. Let in Appo's. Let's discuss this outside, she said, not waiting for his response as she dragged him out the door. Dear, Tong Tong is crying so hard. We should go comfort her. Why are you pulling me out? Li Baoku replied, bewildered. You silly old man. Our precious son is in there. Do we really need you to go in and comfort him? Can and Appo's TC Tong Tong is hugging our son? Yang Suihua said, exasperated. Oh, so you mean those two? Li Baoku finally understood. Back inside the room, Li Erdan, realizing his mother's intentions to create an opportunity for him, found himself at a loss for what to do. Though Tong Tong grew up in the countryside, her appearance was undeniably charming, with fair, delicate skin comparable to city girls. A slender figure that radiated youthful vitality, and a clever, endearing demeanor that made her the belle of the village. Tong Tong, please stop crying. I'm not angry with you. Why are you still upset? Li Erdan tentatively placed his hand on her back. Although he felt her body tremble slightly, Tong Tong did not reject his embrace, which emboldened him. As two adolescents experiencing such intimate closeness, their hearts raced in unison. At that moment, Tong Tong ceased her sobbing, remaining still in Li Erdan's arms for 2 minutes. Tong Tong. Shall I help you wipe your tears? Li Erdan stammered. Hearing her soft affirmation, Li Erdan gently placed his hands on her shoulders, slowly parting their bodies. However, just as they were about to separate, Tong Tong suddenly leaped up, wrapping her arms tightly around Li Erdan and Appo's neck and sealing his lips with her soft ones. What the heck? This girl just kissed me, Li Erdan thought, feeling both surprised and embarrassed. In fact, on the first day of his return home from prison, he and Tong Tong had shared an accidental kiss, but this time, her boldness took him by surprise, and he was more than willing to reciprocate. Instantly, two young souls, unversed in the taste of forbidden fruit, lost themselves in a whirlwind of passion. Suddenly, a sharp ringing interrupted their moment of bliss. Who the hell is interrupting my good fortune? Li Erdan cursed inwardly, his eyes greedily fixed on the enchanting girl before him. At that moment, Tong Tong's charming face turned a deeper shade of red, making it even harder for Li Erdan to resist the urge to lean in for another kiss. Erdan, go. Your phone is ringing. You should attend to it, Tong Tong said shyly, taking a few hurried steps back. Seeing her expression, Li Erdan realized that continuing their moment was now impossible. His face fell, filled with disappointment and frustration as he fished his phone out of his pocket. I like you. Erdan, go. While he was distracted by his phone, a fragrant breeze wafted past him, followed by the sensation of soft lips pressing against his. Before he could fully appreciate the moment, she turned and fled. Watching Tong Tong scamper away, Li Erdan licked his lips. Who would have thought that this usually demure girl would engage in such playful ambushes, catching him completely off guard? Sun Changsung, you old rascal. You certainly didn't Appo's foresee that your precious daughter would fall for me due to your actions. It seems I must find a chance to thank you for this. Li Erdan mused, a sly grin spreading across his face. The phone rang again, the urgent tone pulling him back to reality. Tell me, who is this scoundrel? Li Erdan answered the call, his voice laced with irritation. Erdan, you scoundrel, have you lost your mind to shout at me like that? Came a furious voice from the other end. Upon hearing that angry tone, Li Erdan and Appo's heart skipped a beat. Good heavens, why is this lady suddenly calling me? Chapter 0095. The arrival of a significant figure to Li Erdan and Appo's surprise. The caller was none other than Tong Xiaofei from Jujitang. Ever since the two had been caught in a downpour at the small inn, Li Erdan had felt a twinge of guilt, hesitant to reach out to her. During this time, he had visited Jujitang twice to deliver goji berries, but both visits had been discreet, with him arriving and departing quietly. Just moments ago, Li Erdan had been interrupted while engaged in a good deed, and in frustration, he had yelled into the phone, not realizing it was Tong Xiaofei on the other end. Sister Xiaofei, please don't misunderstand. I wasn't shouting at you. It was my big black dog causing chaos while I was working. I was yelling at him. Li Erdan hastily fabricated an excuse. You rogue. You need not explain yourself. Do you think I would willingly call you? It was only because Uncle Wong inquired about your address, saying he wished to express his gratitude in person that I bothered to call, Tong Xiaofei retorted, her voice laced with irritation. Uncle Wong? Which Uncle Wong? Li Erdan asked, puzzled. The one from the last time I took you to my grandfather's house, the Secretary Wong you saved. He intends to visit your village to personally thank you. Tong Xiaofei replied sharply. What? You and Appo's saying that esteemed secretary is coming to see me? This is impossible. He is such a high-ranking official. Why would he visit a mere farmer like me? Moreover, the mountain roads here are quite inconvenient. Li Erdan exclaimed in disbelief. On that day, when Secretary Wong had suffered from food poisoning, Li Erdan had realized the man was a significant figure, the foremost leader of Longqing. The thought of such an important person coming to see him felt surreal. Well, at least you're not entirely oblivious. You recognize that Uncle Wong is a big shot. He mentioned he would arrive in your village tomorrow morning. You must treat him well. It will greatly benefit your future endeavors. Do you understand? Tong Xiaofei said earnestly. Sister Xiaofei, I never imagined you would care so much about me. Rest assured, I will host Secretary Wong with the utmost hospitality, Li Erdan replied with a smile. I care about you? Nonsense. Li Erdan, do not harbor any notions. I would care for a beggar before I concern myself with a rogue like you. With that, Tong Xiaofei exclaimed angrily and abruptly hung up the phone. The force of her shout left Li Erdan momentarily stunned, his ears ringing. Glancing at the phone, he chuckled to himself. This girl's temper is becoming more volatile. She ought to worry about remaining single. If only she could learn from Sun Tong Tong, who is so gentle. So you're calling her your precious Tong Tong now. Come on, tell me how things are developing between you two. When will you bring that girl home so I can have a grandson to hold? Yang Suehua suddenly burst into the room, causing Li Erdan to blush deeply. Mother, what nonsense are you saying? There's no rush for grandchildren. I fear you might have too many to handle if I have several sons. Li Erdan laughed, deflecting her teasing. You think too highly of yourself. Are you planning to marry multiple wives at once? Yang Suehua playfully tapped Li Erdan on the forehead. Don't say that, mother. Perhaps one day, your precious son will indeed bring back a bevy of beautiful daughters-in-law to cater to you, allowing you to enjoy a life of ease, Li Erdan joked. Just be sure not to remain single, and I'll be content, Yang Suehua replied. By the way, mother, we have an important guest coming to our home tomorrow. Please prepare some fresh vegetables and wild mushrooms from the mountains, Li Erdan said, recalling Secretary Wang's visit. Who is this important guest? Perhaps you should go to town and buy some beef or lamb to serve. It's his first visit after all. We don't want to embarrass ourselves, Li Baoku chimed in as he entered the room. Fina Cuisine? The guest in question is a notable figure, but I doubt he seeks lavish dishes. He has likely sampled all manner of gourmet fare. I believe a simple home-cooked meal featuring our local specialties would suffice. Li Erdan replied with a smile. A notable figure? Who exactly are you referring to? Have you befriended someone influential in town? Li Baoku inquirat curiosity pica. The leaders of the town are still rather insignificant. Let me clarify. Our esteemed guest is none other than Secretary Wang Jiangwo, the prominent secretary of Longsheng, Li Erdan revealed. What? Secretary Wang of Longsheng, the one we often see speaking on television? The very same who approved the road construction from our town to the county a few years back? Are you certain he is coming to our home? Li Baoku stammered, excitement evident in his voice. My goodness, a figure of such stature is coming to our humble abode? I have never encountered such a high-ranking official in my life. You must tell us how you came to know Secretary Wang and why he wishes to visit our impoverished village, Li Baoku urged, barely containing his excitement. Li Erdan paused momentarily before responding. I met Secretary Wang through mutual friends. We are particularly close. Did you hear that, dear? Our son has achieved something remarkable, forming connections with someone as esteemed as Secretary Wang. Our family's fortunes must be on the rise. Yang Suehua exclaimed, her pride swelling. Indeed, just look at who Li Erdan is, Li Baoku added, beaming with pride. While Li Erdan's family reveled in the joy of Secretary Wang's impending visit, a nefarious plot against him was quietly unfolding in a small restaurant in town. Brother, I heard you've developed a fondness for this particular brand of cigarettes. So I brought you 2 cartons today, Xia Laoke said, a pained expression on his face as he handed over the cigarettes to a well-dressed elderly gentleman seated across from him. The elderly man, radiating vitality despite his age, was indeed Xia Laoku's cousin, Su Jianmin, the director of the Xinglong forestry farm. Though he held a seemingly modest position, the forests surrounding the area were under his jurisdiction. Goodness, old Co, what brings about such generosity? You've truly surprised me today with gifts and a meal, Su Jianmin chuckled. The 2 men shared a familial bond, as their mothers were sisters, yet their interactions have been sparse over the years. The reason was simple. Su Jianmin was a man of authority, while Xia Laoku was a humble farmer, and more importantly, Xia Laoku was notoriously frugal, making their paths seldom cross. Brother, you're jesting. The sole purpose of my visit today is to request your assistance in avenging my nephew, Xia Bao, Xia Laoku said with a chilling resolve in his eyes. Chapter 0096. The Revenge of Old Xia. Oh dear, is there truly someone named Old Ko who will lead you into great trouble in this world? Pray, tell me more. Su Jianmin chuckled. For the next few minutes, Old Ko grinded his teeth as he recounted the tale of Xia Bao, though his version diverged significantly from the truth. In summary, he claimed that Xia Bao had been wrongfully accused and imprisoned by Li Erdan. Old Ko, regarding my nephew's situation, I might be able to lend a hand. I am somewhat acquainted with the chief of the local police station, and I can assist in expediting my nephew and aunt, Appo's release. However, when it comes to matters of vengeance, I must admit my limitations. What kind of society are we living in now? Everything must adhere to the law. Do you truly expect this elderly man in his 50s to assist you in a brawl, as in our youthful days? That is utterly unrealistic. Do not deceive me. Old Co, is the reality truly as you describe? Is your son, Xie Bao, utterly innocent? While I can help with the child in Amp, Oppos, as matters, you must understand that I am not a crime lord. I cannot assist you in enacting revenge. As for this cigarette, you should take it back. Su Jianmin, having risen to the position of factory director, was not easily swayed by Old Ko's one-sided narrative. Dear cousin, do not be so quick to dismiss me. That scoundrel Erdan possesses a weakness that you can exploit, and I assure you, you can make a difference, Old Ko insisted eagerly. I can make a difference? Su Jianmin inquired, puzzled. Indeed, that rascal has recently acquired some money and has taken a leasing the back mountain of our village. In his pursuit to construct a house in the mountains, he has recklessly felled a significant number of trees, intending to use the timber as building material. He even boasts that he won't need to spend much. He plans to sell the wood once cleared, which would sustain him for life. Old Ko embellished. What? With a resounding bang, Su Jianmin slammed his palm on the table. This audacious scoundrel thinks that because the mountain is leased to him, he can indiscriminately harvest its resources? Did he even apply for me? Our nation has made it clear that we are to restore forests. If he dares to fell trees, I, as the factory director, will see him imprisoned. Seeing his cousin brimming with confidence, Old Ko felt a surge of excitement. You are quite right, cousin. Erdan is indeed a lawless character. Just 3 years ago, he brazenly committed robbery in public and spent 3 years in prison. Since his release, he has wreaked havoc in the village, bullying the weak and intimidating others. I have learned that he has already employed villagers to fell over a dozen trees. He declared that whenever he needs money, he'll just take down a few more. Lawless indeed. You are certain that this Erdan has indeed cut down those trees? Su Jianmin asked, his expression grave. Dear cousin, do you think I would come to you without solid evidence? Erdan has informed our village's masons and carpenters that he has already prepared the felled trees to be used as beams for his house. Old Ko reiterated. Humph. This Erdan is deluded. Every tree on that mountain belongs to the state. He thinks he can simply take them for himself? I shall go to your village tomorrow with some men. If what you say is true, he can expect to return to prison. Su Jianmin replied with a cold snort. Dear cousin, I cannot thank you enough. This act alone is vengeance for me and your nephew. Allow me to raise a toast in your honor. Old Ko exclaimed with excitement. Cousin, there is no need for such formalities. As long as that scoundrel has cut down trees from the mountain, I will certainly take action. Su Jianmin asserted confidently. After sharing a drink, a sinister smile crept across Old Ko's face. Erdan, this time, I shall see how you can continue to flaunt your arrogance. You caused my son to spend 15 days in detention. I will ensure you serve at least a year. The following morning, Erdan, as was his routine, busied himself by climbing the mountain to feed his chicks with a sprayer. Oh, Dahei G2, have you noticed how much these chicks have grown? He inquired cheerfully. Commander, with your elixir every day, I can say that I too feel noticeably stronger. Dahei the dog responded. Indeed, Commander. Have you not noticed how the feathers of our roosters are now more radiant than before? G2 added. Upon hearing the praise from the dog and the rooster, Erdan observed closely and confirmed their claims. The changes were evident. Although he could not determine if they had gained weight, their fur and feathers certainly appeared healthier and more vibrant. This transformation was undoubtedly due to the miraculous liquid from the benevolent gourd. After descending the mountain, Erdan, as was his custom, returned home to drop off the sprayer before assisting the elderly and disabled villagers with their chores. This had become an essential part of his daily routine. Engaging in these good deeds ensured the continuous flow of the liquid from the benevolent gourd. Furthermore, he discovered that performing acts of kindness granted him immense satisfaction, surpassing even the joy of earning a substantial sum of money. Uncle Lee, I have filled your water tank, and I also took care of feeding your large yellow dog. I must be on my way now, Erdan said to an elderly man with a shock of white hair. Erdan, my boy, do not keep coming to visit this old blind man. I shan't have many days left. One cannot predict when the end may come. You need not waste your time with someone already half buried in the ground. I know you are a good child, and good deeds will be rewarded, the old man replied. Uncle Lee, do not speak of death. You are in good health and could live another 10 or even 20 years. Think of me as your own son. I will ensure you live comfortably. Farewell, Uncle Lee. What a good child. The village is blessed to have such a gem among us. It is a pity I cannot see what this wonderful child looks like. The old man marveled as he listened to Lee Erdan's departing footsteps. However, just as Lee Erdan stepped out of Uncle Lee and Amp, Oppo's door, a hurried figure rushed towards him. Erdan, there's trouble. A serious matter has arisen. The frantic individual was a middle-aged man in his 30s, known in the village as Go Shengzi, a mason who had been assisting Lee Erdan in constructing a chicken coop and house in the mountains. Go Sheng, do not panic. What has happened? Speak slowly. Lee Erdan urged. Erdan, it's bad. That old scoundrel Old Ko has brought several men from the town and Amp, Oppo's forestry bureau, along with 2 forestry police officers, to the mountain to take photographs of the trees we've felled. They claim they're going to arrest you. You should find a place to hide and have someone smooth things over before showing your face again. Go Shengzi gasped for breath. Chapter 0097. Visitors from a forest farm. Xiaolaoku has brought people from the forest farm? Lee Erdan's brow furrowed instantly. He had been preparing to apply to the forest farm in town after cutting down some trees, but he never expected that Xiaolaoku would act so swiftly. Erdan, why are you still dawdling? Quickly find a place to hide, Go Shengzi urged anxiously. Recently, Lee Erdan had been striving for the welfare of the villagers and frequently assisting those in need, thus earning considerable respect among the community. Hiding? My friend, I fear it is too late for that, Lee Erdan replied with a wry smile, glancing at the fence in the distance. In an Oppo's, Xiaolaoku and Oppo's wife. That old rascal has been plotting all along. She's here to keep an eye on you, Erdan. You should run, and I will help you deal with this old woman. Enough, Go Shengzi. I merely cut down a few trees. If I receive a fine, so be it. The forest farm cannot do anything further. Let us head up the mountain and take a look, Lee Erdan said with a smile. Before long, Lee Erdan and Go Shengzi arrived at the mountain, where many villagers who were helping Lee Erdan build a chicken coop had stopped their work to watch the commotion. Some unfamiliar staff from the forest farm were measuring and photographing several trees, while Xiaolaoku was conversing animatedly with an elderly man with a red face. Nothing serious. Everyone return to your work. Let us hasten the construction of the chicken coop. Otherwise, the chicks won't withstand the rain in a few days. Lee Erdan called out to the bricklayers. Cousin, do you see? This is the Lee Erdan I mentioned. Lee Erdan, you still want people to work for you? I must inform you, you have landed yourself in a significant predicament, Xiaolaoku exclaimed excitedly. Cousin, look closely at this arrogant fellow. Now that he has been caught red-handed, he still appears indifferent, Xiaolaoku added. Xiaolaoku, what is the point? We are all from the same village. What good does it to you to send Lee Erdan to jail? Go Shengzi retorted indignantly. Go Shengzi, spare me the pretense of righteousness. Did your group not assist Lee Erdan in cutting down these trees? You ignorant fools, do you not realize that by aiding him, you are complicit? If you continue to speak on his behalf, you may find yourselves in trouble as well, Xiaolaoku threatened. Xiaolaoku, there is no need for your intimidation. Each person is accountable for their own actions. Lee Erdan, ordered the trees to be cut down, and it has nothing to do with anyone else. I alone will bear any consequences, Lee Erdan replied with a cold smirk. As soon as Lee Erdan finished speaking, a disdainful snort echoed. Oomph, you claim responsibility? Can you afford such a burden? Those are trees over 20 years old. Who gave you the audacity to say and Oppos? Cut them down in Oppos. Do you understand that you have violated national forestry laws? Su Jianmin coldly interjected, stepping in front of Lee Erdan. Who are you? Lee Erdan inquired. Open your eyes. Lee Erdan, this is Su Jianmin, the director of our town and Amp, Oppos, forest farm. The mountains and forests within 10 miles are managed by Director Su. You shall face legal consequences for cutting down trees without permission, Xiaolaoku proclaimed with pride. Oh, so, you're Director Su. I acknowledge my fault in cutting down trees without notifying the forest farm. I will accept whatever punishment you deem necessary, be it a fine or detention. I will bear it alone, Lee Erdan responded with composure. Our country has stringent laws regarding the destruction of timber, and everything will proceed according to the proper protocols. I hereby declare the confiscation of the trees you have felled. Furthermore, you will need to cooperate as we will escort you to the Forestry Bureau. As for the specifics of your sentencing, that is beyond my authority. Do you have any objections? Su Jianmin said with a mocking smile. None whatsoever. I am willing to cooperate with Director Su, Li Erdan replied lightly. Ha ha, Li Erdan, did you ever imagine this day would come? Do you remember what I said when my son was taken away yesterday? I warned you that for sending my son to detention for 15 days, I would repay you tenfold, Xia Laoku proclaimed, bursting into triumphant laughter. Let us go, Director Su. There is no need to waste time here. Proceed with whatever action you deem fit. I have no objections, Li Erdan stated, turning to the onlooking bricklayers. My friends, I will accompany the forest farm staff for a while. You all continue your work as usual. Rest assured, I will ensure that my parents distribute the wages fairly, and no one will lose a single cent. And don't worry, we will certainly help you finish this work, Go Shengzi and the other bricklayers chorused. Li Erdan, you committed such a serious offense and still think you can return to manage your forest? When you contracted the forest, there was a clause stating that if you damage the environment, the village committee has the right to revoke your rights. I tell you, even if you come back, the forest will no longer belong to you. Xia Laoku laughed mockingly. Xia Laoku, this has nothing to do with you, Li Erdan replied with a slight smile. Xia Laoku was momentarily taken aback. As he stood there, Li Erdan turned his back and stepped down the mountain. Xia Laoku, I can assure you, I still rely on this forest to bear golden eggs. No one can take it away from me, and I will never serve time in prison again. I have sworn that I will never step foot in such a place again, Li Erdan declared, not pausing for a moment as he walked down the mountain. Cousin, do you see? This fellow is still so defiant at this point, completely disregarding you as the director. If you do not handle him properly, he will never learn your true power, Xia Laoku incited. Let him be arrogant for now. Once we send him to the Forestry Bureau, let us see if he remains so nonchalant, Su Jianmin replied with a cold snort. As the director of the forest farm, Su Jianmin had dealt with numerous cases over the years, but none had been as unfazed by their criminal actions as Li Erdan. In Su Jianmin's view, Li Erdan and Appo's behavior was akin to treating a serious matter with utter frivolity. Chapter 0098. The interception before capture. Good news seldom travels far, while bad news spreads like wildfire. Before Li Erdan could descend the mountain, virtually every villager in the remote village of Gali had heard the news of his arrest for tree cutting. In the home of Sun Changsheng, excitement filled the air. Brother, I have the most astonishing news. Sun Changfa burst into the house, exclaiming, You startled me. What are you shouting about? Grumbled Sun Changsheng, put a pipe in his mouth. Brother, stop lounging on the bed. Hurry outside and see. That scoundrel Li Erdan has been reported to the town and Appo's forestry station by Old Xie for chopping trees. The officials have already come to take him away. Sun Changfa conveyed with glee. With a thud, the pipe fell from Sun Changsheng and Appo's mouth upon hearing the news. What did you say? Repeat that. Brother, I said Li Erdan has been captured again. I heard the head of the forestry station is Old Xie and Appo's cousin. This time, Li Erdan is finished. Sun Changfa reiterated, brimming with excitement. Ha ha ha, truly fortuitous. This is splendid news. I told you Old Xie would not let Li Erdan off so easily. Let us go and see. Sun Changsheng, now invigorated, began to put on his shoes. You cannot take my son. By what right do you think you can take my son? Yang Tsuhua and Li Baoku stood defiantly at the village's entrance, brandishing a wooden stick across the path. Father, mother, what are you doing? Put down the stick. I'm only going to the town for a brief investigation. I'll be back shortly. Li Erdan chuckled lightly. Silence, Erdan. 3 years ago, when the police took you away, you said the same to me, and you were gone for 3 long years. This time, I will fight with all I have to prevent them from taking you. Yang Tsuehua said, her eyes reddened. You two rascals, do you have any idea what you're doing? You're obstructing law enforcement. Do you want to be taken away too? Old Xie gloated. Old Xie, you wretched man. You are utterly despicable. Today, I will settle this with you. Li Baoku shouted, enraged, brandishing the stick toward Old Xie. At that moment, a crowd of villagers surged forward, preventing Li Baoku from advancing. Greetings, my esteemed elders. I am Su Jianmin, the director of the forestry station in Xinglong Town. You need not worry. We are merely taking Li Erdan for a brief inquiry. He will not be harmed. Stop spewing nonsense. If you want to take Li Erdan, you'll have to step over my dead body. Yang Tsuewa cried out, her voice frenzied. And count me in. If anyone dares to take Li Erdan away, I will throw myself to my death. An old blind man declared as he emerged from the crowd, leading a yellow dog. Grandfather Li, why have you come out? Li Erdan rushed over to assist him. Old blind man, you should know better. Li Erdan has broken the law by cutting trees. You are obstructing justice. Old Xie fumed. Humph. Whether I am obstructing justice or not, I know one thing. This boy is a good lad. He has helped me with cooking, bought me fruit, and fetched water in recent days. Where can you find such a kind-hearted person? If anyone dares to take him away, I will not hesitate to perish. The old blind man insisted stubbornly. And count me in. If you want to take Li Erdan, you'll have to take me first. A frail, elderly woman with a cane stepped forth. Count me in too, echoed several elderly residents, all of whom Li Erdan had assisted in recent days. Now, standing resolutely in front of him, Old Xie, witnessing the elderly crowd, was taken aback. Old Xie, didn't you claim that Li Erdan was a notorious bully? If he is truly so vile, why are all these elderly folks stepping up to defend him? Su Jianmin questioned, his head spinning at the sight of the frail villagers. Brother, I did not anticipate Li Erdan's standing in the village to be this high. Old Xie replied, his brows furrowed in concern. In the days past, Li Erdan had performed numerous good deeds without boasting. Had it not been for these elders, the villagers would have remained oblivious to his benevolence. Li Erdan is indeed a good person. In just a few days, he has helped so many lonely seniors. Truly remarkable. Even Li Erdan and Appos, as parents felt an unexpected pride at their son, and Appos, as kindness. You cannot take my son. Do you not realize my son is a friend of Secretary Wang Zhangwo from Longshan? Secretary Wang is visiting our home today. If you dare to arrest my son, you will face his wrath. Yang Tsuehua exclaimed loudly. The Secretary of Longshan? You know him? Su Jianmin asked, startled. The entire Ping'an County is under Longshan's jurisdiction. How could a mere forestry director like me dare to provoke such a high-ranking official? Brother, do you truly believe this woman's claims? What kind of leader would know such a lowly farmer? Yang Tsuehua, you're blowing smoke for your son, thinking you can connect with such an important figure. It's rather laughable. Old Xie laughed heartily. Indeed, how could Li Erdan, of all people, know such a significant leader? If boasting were taxed, your family would be bankrupt by now. Sun Changsheng chimed in, chuckling. My fellow villagers, allow me, Sun Changsheng, to say a few words. Old blind man, Widow Wang, you elderly folk, though buried in the earth, your awareness remains shockingly low. Li Erdan has committed a crime by cutting down trees. The forestry officials merely wish to take him for questioning. He may very well return unharmed. Your commotion makes it seem as if he has committed a grave sin. Please disperse. Sun Changsheng feigned a serious demeanor. Old village head, Li Erdan is a truly good boy. I refuse to believe he has committed any crime. If you take him, take me too. I have nowhere to eat, the old blind man proclaimed. And count me in, cried several elderly residents, igniting chaos among the crowd. Chapter 0099. Intersection penalty. At that moment, several individuals approached from the narrow path leading out of the village. Upon noticing the crowd gathered at the entrance, they hastened towards the village. What is happening here? A fashionable and beautiful woman stepped into the throng. This woman was none other than Ji Xinyu, the newly appointed village chief. Chief, your timing is impeccable. Li Erdan has disregarded regulations and felled over a dozen trees in the mountains. These comrades from our town and Appos' forestry station intend to take him for questioning. However, Li Erdan's parents have incited the villagers to block their way. Chief, what should we do? You must intervene. Please instruct these ignorant villagers to clear the path, shouted Old Xie. What is going on, Li Erdan? Why did you chop down the trees in the mountains? Ji Xinyu inquired, her brow furrowing with concern. I wanted to build a house in the mountains to facilitate my farming and breeding endeavors. I had planned to apply for permission at the forestry station soon, but I didn't expect them to arrive so promptly. I acknowledge my mistake and am prepared to face the consequences, Li Erdan replied, his expression one of resignation. Chief, this boy is a good child. Recently, he has assisted me, an old blind man, with fetching water and chopping firewood. Where can we find someone as good-hearted as him? You cannot allow them to take Erdan away. If anyone attempts to seize him, they must step over my dead body first. As long as I am alive, no one shall harm this boy. I'm on my last legs anyway, and I will fight for him. Several elderly villagers and disabled individuals became agitated, their age causing them to cough from excitement. Please do not worry. I assure you, I will provide a satisfactory resolution, Ji Sinew stated, glancing at Erdan. She had been in the village for several weeks and was surprised to learn of the good deeds Erdan had quietly accomplished. Dear villagers, please remain calm and listen to me. I am Wang Jiangwo, the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee of Longsheng. I happen to be visiting your village today, and you can rest assured that with my presence, a satisfactory resolution will be provided, he declared. As a middle-aged man with a square face and a commanding presence stepped forward from the back of the crowd. Secretary Wang, I am truly sorry for the inconvenience. You traveled so far for your first visit, and yet you encountered such a situation, Erdan said apologetically, extending his hand to shake Wang Jiangwo and Amp, Oppos, Erdan. Although you are my savior, I must remind you that if you have committed a wrong, I cannot shield you from the consequences, Wang Jiangwo stated sternly. Rest assured, Secretary Wang, I am prepared to accept any punishment for my mistake, Erdan replied with a bitter smile. Erdan is Wang Jiangwo and Oppos as savior? The crowd erupted in astonishment, especially old Xie and Su Jiamin, whose faces turned pale. The onlookers, eager for the spectacle, gaped in disbelief at the revelation that such a labor reformer could be acquainted with a high-ranking official. Hello, Secretary Wang. I am Su Jiamin, the director of the forestry station in Xinglong Town. Su Jiamin stammered as he approached Wang Jiangwo, cursing old Xie in his heart. Damn it, old Xie. Are you trying to get me killed? Erdan is the secretary and Oppos as savior, and you want me to arrest him? Oh, you are the director of the forestry station in Xinglong Town. Please, enlighten me about the nature of Erdan's offense, Wang Jiangwo demanded with authority. Actually, Secretary Wang, it is not a major issue. He merely felled a few trees. Since Erdan is your savior, perhaps we could let this slide, Su Jiamin suggested timidly. What kind of reasoning is that? The law applies equally to all. Do not think that because Erdan is my savior, he can be treated leniently. We must follow the law, Wang Jiangwo reprimanded. Su Jiamin was left speechless, unable to comprehend Wang Jiangwo and Oppos' intentions. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. Well, Secretary Wang, we have assessed the trees Erdan felled, totaling 3 cubic meters. According to the newly enacted forestry law, one can only face legal action for felling over 10 cubic meters. Therefore, Erdan's actions do not warrant such measures. Oh, since it does not warrant legal action, let us impose a fine for education purposes, and there is no need to detain him. Erdan, please visit Director Su in a few days to pay the fine. Consider this a lesson learned. In the future, do not act so recklessly, understood? Wang Jiangwo instructed sternly. Rest assured, Secretary Wang, I will ensure there will not be a next time, Erdan affirmed, relieved by the outcome. Director Su, what do you think of this resolution? Wang Jiangwo inquired. As a leader of your stature, your word is law. The matter of Erdan felling these trees is indeed minor. A fine for educational purposes is sufficient. I, a mere subordinate, would not dare to disagree, Su Jiamin thought to himself, knowing he could not voice dissent. Secretary Wang, your approach is impeccable. Furthermore, since Erdan only felled 3 cubic meters, even if we were to bring him in, we would arrive at the same resolution you proposed, Su Jiamin replied respectfully. Very well, Erdan, please leave your phone number with Director Su, and he will notify you regarding the fine, Wang Jiangwo said, nodding in satisfaction. Thank you, kind sir, for your astute judgment, old Li, the blind man, exclaimed loudly. Thank you, kind sir. Thank you. The crowd erupted in cheers. Director Su, I see many of you have gathered. Please ensure these elderly villagers return home safely. Is that agreeable? Wang Jiangwo requested gently. Secretary Wang, assisting these elderly and vulnerable individuals is our duty. I will see to their safe return, Su Jiamin replied, bowing respectfully. All right, everyone, please disperse. My visit today was not for work, but to express my gratitude to Li Erdan, my savior. There is no need for you to linger here. Please return to your daily activities, Wang Jingwo announced, prompting the crowd to disperse and return to their homes. At this moment, however, Old Xie and his wife were too fearful to leave. Old man, we are doomed. Li Erdan knows such a high-ranking official. After your betrayal, he will surely not let you off the hook. What shall we do now? Meanwhile, Li Erdan and Amp, Oppos, Esques also fell upon Old Xie and his wife. Chapter 100. A tour with Secretary Wang. As Secretary Wang and Oppos, Esques fell upon Li Erdan, Xie Laoku and his wife immediately trembled. Ultimately, Xie Laoku gritted his teeth and approached Li Erdan. Erdan, please do not blame your uncle for this matter. I was merely confused at the moment. In the future, if there is anything you need help with in the fields or mountains, do not hesitate to ask, Xie Laoku said, bowing humbly. Huh, Uncle Xie, what are you saying? I should be the one thanking you. Had it not been for your reminder, I might have made a grave mistake. Li Erdan replied with a cold smile, before turning to Secretary Wang. Secretary Wang, should I show you around first, or would you prefer to head directly to my home? Let us wander about for a while. Your village is renowned as the most impoverished in the province. As a native, please provide me with a thorough introduction to the village's situation, Secretary Wang said with a smile, and the two walked shoulder to shoulder toward the village center. Watching the retreating figures of Li Erdan and Secretary Wang, Xie Laoku and his wife exchanged worried glances and fell silent for a moment. Old man, what did Li Erdan mean by that? Will he use Secretary Wang to take revenge on our family? What shall we do? His wife asked anxiously. Do not fret just yet. We still have a chance to curry favor with Li Erdan. He is currently constructing houses on the mountain, and there will surely be opportunities for carpentry work. I shall head up the mountain to help him, and I won't even ask for payment. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. I refuse to believe that I, Xie Laoku, could serve him like a beast of burden and still be remembered with animosity. Xie Laoku declared. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and go help Li Erdan, his wife urged. And you, dear wife, should not be idle either. With so many esteemed guests at Li Erdan's home, Yang Zihua must be overwhelmed in the kitchen. Quickly assist her with the cooking, Xie Laoku instructed. At Sun Changxing's home, he paced back and forth in the yard, a frown etched on his face. Sitting on a small stool nearby, Sun Changfa mirrored his expression. A cigarette clenched between his lips. It seems that fate has taken an unexpected turn. I never anticipated that Li Erdan would be acquainted with such a significant figure as Secretary Wang. Brother, our strategy must change. We can no longer oppose Li Erdan. With such a powerful ally, we cannot afford to provoke him, Sun Changfa advised. The Li family has truly produced a dragon. Changfa, go to the inner room and fetch Tong Tong for me, Sun Changshang said softly. Brother, why summon Tong Tong at this hour? You should be finding a solution. From now on, Li Erdan is bound to soar to great heights. Given his close relationship with a new village head, what good will come to us? Sun Changfa replied, his face clouded with worry. What do you understand? My precious daughter is quite lovely, and Li Erdan has always had his eye on her. I previously thought him to be of little consequence and discouraged Tong Tong from associating with him. But now, he has secured a powerful backing in Secretary Wang, and his future is undoubtedly bright. Why should I continue to hinder their relationship? Sun Changshang said, his spirits lifted. Oh, brother, you are indeed wise. If Tong Tong becomes involved with Li Erdan, you will be the father-in-law of that young man. Even if he rises to prominence, he will still owe you respect. Truly, experience is invaluable, and your strategy is brilliant, Sun Changfa praised, giving a thumbs up. Meanwhile, Li Erdan accompanied Secretary Wang around the village, providing insights into the local situation. Ji Xinyu also joined them, her beautiful eyes observing the loquacious Li Erdan, increasingly intrigued by this young man. Ji Xinyu and Secretary Wang were old acquaintances. Even when Ji Xinyu was but an infant, Secretary Wang was a subordinate of her father. Upon learning from Secretary Wang that Li Erdan was also a skilled traditional Chinese medicine practitioner who had once saved his life, Ji Xinyu was utterly astonished. The group leisurely made their way to the back mountain contracted by Li Erdan. Upon discovering the multitude of chicks roaming freely across the mountainside, Secretary Wang expressed his astonishment. Li Erdan, have you really raised all these chicks? Aren't you afraid the predators will feast on them? Uncle Wong, there's no need to worry about this arrogant fellow. I strongly oppose placing these chicks in the mountains, but he wooed and oppose. T listen. Li Erdan, I ask you, Haven and oppose. T you lost quite a few chicks recently? This is the consequence of ignoring the wise. Ji Sinew retorted, her cheeks flushed with anger. Recalling Li Erdan's previous attitude towards her, Ji Sinew felt a surge of frustration. Erdan, this is your mistake. Raising livestock requires a scientific approach. Your method is reckless. While it an amp, oppose, it's good for young people to have ambition. They must also be open to advice. If all these chicks fall prey to predators, the loss will be immense, Secretary Wong advised earnestly. Did you hear that, Li Erdan? You must be open to others and oppose. Opinions, Ji Sinew chimed in, pouting. Ha ha, look at Ji Sinew. I simply cannot contain my laughter, Li Erdan chuckled. What are you laughing at? Do you think what Secretary Wong and I said is wrong? Ji Sinew exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. Secretary Wong frowned, glancing at the laughing Li Erdan. Let me put it this way. I have raised 5,000 chicks in this vast mountain. They primarily feed on grass seeds and insects, requiring no expenditure on my part. Is there truly a problem with such an advantageous method? Li Erdan replied with a smile. Oomph. Uncle Wong, did you hear that? This guy's entirely arrogant. Li Erdan, while you make a valid point, those chicks are indeed well fed, but they are so vulnerable. How will you protect them from predators? I can guarantee that within half a month, all your chicks will be devoured, Ji Sinew countered, her anger flaring once more. Ha ha ha, Sister Village Head. It seems I must demonstrate my capabilities to you today, Li Erdan said with a grin, placing his fingers to his lips. A long whistle pierced the air, causing a cacophony of bird calls to erupt throughout the forest. Moments later, a pack of 10 or so local dogs rushed in from all directions, their heads surrounded by several circling eagles. My heavens, why are there so many eagles? Secretary Wong, we must leave. This place is too dangerous. The secretary's aide quickly shielded Secretary Wong, while Ji Sinew's face turned pale with fear, trembling as she clutched Li Erdan's arm tightly.